In March, the county town was filled with continuous spring rain. Whenever the rain paused, the sky would reveal a clear, bright blue. Tomorrow was the spring equinox, and people had a custom of eating fresh spring vegetables. The market was especially crowded with shoppers. Ying Songshi neatly arranged her vegetables on a rainproof cloth, tender bamboo shoots, and fresh shepherd's purse and bracken still glistening with raindrops. By 9 in the morning, everything she brought had already sold out. She folded the rainproof cloth, placed it in the back of her tricycle, tidied up the area around her stall, and bought the items on her list before riding toward a nearby neighborhood. The neighborhood had no main gate, and the ground floor was lined with small shops. Ying Songshi parked her tricycle behind the building, held her phone to her ear, and covered the goods in the cart with a rainproof cloth. The weather looked uncertain. It could start raining again at any moment. The phone rang a few times, but no one answered. So she went into the building, climbed the stairs, and stopped in front of apartment 203. After hesitating for a few seconds, she entered the password. With a soft beep, the lock clicked open. She turned the handle and stepped inside. The apartment was even cleaner than she had expected. The furniture was covered with dust cloths. She only needed to remove them, wipe the surfaces, and sweep and mop the floor. She got to work right away. Just as she lifted the cover from the sofa, she suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Startled, she looked toward the sound. The bathroom door was opening. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't think it was the wind or anything strange, because she could clearly hear faint movements coming from inside. A thief? Without hesitation, Ying Songshi grabbed a feather duster and moved toward the bathroom. "Who's there?" She called out softly, trying not to make noise. Before she reached the door, a calm, clear voice came from inside. A moment later, a tall figure stepped out. He had short, dark hair still damp with water. A sweatshirt hung loosely on him, the collar slightly open, showing his sharp jawline. His features were striking and well-defined, high brow bones, neat lips, and a composed expression. Water droplets slid down his neck into his collar, giving him a relaxed yet confident air. Fong Sun looked her up and down, straightened his sweatshirt, and then glanced at the feather duster in her hand. His lips curved slightly. Breaking into someone's home? Ying Songshi was startled by the sudden appearance of the man. Was he saying that she was the one trespassing? "I should be the one asking you that," she replied. Though she spoke firmly, she felt a bit more at ease. No thief would come to an empty house just to take a shower, so at least she didn't need to call the police. "Are you the one renting Auntie's house?" "Yes." Fong Sun brushed past her and went into the second bedroom. He clearly didn't want to talk further. He looked distant and cold. Ying Songshi glanced at the closed door, then went back to her work. Yesterday evening, Auntie had called her, saying that the house had been rented out a few days ago. Her daughter-in-law was about to give birth, and she couldn't spare the time to return to town to clean, so she asked Songshi to help. Ying Songshi worked quickly, wiping down the living room. By the time the second bedroom door opened again, she was already mopping the floor. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the young man walk into the kitchen, plug in the kettle, and start boiling water. After thinking for a moment, she turned and explained, "And he called me yesterday. She said the new tenant would move in soon, and asked me to come clean up in advance. She gave me the door code, so I let myself in." Fong Sun turned slightly when he heard her speak. "I changed my plans and arrived earlier than expected." Ying Songshi nodded and continued her work. She didn't notice that the man, holding a cup, was leaning against the counter, quietly watching her. Running into a stranger in the bathroom of a place he had just rented was definitely surprising. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, with a bare face that still showed her fine features. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear as spring water, her nose straight, her lips soft, and her skin naturally smooth and fresh. She looked as clean and calm as the morning breeze in the mountains. Her posture was naturally upright, her movements neat and graceful, carrying a quiet and capable air. At that moment, she easily lifted the heavy solid wood sofa with one hand while using the other to carefully clean the floor beneath it. Her oatmeal-colored jacket was neatly rolled up to her elbows, revealing smooth, toned arms. Her movements were quick and strong, leaving no trace of hesitation. Fong Sun looked away, thinking to himself, what great strength. He took out his phone and sent a message to his assistant about what had just happened. The assistant replied quickly, promising to check right away. Within 5 minutes, a new message appeared. Boss, I confirmed with the landlord. She did ask someone to help. Her daughter-in-law went into labor today, and she was so nervous, she forgot to tell you. Sorry for the confusion. It wasn't really a big deal. Fong Sun tapped the screen a few times and replied, thanks for your help. The county was in a remote area, and there was only one hotel in town. When the assistant came to inspect it, even he found it uncomfortable. After consulting Fong Sun, he decided to rent a house instead. Aunt He's house was perfect. The spare bedroom had been prepared for her son and daughter-in-law, but the couple was so busy working in the city that they hadn't taken a vacation in years. The mattress was still brand new. Fong Sun was very satisfied with the place. Before long, Ying Songshi had finished cleaning. Just as she washed the mop and put it away, her phone rang. Hello, Aunt He? Yes, I was just cleaning when I met him. A warm, apologetic voice came from the other end. Songshi, I'm so sorry. My daughter-in-law went into labor this morning, and I completely forgot about the house. You weren't startled, were you? No, Aunt He. And congratulations on the new baby. Aunt He laughed happily. Thank you, Songshi. I have to go back to the hospital now, so I won't keep you. Since the tenant has already moved in, you don't need to worry about the house anymore. When I get back, I'll treat you to a big meal. After hanging up, Ying Songshi looked up and accidentally met Fong Sun's gaze. Their eyes met, and Fong Sun raised his eyebrows in surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, she was using an old-fashioned phone that only had call and text functions, maybe even a pager-style one. Calm and composed, Ying Songshi slipped the phone back into her pocket. Standing by the door, she pointed at the lock and said, I'll only come this once. You can reset the door code later. There's no large supermarket in town, she added. But there's a small convenience store downstairs where you can buy daily necessities. Go downstairs, turn right, and walk about 700 or 800 meters along the street. You'll find the market there. The delivery station is nearby, too. If you need 3 meals a day, there's no food delivery service in town, so it's best to buy groceries and cook for yourself. Fong Sun came out of the kitchen, nodded to her, and said, Thank you. You're welcome. After the brief sound of the door opening and closing, Ying Songshi left. Fong Sun looked outside through the balcony glass. The sky had turned gloomy again, and fine rain began to fall. He walked through the spotless living room to the balcony. Sure enough, after a while, a light-colored figure appeared downstairs. The person put on a raincoat, fastened a helmet, and rode an electric tricycle into the rain. His phone buzzed several times. It was his mother, Hua Lanyue, asking in the family group chat if he had arrived safely. Even his father, Feng Guangji, sent a message. I heard from your assistant that you went to rent a place? Why didn't you bring a bodyguard? Before Fong Sun could type a reply, another message appeared. His older brother wrote, Fong Sun served in the army for a few years. Besides, he's just going to a quiet county. There probably aren't many people with real fighting skills there. Then his sister-in-law added, renting a place sounds nice. You can experience local life. Messages kept popping up one after another. Fong Sun smiled and replied, I've moved in safely. Don't worry. I only rented the place for a month. I'll be back next month. Meanwhile, Ying Songshi was riding her tricycle home. She lifted her face slightly, feeling the gentle spring rain on her skin, and 2 small dimples appeared on her cheeks. After riding for more than an hour, the buildings became fewer, replaced by rolling green hills. The misty rain turned the distant mountains a soft blue. She passed a few small villages along the wide, smooth country road. There were hardly any people around, only the quiet spring breeze moving through the trees. It was the season when spring rain was precious. Even though it was already noon, there were still a few figures working in the fields, their outlines faint in the light rain. A peaceful scene of rural life. Ying Songshi turned onto a mountain road, passed through a lush bamboo grove halfway up the hill, and finally stopped outside a courtyard with white walls and gray tiles. At once, a few familiar dogs barked inside, clear and friendly. She was home. The courtyard wall was tall and long, covered with climbing roses. When Ying Songshi opened the gate, a few furry heads poked out through the crack. The first to come out was a proud black German shepherd named Boss, a true retired military dog, living up to his name. Running excitedly around Ying Songshi with a wagging tail was a border collie with golden fur named Orange. When Orange noticed the raindrops on Ying Songshi's raincoat, he quickly ran back inside and brought out a pack of tissues. Behind them came two chubby little mixed-breed puppies, one black and one white, named Sesame and Dumpling. Ying Songshi had found them by a trash bin near the market. When she first brought them home, they were tiny, weak, and almost didn't survive. Thanks to her careful care over the past couple of months, the two were now round and healthy, always cheerful and silly. Sesame and Dumpling circled around Ying Songshi's legs to welcome her home, then eagerly stood on their hind legs, trying to peek into the tricycle's cargo box. Unfortunately, their legs were too short, and even jumping didn't help them see what was inside. Standing under the eaves, Ying Songshi wiped the raindrops off her raincoat with the tissues, then took it off. When she turned around, she saw Sesame and Dumpling had already climbed onto the seat, trying to stick their heads into the cargo box. Before she could say anything, Boss perked up his ears and barked once. The two little ones immediately jumped down, tails tucked, and ran back inside. As they passed Ying Songshi, she gently patted their heads, saying, "Sesame, Dumpling, greedy pups." The two whimpered softly, while Orange trotted over, grabbed the used tissues from Ying Songshi's hand, and carried them inside. As he passed the two little ones, he wagged his tail proudly. Pushing the door open, one would first see a spacious open-air courtyard. On the right were several vegetable plots, where the plants, sensing the arrival of spring, were growing tall and lush. Lettuce, spinach, and baby greens looked fresh and bright after the rain, thriving in the soft soil. Tomatoes and peppers hung with colorful fruits, and along the wall, vines climbed the trellis, dangling tender young cucumbers. Beside the garden was a water basin connected to a hose for watering the plants. Freshly picked vegetables could be washed right there before being taken into the kitchen. On the left stood an old Bodhi tree. When the courtyard was built, Ying Songshi had specially asked to include it within the walls. Its heart-shaped leaves spread wide, casting a cool, green shade over the yard. Under the tree stood a swing chair and a set of wicker tables and chairs. Along the wall, a wooden fence enclosed rows of flower seedlings. Besides the vegetable garden and the Bodhi tree, the yard was paved with bluestone slabs. Walking along them led straight to the kitchen. Ying Songshi entered the kitchen, surrounded by a few fluffy pets. The kitchen had two opposite doors, and when both were open, a cool breeze flowed through. A hallway separated the open kitchen from the dining area. Next to the cherrywood dining table stood a side cabinet, and by the window was a small tea and sunlight bar. In spring and autumn, one could sit there and enjoy the sunshine. In summer, pulling down the bamboo shade over the large glass window made it a perfect spot to sip a cold drink and enjoy the breeze. In winter, the tea bar faced a small red brick fireplace, where the cats and dogs loved to curl up for naps. When Ying Songshi came in, the calico cat on the dining table yawned and stretched lazily. "Huawan," she said, gently stroking the cat from head to tail, earning a few pleased meows. She hung her keys on the wall, then went back to the tricycle to move several baskets of vegetable seedlings under shelter before closing the door and returning inside. The dogs followed her everywhere like loyal knights guarding their princess. "Don't worry, I'll make your food soon," she said. She took chicken breast and fish from the fridge and set them to steam. There was an automatic feeder at home, always filled with cat and dog food, but these spoiled little ones had long grown picky. Only when Ying Songshi was away for half a day would they reluctantly eat the pre-made meals. As the food steamed, Orange and Sesame Tangyuan squatted nearby, watching eagerly. The calm eldest dog followed her into the living room. The house was built in a square layout. Beyond the kitchen was another open courtyard, with wisteria vines climbing the walls, already budding. The walls extended to the back, where a vegetable garden and a few storage rooms stood. In the corners of the courtyard grew tall green plants that didn't bloom, shielding the side houses. In the center was a round ecological fish pond, simple and natural, with water plants floating on the surface and a school of small fish darting beneath them. Stepping again on the blue stone path around the pond, she pushed open the door to the living room. The living room, designed in a traditional Chinese style, was spacious and elegant. The ceiling beams were high, the floor was covered with light wood pattern tiles, and the walls were a soft beige that matched perfectly. The sunroom, study, bedroom, bathroom, and storage room were arranged on both sides of the living room. The whole house was equipped with a smart home system. At the door, Ying Songshi changed her shoes and called out to the smart assistant. The sheer curtains in front of the large glass window slowly closed, and the air conditioner turned on to a comfortable temperature. Her dog, Lauda, sat by the doormat, shaking its wet paws and waiting patiently. Soon, Ying Songshi brought a small towel to dry its paws. After shaking off the remaining raindrops from its fur, Lauda followed her inside. She took a quick hot shower and changed into dry clothes. The early March weather was still a bit chilly, so she put on a light pink knitted cardigan. She braided her long hair into a simple plait, tied it with a pale yellow hairband, patted Lauda's head, and walked toward the kitchen. If she didn't hurry, the others would get impatient. She warmed up some chicken breast and fish, mixed an egg yolk, and divided the food into small bowls. The cats and dogs immediately began eating happily. Ying Songshi tapped her forehead, reminding herself to buy some chicken hearts and livers at the market tomorrow as a treat for them. Then it was time to make her own meal. She still had to go into the mountains later, so lunch would be simple. She picked a tomato from the garden, boiled some water, and cooked a handful of fresh noodles. After they were just cooked, she rinsed them in cool water and drained them. In another pan, she fried an egg until the edges turned golden and crisp, then set it aside. Using the same pan, she sautéed diced tomatoes until they released a rich sauce, added some broth, vinegar, soy sauce, and a bit of sugar for flavor, then finished with salt and chopped green onions. She turned off the heat, poured the hot, tangy tomato soup over the noodles, placed the fried egg on top, and drizzled a few drops of sesame oil. A fragrant bowl of tomato and egg noodle soup was ready. As she ate, Sesame and Tangyuan had just finished their own meal. They even helped each other clean their bowls before following the delicious smell to her feet, wagging their tails. Ying Songshi looked at their round, eager eyes and shook her head firmly. Dogs can't eat food with seasonings. Sesame and Tangyuan weren't really hungry, just greedy. Perhaps because they had once been strays, they still couldn't resist the sight and smell of food, even with their bellies full. After finishing her warm noodles, Ying Songshi took a short nap on the lazy sofa in the living room. Then she put on her raincoat and boots, carried a bamboo basket, and got ready to head into the mountains. Orange wanted to follow her and play in the hills, but Ying Songshi stopped it at the door. The sky looks like it'll rain again. The mountain paths will be muddy. If you come with me, you'll have to take a bath when we get back. Orange didn't understand the whole sentence, but it was very sensitive to the word bath. Sure enough, after hearing that, it stopped making a fuss. Ying Songshi smiled softly and walked through the bamboo grove toward the mountain. The mountain now belonged to her, so no one else would come here. Spring was the season when everything came back to life, and the steady, quiet mountain was full of treasures unique to this time of year. Thinking about the wild vegetables she could find, Ying Songshi stood among the fresh greenery. Behind her, the distant mountains stretched endlessly, and there was a quiet harmony between her and the land. When she climbed higher, she saw a corner of an old brick roof hidden among the trees. A man's face she had once seen at Aunt He's house flashed through her mind. She didn't know his name, nor whether she would ever meet him again. Breathing in the fresh scent of rain and plants, she found a good spot, took out her small shovel, and began digging for wild vegetables. If she met him again, maybe she could give him a handful of spring greens. The charm of wild vegetables lies in their freedom. They grow outside the rules. Ying Songshi first focused on digging shepherd's purse, known as the best of spring greens and the most popular at the market. She also picked some Indian aster and bracken. Soon, her basket was half full. There were also Chinese tun trees in the mountains. In the gentle spring rain, the branches were washed clean, and the reddish-purple buds looked even fresher and brighter. Using a raised root for support, Ying Songshi easily climbed onto a low branch. The air was filled with the tree's unique, refreshing scent. She pinched off a few tender buds from the top. They snapped crisply in her fingers. There were many ways to cook tun buds. People at the market liked to stir-fry them with eggs, bamboo shoots, or cured meat. Ying Songshi didn't plan to sell all the tun buds this spring. She wanted to pick more to make sauce and salted buds to send to her siblings in other provinces. They loved this flavor. Selling vegetables was just something she did in her spare time. Whether to sell, what to sell, and how much to sell, all were up to her. After carrying a basket of fresh spring greens home, Ying Songshi took another new basket to dig for bamboo shoots. There was a bamboo grove near her house. During the spring equinox, the grove was damp, and the soil would bulge slightly where the tips of bamboo shoots pushed through. By brushing away the soft layer of fallen leaves, she could see the tender, pale shoots with a hint of green. Using a small digging sickle, she gently pried at the base of a shoot, lifting it out of the ground with the soil still clinging to it. The shoots had thin skins and tender flesh. Once peeled and cut into chunks, they could be stir-fried with cured meat or cooked in chicken soup, true flavors of spring. Ying Songshi was not one to stay idle. After bringing the bamboo shoots home, she spent more time cleaning the wild vegetables she had gathered, washing the dirt from their roots, weighing them, and tying them neatly with straw rope. That was why, although many people sold wild vegetables at the market, most customers preferred to buy from her. The fair and pretty young woman rarely smiled, but her calm face was pleasant to look at. The vegetables she brought were always cleaned and ready to cook, just a quick rinse, and they could go straight into the pot. When she finished all her chores, it was only 6 in the evening. She leaned on the sofa in the living room and called out to her smart home system to start movie mode. The curtains closed automatically, and a projection screen slowly descended in front of the bookshelf that covered an entire wall. She chose an old movie with a gentle pace, then opened a drawer and turned on her smartphone. As soon as it powered up, missed calls, text messages, and notifications flooded the screen. Songshi answered the phone. "You're being too stubborn. Zhou, she is getting engaged soon. You must attend. Your phone has been off for days. Are you really cutting ties with the family?" Amid the flood of messages, one line stood out. "Fangzhe has returned to the country." Ying Songshi ignored them all. She opened her mobile banking app, checked her balance, and quickly transferred money to a familiar account, adding a note, "Living expenses and tuition repaid." Sure enough, within 3 minutes, her phone buzzed again. Even through the screen, she could sense the anger from the other side.
She didn't respond.
Instead, she turned off the phone again and tossed it back into the drawer. Her old pager was much better, quiet and peaceful. After changing the door lock password, Feng Sun put on his earplugs and took a nap. He hadn't slept long before the vibration of his phone woke him up again. He saw that it was a video call invitation. Instead of answering right away, he went to the bathroom to wash his face, then took his phone to the balcony and accepted the call. An elderly lady with a kind and gentle face appeared on the screen. She was sitting in a garden, surrounded by blooming flowers. "Sun, am I disturbing you?"
she asked. "No, grandma."
"I was just reading," Feng Sun said, sitting down on a chair on the balcony and smiling at the phone. "That's good. How have you been sleeping lately? Try not to take the medicine from the hospital unless you really need it. Medicine always has side effects. I haven't taken it for a long time. I've been sleeping much better recently." The medicine was for sleep, and long-term use could cause dependence. Feng Sun hadn't used it in quite a while. Not wanting his grandmother to worry, he changed the subject and showed her the view outside through the phone. Across from the balcony was one of the busiest streets in the county, full of people coming and going. Grandma put on her reading glasses and looked carefully at the street on the screen. The colorful shop signs lined up neatly, nothing like what she remembered from her childhood. She sighed softly.
So much has changed.
It's nothing like I remember. In her youth, she had studied hard and left the small county for a better future. Over the years, her education and career had kept her busy. By now, it had been a long time since she last visited her hometown. Most of her relatives had moved to bigger cities, and the family had never been wealthy, so there wasn't much to go back for. About 20 years ago, she had passed by the county on a business trip and took Feng Sun with her for a short visit. That time, too, they only stayed for half a day before leaving. Last year, she had been seriously ill, and just last month, she mentioned wanting to see the mountain town where she grew up. But no one dared to let her travel such a long way. So Feng Sun, who happened to be home, offered to go back to the county and visit on her behalf. Not wanting his grandmother to dwell on the sadness of time passing, he said, "Grandma, every time has its own beauty. I heard there's a market near the neighborhood. Tomorrow morning, I'll take some lively videos and photos for you to see." "That sounds nice. It reminds me that I used to sell vegetables when I was young." She paused, her eyes drifting to the green garden around her. "I remember this is the best season for wild greens." Her expression clearly showed that she was craving some. Feng Sun smiled and said, "I'll tell my brother and ask him to find some. Tomorrow, the family chef can make it for you." Even though it was the capital, finding wild vegetables was harder than in the countryside, but still possible. "That's great. I love dumplings with shepherd's purse filling." After his grandmother ended the video call, Feng Sun opened his chat with his older brother, Feng Tingyu, and told him about their grandmother's craving for wild vegetables. "Feng Tingyu, Grandma wants wild vegetables? I'll check with the doctor first." "Feng Sun, it's rare for her to crave something. Let's try to make it happen." Feng Tingyu, "Got it. You're coming back early next month?" "Mom and Dad still feel the same. There's always a place for you in the company. But even if you don't want to handle company affairs, the family supports you in finding what you truly want to do." Feng Sun, "Okay. Thank you, brother." After sending the message, Feng Sun put his phone away. He always felt he was lucky, born into a good family, with harmony and warmth all around. After graduating from university, he joined the army. Because of his outstanding physical ability, he was selected for the Special Forces. After 6 years of service, he retired due to an injury. During the year after his retirement, he traveled freely around the country, and his family never pressured him. He could have joined the family business. His brother Feng Tingyu was now the head of the group. With his double major in finance and economics, plus years of exposure to business, managing a few companies would have been easy. But what he lacked was true motivation, something he genuinely wanted to do. After being away from society for years, he needed to reconnect with the real world and understand his own heart. Feng Sun woke up early the next morning, his expression carrying a rare trace of sharpness. Since leaving the army, he had struggled with sleep. His deep sleep never lasted long, and even the slightest noise could wake him instantly. He had gone to bed late the night before, and when he finally fell asleep, his dreams were filled with the sounds of battle. Just after 5 in the morning, the breakfast shop downstairs started making noise again. The sound wasn't loud, most people wouldn't even notice it. But Feng Sun's senses were sharp, and his sleep was light. Even the smallest sound seemed amplified in his ears. With no better option, Feng Sun washed up, changed into sportswear, and went downstairs for a morning run before dawn. After running for 2 hours, it was just past 7 when he returned near his neighborhood. Only the breakfast shop downstairs was open. The owners, a couple, were busy at the steaming baskets while early workers stopped by to buy a few buns to take with them. The shop owner's wife helped her daughter with her school bag and watched her cross the street. Seeing Feng Sun looking over, she smiled and greeted him. "You must be the young man renting MS. He's place, right? We're all neighbors here. Let me pack you some buns." The morning run had already cleared away Feng Sun's earlier restlessness. He had been taught since childhood to be polite and well-mannered, able to switch naturally into a courteous tone when talking to others. "Thank you, but it's not easy for you to run a business so early. I'll just pay by scan." He glanced at the price list on the wall, took out his phone, and paid smoothly. "You're such a polite young man. Then I'll give you 1 extra bun, but you're not allowed to pay for it, the woman said with a playful smile. Feng Sun didn't refuse again. After taking the buns, he asked what time the market opened. He had passed by earlier and noticed only the side gate open, with vendors carrying goods inside. It opens at 8. Most stalls are ready before then, she replied. Meanwhile, Ying Songshi rode her tricycle through the side gate, found her rented stall, parked, spread out a rainproof cloth, and neatly arranged her vegetables by type. Before she finished, Aunt Wu, who sold fruit nearby, smiled and said, Songshi, your wild greens look so fresh and crisp. Songshi wasn't very talkative, but since Aunt Wu was familiar, she replied, I went into the mountains to pick them yesterday afternoon, even though it was raining. No wonder they look different from the usual ones. Save 2 bundles for me, will you? I'll pay now and pick them up later.
Sure.
Songshi stood up from her small stool, picked out 2 bundles, and put them back into the basket. Then, as if remembering something, she added a bundle of shepherd's purse and another of Chinese tune. Life in the small county town moved at a slow, easy pace. At 8 o'clock, when the market officially opened, there weren't many customers yet, but a few familiar ones soon gathered around Songshi's stall. Feng Sun changed into a windbreaker, carried his camera, and entered the market at 8:10. Various fruits and vegetables were spread out on the ground. Many vendors looked at him with curiosity, some even greeting him. Young man, would you like some amaranth? No, thank you. I'm just looking around. Feng Sun shook his head. He hadn't planned to cook for himself this month. The market was quite large. Many people in the county grew their own vegetables, and some brought the extra produce to sell here. He followed the crowd for a while. Then, almost as soon as he looked up, he saw the girl from yesterday. Today she wore a light blue windbreaker and pale gray sweatpants that gently brushed her ankles, simple and comfortable. Her dark, thick hair was loosely tied in a bun, with a few strands sticking up and some soft locks falling by her cheeks, making her look lively and fresh. From Feng Sun's point of view, he could see the round bun on her head. She occasionally looked up to ask customers what else they wanted to buy. She didn't seem to smile much. Her face carried a calmness that felt peaceful and self-contained. Ying Songshi was following a customer's instructions, packing bundles of wild vegetables into clear plastic bags. The customer wanted a lot, and someone waiting in line joked, "Don't buy them all. Leave some for us." People often have a strange sense of following others. For example, when I see someone buying a lot of something, I subconsciously think it must be good. I might have planned to buy 1 bundle, but now I'll take 2 or even 3. Or, when someone buys a lot from one stall, I feel like checking out what's so special about it. Before long, when the crowd in front of Ying Songshi's stall finally dispersed, only the empty rainproof cloth was left. Aunt Wu, who sold fruit nearby, had also sold quite a bit. She smiled and said, "Good thing I reserved some from you earlier, or I wouldn't have gotten any today." Ying Songshi didn't really catch what Aunt Wu said. Her attention was fixed on something not far away. The man she had met yesterday at Aunt He's house was now standing in front of her stall, casually looking around. He wore a black windbreaker with a neat cut, the zipper pulled halfway up to his chest, the collar standing loosely. His dark gray cargo pants were tucked neatly into his boots, which were slightly splashed with mud, giving him a rugged look. It wasn't that Ying Songshi had particularly sharp eyes. It was mainly because the man stood tall and straight, nearly 1.90 meters, towering over everyone else around him. Even in the noisy market, his eyes were calm and deep, like a still pond. Though he tried to appear friendly, there was still a quiet strength in his gaze that made people instinctively take notice. Almost as soon as Ying Songshi looked his way, Feng Sun caught her gaze. He gave her a small nod before naturally turning his attention back to his surroundings. Ying Songshi paused for a moment, lowered her head, and folded up the rain cover. After a brief hesitation, she packed 2 bundles of vegetables into a bag. Carrying the bag, she called out to the man who was about to leave. Would you like to take some wild vegetables home?" She didn't know his name, so she had to use a rather awkward way to address him. Feng Sun turned to look at her, but before he could refuse, Ying Songshi quickly placed the clear plastic bag in his hand. "It's for you. Eating spring vegetables during the spring equinox is good for the season." Feeling the weight in his hand, Feng Sun was slightly surprised. Let me pay you for them. Ying Songshi shook her head. These are wild vegetables that grow naturally in the mountains. They're a gift from nature. You don't need to pay. When she saw him take out his phone, she added, I don't have a payment code here, so don't feel awkward. They're just a couple of bunches of common wild greens. Thank you, Feng Sun said sincerely, lowering his eyes. She waved her hand lightly and went back to tidy up her stall. After the man left with the vegetables, Aunt Wu from the next stall leaned over with a curious look. Songshi, who is that? I don't recognize him. He doesn't look like someone from around here. Not really familiar. We just met once before. Not familiar, yet you gave him vegetables? Aunt Wu teased with a grin. You young people should date more. If you meet someone interesting, don't miss the chance. Men and women are equal. Anyone can take the first step. Ying Songshi. Aunt Wu probably listened to too many romance stories. Sometimes, when business was slow, she would play audiobooks on her phone, and since their stalls were next to each other, Ying Songshi often ended up hearing all sorts of romantic plots. Do you even know his name? Where's he from? Aunt Wu kept asking. Ying Songshi regretted responding to her in the first place. I don't like anyone, and I don't plan to date. I'm quite comfortable living on my own. Sure enough, after such a straightforward statement, Aunt Wu lost her interest in gossiping. Especially when she saw Songshi's calm and clear eyes, there was no sign of romantic interest at all. Goodness. And yet she still gave that person some vegetables. Aunt Wu stood on tiptoe to glance at the young person walking away. Could that one even know how to cook? Feng Sun brought the wild vegetables home and sent some photos and short videos to the family group chat. As expected, it didn't take long for the family to start commenting, mostly his mother and sister-in-law. Mother Hualanue, so lively. These vegetables look much fresher than the ones in city supermarkets. Sister-in-law, Shu Man, exactly. The supermarket has more variety, but all those organic and non-organic labels are confusing. Elder brother, Feng Tingyu, I knew it. Grandma wouldn't suddenly crave wild vegetables for no reason. Sister-in-law, Shu Man at Feng Tingyu, get someone to find more so everyone can try them. Mother Hualanue agreed. Let's have the family chef prepare a spring vegetable feast. Father, Feng Guangji, sounds good to me. With both parents agreeing, Feng Tingyu had no choice. As far as he could remember, wild vegetables had never appeared on their family table. He could only message his assistant, asking them to buy more, even at a high price. As for the one who started all this, Feng Sun, he sent the same photos and videos separately to his grandmother. The family doctor had advised her not to spend too much time on electronic devices, so she didn't check her phone often. He sent them directly to her, so she wouldn't have to scroll through the chat history. There were still 2 bundles of vegetables on the coffee table. After thinking for a moment, Feng Sun took a photo and sent it to the group chat as well. Mother Hualanue. Sun, you bought more vegetables? Feng Sun, not bought, someone gave them to me. A private message from Feng Tingyu popped up right after. Feng Tingyu. Couldn't you wait until everyone's tried the wild vegetables before posting? Mom just messaged me privately, asking me to buy the same ones from your photo. You really know how to make my work harder. Feng Tingyu. Smiling-faced at JPG Feng Sun. Oh, these are wild vegetables that grow naturally in the mountains. Feng Tingyu. Feng Sun put away his phone and walked into the kitchen. The pots and pans were all there, but there wasn't a single seasoning. Remembering the small restaurant downstairs, he decided to take his vegetables there and pay someone to cook them. Ying Songshi hadn't gone to the county to sell vegetables these past few days. She had already gathered plenty of wild vegetables from the mountains, so she decided to take care of some chores at home. A few days ago, she bought several baskets of vegetable seedlings. Now she needed to plant her garden properly. She wanted to plant bok choy, lettuce, water spinach, amaranth, and crown daisy. She already had some eggplants, gourds, and melons, and she also planned to grow a few kinds of radishes along with must-have herbs like cilantro and green onions. Lying on the beanbag chair in her bedroom, Ying Songshi had her cat, Huan, curled up on her lap as she organized her thoughts. She still needed to cut some bamboo from the grove to build trellises for the climbing vegetables. When she sat up, Huan meowed as if to say, "Human, why aren't you napping on such a nice day?" Ying Songshi laughed, picked up the cat, and opened the bedroom door. The dogs in the living room immediately perked up at the sound. Next to her bedroom was a sunroom with a full glass wall that framed the lush green mountains outside. Along the wall were various plants and flowers, a simple desk, and a lounge chair. Ying Songshi placed Huan on the built-in cat tree by the wall, the cat's favorite sunny spot, then took a few dogs with her to the kitchen. In the kitchen basket were the wild vegetables she had picked that morning. To keep them fresh for a long time, she usually salted or blanched and froze them. She often prepared wild vegetables to send to her brother and sister, who were always busy with work and rarely had regular meals. It usually took them a long time to finish what she sent. Ying Songshi first cleaned all the vegetables. She divided the Chinese tune into 2 portions, one for salting and one for making sauce. She took out some glass jars from the storage room, sterilized them, and lined them neatly on the dining table. Chinese tune, bracken, wild chives, and bitter greens were best for pickling. She blanched all except the wild chives, cooled them in water, and squeezed out the moisture. Then she sprinkled coarse salt, put on gloves, and gently kneaded the vegetables until they released a bit of juice. She packed them tightly into clean, dry jars and poured in a little cooled boiled water to cover them. After sealing the jars, she placed them in a cool, shaded spot. When it was time to eat, she would simply soak them in water to remove the extra salt. Next, she blanched the shepherd's purse to keep its color and tenderness, adding a little salt and oil. After cooling it in ice water, she squeezed out all the moisture, divided it into portions, sealed them tightly in plastic bags, and placed them in the freezer. Making the Chinese tune sauce was a bit more complicated. Ying Songshi sat by the tea table to rest for a while. Then she went to the garden to pick a few early red chilies. She heated an iron wok, added 2 spoonfuls of homemade rapeseed oil, and when the oil began to shimmer, she poured in the chopped Chinese tune. Stirring slowly over low heat, she added salt, minced garlic, and chopped chili for flavor. She kept stirring until the mixture turned glossy with oil, then turned off the heat. She took a glass jar from the table, filled it tightly with the sauce, poured a thin layer of cooked oil on top to seal it, and closed the lid. After a few days of marinating, it would become a jar full of spring flavor. Sesame and Tangyuan, the pets, circled around her feet, whining softly. Their owner had been cooking delicious food all day, but they hadn't had a bite. All right, I'll make your food soon." Orange, the little dog, caught the key word. Tilting its head, it watched as Ying Songshi took out some label stickers from a drawer and carefully marked each jar. She wrote down the type of vegetable and the date of pickling. In a few days, she would pack them with ice bags and send them out by express delivery. Orange still couldn't smell its favorite food and began nudging Ying Songshi's leg with its furry head. "It'll be ready soon." Orange barked a few times, as if saying, "You said that before." People shouldn't trick little dogs. After putting away the jars, Ying Songshi looked out at the vegetable garden. Let's see what vegetables the little dog can eat today. She took a bamboo basket and picked some leafy greens like baby bok choy and lettuce, then went behind the house to pull up a carrot. The carrot had been planted in late autumn and had grown through the winter, now crisp and tender. Woof! Orange didn't like carrots. It sat by the garden, staring at the small carrot pieces, stretching into a perfect downward dog pose, as if trying to get rid of all the carrots. The older dog walked over, ears perked, watching it closely. Orange pretended nothing had happened and ran off. Back in the kitchen, Ying Songshi steamed chicken breast, hearts, and liver for the cats and dogs, then started cooking the rice. She took a box of short ribs from the fridge. For lunch and dinner, she liked to make 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup, just enough for herself, with no leftovers. For today's lunch, she decided on garlic and black pepper short ribs, stir-fried broccoli with carrots and cucumber, and preserved egg soup. At the foot of the mountain, she still had a few vegetable plots to tend. On the sunny slope higher up, she had built a chicken coop and raised many free-range chickens. After the rain, the forest was full of growing mushrooms, and even the breeze carried the fresh scent of damp earth and plants. There was always plenty to do, so she simply stayed in this quiet mountain place, letting her days blend with the morning dew and evening wind. There was no rush, no worries, just a calm, steady life. Meanwhile, Fong Sun had gone to the market several times with a basket of fruit, hoping to see her, but each time she wasn't there. That day, Fong Sun asked the small restaurant downstairs to help cook some wild vegetables. The chef made it simple: fried tune leaves with eggs and a cold salad of shepherd's purse. The seasoning was a bit strong, but the dishes still kept their natural flavor, as if one could taste the sunshine and rain of the mountains in every bite. Later that evening, his mother called on video. On the other side of the screen, the whole family was chatting with his grandmother, while the housekeeper cleared the dishes in the background. Fong Sun hadn't expected Fong Tingyu to serve the wild vegetable feast to everyone so soon. Grandmother said, "The wild vegetables in the city don't taste as good as the ones I had when I was young." While Lanua replied, "You're right, Mom. These tune leaves looked nice and red, but after boiling, they lost all their fragrance, so plain." Grandmother added, "The shepherd's purse and amaranth are tender, but they don't have that fresh, wild taste. They're just like regular greens." The family chef poked his head out and said, "I even added sesame oil and garlic, but still couldn't bring out the flavor. So it's not my cooking, it's the vegetables." Grandmother turned and noticed the video was connected. Smiling, she asked, "Son, have you tried the wild vegetables?" Fong Sun nodded at the phone. "They're delicious, Grandma." Hearing his voice, Fong Tingyu, who was sitting nearby reading a finance magazine, quickly took out his phone, hid it behind the book, and sent Fong Sun a message. "Don't tempt Grandma. The doctor said she can only have a little, not too much." Fong Sun didn't bring up the topic again. Leaning on the sofa, he asked his grandmother if she had watched the video he sent. I did. It looked lively," she said with a smile. They chatted for a while. Fong Sun occasionally added a few serious comments. Then his grandmother paused and said, "I remember there was a small temple on a mountain near that county, but I can't recall exactly where. About 20 years ago, I even took you there once." Fong Sun searched his memory. It did seem familiar. He must have been around 7 or 8 years old then, so his memory of the county was vague. "I'll look for it in the next few days, Grandma. Don't worry." The county was surrounded by green mountains, making it hard to find a small temple hidden among them. Fong Sun asked many locals, but they all shook their heads, saying they didn't know. Later, when he went to thank the girl with some fruit, a friendly woman named Aunt Wu at a nearby stall gave him a hint. "You should ask around the villages outside the county. Someone there might know." That made sense to Fong Sun. If even the elderly in town didn't know about the temple, it probably wasn't well known 20 years ago. He wondered how his grandmother had heard of it and even found time to visit back then. When he glanced at the now empty stall, Aunt Wu noticed and said with a smile, "You're looking for Songshi, right? I haven't seen her selling vegetables these days. She usually comes by from time to time. Do you have her contact information or know where she lives?"
he asked.
"I don't, but I know she's from the east side of the county," Aunt Wu replied.
"Thank you."
"It's nothing urgent. I'll come back another time." After leaving the market, Fong Sun somehow found himself heading toward the villages east of the county. There were no ride-hailing apps available there, and though there were buses, they didn't go that far. Fortunately, he managed to get a ride and even heard some news about the temple. "I know the one you're talking about," said an old man sunbathing at the village entrance. "Decades ago, the monk there was quite respected. Many people came to ask for his help. Could you please tell me how to get there?" Fong Sun asked. "Just follow this road for about 5 miles. You'll see a fork by the roadside. Take that path and you'll find it." The old man walked to the roadside and kindly pointed out the way, reminding him the temple on the mountain was abandoned more than 10 years ago. The old monk passed away years back, and now the mountain belongs to someone. Just keep that in mind. "Thank you, I just want to take a look." Even though the temple was gone, and the mountain was privately owned, Fong Sun didn't give up. He slung his camera over his shoulder and started walking in the direction the old man had shown him. It was only about 5 kilometers, nothing difficult for him. After walking for more than half an hour, he reached a fork in the road. Before him stretched rolling green hills, but the main peak ahead rose sharply from the landscape, breaking the gentle lines of the mountains with its grand and powerful presence. The mountain was covered in soft green, filled with trees of varying shades. Its peak was hidden in light clouds and mist, only half visible, yet it carried a breathtaking sense of majesty, as if it had stood there since the beginning of time. The mountain had faced centuries of wind and endless flowing streams, yet it remained firm and unmoving. Even the drifting clouds and forest breeze seemed to circle around it, drawn in by its strength. Fong Sun couldn't help but take out his camera. After finding the right angle and snapping a photo, he continued walking. At the foot of the mountain, a narrow river wound its way through, curving around a bed of green stones like a soft silver ribbon, flowing gently toward the county town. The water wasn't deep, but it was crystal clear, revealing moss and smooth pebbles at the bottom. The soil along the bank was soft and moist, dotted with wild iris, plantain grass, and a few toon trees leaning over the stone edge. A few small fish flicked their tails in the shallow water, darting into the weeds and sending ripples across the surface, adding a lively charm to the peaceful scenery. Fong Sun took a deep breath, feeling calm and refreshed. Remembering the old man's words about the mountain being private property, he looked around for signs of habitation. There were no houses nearby, but not far away he spotted a vegetable garden and someone working in it.
He decided to ask.
Maybe that person was the owner of the mountain. If so, he could talk to them about going up for a look. Thinking this, Fong Sun walked over. As he got closer, he saw the person's back. They were weeding the garden. "Hello, sorry to bother you." Ying Songshi was working hard when a sudden voice startled her. She instinctively stood up and looked over. Their eyes met, both filled with the same surprise. "It's you? It's you?" They spoke at the same time. Fong Sun stood by the vegetable field, his dark hair framing his raised brows. The person he had searched for many times at the market had suddenly appeared. She stood there like a graceful tree in spring, as if she had grown naturally from the mountain itself. "I heard there used to be a small temple in these mountains. I came to take a look. Do you know who owns this mountain now?" Fong Sun asked with quiet curiosity, his voice calm.
"Mine."
Ying Songshi wasn't surprised by his question. She brushed the dirt from her hands and went to the river to wash them clean. "May I go up the mountain for a look?" "It won't take long." Fong Sun looked at her again, a bit surprised to learn she was the owner. "Come on, I'll take you." Ying Songshi took off her work jacket, folded it neatly, and placed it in the basket by the field. Fong Sun made a soft sound of agreement and reached out to help lift the basket. "Didn't you say you wanted to see the temple?" "I'll guide you," Ying Songshi said as she put the basket on her back. "The forest is thick now, and the temple is hidden. With me leading the way, you'll save a lot of effort." After speaking, she started walking along the mountain path ahead of him. Fong Sun watched her back and once again noticed her straightforward, efficient way of doing things. Both of them were stronger than most people and moved easily through the forest. Fong Sun looked at the quiet girl leading the way and found it strange that he had to think about how to start a conversation. "We've met twice now, but I still don't know your name," his deep, pleasant voice broke the silence. A few chubby sparrows on a branch tilted their heads curiously at the two people walking below. In fact, Fong Sun had already heard her name from Aunt Wu at the market, but asking now felt like a natural way to begin. Ying Songshi turned slightly as she walked. Ying Songshi, song, as in praise, and shi, as in time. "Praise and time. Your name suits this place perfectly," Fong Sun said with a faint smile. Fong Sun spoke softly. When he saw Ying Songshi, he stopped walking and pointed toward a patch of forest, where the corner of a building could be faintly seen. "My name is Fong Sun," he said. "It doesn't have any special meaning. An elder in my family chose it." Ying Songshi nodded. The mountain breeze passed by. "It sounds nice," she said. "Is that the place ahead?" "It really does look like it's been abandoned for years." Though called a temple, it was really just a small courtyard with a few rooms. Wild vines had climbed up the walls, and between the cracks of the stone path, small green plants and tiny blue flowers had grown. The door of the central room was half open. When Ying Songshi pushed it, a soft layer of spring dust fell. The light inside was dim, but in the center stood a stone Buddha statue. The surface was worn by time, yet the face remained calm and peaceful, sitting cross-legged with a quiet air of detachment. The wooden offering table before it was spotless, with a few fresh green pears placed neatly on top. Seeing Feng Sun quietly observing, Ying Songshi didn't disturb him. She walked out of the temple and set her basket by the doorway. Near the temple walls grew several loquat trees, heavy with fruit. Some branches stretched over the wall, their golden yellow fruit shining among the dark green leaves. These trees, like the temple, had clearly been there for many years. Ying Songshi had never tended them carefully. She only came to pick the fruit when it ripened. Wild birds in the mountains would peck at the fallen ones, and the decayed fruit would turn into natural fertilizer. She placed her jacket at the bottom of the basket and climbed up and down, picking quite a few. After finishing his photos of the temple, Feng Sun turned around and realized Ying Songshi was gone. The loquat branches outside the wall were swaying. He stepped out of the temple just in time to see her jump down from the low branches, landing steadily. "Would you like a loquat?"
she asked.
Following her gaze, he saw the basket full of golden fruit. She picked one up and handed it to him, then took one for herself. Using her sleeve, she gently wiped the skin clean. With a light pull, the thin peel came off easily, revealing the soft yellow flesh inside. Feng Sun took a bite. The sweet, refreshing juice spread across his tongue. Neither too strong nor too light, just right. The two of them quietly exchanged a glance, then began to enjoy their second fruit in silence. The weather in the mountains changed quickly in spring, and then a rain cloud drifted by. Seeing the darkening sky, Feng Sun took out his phone and realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. "Thank you for showing me the way today. I should head down the mountain now." Ying Songshi hesitated, pressing her lips together. From experience, she guessed it would rain in less than half an hour. The town was far away, and Feng Sun would likely get soaked on the way. "How about coming to my house for a while? You can leave after the rain passes," she suggested, pointing halfway up the mountain. "It's just there, about a 10-minute walk." Now it was Feng Sun's turn to hesitate. He had known that her home wasn't in the village, but on the mountain itself. If her elders were home, showing up empty-handed might seem impolite. "Don't think too much. Come on, it's going to rain soon," Ying Songshi said, picking up her basket and walking ahead confidently. "Thanks, let me carry that," Feng Sun said, quickening his pace and taking the basket from her. "You picked so many loquats, can you finish them all?" "Not by myself," she replied with a small smile. "Besides eating them fresh, I plan to make some candied fruit and loquat syrup." She spoke more freely when it came to this topic. "Every year, I make loquat syrup. It looks like a lot now, but once it's cooked down, it's only enough for 1 jar." Feng Sun had never seen that before and found it quite interesting. "I've only seen commercials for that kind of loquat syrup with herbs in it," he said. "Yes, those have added herbs and are better for soothing the throat and coughs. The kind we make at home uses only loquats and rock sugar, no herbs at all, just the natural sweetness of the fruit. The loquat trees here absorb the mountain dew and sunlight, making their fruit sweeter than those from elsewhere." When slowly simmered over a low flame, the thick syrup filled the jar with pure loquat fragrance. The rain came faster and heavier than expected. Luckily, Ying Songshi had already led Feng Sun near her home through a bamboo grove. When he saw the courtyard wall behind the bamboo, his eyes lit up in surprise. The wall was covered with climbing roses, blooming in full spring glory. The soft yellow flowers clustered thickly, their large, layered petals like tiny buns. The mountain cottage he had imagined turned out to look more like a hidden villa. "Are you afraid of dogs?" Ying Songshi asked suddenly as she reached for the door, realizing she hadn't asked her guest yet. Feng Sun stood under the flower-covered wall, his fingers gently tapping a bud. Hearing the voice, he replied softly, "I'm not afraid." Ying Songshi thought about her dogs at home, who always jumped and rubbed against people's legs whenever they saw someone. Since this was Feng Sun's first visit, she hoped they wouldn't scare him. She pushed the door open a little and several wet noses immediately poked through the gap.
Boss.
The word made Feng Sun flinch for a moment, almost as if he had returned to his days in the army. But when he saw Ying Songshi speaking quietly to someone inside, he realized the boss wasn't meant for him. Boss, take them to the living room for now. Don't let them come out. Sensing a stranger's presence, the boss quickly herded the 3 dogs back into the living room. Only then did Ying Songshi open the door fully and invite Feng Sun inside. Following her in, Feng Sun couldn't help but admire the courtyard. Along the walls grew camellias, crabapples, and several plants he couldn't name. A Bodhi tree spread its branches wide, its fresh green leaves layered thickly, shielding most of the rain. Half the yard was taken up by neat vegetable beds, where tender seedlings poked through the soil, forming a lush green patch. What a lively, beautiful courtyard. Come in quickly, you're getting wet, Ying Songshi reminded him. At her words, Feng Sun looked down and noticed the raindrops on his coat. When he stepped inside, he realized they were in the kitchen, and beyond the opposite door was another courtyard. Were you just talking to your family? He asked, taking the tissue she handed him and glancing around curiously. Ying Songshi shook her head lightly. I live alone. You mean boss, right? She walked to the kitchen door and called toward the living room, Boss. Sure enough, Boss came trotting along the corridor. Ying Songshi crouched down and wrapped her arms around the German shepherd's neck. Even though Feng Sun said he wasn't afraid of dogs, she wanted to be careful the first time they met, for both the man and the dog's sake. Feng Sun hadn't expected this to be Boss. He couldn't help but smile. The proud-looking shepherd tilted its head to study him, and he lowered his gaze to meet the dog's eyes. Is this a retired service dog? Feng Sun crouched down too, his eyes level with the dog's. He couldn't help but feel a fondness for it. Good eye, it is a retired military dog, Ying Songshi said, noticing his interest. She slowly loosened her hold on the dog's neck, letting the man and the dog get to know each other at their own pace. The big dog really liked Feng Sun. There was something familiar about him, so it slowly moved closer and nudged his hand with its head. Seeing how well they got along, Ying Songshi felt relieved and stood up. Would you like to rest in the living room for a while? Feng Sun looked toward the row of rooms inside and shook his head. I'll just sit here and wait for the rain to stop. Since Ying Songshi lived alone, he didn't want to intrude.
She didn't insist.
Instead, she went to the garden to pick some small tomatoes, along with red mulberries she had gathered yesterday from the tree near the chicken coop. She also washed some loquats and green pears, arranged them on a fruit plate, and brought them to the table. Have some fruit, she said, then took out a tea set from the cabinet and brewed a pot of hot tea for him. Thank you, Feng Sun said sincerely, rubbing the big dog's head. From the direction of the living room came a few barks. When he looked over, he saw 2 furry heads, one black and one white, pressed together against the glass door, their round eyes staring straight at him. You have so many dogs? Feng Sun asked, relaxing a little, a faint smile on his lips. Just as he spoke, a calico cat with its tail raised walked gracefully through the door. And even a cat? The cat, named Huawan, brushed against his leg and then lightly jumped onto the table.
Meow.
It seemed to say, Human, admire my beauty. 4 dogs and 1 cat, Ying Songshi said. The cat's name is Huawan and the others are Orange, Sesame, and Tangyuan. Except for the big one, they're all named after food, Feng Sun said with a smile. The expression softened his usual distant look, making him seem warmer and more approachable. Would you like to meet the other dogs? They're quite lively, and I was worried they might overwhelm you earlier. Of course, if that's okay, Feng Sun replied. He really liked animals. As he gently scratched Huajuan's chin, the cat purred contentedly. My parents have a golden retriever, so I'm quite familiar with dogs. Furry little animals truly had a way of lightening the mood. Even though they were alone together, neither of them felt awkward or uneasy. I'll go let them out, Ying Songshi said.
All right.
When she went to the living room, Feng Sun took a closer look around. The open kitchen was neat and well-organized. Besides the refrigerator, it had a dishwasher, a stand mixer, an air fryer, and an oven, everything in perfect order. There were only a few green plants placed neatly around the room. A tall heavenly bamboo stood beside the dining table, bamboo decorations hung on the wall, a Boston fern hung from the ceiling, and a pot of calathea sat on the tea bar. On the wall facing Feng Sun hung a calligraphy piece with Zhou Bongyan's words. At this moment, my feelings match the sky. With nothing to worry about, I feel like a carefree spirit. He slowly came to a conclusion. Ying Songshi truly knew how to enjoy life. Before he could take a closer look at the calligraphy, a dog ran in from the door. The first one wasn't the black and white dog he had seen earlier, but a border collie with golden fur. It stopped suddenly when it saw Feng Sun, causing the two dogs behind it, Sesame and Tang Yuan, to bump into it. Feng Sun couldn't help but laugh. His deep, pleasant laughter lasted for a while before he waved at the three little dogs by the door. The three of them rushed over, all eager to be petted. Ying Songshi, now in clean, dry clothes, walked back from the kitchen and couldn't help but smile at the sight of Feng Sun struggling to handle the dogs. His sharp, handsome features softened, a faint smile still on his lips, as he awkwardly tried to decide which dog to pet first. Sesame, Tang Yuan, stop playing for now. Let our guest rest a bit, she said, and the oldest dog barked as if passing on her message. The two chubby dogs obediently stopped pawing at Feng Sun's legs. So smart. No wonder you're the leader, Feng Sun said with a smile. He washed his hands at the sink, but Orange, unwilling to be ignored, proudly brought him a tissue and looked up expectantly. Feng Sun couldn't help but laugh. Orange is clever and sweet too. You should take off your jacket. I'll dry it for you in the dryer, Ying Songshi said, handing him a clean men's knit jacket. She had noticed his shoulders were still damp, and tissues wouldn't help much. This jacket is? Feng Sun asked, hesitating as he took it. Didn't she say she lived alone? Why was there a man's jacket here? Judging by the size, the owner was about the same build as him. It's clean and never worn. I bought it for my older brother, but he hasn't had time to visit these past 2 years. I washed it again last month when the weather was nice, so don't worry. Thank you. That's very kind of you, Feng Sun said, taking off his wet jacket and putting on the dry one. Where's the dryer? I can go by myself. Ying Songshi tied on her apron and pointed to one side of the circular house. Let Orange take you. She turned her head and called, Orange, show the way to the laundry room. The border collie with golden fur carried its favorite toy and happily trotted ahead to lead the way. Feng Sun slung his wet coat over his arm and stepped into another courtyard. Although the yard was open to the sky, a covered walkway surrounded it, allowing people to walk without getting wet. He had thought the previous flower courtyard was already stunning, but this one was even more breathtaking. Banana trees stood at each corner of the square courtyard, their wide green leaves spreading like umbrellas, layered and lush. Raindrops rolled down the leaves like pearls, falling softly onto the stone path and splashing tiny droplets. If it weren't raining and he weren't a guest, Feng Sun would have liked to walk to the fish pond in the center and admire it for a while. Orange stood on its hind legs and easily pressed down the door handle with its weight. The laundry room was small and simple. Besides a built-in washing sink, there was a washing machine and a dryer along the wall. After studying the machines for a couple of minutes, Feng Sun put his coat in the dryer. When he returned to the kitchen, Ying Songshi was already preparing dinner. Feng Sun, is there anything you don't eat? She asked, looking up while cutting bamboo shoots. Since it was getting late, of course, she planned to have him stay for dinner. I'm not picky, Feng Sun said, rolling up his sleeves and stepping closer. Is there anything I can help with? I haven't decided on the vegetable dish yet. How about you take a basket and pick some vegetables you like from the garden? The umbrella is by the door.
All right.
Feng Sun answered softly, opened the umbrella, and stepped outside. Picking vegetables himself, and then seeing them cooked right away was a new and interesting experience for him. He pulled up a stalk of lettuce, picked some spinach, and since there was a water basin nearby, he washed the vegetables before bringing them back to the kitchen. Is this enough? Ying Songshi glanced at the basket and nodded. Yes, that's plenty. Leave the rest to me. You can have some fruit at the table or play with the dogs for a while. Seeing that she was completely at ease in the kitchen and didn't need his help, Fong Sun sat down at the dining table. The table was set with a variety of freshly washed fruits prepared by Ying Songshi. Colorful cherry tomatoes filled a large glass bowl, round and plump, their red, pink, yellow, and purple skins glistening with tiny drops of water. Fong Sun picked one up, tasted it, and casually glanced toward the kitchen, watching Ying Songshi's back as she worked. She took out some lamb shanks, added spices, cooking wine, and soy sauce, stir-fried them briefly, then placed the meat and broth into a pressure cooker to simmer. Next, she put diced bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and soaked rice into the rice cooker. It had been a long time since they had guests. Estimating Fong Sun's appetite, Ying Songshi took out a bag of cleaned shrimp. She peeled the tender lettuce Fong Sun had just picked from the garden, sliced it thinly with carrots, and added soaked wood ear mushrooms. Perfect for a dish of lettuce with shrimp. Her movements were quick and precise, careful not to overcook the lettuce and lose its crispness. In no time, the lettuce turned a bright, translucent green, the carrot slices glowed with soft orange, and the wood ear mushrooms shone with a deep brown gloss. The pale pink shrimp added a lively touch of color. After seasoning lightly with salt, she served the dish on a white porcelain plate. Fong Sun had also picked some spinach, so Ying Songshi decided to keep it simple, preserving its fresh green color and tender texture. After blanching and cooling the spinach, she drained and cut it into sections, placed it in a bowl, added the prepared sauce, and mixed it gently with chopsticks until every piece was evenly coated. A plate of cold spinach salad was ready. That morning, after the rain stopped, Ying Songshi had gone into the hills to gather wild mushrooms. She took a clay pot from the cupboard, perfect for soup, as it captured the forest's natural aroma. Fong Sun watched as she added bamboo fungus, chanterelles, and wild mushrooms. Before long, a pot of fragrant mushroom soup was simmering. "I'll carry it," he said, washing his hands before helping. The soup shimmered with tender yellow chanterelles, creamy bamboo fungus, and brown wild mushrooms. The clear broth gave off a warm, fresh scent. "All right, watch your step. Sesame and tangyuan are underfoot," Ying Songshi reminded him as she followed with the lettuce, shrimp, and spinach salad. The little dogs, drawn by the delicious smell, circled around their feet. But with the eldest dog acting as the household's rule keeper, none dared to jump up at the table. Even Huan just sat on the bar counter, wagging its fluffy tail. "I'll serve the rice too," Fong Sun offered. Fong Sun stepped over the eager little dog and walked into the kitchen. Ying Songshi pointed out where the bowls and chopsticks were. When he opened the rice cooker, she called out, "That's bamboo shoot and mushroom rice. Remember to stir it well before serving." Fong Sun gave a quiet okay, then used a spatula to mix the rice and vegetables until every grain was coated with the fresh sweetness of bamboo shoots and the rich aroma of mushrooms. He then served the rice into 2 bowls. His anticipation for the meal kept growing, and he could already feel a faint hunger in his stomach. Beside him, Ying Songshi lifted the lid of the pot where lamb shanks were simmering, and a delicious aroma filled the room. The lamb was stewing with chunks of carrot, bubbling gently. The meat was tender enough to fall off the bone with a light touch, and the carrots had absorbed the flavor, turning glossy and full of taste. Ying Songshi lowered the heat for another half-minute to thicken the sauce, making sure each piece of meat was coated evenly. She plated the dish and sprinkled some chopped cilantro on top. When the braised lamb shanks were placed on the table, the meal was complete. Taking off her apron, Ying Songshi asked what he would like to drink. "You've worked hard. The meal is already wonderful. I'll just have some freshly brewed tea," Fong Sun said as he set the table and waited for her to join him. They had made 5 dishes in total. More than enough. After Ying Songshi started eating, Fong Sun picked up a piece of lettuce shrimp. He paused for a moment, surprised by how delicious it was, better than he had imagined. He had used the word amazing many times today, but it still felt right. Meeting Ying Songshi's calm, gentle gaze, he sincerely said, "Your cooking is really good. Everything tastes great. Thank you. It's just simple home-style food. Eat as much as you like," she replied with a soft smile. It was the first time Fong Sun had seen her smile, and he smiled back before quietly continuing his meal. Ying Songshi had prepared just the right amount of food. Feng Sun, being tall and strong, naturally had a bigger appetite. She ate about a third of the dishes, and he finished the rest, even going back for 2 more servings of rice until the pot was empty. Seeing that nothing was wasted, Ying Songshi felt pleased and couldn't help but smile slightly. After they cleaned up the table together, Feng Sun sat for a while before saying he should leave. It was already dark outside. The rain hadn't stopped yet, but staying any longer didn't seem proper. There's a guest room available at my place. It's dark and raining again. There might not be any cars going back to the county tonight. Ying Songshi held her cat, Huan, and looked out at the steady rain, trying to persuade him to stay. I appreciate your kindness. The rain isn't too heavy, just lend me an umbrella. If Ying Songshi's family were still around, Feng Sun might have really considered staying the night. But she lived alone and they had only just exchanged names today. Thinking of that, Feng Sun looked at her seriously and said, I don't mean to doubt your ability, but it's better to stay cautious with strangers. What if I were a bad person? She lived deep in the mountains and might not understand how complicated people could be. She still used an old mobile phone, so she probably didn't see much of the news online and wasn't very alert. Ying Songshi blinked slowly. I know you're not a bad person. That's why I brought you home. Besides, she knew some self-defense, and there were cameras around her house and along the mountain path. And though her pets looked cute, if they sensed danger, they would react right away. Feng Sun was at a loss for words. After a moment, he simply said, Still, it's good to stay careful. Okay, I will. She didn't bring up the idea of staying again. When Feng Sun came out wearing the dry clothes, he carried the borrowed ones on his arm. I'll wash these and bring them back to you later. Seeing that he was determined, Ying Songshi didn't insist. She looked toward the dark mountain road and stopped him. Don't rush off yet. Come with me for a moment. She led him to the back of the house, where, under the light, Feng Sun saw a vegetable garden. She patted Huan, who lightly jumped onto her shoulder. You can borrow this to ride. Ying Songshi opened a storage door, and Feng Sun froze. Inside was a matte black cruiser motorcycle, its metal surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. The smooth lines, wide seat, and long frame gave it a steady, powerful look. The round headlight and twin silver exhaust pipes added a cool, vintage charm. The gas tank is full, Ying Songshi said, standing beside the bike. Huan jumped onto the seat as she pushed the motorcycle toward Feng Sun. Feng Sun's surprise was clear on his face. He couldn't immediately connect the powerful presence of this car with the quiet, beautiful Ying Songshi. But then he thought again and suddenly felt that the car had a unique neatness that belonged to Ying Songshi. Ying Songshi took out a raincoat and helmet and handed them to him, seriously saying, The roads in the county are not very good. You can borrow this car to ride whenever you want. It will make traveling easier. Feng Sun lowered his head and looked at her. The warm yellow light washed over her features, creating a soft glow. Her long, thick eyelashes cast gentle shadows, and her bright, clear eyes looked serious and calm. At this moment, Feng Sun really wanted to ask, Why are you being so kind to a stranger like me? Huan wagged her tail and let out a soft meow, not understanding the game of who blinks first when humans look at each other. I usually ride a tricycle when I go down the mountain because it's easier for selling vegetables and shopping. The county isn't very developed, but it has many beautiful natural landscapes. You can ride around and explore more. She kept offering things as she spoke. Feng Sun reached out to take them. His voice was deep and slow. I won't keep thanking you, and I won't waste your bike. Standing in this mountain courtyard, he suddenly felt that offering money in return was too vulgar, but he couldn't think of a better way at the moment. So, he decided to think about it later. Anyway, her home was right here. Ying Songshi smiled at him again, then picked up Huan, who was sitting on the bike seat and refusing to leave, and turned to lead Feng Sun toward the front yard. Feng Sun knew how to ride a motorcycle. After he sat on it and put on his helmet, Ying Songshi handed him a cloth bag, saying, You just moved to the county and haven't slept well? Inside is a jar of wild locust flower honey. Try drinking it warm before bed. Feng Sun thanked her, took the bag, and then asked softly, "Is it obvious that I don't sleep well? I only noticed a faint bluish color under your eyes, but it wasn't very clear." Ying Songshi held Huan and shook her head. Several dogs at home, sensing that the guest was leaving, came out to see him off. The bag also has a bottle of my homemade spicy cedar sauce. Be careful not to bump it on your way back. Okay, I understand. Thank you for the honey and cedar sauce, and for your hospitality today. Feng Sun carefully stored the bag in his storage box. No need to thank me. Safe travels. Ying Songshi waved goodbye to him. After Feng Sun nodded, he slowly drove his car onto the mountain road. Near a turn, he instinctively looked back. Warm yellow lights illuminated the door and a small patch of climbing roses. Xiaoshi was quietly holding her cat and walking inside, while a few dogs gathered around her legs. The motorcycle was in good condition, and Feng Sun quickly and smoothly returned to his apartment complex. As usual, he sent the new photos to the group. It was already late when he sent them, and his family was probably already asleep. Seeing the bag on the shoe cabinet, he paused for a moment and decided to take out the wild locust flower honey inside. The honey in the glass jar was clear and bright, with a faint yellow color. It was thick and sticky, and a gentle shake left a light honey trail on the jar wall. He grabbed the jar and went to the kitchen to make himself a glass of honey water. His phone vibrated several times. When he unlocked the screen, he saw that his childhood friend Su Yan was flooding the group chat with messages. Su Yan, I really don't know what my old man has been up to behind my back. Feng Sun, Ying Songshi, be more specific. Su Yan, I told you guys I got a job at the family company recently, but my old man assigned me a basic position. If I don't clock in every day, he'll freeze my card. Su Yan. Today, the department manager rejected 3 versions of my plan, and that's not all. When I got home, my old man made me go to his engagement party. Su Yan, after working like a beast at the company, I still have to go home and be sent out to socialize like a brick. Ying Songshi, haha, actually, it's just sending a single young man to watch someone's engagement party, and next we'll be pushing you to get married. Su Yan. No way. Su Yan. I want to cry. JPG. Su Yan. Feng Sun is a year older than us. If anyone gets married first, it should be him. Feng Sun. I think living alone is pretty good, and my family won't rush me. Su Yan. Big cried at JPG. Ying Songshi. I was joking. Maybe your old man just sent you out to make connections. Which engagement party is it? I haven't heard of any recent engagements in our circle. Su Yan. It's in Province C in the south. You probably haven't heard of it. The groom's family is a partner of my family's branch company. A few years ago, I happened to have dinner with my old man a few times. Feng Sun. Yes, I am here now. Su Yan. Suddenly, I don't feel so unlucky. Feng Sun. I'll come find you to hang out soon. Feng Sun. We can discuss that later. Should the engagement banquet be in the provincial capital? I'm coming from a mountain town. If you want to come here, you'll need to either find someone to drive or take the high-speed train and then a bus. Su Yan. Oh? Okay then. The 2 childhood friends didn't ask why Feng Sun was going there. Ying Songshi. Ah, son, how are you sleeping in the county town? Su Yan. Yeah, living in a mountain town should be slow-paced, right? Is it quieter and more peaceful? Feng Sun isn't the type to complain. He picked up his phone, took a photo of the honey on the table, and sent it. Feng Sun. It's a bit better. Today, I even received a jar of wild locust flower honey that helps with sleep. Su Yan. I'm jealous now, Feng Sun. Ying Songshi. Me too, Feng Sun. Feng Sun finished his honey water, smiled, and tapped his phone. Don't be jealous. Tomorrow is a work day, and you both have to get up early. Ying Songshi. Su Yan. Punch you. JPG. Maybe the wild locust flower honey really has magical effects, or perhaps it's just the psychological effect of feeling relaxed. Feng Sun slept until 6 a.m., an hour more than usual. He took out his earplugs, changed into sportswear, and went for a run. When he finished, he carried a bag of steamed buns, ate them with spicy bean paste, and felt very satisfied with his breakfast. Thinking of Yen Song's recommendation yesterday about the beautiful mountain scenery near the town, he searched online and found many niche travel posts. Feng Sun decided to go for it. Since he was already here, he might as well take a trip. He rode his motorcycle along the winding mountain road. The bike was steady, and the fresh mountain air with the scent of grass and trees brushed his face. The green mountains on both sides stretched endlessly, and the stream flowed over shallow stones. Fong Sun felt a bright, open heart, breathing in the fresh mountain air, free and relaxed. He stopped at a wide view in the middle of the road. Thinking about what was in his heart, he opened his phone to message his mother. He knew he should send a gift to Ying Song. Choosing a gift should be thoughtful, but Fong Sun didn't really know what girls would like. Fong Sun, Mom, can you recommend some gifts for girls? Hualanyu has not replied for now. Fong Sun opened the family chat and read each message carefully. In the middle, Su Yan, feeling annoyed at work, sent a message to Fong Sun. Our department manager rejected my proposal again. He even questioned how I passed the interview, suspecting I might have used connections. Fong Sun, I don't want to work anymore. I want to go hiking with you. Fong Sun replied, if you're not sure what to do, just ask your dad for advice. The message included a photo from a first-person view of riding a motorcycle and enjoying the breeze. Fong Sun was about to suggest, why don't you send me your proposal so I can take a look, when Hualanyu's call came through. Her voice was tense but excited. Xiao Sun, why are you suddenly giving a girl a gift?
How old is she?
Did you meet her in the county town? Mom, you have so many questions. Let me tell you slowly. Fong Sun looked at the distant, layered mountains, showing a mix of helplessness and kindness. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you, Hualanyu said with a smile, though she was already holding her phone and tiptoeing to stand beside her husband, Feng Guangji. A few days ago, I met her by chance. She looks a few years younger than me. She gave me some wild vegetables and even lent me her motorcycle. I want to give her a small gift in return. Was the osmanthus honey you posted in the group last night also from her? Fong Sun nodded and said, yes, it helps with sleep. Really? Let me think. Do you know what she likes? Hualanyu tugged at Feng Guangji to listen together. I don't know. We've only met a few times. Fong Sun recalled his interactions with Ying Song from yesterday. They hadn't gone deep into her preferences, but he remembered her living in a lovely little courtyard and the delicious dinner they had. I think she's someone who truly enjoys life, Hualanyu sighed silently. Is that understanding or not? Xiao Sun, everyone has their own likes and dislikes. Some things are sweet to one person but poison to another. If you want to give a gift that touches her heart, you need to find out what she truly likes. If she likes jewelry, fashion, or bags, I have some suitable brands here. I can contact the brands to send them to you. For most girls, that's a safe choice. Fong Sun looked down thoughtfully for a moment. Thanks, Mom. I'll think about it some more. If I need help, I'll tell you, and you can help me contact someone. After hanging up the phone, Hualanyu finally let go of Feng Guangji's hand. Feng Guangji finally understood what was going on. I thought something was wrong with Fong Sun, and that's why you didn't want me to say anything. Hualanyu glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and glared. Our little son is grown up now. It's the first time he's asked me how to give a gift back to a girl. There hasn't been such careful thought before. I think Fong Sun doesn't have any special intentions. You're just misunderstanding and exaggerating, Feng Guangji said helplessly, shaking his head. Well, we'll see, Hualanyu said, lifting her chin and pretending to be confident. But inside, she kept wondering, could I be overthinking this? Fong Sun didn't get very useful advice from his mother. Instead, Su Yan sent a message. Wow, Fong Sun, you really know how to enjoy yourself. But in the county town, there's actually such a motorcycle. Fong Sun frowned slightly. What's wrong with the bike? Su Yan quickly explained. I saw this model when I bought a motorcycle with my cousin. It costs about 100,000 yuan. You probably didn't buy this bike, right? If you did, your assistant would probably recommend a better one. So, this bike is likely from the county town. It seems that no matter where you go, there are always people with money. Su Yan didn't realize he had guessed part of the truth by accident. Fong Sun rubbed his forehead and replied, he actually lent me a motorcycle worth 100,000 yuan just like that. For most families in the county town, 100,000 yuan is a big expense. He put on his helmet, took a slow breath, and thought of Ying Songshi carrying a small stool and squatting in the vegetable market selling vegetables. He needed to think carefully about what kind of gift would truly touch the other person's heart. After 2 days of thinking, Feng Sun finally decided on a gift. He sent the name to his assistant, who promised to deliver it as quickly as possible. During these 2 days, Feng Sun didn't go to the vegetable market, so he didn't see Ying Songshi. The next day, after going for a run, he coincidentally ran into Ying Songshi riding a tricycle to set up her stall at the market. They met by the roadside, so he naturally stopped to say hello. Feng Sun knew she was a bit shy, so he took the initiative to start the conversation. "Thanks for the motorcycle. I've been riding it around quite a bit these days. I'm glad I could help you." When Ying Song greeted him, he put down his hand and turned around to take a small insulated lunchbox from the tricycle's basket. "You probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? This is for you." Usually Feng Sun would politely refuse. But that day, after tasting the meal Ying Song had made, his honest body reacted before his rational mind could stop it. Feng Sun felt a little numb inside. It truly proved the old saying that debts never weigh you down. When he got back, he would contact his assistant to buy a few more gifts. "What is this?" he asked curiously as he took it. The lunchbox was blue and white, decorated with cute pandas. "I made spring rolls. I learned how to make Vietnamese spring rolls online. Try it. Good, your cooking is very tasty." Feng Sun held the lunchbox and stood by the road. His features were deep-set, with a high nose and thin lips. His short eyelashes revealed a look of curiosity. "Why did you come so early today?" "I heard the market opens at 8. She had to leave her house at least 6 in the morning to get here by then." Feng Sun was very tall. Ying Song, sitting on the tricycle, had to look up to see him. She pointed to the things under the rain cover on the cart. "Old customers called early to order more mountain mushrooms and mountain eggs. The scheduled time is almost up, so I have to go now. See you next time." Feng Sun stepped back slightly and nodded at her. "Go ahead, stay safe." He took the lunchbox and turned to walk into the community. Once inside, he didn't even change his clothes. He first washed his hands and opened the lunchbox. The spring rolls inside were neatly arranged. The thin rice paper wrapped tender lettuce, crispy purple cabbage strips, and orange carrots. Juicy shrimp rested inside, topped with fine red chili flakes and a light sweet and sour sauce. Everything looked fresh and colorful, clean and refreshing. Feng Sun carefully took a bite. He felt as if all the freshness of spring was wrapped inside this spring roll. He secretly admired her skill. The food she made seemed to carefully take care of every part of his stomach. After eating, he felt warm and comfortable inside. He took out his phone and sent the previously chosen gift to his assistant. "Add this to the gift list. Send it along with the previously confirmed gifts. Do it quickly." Ying Song handed the prepared items to the old customer. She immediately received 2 bright red 100 yuan bills and some change. Next to her, Aunt Wu, who was selling fruit, had also arrived early today. She chatted endlessly with Ying Song about family matters. Usually, Aunt Wu says a lot, and Ying Song responds briefly. "There's fresh beef at the meat shop on that street. It looks really good." Ying Song licks her lips, puts her hand in her pocket to squeeze the newly received money, and suddenly starts craving stir-fried yellow beef. Making sour soup with passion fruit sounds good, and for something spicier, she could make fragrant cumin beef. If she manages to buy high-quality tenderloin, she could also make beef meatballs. She sits on a small wooden stool, lost in thought. Aunt Wu comes over to gossip. "Ying Song, you didn't come the other day. That young man came looking for you several times." "What young man?" Aunt Wu gestures with her hand. "The one you gave wild vegetables to that day. He looks like a star from TV." "Oh," Ying Song snaps out of her thoughts, realizing she's talking about Feng Sun. "Thanks for telling me. I've already met him later." Seeing Ying Song's indifferent attitude, the gossip fire dims again, and Aunt Wu continues to listen to her novel with a look of disappointment. Su Shui doesn't know how to escape her ex-husband's control. She clearly agreed to a marriage of convenience, and he was the one who let Bai Yueguang move into their home. But after the divorce, he suddenly changed. She and her new boyfriend went on a trip, and her ex-husband chased them in a private plane to the hotel. Aunt Wu is very interested and shakes her head, commenting, "That man really isn't a good person." Hindsight, Ying Song is once again filled with scenes of pursuit and playing hard to get. She pulls her coat's hood over her head, quietly covers her ears, and starts mentally listing dishes. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted young chicken, roasted goose. Fong Sun comes to the market looking for Ying Song, carrying a bag with a clean coat and a lunchbox. From afar, he sees that her stall is empty. He initially plans to turn around and leave but accidentally makes eye contact with a fruit vendor next door. Fong Sun had spoken with Aunt Wu before. Seeing her waving enthusiastically, he has no choice but to go over and greet her. "Young man, you're very polite." Aunt Wu smiles brightly. Up close, she thinks this young man is handsome. She picks 2 pears from her stall and hands them to him. "Here, eat these. Are you here to see Ying Song? She came here the morning before yesterday. I haven't seen her these past 2 days." Fong Sun was about to speak when a sarcastic voice came from nearby. "Are you here to see Ying Song? Young man, don't be fooled by her. Everyone knows she was kicked out by a wealthy family." Fong Sun looked over coldly and saw a middle-aged woman speaking from diagonally across. "Aunt Nyo Chunhua, what are you talking about?" Aunt Wu immediately stepped in to defend Ying Song. "She sells fruit every day and spends a lot of time with Ying Song. Could she not understand her character?" Nyo Chunhua was startled by Fong Sun's serious expression and felt a cold chill down her back. But she still raised her chin and shouted, "Last year, there was a luxury car that came to the market entrance just to find her. Isn't that true?" Everyone around here saw it. Nyo Chunhua looked around nervously, trying to find an ally, but she didn't dare to meet Fong Sun's gaze. "Nyo Chunhua, you're just upset because Ying Song sells vegetables faster than you. Look at how wilted your vegetables are. Besides, does a luxury car coming to find Ying Song mean she was kicked out?" Aunt Wu was so angry, she kept jumping. "If you have time to gossip, why not go online? Spreading rumors can have legal consequences." The busy market was full of talk and spectators eager to watch. Fong Sun understood what was happening and said coldly, "I don't know who is right. But I agree with Aunt Wu. Spreading rumors and defamation can be legally prosecuted." Nyo Chunhua shrank back and didn't dare to speak again. Next to her, a friend she got along with softly said, "I'm from Chongshi village. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that Ying Song's foster father was gone, and she didn't even hold a funeral for him. She didn't show up at all. After he was cremated, they just buried his ashes." Nyo Chunhua added, "An ungrateful wolf. In the city, many people care about funerals and weddings. Some had discussed it behind their backs. At least her foster father had raised her for years. Even if her biological parents later came to take her back, she had been raised with love." Aunt Wu wasn't from Chongshi village, but she had heard some rumors. "Why do you only tell half the story? You should say that Ying Song's foster father was a heavy drinker and gambler. Before he died, he owed a lot of money. Ying Song had to give up her house and savings to settle the debt. Arguing was often about hitting the other's sore spot." Aunt Wu quickly spoke before Nyo Chunhua could, saying, "Who doesn't know you, Nyo Chunhua, love to gossip? Last month you talked about the Liu family and even got slapped. How many days has it been? Don't you still feel the pain?" She got more excited as she spoke, ignoring Fong Sun and only focusing on winning the argument. Fong Sun was gradually pushed out of the front row where people watched, and he quietly listened to all the comments about Ying Song. Sure, he didn't have any strong thoughts in his mind, but he felt a small tug in his heart. That was all. Where people gather, rumors tend to spread. Rumors can be true or false, positive or negative. He knew very well that today's situation was caused by his appearance. He needed to do something, or new rumors about Ying Song would start. "Aunt Wu, are you still selling fruit?" Aunt Wu was distracted by his words and instinctively replied, "Of course, then I want all the fruit on your stall." Fong Sun took out his phone and scanned the QR code on her stall. "Are you serious?" Aunt Wu looked surprised. Her focus shifted back to Fong Sun. She asked suspiciously, "I still have 20 jin left. Can you finish it all by yourself? You're not trying to thank me because I spoke up for Songshi, are you? Well, I won't sell it then. You're overthinking. I just moved to the county a few days ago, and I just met Ying Songshi. If I want to thank someone, it would be her, considering how close we are," Fong Sun said, glancing at the fruit prices on the stall. He roughly calculated and paid. Payment received via WeChat. 200 yuan. Oh, you paid too much, someone nearby said quietly. The crowd was silent. Niu Chunhua looked on with envy, her eyes red. Aunt Wu, however, ignored others' reactions and quickly waved her hand. I've calculated it. Your fruit is fresh and big. It's easy for us amateurs to tell if vegetables and fruit are wilted or not. Everyone wants to spend money on fresh stuff, Feng Sun said with a gentle smile, then asked Aunt Wu to pack the fruit into several bags. Even Niu Chunhua, no matter how simple, could tell that Feng Sun was hinting at her. What was wrong with her vegetables? People who don't buy are just not knowledgeable. Just wait, I'll pack it for you right away, Aunt Wu said quickly, grabbing several bags and packing the pears. Why did you come to the market? Did you ride a bike? If you want, I can help carry it out. Feng Sun shook his head and turned to pick up some fruit to share with the person who had just helped him speak for Shangshi. Thank you for your kind words. Have some pears to soothe your throat. He then handed the last bag back to Aunt Wu. Thanks also for speaking up for Shangshi. You should head home early today and rest. You kid, Aunt Wu said. The fruit he had sold was now back in his hands. This was the first time Aunt Wu had seen such a thing. When she realized, Feng Sun had already walked away. He left the busy vegetable market and headed toward the mountains outside the county town. He was originally there to deliver a gift to Shangshi, but couldn't find her. After the commotion at the market, he decided to go straight to the mountain outside the town to look for Shangshi. If she wasn't at the market, she was probably at home. Feng Sun had just ridden his motorcycle out of town when it started to drizzle again. The spring rain in March was fine and light, falling gently at an angle. Fortunately, Feng Sun was wearing a rainproof jacket, so he didn't need an umbrella. He rode his bike up the mountain, passing through a bamboo forest, and stopped in front of a flower wall. He pressed the doorbell and waited for someone inside to open. After a while, there was no response. Feng Sun wondered and pressed the doorbell again. Then he heard some movement inside, but it wasn't Shangshi, just a few barks. He recognized the dog as the big one inside. His expression softened. Is your owner not home? The dog barked a few times in reply. The owner wasn't there. Unfortunately, Feng Sun couldn't communicate with animals, so he simply stood under the eaves and waited. When he arrived, he saw no one in the vegetable field below the mountain. Last time, she mentioned there was a chicken coop in the mountain's vegetable garden, so she might have gone into the mountain. She would probably be back soon. Looking up under the eaves, he saw the wall covered with blooming roses, dew sparkling on the petals, which looked soft and bright. The hanging vines were dotted with water droplets, and when the wind blew, they swayed gently. The green mountains were shrouded in mist, and the forest was lush and green. Everything he saw was hazy in the rain, and the mist was slowly spreading into the mountain valley. The bamboo forest beside him rustled in the wind, mixed with the soft sound of rain. Feng Sun closed his eyes, feeling more relaxed than ever. Feng Sun, a clear, surprised voice called out. He instinctively looked toward the caller. He frowned and took a few steps forward. Where's your coat? Ying Songshi put on a plain cotton long-sleeve t-shirt, which was mostly soaked by the spring rain, clinging tightly to her shoulders and back, outlining her slim figure. She carefully hugged her thick coat, worried it would get wet again. Her messy bun hung loosely, with a strand of hair slightly damp from the rain, sticking near her ear. She had just come back along the mountain path when she saw Feng Sun under the eaves. She paused slightly, her bright eyes suddenly showing surprise. Why aren't you wearing a coat? Seeing her not respond, Feng Sun asked again. When it rains, the temperature in the mountains drops quickly. Wearing so little makes it easy to catch a cold. There's something inside, Ying Songshi said as she took out her keys and opened the door, inviting Feng Sun to come inside. I haven't waited long. You go in first, Feng Sun said, holding the door without moving, looking down at her. Ying Songshi paused for a moment, her eyelashes still dotted with tiny raindrops, then she went inside first. The two of them entered the kitchen one after the other. A few small dogs, sensing the unfamiliar smell, followed Ying Songshi's feet and didn't leave. Even the steamed bun was no longer sleeping, sitting by the dining table and watching. Go take a hot shower and change into dry clothes. Fong-sun saw a cup on the tea bar and a hot water kettle in the kitchen. He picked up the cup and poured hot water for Ying Songshi. Thank you. Ying Songshi really felt soaked from the rain. Drinking a cup of warm water made her feel much better. She then slowly unwrapped the clothes she was holding. Fong-sun watched her move curiously until a damp black and white bundle was revealed under her coat. She even pushed the clothes inside a bit. He tried to confirm, "Is this a dog or a cat you found?" "It's a kitten. I originally wanted to buy some river shrimp from a nearby village at the foot of the mountain, but I found this on the roadside. The little one was soaked from the rain, so I brought it home," Ying Songshi said, holding the kitten. She pushed open the door to the living room with one hand and turned to ask, "Fong-sun, can you help me with something?" "Of course. What do you need me to do?" Fong-sun stood up and followed her into the living room. Under Ying Songshi's direction, he found a bamboo basket, lined it with a soft blanket, and placed a hot water bag filled with warm water inside to keep it warm. "Hold the towel, and help me hold it. I'll go find a hairdryer." Fong-sun nodded at her words, reached out with a towel to gently pick up the tiny black and white kitten. The kitten was very small, not even as big as his palm. Feeling the presence of Fong-sun, the kitten trembled and slowly crawled toward him. Fong-sun had never handled such a tiny kitten before. He gently held it in one hand and carefully wiped its fur with a towel using his other hand. After the kitten was transferred to Fong-sun, the four dogs curiously gathered around him. Sesame and Tangyuan seemed to see a fellow with similar fur color and kept whining at his feet. First, dry its fur. Ying Songshi plugged in the hairdryer, set it to the right level, and gently blew dry the kitten. "What do small cats eat?" Fong-sun asked, holding the kitten with both arms to make it easier for her to work. "I'll look for some goat milk powder at home later. I remember there was a bag left from feeding Huan before," Ying Songshi said, skillfully drying the kitten's fur. Fong-sun looked up at her focused and serious face, feeling a sudden thought. "Did you find Huan too?" When the kitten heard someone calling its name, it suddenly leapt up, climbing onto Fong-sun's shoulder, then stood steadily. Startled by the sudden attack, Fong-sun turned his head and felt the soft fur on his cheek. He sighed helplessly, "Huan." "Meow." "Human, why are you calling me?" Ying Songshi saw this scene just in time and smiled softly, a faint dimple appearing on her lips. "Sorry, Huan scared you. It usually likes to climb onto shoulders." Fong-sun's gaze naturally drifted to her dimples. He didn't expect that someone so quiet and rarely smiling would have dimples. This new discovery made his heart flutter slightly. "I'm worried Huan might disturb you while you're drying the kitten," he said, noting that Huan was now focused on the kitten in his hands. "It's okay. Huan is the calmest kitten I've ever seen. Meow. This little king loves protecting the weak." Huan stepped on the human's shoulder, feeling very comfortable. It could sit or even lie down and wag its tail. "Meow meow. Human, your shoulder is very wide. I am very happy with you." Seeing that Huan made no unnecessary moves, Fong-sun decided to let it stay perched. After drying the kitten, Ying Songshi went to find some goat milk powder to prepare. When she handed the bottle to the kitten, it instinctively latched onto the nipple and started to suck. She let out a breath of relief. Luckily, it knows how to use a bottle. Fong-sun asked curiously, "Are there any kittens that don't know how to use a bottle?" Some kittens that cannot use pacifiers can only be fed little by little with a syringe. Ying Songshi glanced at his shoulder, remembering that he hadn't answered Fong-sun's question earlier. "Did I just forget to tell you the story of the flower bun?" "Don't worry. You go change your clothes first. I'll hold the bottle for it." Fong-sun smoothly took the bottle from Ying Songshi's hand. The kitten was lying in a woven basket lined with a soft blanket, closing its eyes and twitching its little ears as it drank. "Then I'll leave it to you here." Ying Songshi pushed open the bedroom door. When he heard the door close, Fong-sun realized he was sitting in her living room. "Forget it, today is special because of this little one." Fong-sun looked down at the kitten. It was clearly a long-haired British shorthair, with a perfect round face. When the kitten was with its mother, it must have eaten a lot, looking chubby and adorable. The kitten drank milk quickly, finished, then closed its eyes and started snoring peacefully. Ying Songshi hadn't come out yet, and Feng Sun couldn't walk around freely, so he gently held the basket and slowly looked around the living room. The most eye-catching feature was the large bookshelf covering an entire wall. Next to it was a simple small table, a lazy yellow-orange sofa, and a standing lamp. There was a projector mounted on the ceiling, probably for watching movies comfortably on the sofa during free time. The main seating area had a light green cotton linen sofa, with a colorful knitted blanket draped over it. Nearby was a low wooden round table with a rustic ceramic vase filled with blooming roses. The floor was covered with wood-patterned tiles, and the walls were painted in soft light colors. Next to the walnut-colored cabinet was a woven storage basket filled with toys that cats and dogs loved. The whole living room was simply decorated without many fancy details. Feng Sun couldn't quite tell what style it was, but it felt fresh and spacious, clearly well cared for by Ying Songshi. After taking a hot shower and changing into dry clothes, Ying Songshi saw Feng Sun looking down at the kitten she had just rescued. The flower bun was curled up and sleeping on the sofa beside his leg. The air conditioning was on, making the room a bit warmer. Feng Sun took off his coat and wore only a light knitted shirt. The fine knitting pattern hugged his sharp shoulders, with the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, revealing a simple watch strap on his wrist. His well-toned physique, developed over years of exercise, was subtly highlighted. He gently touched the chubby kitten with his fingertips. His large, veined hands and slender, bony fingers looked noble. His sharp eyebrows softened over time, and his eyes held a gentle look. When Ying Songshi came out of the bedroom, he looked up and softly asked, "Are you going to name the kitten?" "It looks like Chief Black Cat," Ying Songshi said as she braided her freshly dried hair into a side braid. While tying it, she suddenly had an idea. "Maybe I should call it Chief." Feng Sun smiled and said, "Finally, not a food name." Ying Songshi blinked. She pushed open the sunroom next to the bedroom. "Thanks for taking care of Chief."
Put it in here for now.
"I'm worried Orange Tangyuan and the others might cause trouble for the little one when you're not looking." Feng Sun carried the basket over and saw the beautiful mountain view outside the glass wall. Ying Songshi took the basket from him and carefully placed the Chief inside. "I hope this little one won't chew on plants when it grows up. If it does, I'll need to find a good person to adopt it." Feng Sun looked at the green succulents in the sunroom. "Why do you say that? Many houseplants are not safe for kittens, especially city-raised cats. You need to be careful when choosing plants." "What about Huawan?" "Huawan is special. It was brought back from the mountains when the older one and I were working there. It probably grew in the wild as a kitten. It never touches the plants at home." Suddenly, Feng Sun felt a weight on his back, and he guessed immediately that Huawan had jumped up. Huawan was sitting on Feng Sun's shoulder, elegantly licking its paw. Only a silly cat would ignore tasty chicken breast and dried fish to chew on bitter, astringent leaves. "Hopefully, Chief will grow up to be as obedient as Huawan," Feng Sun said, gently touching Huawan on his shoulder. Then he mentioned his purpose. "I asked someone to buy some gifts you might like, and I thought I'd bring them over." Ying Songshi was a bit surprised. No wonder Feng Sun had brought a lot of packages this time. "You don't need to be so polite or prepare a return gift." Feng Sun stood up and took her to get the packages he brought. "I chose practical things that you can use daily." His tone was firm, so Ying Songshi followed him to the kitchen. He removed the outer bag, revealing a gift box tied with a ribbon. "Open it and see if you like it." On the dining table, there were 3 gift boxes of different sizes. Ying Song picked up the nearest box and opened it. "Oh, a set of tableware. It's so beautiful." Ying Song carefully picked up a plate to examine it. The set of French tableware had a light beige background with dark green borders. The edges of the plates had delicate embossed textures, and in the center, there was a lively design of strawberry vines with red berries and green leaves, giving a fresh and refined springtime feel. Feng Sun nodded gently. Tableware can make cooking and eating more enjoyable. He stood nearby, watching Ying Song carefully place the plate back, thinking that the tableware must have touched her heart. The second box contained a large set of imported knives. Ying Song, who often studied cooking and knew about kitchen tools, looked at the brand on the box and hesitated. "Feng Sun, these knives are too valuable. I can't accept them." Feng Sun had already prepared his words. "Just take them." The price of the gift doesn't reflect my gratitude. It's the thought that counts. I didn't get a chance to tell you last time. Your spring rolls were delicious. He spoke sincerely, pushing the remaining box toward her gently, softly urging, "There's one more." Finally, inside the gift box was a straw-woven box tied with lace ribbon. When opened, it revealed scented candles embedded with dried wild fruits. The creamy white wax held dark red dried cranberries and tiny eucalyptus leaves, as if capturing the freshness of an autumn mountain scene. Ying Song picked it up and smelled it. The light scent of white tea mixed with a hint of sweet wild fruit spread gently, fresh and not overwhelming. I thought you'd like the appearance when I chose it, but I wasn't sure if you'd like the scent. Honestly, this is the first time I've smelled it. But I checked with the brand. They said these scents are safe for pets, Feng Sun said honestly from the side. I really like it, Ying Song said, lowering her head again to smell it. Then she looked up and met Feng Sun's gaze. She realized he was a sincere and thoughtful person. She paused and repeated, "Thank you for your gift. I really like everything." Her loose hair swayed gently as she looked up, her eyelashes forming soft arcs, with faint dimples on her cheeks. Her bright eyes were full of sincerity. Feng Sun saw her smile with a small dimpling, confirming she truly liked the gifts. It's an honor to receive such a gift. When Ying Song finished speaking, she carefully put away the gift. She then turned to Feng Sun and suggested, "Why don't you go sit in the living room for a while? There are books and movies you can watch. I'll prepare lunch. Let me help you," Feng Sun said, feeling a bit embarrassed to just sit and watch her work hard cooking. Ying Song noticed his hesitation. She washed some fruit and brewed tea first, then took him back to the living room. "Don't worry about anything. Cooking is a pleasure for me. Just relax here," she said, placing the tray on a small round table. Seeing him still standing at the door, she kindly found a pair of slippers for him. "I was busy with the police chief's matters earlier and forgot to change my shoes when I entered. These slippers are new. You can wear them from now on." "Okay, thank you," he replied. Hearing her casually mention the future, Feng Sun felt a gentle tug in his heart. "Feng Sun, if you want to watch a movie, just ask the smart home system to set the viewing mode. The books on the shelf are all bought randomly, so feel free to browse." Ying Song also asked the smart system to start cleaning mode, and the robot vacuum began working. "I understand. If you need anything in the kitchen, just call me," Feng Sun said as he changed into slippers and entered the house. Ying Song nodded in agreement and then went to the kitchen with the sesame snacks and rice balls. After watching her go into the kitchen, Feng Sun walked over to the bookshelf. His fingertips lightly brushed the spines of the scattered books. His gaze swept over them. The books were arranged in a neat but varied manner, covering many topics. In the corner, a few well-used books on agricultural science were slightly curled at the edges, indicating they were frequently read. He casually pulled out a book of essays, sat back on the sofa, and the cat, Hua Wan, jumped onto his lap. It stretched comfortably in a cat pose, then curled up and closed its eyes. The eldest cat lay quietly at his feet, while Orange, through the glass door of the sunroom, curiously stared at the police chief inside. Feng Sun flipped through a few pages and, before he knew it, fell asleep. The warm yellow floor lamp cast a gentle glow over the sofa, softening his features. He lowered his eyes slightly, breathing evenly and deeply. His usually distant jawline relaxed, and his fingertips lightly rested on Huawan's fluffy fur, rising and falling with the tiny breaths of the kitten. Huawan seemed to sense his calmness. It nudged his palm with its nose, then shifted position, curling up in his arms and continuing to sleep peacefully. The big dog at his feet was still lying quietly, its ears twitching occasionally as if paying attention to the surroundings, but not wanting to disturb the peaceful silence. Orange sat in front of the sunroom door, watching for a long time but couldn't hold back, yawned, and lay down to sleep. Feng Sun slept especially deeply this time. When Ying Song returned with the police chief, it was already past noon. She started cooking when it was just after 1 o'clock. Later, she wanted to ask Feng Sun what flavor of beef he liked, but unexpectedly, he was asleep. When the meal was ready, she went back to the living room and found Feng Sun still asleep. She quietly covered him with a blanket and then went out again. When Feng-sun woke up, he felt a bit dizzy. How come the sky outside was dark when he opened his eyes? He hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. Before closing his eyes, he only felt that the sofa was soft, the temperature was just right, and the flour roll was warm. He slowly sat up, supporting himself on the sofa, and then realized that a blanket had been draped over him without him noticing. The flour roll beside his legs was disturbed by the movement, and it lazily lifted its head, rubbed against his pants, then curled up again to sleep. Feng-sun naturally looked up, and his gaze paused. The floor lamp's light cast a slanting glow beside the bookshelf. Ying Song was curled up in the yellow lazy sofa, wearing beige headphones close to her ears, gently flipping through a book with her fingertips, her eyes lowered in quiet concentration. She turned the pages softly, the room filled with a faint, refreshing scent from the aromatherapy, warm and peaceful. Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. After Feng-sun sat up, he glanced at the clock on the wall and rubbed his forehead in frustration. What is going on? Visiting someone else's home, and he fell asleep while waiting for the meal, sleeping through the entire afternoon. Ying Song caught a glimpse of Feng-sun waking up. She raised her hand to remove her headphones, her voice soft and gentle. In that case, I also want to say sorry, huh? Feng-sun paused, looking at her with confusion. Sorry I saw you sleeping so peacefully and didn't wake you up. The host enjoyed a lovely lunch, leaving the guest alone in the living room, hungry. Feng-sun didn't expect her to say that. His gaze followed Ying Song as she stood up, and he was slightly stunned, the awkwardness in his heart subtly easing. She stood up to put the book back on the shelf and poured him a glass of warm water. She thought he had just woken up and was still a little dazed. Drink some warm water. I'm going to the kitchen to prepare dinner. You can come over later. She was the first to get up, walking around the courtyard and into the kitchen. Feng-sun didn't sit for long. After drinking half the glass of water, he took the cup and headed to the kitchen. Just as he stepped out of the living room, he realized how long the rain had stopped. In the night sky, stars twinkled sparsely, and a bright full moon hung overhead. Its gentle light spread like soft silk, softly covering every plant and tree in the courtyard. Feng-sun walked to the pond in the middle of the yard. The round, eco-friendly fish pond shimmered with tiny silver reflections. A few small fish lazily swam to the surface, seeming to enjoy the moonlight. The kitchen window glowed with warm yellow light. He could see Ying Songshi standing sideways by the dining cabinet, lifting the lid of a pot. White steam rose from it, blurring her features. The small dogs in the kitchen barked happily at the delicious smell. Feng-sun didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. He felt like a fisherman who had accidentally found a paradise. When he snapped out of it, he quickly walked into the kitchen. Is there anything I can help with? Ying Songshi turned around and saw that he really wanted to do something. She pointed to a nearby vegetable basket. Or maybe like last time, you can go to the vegetable garden and pick some greens you like. I'll make a simple stir-fry with green vegetables and then we can eat. Actually, no need to trouble yourself. The vegetables from noon just need to be heated up. Ying Songshi blinked mischievously. There will definitely be leftovers tonight, but fresh vegetables are still good to eat. Otherwise, the vegetables in the garden will grow wildly, and it would be a shame to waste them. Feng-sun agreed. He picked up the vegetable basket and heard Ying Songshi remind him the front yard light is on the wall. He turned on the light as she said. The vegetable garden was full of various greens. After thinking for a moment, he squatted down and plucked a few lettuces. Lettuce is good. It tastes great raw or cooked. Most importantly, it's quick to prepare. He brought the washed lettuce into the kitchen. Ying Songshi turned her head and suggested, how about making garlic lettuce? Sure. I can peel the garlic, Feng-sun said, standing beside her without leaving. The garlic is in the small bamboo basket by the window. Just one head is enough. Feng-sun immediately went to peel the garlic. After peeling it, he saw Ying Songshi about to serve the vegetables. He quickly took the plate from her hands. Let me do it. During the toast, he noticed that he was working carefully and quickly. He continued to give instructions. The clay pot contains my homemade vegetable, century egg, and lean pork porridge. Please serve it out. Feng Sun took 2 bowls, lifted the lid of the clay pot, and praised, "It smells so good. It tastes just like the ones outside. But if I had to pick something special, it would be that I grew the vegetables myself, made the century eggs, and the rice was sent to me by my friend from the northeast." Ying Songshi didn't realize his words were gradually becoming more talkative. Feng Sun listened carefully, feeling that these topics were quite interesting. He asked appropriately, "And the lean pork?" Ying Songshi paused his actions and thought carefully. "The lean pork is from the local meat shop in the county town. They sell very fresh meat." Before long, Ying Songshi's garlic lettuce was ready. She even performed a little magic, bringing out a golden egg. "Is this a Hunan dish?" Feng Sun helped her set the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner was simple: vegetable, century egg and lean pork porridge, garlic lettuce, cilantro beef salad, and a golden egg. The egg slices in the plate were crispy and coated with shiny sauce, oily and topped with minced garlic and chili flakes. The bottom of the plate had some thick sauce, sprinkled with chopped green garlic leaves. The spicy aroma and heat made her nose tingle. Ying Songshi took out a glass jar and used long chopsticks to pick out the tender cucumbers and radishes she had pickled earlier. She planned to cut them into small pieces and put them in a small dish to bring to the table. Hearing this, she looked along Feng Sun's gaze and said, "Yes, these are mountain eggs I just collected from the henhouse this morning." As the temperature rose, she could almost find warm eggs in the henhouse every day. After Ying Songshi sat down, Feng Sun said, "Are there any leftovers from lunch?" "The cilantro beef is from lunch. I didn't touch it and put it in the fridge after cooking. The golden egg was also from lunch, but I saw you were asleep, so I didn't turn on the stove." Feng Sun picked up a piece of cilantro beef with his chopsticks, then added another, seeming to compete with the dish. Seeing this, Ying Songshi couldn't help but smile. "Don't just focus on eating leftovers.
Drink some porridge."
You didn't have lunch, so have some to soothe your stomach." Feng Sun picked up his spoon and slowly drank the porridge. Both of them were quiet and reserved, making the meal peaceful and warm. When it was time to eat, she put down her spoon. Seeing Feng Sun had almost finished eating, she casually started a chat. "In spring and summer, the chickens in the coop lay eggs very often. Besides selling some, I have to find ways to use the rest: scrambled eggs, steamed eggs, boiled eggs, pickled eggs." Feng Sun slowly wiped his lips with a tissue, looking at the empty plate of eggs, and asked, "Eggs are very tasty. Do you like eating eggs?" Ying Songshi nodded with a smile. "I guess I am the kind of person with an egg-shaped head, as they say online. When I was young, my family was poor. Even if we had money, my foster father would take it to buy alcohol and gamble. The temple's master was worried I wouldn't get enough nutrition, so he kept 2 eggs in his pocket, waiting for me at the mountain's edge every morning when I went to school." She spoke softly, with a gentle and nostalgic look in her eyes. "Are you talking about the temple we visited that day?" Feng Sun asked quietly, listening carefully.
"Yes."
"The master is a vegetarian, but he raised a few chickens on the mountain to collect eggs and supplement our nutrition. This mountain used to belong to him. Before he passed away, he left it to me." Feng Sun thought to himself, so that's how it was. He smiled and said, "People often talk about rich kids or star kids. You are just a mountain kid." Ying Songshi looked up at him. Seeing no pity in his eyes, only warmth and curiosity, she was pleased. She showed her small dimples on her cheeks and said happily, "That's right. Now I am both a mountain kid and the mountain king. The entire mountain's forest products are under my control." When Feng Sun returned to his rented community from the mountain, it was already evening. He first video called the old lady. Even though it was nearly 9 p.m., she was still awake. "Son, how have you been eating lately? How is your sleep?" "Grandma, I should be the one asking about you first," Feng Sun said, taking off his coat. He noticed some cat fur on the inside of his coat and on his sweater. His gaze paused. The culprit could only be the little cat, Hoan. When he and Ying Songshi were eating in the kitchen, Hoan had been sleeping soundly inside his coat. So, Hoan sheds fur too. "Grandma has been eating well and sleeping well. What about you, son? I saw the meals you sent me. Did you go to a friend's house?" "Yes, I met a new friend recently who has a very artistic lifestyle. The food she makes is delicious." Feng Sun shook his coat, a few cat hairs falling off softly. He knew he would need to use a lint roller later to clean his knitted sweater. He looked up and saw his grandmother smiling warmly at him on the screen. She explained, "She has many small animals at home. I was holding a cat there today and accidentally fell asleep, so I got a lot of cat hairs on me. Not all kittens shed, though. But I've never seen a cat that isn't afraid of you. I remember my orange cat used to run away whenever it saw you and wouldn't let you get close," the old lady said happily. Fong Sun smiled along with her. The flower bun was indeed very friendly to him. "Grandma, about the small temple in the mountains, do you remember anything about the people or events there?" "Let me think carefully," she replied. Fong Sun prompted. "There was an old monk in the temple. Many people said he was very skilled and they went to see him." She thought for a while, and Fong Sun didn't disturb her. He went to the kitchen to make a glass of honey water. "I do remember a little. Do you recall that when you were a child, you kept getting low fevers? But you eventually got better. At that time, we were passing through the county town, and I heard someone say there was a very skilled monk in the nearby mountains. I decided to take you there to get a peace charm. The old monk had white hair but a youthful face, and was very kind. After he gave me the peace charm, I asked him about your low fevers. He told me to trust science and doctors, which was quite interesting. Later, you carried the peace charm for a while, and you never got sick again." That conversation seemed to leave a deep impression on her, and she remembered quite a lot. "Do you remember anyone else at the temple?" Fong Sun asked. "It seems there were 2 little boys. One was about your age, and the other was a few years older. The old monk said they were poor children from nearby villages, without parents, so he took them in," she said. Thinking of this, she felt a wave of emotion. The monk was truly a kind and compassionate person. She didn't ask whether the old monk was still alive, but from the photos Fong Sun sent her, she could guess the answer. Fong Sun learned many stories from his grandmother. Seeing that it was late, he reminded her to rest early. After ending the video call, Su Yan sent a message in their small group chat. "Su Yan, at Fong Sun, I'll be going to see province in half a month. Remember to set aside time for a brother's gathering." Fong Sun, "When is your engagement party?" Su Yan, "In 15 days. Jing Songyun, A-sun is only staying in the county for a month, right? Maybe you can take the same flight back." Jing Songyun, "I have some things to handle right now, so I'll wait until A-sun returns to City A for us to meet again." Fong Sun replied with an okay. He had already been here for almost half a month, and time was passing very quickly. The next day, Fong Sun woke up at 6 o'clock again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a strange message on his phone. "Do you want to come pick wild vegetables on the mountain today?" Fong Sun thought for a moment. This unfamiliar number could only belong to Ying Songshi. Yesterday, when he was leaving, Ying Songshi was feeding the sheep and helping them with their bathroom needs. He asked to exchange contact information, so he wrote his number on a note. He washed his face in the bathroom and then replied, "I'd love to. What time is good for you?" Ying Songshi didn't expect him to wake up so early either. "You can come anytime, but if you come early, just let me know so I can prepare breakfast for both of us." Fong Sun replied almost immediately, "I'll be there soon, probably around 7. "Okay, be careful on the way." Ying Songshi put down her phone and started tending to the vegetable garden. After turning the soil and removing the weeds, she went to the chicken coop on the mountain to pick fresh eggs. All the ingredients needed for the meal were prepared in advance, so once Fong Sun arrived, he could start cooking. Fong Sun arrived very quickly. The morning was quiet, with few people on the road. He smoothly biked from the neighborhood to Ying Songshi's mountain home. He stopped his bike and saw the orange dog sticking its head out from the door crack, barking happily at him. It seemed Ying Songshi knew he was coming and had left the door open for him. The family's dogs were gradually getting used to him. He petted each of their heads and was led to the kitchen by their eager crowd. The bamboo curtain in the kitchen was drawn, and the window was open. Ying Songshi greeted him through the window while flipping a pancake in her hand. "Smells so good. What are we having for breakfast today?" Fong Sun took off his coat casually and washed his hands to help. "Chive and egg pancakes and rainbow dumplings. They'll be ready soon." Fong Sun watched her for a while, feeling that flipping pancakes wasn't difficult. He then suggested, "How about I do the flipping? Just tell me when to turn off the stove." "Okay, I'll go make the small dumplings now. When Ying Songshi handed him the spatula and moved aside, he saw her gaze fall on a plate of colorful small dumplings. She asked, "Guess what ingredients are inside?" The small dumplings came in many colors. Feng Sun was eating such colorful dumplings for the first time. He thought for a moment and answered, "Dragon fruit, spinach, purple cabbage, carrots?" "The white one is just plain flour." Ying Songshi smiled and said, "Correct. Inside, I used pork tenderloin and shrimp." Feng Sun felt proud and said, "I guessed based on the vegetables you grow in your garden." When the vegetable and egg pancakes and rainbow dumplings were served, Feng Sun realized there was more. On the table, there were also pickled vegetables Ying Songshi prepared, a simple vegetable salad, and a pot of warm soy milk that had been ready earlier. Ying Songshi said, "I didn't know if you prefer Chinese or Western breakfast, so I prepared according to my usual diet. If you have a preference, just tell me next time." Feng Sun poured her a glass of soy milk and replied, "Okay. I usually eat Chinese food. Everything you've made looks very appetizing." They finished their breakfast, rested for half an hour, then prepared to go up the mountain. Ying Songshi had already packed 2 baskets, filled with small shovels, straw hats, and thermos flasks. The thermos is new. Inside, I brewed dandelion tea.
Try it.
If you like the taste, I'll pack a bag for you later. Feng Sun stood up, slung the baskets on his back, and also carried her bag. "All right, I'll try it later. The weather is nice today. Should we bring the older ones up the mountain?" Next to her, Ying Song's eyes were gentle, and she quietly watched the person and the cat with a calm attitude. Feng Sun noticed she was curious and amused, so he helplessly smiled and moved closer to the Bodhi tree. Sure enough, as he approached, Huan leapt onto his shoulder. "Meow. The human meow likes your shoulder. Before I went up the mountain, it also liked to sit on my shoulder. Now it has found a wider shoulder, so it's hard to go back to the old way." Feng Sun felt even more helpless. He gently stroked Huajuan's soft fur. What a strange comparison. Huajuan had amazing balance. No matter how fast Feng Sun walked, it always stayed firmly on his shoulder. Ying Song locked the door and took Feng Sun up the mountain. As they walked, she said, "Yesterday, I heard you say your family found the wild vegetables a bit bland.
Today, you can pick some more to send to them."
"I can help you." Feng Sun was once again touched by Ying Song's kindness. He felt her gentle warmth around him, unlike the cold attitude he had when they first met. He didn't bother to thank her awkwardly. "Can wild vegetables be shipped quickly?" "Yes, I sent some to my siblings in City B a few days ago. If your family lives far away, you can prepare them a bit before sending. For example, shepherd's purse can be made into dumplings, and with ice packs, air shipping is fine." Feng Sun hadn't thought of this method. He thought for a moment and said, "My family is in City A, so the delivery should arrive the next day. I'll ask the courier station later." "That's good." Leafy vegetables like shepherd's purse and qingming greens don't last long, but spring bamboo shoots, Chinese tune buds, and goji berry shoots can last a few more days. "Why don't we pick some of each today?" "All right, then it's a lot of trouble for you to help me." Ying Song, walking ahead, turned and smiled at him. The two, along with a cat and 4 dogs, headed into the lush woods. The puppies ran into the open space, chasing each other happily. Orange dragged out a long stick, running and dragging it, its tail almost spinning like a propeller. This quickly caught the attention of Sesame and Tangyuan. The 2 little dogs eagerly chased after Orange. Orange was clever and agile, moving skillfully, almost running into the deeper woods, but was stopped just in time by the older dog. The final scene shows 3 puppies running together, each holding a stick in their mouths. Jima and Tangyuan are on either side, holding an orange between them. Clearly, they lack good coordination. Sometimes one wants to go left, sometimes right. The scene is lively and funny. Feng Sun laughs out loud while watching, and Ying Songshi also chuckles nearby. He can't help but take out his phone to record the scene of the puppies carrying sticks. After they have played enough, Ying Songshi takes out a water bowl from her basket for them to drink. "Songshi, can we eat this kind of vegetable?" Feng Sun asks as he gently pulls a piece of grass. In the soft, moist soil, wild amaranth seedlings have already sprouted, with red stems supporting tender green leaves, standing fresh and bright with morning dew. This is wild amaranth. Not only can you eat it, but it's also very tasty. Ying Songshi walks over and squats beside him as they dig up many plants together. She then introduces him to any new plant she finds. Feng Sun follows closely, listening carefully and asking questions when appropriate. Suddenly, Ying Songshi laughs softly. Feng Sun is busy picking wild chives and glances up instinctively, noticing her gaze fixed on him. Songshi, what are you laughing at? I was just thinking that when you were a kid, you must have been the teacher's favorite student at school. She points out some wild vegetables for him to recognize, and next time they see them, he can identify them easily. Feng Sun smiles and continues working. His physical strength is much better than Ying Songshi's. Even during breaks, he remains energetic. Feng Sun, do you like hot pot? Ying Songshi sits on a rock, enjoying the cool mountain breeze. Yes, I do. When I was in college, I often went to eat with friends on weekends. Then let's have wild vegetable hot pot for lunch. Ying Songshi's eyes light up. Her big dog is resting its head on her lap, and she gently strokes its fluffy ears while changing the subject. Feng Sun, you were in the army before, right? Feng Sun replies first. Wild vegetable hot pot sounds very fresh. He then asks, how did you tell? My older brother is in the army. You both have a similar aura. Besides, my big dog really likes you. The last time it was so close to someone, it was my brother, she says, petting the fluffy ears of her dog. Feng Sun set the shovel aside and slowly sipped from the thermos he had packed in the morning while picking up Ying Song's cup. What about you? Have you been living here in the mountains all this time? As noon approached and the sun grew hotter, Ying Song put on a straw hat from her basket. She casually braided her hanging ponytail and said cheerfully, yes, I returned here after graduating from university. It's been 4 years now. I lived in a big city for a few years before, but I still feel most comfortable in the mountains. A breeze just happened to pass through the forest. Ying Song closed her eyes gently, stretched out her arms, as if embracing the wind. The mountain wind carried the fresh scent of plants and a faint sweetness of mountain fruits, brushing through their hair and clothes. The loose ends of Ying Song's braid fluttered lightly in the wind. She smiled softly, waiting for the breeze to slow before opening her eyes again, reflecting the lush green mountains. When she looked at him sideways, her tone was full of contentment. This free mountain wind makes me feel so relaxed and open-hearted. This mountain was her paradise, her utopia. She was the owner of this peaceful, pure land. Anyone who came briefly and left again was just a passing guest, like a bird soaring across the sky. Feng Sun was silent for a moment. He felt like he was beginning to understand Ying Song a little better. In this quiet mountain life, she was like a tree growing on a steep cliff, firmly rooted downward, reaching upward with strength. The small courtyard was a reflection of her inner world. She was at ease, enjoying her solitary life. Anyone who visited the mountain was a delightful surprise. Anyone who left the mountain was just a passing guest, unimportant. Ying Song and Feng Sun picked various wild vegetables together. When they returned home, she selected some to prepare for hot pot. She sat on a small stool, cleaning wild amaranth, shepherd's purse, fern, goji buds, and gray-green vegetables. The tender parts were placed in a bamboo basket. Feng Sun helped by chopping spring bamboo shoots and washing fresh mushrooms. The prepared ingredients were arranged on porcelain plates, and the beef tallow hot pot on the stove was bubbling gently. Feng Sun, there's some change in the drawer on the right side of the living room door. Do you want to take some money and go to the nearby village to buy some old tofu? Ying Song suddenly suggested. Feng Sun paused silently. Why was she so trusting of herself? She even told him where the money was. Feng Sun took off his apron and wiped his hands clean. He went to get his coat and keys. No need for change. I brought my phone. Ying Song looked up and said, the tofu seller in the village doesn't have a payment code. You don't need to use your phone to exchange for change. It's too troublesome. There aren't many young people in that village, and at this time, you might not even meet anyone. She blinked and added, if you don't go quickly, the tofu will be sold out. The tofu is cooked in hot pot, soft and juicy and very tasty. Feng Sun was convinced by her words. He silently decided that after returning to the county, He must exchange some cash to carry with him at all times. He walked to the living room, opened the drawer Ying Song mentioned, and saw it was full of small change, mixed with some notes of hundreds of yuan. Feng Sun. 1 block of tofu, 10 yuan should be enough, right? He pinched a banknote and went to the front yard. Song, 10 yuan should be enough, right? Yes, the prices in the village are very cheap. Grandpa's house still sells bean sprouts. If you like them, you can bring back a few yuan. Okay. Feng Sun quickly went to buy the tofu and bean sprouts. Before entering the house, he looked at the 5 yuan tofu and 3 yuan bean sprouts in his hand. His mind was too chaotic to think clearly. Even if he wanted to grasp a thread of thought, he couldn't hold on. After thinking for a moment, he took photos of the tofu and bean sprouts and sent them to the family group chat. It's a habit the family has always had, to share meaningful moments in the group. Today, I took 10 yuan to buy tofu and bean sprouts, and I have 2 yuan left. The group immediately started a discussion about prices. Feng Sun put away his phone and entered the house. When he saw Ying Song in the kitchen preparing beef slices, she said, "So you like bean sprouts?" Feng Sun nodded softly. He didn't say, he was actually not picky about food. He had heard Ying Song mention it on purpose, thinking she would like it, so he bought it. Just as Feng Sun was about to roll up his sleeves to help, a sudden ringing sound came. Ying Song said, "Is that my phone?" "Orange, orange." She loudly called out, "Orange, orange," while continuing to cut meat. The phone's roaming assistant immediately came online. "Orange. I forgot where I put my phone. Can you help me find it?" Orange immediately followed the sound to the living room. Feng Sun smiled, knowing that each dog in the house has its own special skill. "Song, sure. Don't take off your gloves. I'll go with Orange to help you get your phone." Feng Sun found the vibrating mobile in her lazy sofa and asked beside her, "Do you want me to help you answer it?" "Yes, thank you." Feng Sun pressed the green answer button, holding the small phone with his well-defined fingers and placing it near her ear. He stretched out his arm, trying to stand far enough away. Ying Songshi moved her ear close to his hand, gave him a funny look, and knew that not many people had her number, so there was nothing secret about it. Before her dimples even appeared on her lips, a deep, melodious young male voice came from the receiver. "Ying Songshi?" Ying Songshi's expression stiffened. She slowly moved back, and the bright screen showed a string of numbers. Feng Sun instinctively took a step closer, looking at her with concern. The voice on the phone continued, "Ying Songshi, are you listening?" Ying Songshi moved her ear closer again. Unexpectedly, Feng Sun's arm reached forward at the same time, his knuckles brushing her delicate earlobe, leaving a faint pink mark. "Who are you?" Ying Songshi pursed her lips and asked. The other side paused for a few seconds, then incredibly asked, "Ying Songshi, can't you recognize my voice? My parents asked me to call you and make sure you know that in half a month, Joshi will be getting engaged, and you need to be there." The person on the other end sounded really angry. "Can't you talk calmly with your family? Whenever you're upset, you hide in your mountain village. You don't listen to anyone and you don't reply to messages." The loud voice on the phone was clear to Feng Sun. He gently clenched his fingers, feeling that he should be considerate and giving Songshi enough space to speak. But his gaze couldn't help but fall on her face. Was she upset? Ying Songshi still looked calm and peaceful. She ignored the noisy voice on the phone and turned her head to Feng Sun. "It's a scam call. Please help me hang up." "Okay." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Feng Sun hung up and the kitchen returned to silence. He placed her phone on the sideboard and naturally walked back to her, asking what needed to be done. "There are garlic and pepper salt ribs in the air fryer, ready to be served at the table." Feng Sun responded with a sound and went to work. Ying Songshi glanced at him during a break from cutting beef. She increasingly admired Feng Sun's personality. If it were someone else, after such a phone call, they would probably say something caring or ask about what happened. But Feng Sun didn't. He still focused on helping with the chores, as if nothing had occurred. Ying Songshi added some diced mushrooms, cucumber, and ham to make fried rice. Finally, she served the cat and dog food into small bowls. Feng Sun was already sitting by the woven table and chairs in the yard, waiting for her. On the table, a hot pot with beef tallow broth was bubbling, with a few Sichuan peppercorns and slices of ginger floating on top. The spicy aroma mixed with the fragrant garlic and pepper salt ribs crispiness, drifting in the spring breeze. On the bamboo table, neatly arranged porcelain plates held fresh wild vegetables, thinly sliced spring bamboo shoots, firm tofu cubes, and tender bean sprouts bought by Fong Sun. Fong Sun arranged slices of fatty beef and beef meatballs, then prepared 2 servings of chili oil dipping sauce. Ying Songshi carried fried rice in one hand and 2 bottles of soda in the other, walking over. "There's no wine at home, so let's just drink soda. Okay, sit down and eat." Ying Songshi pulled over a bamboo chair and sat down. She casually picked up the chopsticks, pinched a handful of goji shoots, and threw them into the pot. "These are the tenderest. Boil for 10 seconds and fish them out. If you leave them longer, they'll turn bitter." Hearing this, Fong Sun took another pair of chopsticks and guarded the edge of the pot. He carefully added the wild vegetables and meat into the boiling broth. When the goji shoots curled in the red oil and their tips slightly wilted, he gently scooped them out and drained the broth before placing them in her porcelain bowl. Ying Songshi took a bite, her eyes and smile softening. She then picked up a few pieces of tofu and submerged them in the broth. Tofu needs to be cooked thoroughly, soaking up the broth to taste good. Fong Sun scooped some wild amaranth for himself. The red stems and green leaves blanched in the boiling soup looked very beautiful. "This is my first time eating wild vegetable hot pot in the mountains. How is it?" Ying Songshi asked as she scooped. "Can't think of any other word besides delicious." The wild vegetables were gathered by him and Ying Songshi, cleaned thoroughly, and added to the pot, perfectly preserving their natural flavor. The crisp, tender wild vegetables, combined with the aroma of beef tallow, filled the mouth with the freshness of spring. Fong Sun added a piece of pepper salt ribs. The crispy exterior cracked open, revealing salty, savory juice, perfectly balancing the slight spiciness of the hot pot. They sat under the Bodhi tree in the yard, eating hot pot. The breeze carried the scent of roses, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patterns on the table. The red oil in the pot was still bubbling. Occasionally, their chopsticks clinked, and they exchanged light, simple words. It was a quiet, cozy moment unique to the countryside. Ying Songshi picked up a piece of tofu soaked in broth and handed it to him. "Try this. It's full of flavor from the bottom of the pot. Very tasty." Fong Sun lowered his head and took a bite. The tofu was soft and tender, with spicy and fragrant flavors spreading in his mouth. "It really is delicious." Outside, the cats and dogs had finished their meals and were napping in the warm sunlight by their legs. The soup in the pot was still boiling. They enjoyed hot dishes, egg fried rice, and sipped soda. Fong Sun sighed quietly. He hadn't felt this kind of satisfaction in a long time. After finishing the hot pot, Fong Sun and Ying Songshi quietly began clearing the dishes. "Songshi, I'll carry them," he offered. Ying Songshi didn't refuse. She went ahead into the kitchen, opened the dishwasher, and helped Fong Sun put away the pots, bowls, and utensils. Fong Sun noticed that her kitchen was very well equipped. When he first ate at her house, he thought that since she cooked, he should wash the dishes and clear the table. But Ying Songshi pointed to the dishwasher and said, "Technology frees your hands." After tidying up, she brewed a pot of green tea and placed it on the tea bar. They slowly drank half the pot together. "Do you want to take a nap? There's a guest room here. I can help you prepare one," she suggested, pointing to the houses on either side of the courtyard. Fong Sun shook his head. Just for one afternoon, he thought. She had been living alone for a long time, and the guest room was unused. It would take some effort to tidy it up. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll just sit for a while." Ying Songshi looked at his complexion and said, "When I first met you, I thought you seemed like someone who doesn't sleep well. Since you managed to fall asleep here last time, try to rest this afternoon. If you don't want to go to the guest room, just nap on the sofa in the living room." She handed him a flour roll from her lap. "Let the flour roll keep you company while you rest. I'm going to the sunroom to feed the lambs." Fong Sun instinctively took the flour roll, but saw her already holding a water cup and heading toward the living room. He thought for a moment and decided to carry the flour roll with him to the living room. Maybe he could take a short nap on her sofa. Fong Sun changed his shoes and entered the living room. Through the glass on the door, he could still see Ying Songshi sitting on a lounge chair, holding a bamboo basket on her lap. She was looking down gently as she helped the police officer feed a bottle. Orange squatted beside her, curiously tilting his head to watch. Huan was lying beside him, quickly closing his eyes comfortably. Sesame and Tang Yuan also lay on the carpet, while the eldest sat nearby, watching him. Feng Sun patted the eldest's head and softly said, "You should rest a little too." He lay back on the sofa, first taking out his phone to check messages. There were some wild vegetables in the yard, waiting to be processed later. He planned to have someone send them to his home in the afternoon. His assistant usually stayed in the nearby city of the county. Feng Sun sent him a message, asking him to drive to the county to pick up the vegetables in the afternoon. Although there was express delivery in the county, Feng Sun checked on his phone that sending parcels to City A might not arrive the next day. So, he decided to let his assistant handle it. He then sent a message in the group chat. "My friends and I harvested quite a few wild vegetables today. The assistant will arrange for them to be sent back, and they should arrive by tomorrow." He informed his family in advance, so his mother would prepare fewer ingredients for that day. Today was sunny and warm, with half the window in the living room open. Feng Sun put away his phone and closed his eyes, wondering why Ying Songshi was so kind to someone she had just met. He couldn't think of an answer, and his mind was a bit chaotic with various guesses. A faint sound reached his ears. Feng Sun opened his eyes slightly and saw the eldest holding a corner of the blanket, covering him. His consciousness gradually blurred, but he could still clearly hear the wind blowing through the banana trees and the chirping of birds in the courtyard. Nature truly was the best white noise. Feng Sun slept for an hour and then woke up. When he got up, he saw Ying Songshi hugging the blanket and sleeping in the sunroom. The warm sunlight made her cheeks slightly red, looking peaceful and beautiful. He moved quietly and left the room, first going to the front yard to sort the wild vegetables he had brought back in the morning. He cleaned the dirt from the roots and bundled them by type. When Ying Songshi rubbed her sleepy eyes and came out, Feng Sun had almost finished. He said, "Songshi, these vegetables don't need extra processing. I've arranged for someone to deliver them to the house tomorrow. They have many people, so they'll eat them all by tomorrow night." "That's fine, but wait a moment," Ying Songshi said, washing her face at the pond in the vegetable garden. She shook the water off her face and said, "Come with me to the backyard. The backyard is where the vegetable garden and storage shed are located." Chao Sun had followed her last time to get the motorcycle. The evening light is not as bright as during the day. Now that he is walking behind her, he notices that there are no climbing roses in the backyard, but instead, a row of blue jacaranda trees outside the wall. In late March, the jacarandas are not yet in full bloom, but they already carry the feeling of spring. Gray-brown branches stretch out from outside the wall. Among the tender new leaves, clusters of spindle-shaped purple-blue flower buds are hanging. They are plump, with a few flowers already opening early, showing 5 thin petals in light purple with a hint of blue, softly drooping from the branches. The vegetable beds are neat, planted with various vegetables and fruits. The purple-blue flowers contrast beautifully with the fresh green leaves. Ying Songshi casually plucked a small green onion. Turning around, she saw Chao Sun looking at the blue jacarandas on the wall and smiled, saying, "This tree was planted the year I moved here. It just started to form buds in late March. When April comes, it will be full of blue flowers, very beautiful." She opened the nearby storage shed and asked Chao Sun with a tilt of her head, "If you want to send things home, are glass jars and such easy to carry?" "Should be okay," Chao Sun replied. He followed her inside and realized it was a small storage room. Ying Songshi packed some dried ribs and cured meat into a bag, handed it to him, and then took down a jar from the shelf. "This is pickled bamboo shoots I made before. You can let your family try it. Songshi, you don't need to bring so much. Just take it all. I don't have many good things here in this mountain yard." This is my little gesture to the elders. Chao Sun watched her busy figure and could feel her warmth and sincerity. He could only say seriously, "Thank you, Songshi." Ying Songshi turned around and led him back to the kitchen, bringing several glass jars. The mushroom sauce I made with pine tree fungi and wild shiitake, the delicious Chinese tune sauce you praised before, and pickled radish. Take all of these. Okay. Chao Sun helped her pack everything together. They placed the items into the motorcycle's storage box. Some things that didn't fit were tied onto the back seat. Ying Songshi looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Chao Sun was sitting on the motorcycle, wearing his helmet. Seeing her lively expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" Ying Songshi held her bun and shook her head, saying, "I just think you look a bit different from when I first met you. You seem more down-to-earth now." If it weren't for his outstanding appearance and good figure, Feng Sun might have been mistaken for someone selling goods in the city. He helplessly glanced at her and confidently responded, "People can change, and I am fine as I am now." Feng Sun said goodbye to Ying Song and rode his bike straight back to the county town. Assistant Li was already waiting downstairs in the community. He is Feng Sun's personal assistant. Although Feng Sun doesn't need him very often throughout the year, his social insurance and housing fund are at the same level as the assistant to the big boss of the Feng family group. So he always works efficiently and seriously. Seeing Feng Sun carrying many bags, he couldn't help but secretly glance at him. Is the boss really fitting into life in the county town so well? And riding such a cool motorcycle. He doesn't remember the boss asking him to buy one. Thinking this, he still smiled and professionally approached. "Boss, everything is arranged here. It should be delivered by noon tomorrow." He opened the trunk of the car and helped Feng Sun load the items one by one. "Thanks for your hard work. Be careful when moving the boxes. There are glass jars inside." Assistant Li responded with a smile and watched Feng Sun go upstairs before driving away. After Feng Sun went upstairs, he saw a message from his mother. "Xiao Sun, did you pick those wild vegetables with the girl you just met?"
Mom didn't ask you about that.
"Last time. What gift did you choose for her?" Feng Sun first replied that he did, then sent the gift he picked. On the other side, a question mark appeared slowly. "Tableware, kitchenware, and scented candles? Who taught you to give gifts like this to a girl? Even if they are expensive, they are still used." Hualani looked at the message with a dark face. Who does this kid take after in gift-giving? Feng Sun frowned in confusion. He slightly adjusted his position to look at his phone and humbly asked, "Mom, didn't you tell me to think carefully about what she would like?" He observed Ying Song's reaction when giving the gift. She should have liked it. The tableware and kitchenware were placed directly in the kitchen for use, and the scented candle was on the kitchen sideboard, which Ying Song had mentioned during their meal. That might be a bit too practical. Almost no girl can refuse something romantic. Anyway, think about it yourself. Okay, I will prepare more thoughtfully next time. Mom, I sent over not only wild vegetables, but also her homemade cured meat, pickles, and sauce. When I mentioned this, Feng Sun's face softened a little. He thought about how he hadn't yet introduced who the other person was to his mother. Her name is Ying Song. I just had a wild vegetable hot pot at her house at noon. Her name sounds very nice. No wonder you suddenly said in the group chat that you went to buy tofu and bean sprouts with 10 yuan. But isn't that a bit embarrassing? Letting Song sure spend so much and bringing us so many good things. Hualanu saw her younger son's message and smiled happily. She quickly went to her husband's study to have him look at it too. She said it was a small gift for the elders. You should ask the chef at home to try it. Feng Sun couldn't help but smile. Then I should also prepare a gift for Songshi. I'll discuss it with Shuman later. Hualanu put down her phone, raised her chin, and looked at Feng Guangji. See what I said? When did our little son ever give a girl a gift himself? And he chose it himself. But his taste in choosing gifts is not very good. It must be your influence. Feng Guangji put down his documents, took off his glasses, and held his wife's hand. What do you mean by my influence? Haven't you seen the gifts I bought recently that you didn't like? Stop joking. I'm just talking about Xiaoxuan. Feng Guangji pulled her to sit beside him. Xiaoxuan is our son, raised by us with our own hands. Although he went to serve in the army for a few years, his basic personality hasn't changed. If he truly understands his feelings and finds a girl he likes, he will tell us immediately. The Feng family's way of education has always been democratic, open, and free. They never use strict or sarcastic methods when raising their children. Their eldest son Feng Tingyu and Shuman married through free love, without any interference from them. They trust their son's judgment and believe the boys will understand what they truly want. Hualanu leaned on her husband's shoulder and sighed. You're right, I understand. I just feel that Xiaoxuan is a bit different now. Even though we don't see him often, I can still feel that he's become more lively. After Ying Song saw Feng Sun off, she returned to the sunroom with a book. She had just flipped through a few pages when the little cat police chief she brought back started meowing and whining. Many fluffy heads gathered at the glass door. She glanced at the clock on the wall. If she remembered correctly, the police chief shouldn't be hungry at this time. The small black and white kitten, with a cute, round face, was gently pushing its soft nose against the blanket again and again. Ying Songshi skillfully helped it with its bathroom needs, then wrapped it in the blanket and held it in her arms. Feeling its warm body, the kitten finally stopped crying, but her little communication device rang again. It was another string of numbers. Ying Songshi hesitated for a moment, but answered the call. Songshi, Big Brother told me you hung up on him. He's really angry, said Zhou Yang, the second daughter of the Zhou family. Zhou Yang has always been expected to inherit the family business. Earlier in the morning, it was Zhou Yu, the eldest son, who called Ying Songshi before dinner. Zhou Yu isn't interested in business. He was scouted to act when he was young, and is now a popular actor in the entertainment industry. Ying Songshi. She's an adult now, yet she still gets complaints like this. Fangzhi came to see me. He said there was a misunderstanding about what happened back then. You two were very close in college, weren't you? He's been trying to find out where you are now and wants a chance to explain himself face to face. Ying Songshi, holding the kitten, gently tapped its tiny head with her finger and suddenly said, Second sister, if you keep talking about this, I will hang up. After some hesitation, she still called her second sister. During her time at the Zhou family, she had little contact with her eldest brother Zhou Yu and second sister Zhou Yang. The former is a well-known workaholic in the entertainment industry, constantly moving between filming locations, so busy that he might not even come home for the new year. The latter, Zhou Yang, was studying abroad when Ying Songshi first arrived at the Zhou family. When Ying Songshi went to university, Zhou Yang had already finished her master's degree and started managing the family business, traveling all over the country. All right, since you don't want to listen, I'll change the subject. From Zhou Yang's side, her secretary's voice announced a meeting in 10 minutes. Zhou Yang quickly added, Songshi, you need to learn to be more proactive and humble. Mom and Dad are upset about the money transfer you made recently. Blood ties can't be cut. Do you think you're better off in a remote county than at home? Do the local connections and resources there help you move forward in life? Zhou is easy to get along with, and there's no real conflict between you. I know the biggest issue is with the elderly lady. Just avoid seeing her. Ying Songshi pursed her lips. When she heard these words, she instinctively blocked them out. Second sister, I believe everyone has the right to choose the life they want. I am happy with my current life. There's nothing wrong with living in a small town. These words sounded somewhat dismissive to Zhou Yang. Forget it. I have a meeting soon, so I can't talk now. Think about it yourself. After ending the call, Ying Songshi gently patted the sheriff's small head. Who's being stubborn now? I might as well go make you some goat milk. Ying Songshi stretched lazily, then went to prepare the goat milk. After the sheriff finished eating and drinking, she changed her clothes, carried a basket, and headed into the mountains. It's a beautiful spring day, and she has many things she wants to do. From March to April, the loquats, mulberries, and green plums in the mountains ripen one after another. She plans to pick some fruits to make wine, just like in previous years, and also to make the loquat syrup she wanted to do last time, taking advantage of the good weather. The spring breeze along the mountain path carries the fresh scent of grass and trees. Ying Songshi walks on the soft fallen leaves, heading toward the valley. In her basket, she has a bamboo basket and a small pair of scissors. The green plum trees are the furthest, so she plans to pick green plums first. The green plum trees grow on the hillside beside the creek, their branches reaching high. The shiny green plums are tightly clustered on the branches, looking firm and full. Ying Songshi gently snips the stem with her small scissors, and the green plum drops into her palm. The wind brushes over the creek, bringing moisture and the fresh, slightly tart scent of the plums. It's such a wonderful day, but why does everyone say it's not as good as in the city? Spring days are pure, and the mountain life peaceful. Ying Songshi has been very busy these days. Besides tending the vegetable garden, picking fruits and vegetables, and cleaning the chicken coop, she also contacted nearby suppliers to buy some long wooden planks, planning to build a flower bed near her home. Sometimes, Fong Sun sends her messages in the morning, but she only replies at noon or even in the evening. Fong Sun really has no choice but to go into the mountains to find someone. The wild vegetables and cured meats she sent to her family received high praise. The old lady's appetite greatly improved, and she kept praising Ying Songshi for her delicious cured meats and ribs, her pickled bamboo shoots, and even the plain steamed bread filled with mushroom sauce. She could eat a whole one. Since the old lady fell ill last year and recovered, no one in the family has seen her with such a good appetite. Fong Tingyu suggested that Fong Sun spend some money to buy more supplies, but Shu Man stopped him. Shu Man learned some details from her mother-in-law and naturally couldn't let Fong Tingyu make reckless suggestions. Over the past few days, she prepared some gifts with her mother-in-law as a thank you. The items she received clearly showed that the girl put a lot of care and effort into making them. When Fong Sun took the gifts up the mountain to find someone, he indeed did not find Ying Songshi at home. He simply held the flowers and leaned on his motorcycle, waiting for Ying Songshi to return. The wind blew slowly. Fong Sun raised his hand to adjust the sunflower petals in the bouquet. He was a good student who could think beyond the obvious. His mother had said that girls liked romantic things, so before leaving the county, he stopped by a flower shop and bought a bouquet. The shop owner immediately recommended various roses when he heard he wanted to give something to a young girl. Fong Sun naturally understood that the shop owner had misunderstood his intention. After politely declining, he turned and immediately saw the sunflowers. The bright yellow flower heads were tightly packed together, with green stems and gray-green eucalyptus leaves. The bouquet was simply wrapped in light brown paper, tied with a loose string. When the wind blew, the petals swayed gently, and the eucalyptus leaves also trembled, looking fresh and bright. These days, he kept thinking about why Ying Songshi was so kind to him. Feeling troubled, he also privately asked his most steady childhood friend, Jing Songyun. Jing Songyun didn't expect Fong Sun to keep guessing about such things. He wasn't the type to gossip, so he gave a simple answer. Usually, it means she might have some good feelings for you. Fong Sun also considered this possibility, but then he thought that since they had only known each other for a short time, and love at first sight was unlikely, he wasn't confident about it. But maybe Jing Songyun was right. It wasn't love yet, but perhaps she had some good feelings. Once the mind leans toward a certain answer, the brain naturally looks for clues and memories to support it. Ying Songshi invited him to her home as a guest, gave him various things, and took her unintentional words to heart. Fong Sun thought to himself, at least she probably has some good feelings toward me. He was lost in thought, staring at the bamboo forest, not far away, unaware that Ying Songshi had approached. Fong Sun, Ying Songshi called out to him. She had just come around from the mountain forest behind the house and saw Fong Sun waiting at the door. He leaned against his motorcycle, wearing a light gray jacket that made him look tall and neat. He was loosely holding a bouquet of sunflowers, with sharp features and clear contours. His cold, tough aura was softened by the warmth of the flowers. When he heard her voice, he looked over, still with a faint daze in his eyes from before. I thought you would come from that side of the bamboo forest. Here, these are the flowers for you. Fong Sun took a few steps forward and handed her a bouquet. Thank you. Ying Songshi's eyes widened slightly. She hugged the flowers to her chest and gently brushed her fingertips over the soft petals. Recently, the temperature has been rising gradually. Today, she wore a beige cotton shirt that made her look slender around the neck. Her eyes and eyebrows curved softly, with faint dimples on her cheeks. The bright yellow sunflower in her arms contrasted with her plain clothes, giving a fresh and clean springtime look. Ying Songshi held the flowers and went ahead to open the door. Fong Sun carried some things behind her. What have you been busy with these days? Ying Songshi entered the kitchen and pointed to various bottles on the table. I go up the mountain every day to pick fruit and then process it. What are those long wooden planks outside the wall for? Do you need help? Fong Sun saw them while waiting. He hadn't been to the mountain for a few days, and outside the wall, there was a pile of long wooden planks. I'm planning to build a flower bed outside the yard, using these to make a frame. If you want to help, I'd be happy, and you can also join us for 3 meals a day. Ying Songshi smiled. She washed her hands, opened a flat board on the counter, and handed it to Feng Sun. I made a simple sketch. She was quite capable and strong. She had built the chicken coop on the mountain herself before. But if Feng Sun wanted to help, she would definitely welcome it. Feng Sun took the flat board and looked at it carefully. He looked up seriously and asked, "When do you plan to start building?" "I'll help. Day after tomorrow." Ying Songshi checked the weather forecast on her tablet and thought for a moment. "But the day after tomorrow is Qingming. Do you need to go home?" "I mean, you're home in city, eh?" Feng Sun shook his head, saying he didn't plan to go back. Ying Songshi clapped her hands and immediately made an invitation. "Then do you want to come up the mountain tomorrow and pick mugwort with me? We can make green rice balls with it." "Okay." Feng Sun agreed on their plans for the next few days, then placed the box he brought on the table. "Songshi, this is for my family. They really like what you make. They asked me to give you these as a token of their appreciation," Ying Songshi exclaimed softly. She quickly waved her hands. "I don't need a gift. It's just some wild mountain food. No need to make such a fuss." She pushed the box back to Feng Sun and said seriously, "If your family likes it, I can send them more." "Really, there's no need for such expensive gifts. Songshi, can you stop being so polite to me? This isn't a matter of exchanging items. It's a mutual expression of feelings. When you initially gave them cured meat and ribs with a certain attitude, they now treat you the same way. It's just a gesture of respect for the younger generation." Feng Sun placed the gift box back in front of her. His slender hands firmly held the edge of the box, showing a gentle yet firm attitude. He smiled and said, "Besides, when you gave me so many things before, did I ever act as politely as you are now?" Since it had come to this, Songshi no longer refused. She confidently hugged the box and tilted her head thoughtfully. "Then let's make more green rice balls tomorrow. You can arrange for someone to send them to your family. I'll add some of their favorite treats from last time. How does that sound?" Seeing her accept the gift, Feng Sun relaxed and leaned back in his chair, smiling calmly. "Of course. You can take your time opening the gifts in the living room. Most of them were prepared by my mother and older sister-in-law. They didn't tell me the details." Songshi showed a small, shy dimple. She opened the box and looked inside. It contained beautifully wrapped gift boxes, including a necklace from a well-known international brand and a carefully packed flower vase. She thought to herself, "These gifts are really valuable." She tried to follow Feng Sun's advice, setting aside the material value and fully accepting the gesture. Thinking this, she looked up at Feng Sun. She could tell that his family was gentle and considerate, paying such attention to detail when giving gifts. Every item showed genuine care, with no superficial politeness. Carefully, Songshi took out the flower vase. After admiring its appearance for a moment, she fetched some water and placed the sunflower Feng Sun brought into it, adjusting the height and angle of the flowers carefully. Feng Sun sat nearby, watching with a relaxed expression. When he saw the vase, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. This vase was something his mother brought back from an auction last month. He had been reluctant to use it, never expecting it would be given to Songshi this time. But he thought the vase was a good choice, feeling satisfied. She placed the vase on the kitchen dining table. The bright yellow flowers faced the warm spring sunlight, with gray-green eucalyptus leaves complementing the vase. A gentle breeze made the petals sway lightly, filling the room with a soft glow. The next morning, Feng Sun arrived at the mountain as scheduled, bringing some fresh beef and lamb. This was just slaughtered at the town's meat shop this morning. "I brought it for cooking." Ying Songshi took the bag from him gently and said softly, "Breakfast is already on the table. Wash your hands and eat first." She was in the kitchen preparing the meat Feng Sun brought. "The meat is very fresh, but let's save it for tonight. I've already prepared the ingredients for lunch. The menu is on the note on the counter. Take a look and see if there's anything you don't like." Feng Sun washed his hands and looked at the menu. It included wolfberry leaf and lean meat soup, spring bamboo shoots with shredded chicken, braised cabbage with bean curd, and stir-fried mushrooms with asparagus. His face lit up with a smile. There's nothing I don't like. Now that you've revealed the lunch menu, I'm even more excited for noon. When Feng Sun sat at the dining table, he looked at the breakfast with a smile. It was shrimp and mushroom noodles, steamed pork buns, a boiled egg, and a small plate of pickles. He then changed his words and said, I spoke too soon. Seeing this breakfast, I feel I'll have a good mood all morning. Ying Songshi couldn't help but turn to look at him. Feng Sun nodded at her with a smile, and then picked up his chopsticks to enjoy his meal. Seeing him eat so earnestly and seriously, Ying Songshi smiled and continued to busy herself. Feng Sun is really someone who provides emotional comfort. She really enjoyed the feeling of being with Feng Sun. If she had to choose one word to describe it, it would be peace of mind. Ying Songshi knew she was a bit introverted. When she was with the Zhou family before, she was called dull. She wasn't very good at socializing. When she first met Feng Sun, she thought he had an intimidating aura that kept people at a distance. But as they spent time together, she realized his attentiveness was hidden in the details. He never spoke unnecessarily or disturbed her, but he always knew the right thing to say at the right time. If he wanted to, he could surely support all her emotions steadily, without needing her to pretend or explain. After breakfast, Ying Songshi was still ready with her basket, which held scissors, thin gloves, and a familiar thermos cup. Last time, Feng Sun had used this cup to drink dandelion tea. He picked up the cup and pointed to the cute, honest-looking bear on it. Is there tea inside today, too? Yes, jasmine tea. Today, we need to pick more mugwort because we'll be outdoors for a longer time. Ying Songshi finished feeding the kitten goat milk and handed a bottle of sunscreen to Feng Sun.
Put some on, she said.
They locked the door again and headed into the mountains, with Ying Songshi leading the way. Artemisia grew along the bushes on the hillside, standing in small clusters. Its green stems topped with tiny, tender leaves, with edges lightly serrated. When the wind blew, a faint, refreshing scent drifted far away. This is the place, Ying Songshi said, setting down her basket. She put on thin gloves, took small scissors, and gently pinched the tender core of the artemisia, cutting off the top 2 or 3 young segments. She casually placed them into her basket, moving quickly and carefully. She also reminded him, only cut the tender tips. Leave the roots so they can grow back. Feng Sun watched her, then imitated her clumsy but serious way of cutting. His fingertips occasionally brushed the soft fuzz of the artemisia, but he just raised an eyebrow and smiled. Seeing him cut properly, Ying Songshi's smile deepened. She continued to cut the artemisia higher up, then asked casually, by the way, what filling do you like for green rice balls? Sweet or salty? We're making some this afternoon. Mostly sweet. What about you, Songshi? I love sweet fillings too. We can make some with osmanthus and red bean paste, sesame and peanut fillings, or red date and walnut. Or maybe some with spring bamboo shoots and cured meat, or salted egg yolk with pork floss. We can make fewer of those, she said, counting on her fingers. Then she frowned slightly, but we don't have pork floss at home, so I'll need to buy some in town. Feng Sun naturally offered. Salted egg yolk with pork floss is delicious. After I finish picking artemisia, I'll go to town to buy some. They worked for a while, taking breaks, and soon gathered enough artemisia. When they returned, they carefully sorted the artemisia to make sure it was clean. Seeing it was still early, Ying Songshi urged Feng Sun, let's save the artemisia for making the green rice balls this afternoon. I'll go prepare lunch. It'll be ready by the time you come back. Feng Sun changed his coat, took his keys, and asked about specific locations. Anything else you want to eat? Ying Songshi shook her head. We only need some pork floss for the filling. Be careful on your way. Feng Sun nodded and agreed. When he stepped out, he noticed a few more cat hairs on his coat, probably from Huan sleeping inside it again. He mounted his motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and the engine roared cheerfully. He sped along, the spring breeze brushing past his ears, carrying the fresh scent of the mountain wilderness. The place selling shredded meat is in a convenience store along the street in the county town. The store owner is friendly and talkative. Seeing that Feng Sun looked unfamiliar, he came over to chat more. Young man, are you from around here? By the way, I just saw a fancy luxury car parked across the street. It was so shiny it caught the eye. The people in the car didn't get out. Only the driver in a black suit and white gloves stepped out, standing respectfully beside the car. It looked very impressive. Wow, I've lived so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a scene in our small town. It must be someone important. Fong Sun wasn't interested in the gossip. He tapped the counter lightly, urging to pay, and as he left with his shopping bag, the store owner still looked on with a curious expression and pointed outside. That's the car I was talking about. From his peripheral vision, Fong Sun saw a car passing by on the street. Its black body shone so brightly it reflected the trees along the street. The logo on the front gleamed in the sunlight, understated but clearly expensive. Fong Sun didn't care much about that. His face showed a hint of impatience. He turned around, mounted his motorcycle, and just wanted to go back early to helping Songshi prepare lunch. Soon, the motorcycle left the noisy town and entered a winding mountain road. Although the road was bumpy, he rode steadily. Before long, he saw the bamboo grove outside the small courtyard. He had just parked when he saw the kitchen window being pushed open. Ying Songshi's head peeked out, smiling with a hint of surprise. "Why did you buy so much?" Fong Sun carried the heavy shopping bags into the kitchen and placed them on the dining table. "There are some sodas inside. I saw you take this flavor out of the fridge last time, so I bought a few more." Ying Songshi pointed toward the fridge with a smile. "Put them in the fridge." Fong Sun nodded and did as told, arranging the sodas inside. He then looked around at the busy stove and asked, "Is there anything else I can help with for lunch?" Ying Songshi raised her hand and pointed at the neatly arranged dishes on the kitchen counter. "I've prepared all the ingredients. Just need to cook them. Why don't you rest in the living room for a while?" But Fong Sun shook his head gently, with a firm yet kind tone. "It's just riding around running errands. I'm not tired. I'll go pick some mugwort now, since I need it this afternoon." Ying Songshi couldn't argue with him. She turned around and found a large wooden basin, filled it halfway with clean water, and handed him a pair of clean, thin gloves, smiling. "Then go pick it under the Bodhi tree in the front yard. It's cool there, and the light is good." Fong Sun took the wooden basin and gloves, walked to the front yard under the Bodhi tree, and sat down on a woven chair. Carefully, he placed mugwort into the basin, wearing gloves, and picked out the leaves one by one. His movements were not very skilled, but he was very focused. He was tall and straight, sitting properly on the small woven chair. The contrast made him look softer. Sesame and Tangyuan, two small dogs, sat at his feet, tilting their heads as they watched him pick mugwort. Occasionally, they nudged his pants with their noses. Huawan lazily lay on a wooden platform between the branches of the tree, wagging her tail slowly, looking very relaxed. In the kitchen, Ying Song was busy at two stoves, cooking skillfully. The aroma from the pots mixed with the scent of mugwort from the yard, making it very tempting. During her busy moments, she glanced up slightly, and through the kitchen window, she could see Fong Sun's side face. A faint smile appeared in her eyes. Just as she was about to finish the last dish, stir-fried mushrooms with asparagus, the doorbell suddenly rang with a ding-dong. The dogs immediately reacted, especially the oldest, who moved as fast as a flash of black lightning, rushing to the door and barking loudly outside. Their voices shook the leaves in the yard. Fong Sun suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had never seen the small dogs in the yard so alert and protective. Even Sesame and Tangyuan, usually gentle and round, crouched by the door barking fiercely, looking both fierce and silly. He quickly put down the mugwort, wiped his hands dry, and stepped forward to block the door. His arm instinctively pressed against the door frame, looking more cautious. The door had a video intercom. He looked down at the screen. Behind the door was a sharply dressed man in a suit, looking respectful, probably a driver. He was surprised. Wasn't this the Bentley driver he saw in the county town? Many thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Before he could sort them out, Ying Song stepped out of the kitchen, wiping her hands, and came to his side. She also looked at the person on the screen, her expression calm. She patted his arm softly and said quietly, "It's okay. I know this person. You don't need to go out. Wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon." Ying Song bent down again, gently patting the dogs' heads, whispering soothing words. Then she bent to pet Sesame, Tang Yuan, and Chinzi on their heads. Her few words made the barking dogs quiet down. She opened the door and stepped outside, then casually closed it halfway, blocking most of the view from outside. Feng Sun crouched down, gently stroked the small dog's fur, his fingertips brushing over the smooth back of the older dog. The older dog sat upright in front of the door crack, ears standing straight, listening carefully to the sounds outside, dutifully attentive. He straightened up and looked at the screen behind the door. The back door of the Bentley was opened respectfully by the driver, and a young man in a light-colored suit stepped out, handsome features, gentle contours, exuding a warm yet noble aura that seemed out of place in the mountain village. Seeing the man get out, the driver bowed slightly and stepped back quietly, standing at attention. Through the partly closed door crack, Feng Sun could clearly hear the man speak, his tone carrying a subtle, hard-to-define meaning. Songshi, long time no see. Listening further might be rude. Feng Sun's manners prevented him from eavesdropping, but an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart, making him feel uneasy and restless. He instinctively frowned, then turned and went into the kitchen. Looking at the dishes already prepared by Ying Songshi on the stove, he silently picked up a plate and carefully arranged the food on the dining table. After setting the dishes, his gaze fell on the clock on the wall, watching the minute hand slowly turn. 10 minutes passed, and Ying Songshi still hadn't returned. Feng Sun's lips tightened unconsciously, and his breath grew a little heavier. He turned around and went back to the front yard under the Bodhi tree, picking up some mugwort and carefully plucking it. The conversation outside drifted faintly with the wind into the front yard, intermittently reaching his ears. He heard the young man's voice, tentative. "Songshi, won't you invite me in for a visit?" Immediately after, Ying Songshi's straightforward refusal. "Sorry, it's not convenient to see guests at home." Hearing this, Feng Sun's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. But this lightness didn't last long. Soon, he heard the young man sigh softly, his tone full of grievance and pleading. "Songshi, no matter what happened in the past, my feelings for you are real." Feng Sun's movements suddenly froze. He immediately looked up at the electronic screen on the door, where the young man was smiling gently, slowly raising his hand as if to touch Ying Songshi's head. A sudden surge of anger filled her heart. Feng Sun quickly stood up from the bamboo chair, fists clenched unconsciously. Fortunately, Ying Songshi turned her head just in time to avoid it. The man's hand missed, and his smile faded slightly. He helplessly withdrew his hand and spoke more earnestly. "Songshi, can you please not be so cruel to me? You can't ignore my feelings just because of past unhappiness. I have now returned to the country and started to get involved in the family business. I believe we have plenty of time to build a future together." Ying Songshi crossed her arms, her expression calm and emotionless, with no sign of the feelings Feng Zhe expected. To her, people who don't matter are no different from strangers. She gestured towards a mountain below with a cold tone. "Sorry, this mountain is under my private name. You are not welcome here, now or in the future." After saying that, she turned to go inside. Feng Zhe hurriedly tried to stop her, but a large black shepherd dog suddenly appeared, baring its teeth and blocking him. He was so startled that he froze, hesitating to move. Ying Songshi hugged her dog's neck, stroked its ears, and looked at Feng Zhe with a calm but sharp gaze. "Do you think lies can truly nurture sincerity?" Feng Zhe's face turned pale and then flushed. Embarrassed by her rejection, he struggled to keep his composure. "Songshi, you might still be angry when you see me. I won't push you. I'll give you some space to think. Anyway, in a while, it will be my brother and Xiaoxi's engagement banquet. I'll talk to you then." As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Songshi turned away coldly. She entered the house with her dog, closing the door to keep all the troubles outside. She bent down to pet her dog's head, praising it for doing a good job. Then she called the other small dogs inside. As she entered the kitchen, she saw Feng Sun holding 2 bowls of rice and placing them on the table. Feng Sun looked at Ying Songshi, appearing completely unaffected by what had just happened. His tone grew gentler. Wash your hands and eat. The mushrooms and asparagus in the pot are cooked. I just finished preparing them, so the taste might not be as good as yours. Okay, it looks great. Ying Songshi finally took off her apron to wash her hands. When she sat back at the table, Feng Sun first served her a bowl of wolfberry leaf and lean meat soup. Sorry, Songshi, I didn't go out to help you just now. Ying Songshi just put a bite of asparagus into her mouth when she heard this, her eyes slightly widening. I don't know how close your relationship is with that man, and I worry that showing up suddenly might cause you trouble, Feng Sun said softly, showing his apology. Feng Sun, has anyone ever told you that you're really kind? Ying Songshi, after understanding his thoughts, slowly relaxed her expression. Let's not talk about him anymore. Come on, let's eat. She looked at the dishes on the table. The food was plentiful. Bright and clear wolfberry leaf and lean meat soup, with tender green wolfberry leaves and slices of lean meat, shiny, sauce-coated spring bamboo shoots and shredded chicken, and tender, flavorful braised cabbage with beans. In the vase on the table, bright yellow sunflowers stood tall, their petals reflecting the lively dishes on the table, gentle and soothing. She thought for a moment, then got up and took a jar of mushroom sauce from the wooden shelf on the wall. She scooped some onto Feng Sun's rice. Add some sauce to go with your meal. Your family has already eaten, but I forgot about you. After a short rest at noon, the two began preparing to make green rice balls. Because they needed to make more, Ying Songshi moved the firewood stove from the storage room. Feng Sun naturally took over, setting the iron pot on the stove, then went to fetch more firewood. I didn't expect your family still has this. One iron pot can cook for many people, Feng Sun said with a smile as he poured water into the pot. Ying Songshi explained softly, last year my older brother and sister stayed for a few days. I bought this especially for making stews in the iron pot. I'll cook it for you someday. Feng Sun nodded. He sat on a small wooden stool, watching the fire beneath the pot, adding wood one by one. The tender core of the mugwort they picked in the morning had already been cleaned and placed on the table nearby. Once the water in the iron pot boiled, Ying Songshi added a pinch of baking soda, explaining softly to Feng Sun, this helps keep the green color of the mugwort. When the water boiled, she blanched the mugwort for just a minute. The water turned light green quickly. She scooped out the mugwort and put it into cold water she had prepared earlier. She squeezed out the water and then placed it in a stone mortar, holding the pestle and slowly pounding. The dull sound of the stone hitting the mortar filled the air. The mugwort gradually turned into a fine green paste, with a strong, bitter aroma growing richer. Feng Sun watched for a while, then raised his hand. Let me do it. This repetitive, skill-free work is better left to me. They had a lot of green rice balls to make that afternoon. Besides the ones for themselves, Ying Songshi also planned to send some to her older brother and sister, as well as Feng Sun's family. During the celebration, Ying offered her seat to Feng Sun, who was much stronger and more efficient. She poured the prepared mugwort paste into a porcelain bowl, then added a few scoops of glutinous rice flour and a little sticky rice flour, mixing them in the familiar ratio she always used, without needing to measure. Feng Sun asked what she was making. Pure glutinous rice flour is too soft, so adding some sticky rice flour helps it hold together, she explained. She then sprinkled some sugar to balance the bitterness of the mugwort, gradually added mugwort paste and warm water into the bowl, kneading with her hands repeatedly. The loose powders gradually formed into a smooth, green dough that looked very appealing. She placed the large dough on a long board, rolled it into a long strip, then cut it into small pieces. Each piece was shaped into a ball and arranged neatly. This step is simple. It's easier to do in the kitchen at the dining table, Ying said. She then lifted the board and moved the kneaded dough and pieces to the table. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, a small cutting board was already prepared with various fillings for green rice balls, arranged neatly. The sweet bean paste had dried osmanthus mixed in, giving a subtle floral aroma. Black sesame and peanuts, roasted and ground, were mixed with brown sugar and a little cooked pork fat to make sesame peanut filling. Pitted and steamed dates were mashed and combined with toasted walnut pieces to make date walnut filling. There was also the salty green rice ball filling she had mentioned earlier. The bamboo shoot and cured meat filling was stir-fried until the bamboo was tender and the meat fragrant. Crushed salted egg yolks were mixed with shredded meat floss and a little cooked pork fat, creating a rich, salty filling. Ying picked up a small piece of dough, flattened it with her palm, and shaped it into a round wrapper with a thicker center and thinner edges. She pinched the edges with her fingertips, placed a spoonful of bean paste inside, then gently pinched the top to seal it, kneading it into a smooth, round ball. Fong Sun watched nearby and tried to mimic her, pinching the dough and filling it, though a bit clumsily. Still, the green rice balls he made looked quite decent. The iron pot was already boiling water, with a steamer set on top. She lined the steamer with a few slices of bamboo leaves gathered from the mountains, so the steamed green rice balls would carry a faint bamboo aroma. She placed the wrapped rice balls into the steamer, leaving enough space between them. Once the water boiled, she covered the pot and steamed for a short while. Before covering the pot, Fong Sun took out his phone and took a picture. During the conversation, Ying Song knew that he often shared things with his family. He pointed to the packages wrapped by Fong Sun and said, "Take a close-up of these. Tomorrow, your family will be able to enjoy the green rice balls you made yourself. After I retired, I often traveled around the country. Taking photos of daily life was also a way to reassure my family." Fong Sun obediently took a photo. "In previous years during Qingming, I bought green rice balls for my family. This is the first time I made them myself." It seemed that since meeting Ying Song, his life had many new firsts. While waiting, Fong Sun helped Ying Song wipe the cutting board. She leaned against the stove, watching the steam rise from the pot, her eyes curved in a gentle smile. Soon, the aroma from the steamer became even stronger. Ying Song lifted the lid. The bright green rice balls looked plump and shiny, tempting to eat. After removing them, she took a brush and coated each rice ball with a thin layer of cooked pork fat. They instantly looked more glossy and wouldn't harden even when cooled. Once the first batch of rice balls cooled slightly, Ying Song picked one up and handed it to Fong Sun. "Try it. See if it's the flavor you like." Fong Sun took it, bit into it, and found the soft, sticky grass-flavored outer layer wrapped around a dense osmanthus bean paste. It was sweet but not overwhelming. The faint scent of osmanthus mixed with the bitterness of the grass, slowly melting on his tongue, delicate and refreshing. Very delicious. I like it. It's even better than the ones I bought before. The whole afternoon, the two of them were busy in the kitchen making green rice balls. After all the rice balls cooled, they packed them according to each flavor. Ying Song took out a stack of colorful stickers and carefully stuck them on each package. As she kept talking. "The osmanthus bean paste ones are decorated with flowers, the sesame and peanut ones with stars. That way, everyone can tell the flavors at a glance when they receive them." Fong Sun sat nearby, watching her serious expression. He helped smooth out the stickers that had lifted, his eyes full of tenderness. "Are you sending these to your brother and sister? Why don't you give me the address? I'll have someone send them all together. If it's B City, they'll arrive by tomorrow morning." Ying Song looked up at Fong Sun, thought for a moment, and nodded. That would save a lot of time. At this time of day, the courier stations in the county town were almost closing. If she waited until tomorrow to send the rice balls herself, they wouldn't reach her brother and sister until the day after tomorrow, and the taste might be affected. She turned around to find a sticky note and a pen, then wrote down her brother and sister's address and phone number. "Just send it here when the time comes. The courier will leave it at the company's front desk. I'll message them tonight to remind them to check for it." Fong Sun took the note and looked at the address, pausing for a moment. It was for a tech company in City B. Her handwriting was neat and clear, just like her personality, clean and efficient. Fong Sun carefully folded the note and put it inside his coat pocket. "Okay, just leave it to me. I promise it will be delivered by tomorrow morning and won't be delayed." Together, they packed the steamed green rice balls into a box, sealed it carefully, and labeled the flavor with a note. Only then was everything properly packed. Before Fong Sun could speak, Ying Songshi had already turned and headed to the backyard warehouse. Soon, she came back carrying a heavy cloth bag and several jars, placing them on the dining table one by one. She also asked Feng Sun to help carry a few times. The bags contained fatty and lean cured meats, cured ribs, and a whole dried chicken. Next to them were jars filled with pickled bamboo shoots, radish, and cucumber, all made by Ying Songshi. She also brought out last time's spicy cedar sauce and mushroom paste, placing everything on the table. Additionally, Ying Songshi found a few small bamboo baskets filled with dried wild vegetables and mountain mushrooms. These are from the mountains. You can take them home for your family to try. It's a pity we don't have time to go pick wild vegetables today, but we can dig up some spring bamboo shoots from the bamboo grove in front of the house. Seeing the table piled high with mountain specialties, Feng Sun couldn't help but smile wryly. He reached out and held her hand, which was still packing things into her bag. You've already taken everything. What will you eat? Ying Songshi pointed outside to the continuous green mountains, her tone light and confident. Don't worry. Spring is full of fresh goods in the mountains. Once we finish these, I'll go pick some again when I have time. As the sky gradually darkened, Feng Sun remembered that Assistant Lee was still waiting downstairs at the residential area. He initially wanted Assistant Lee to drive the car over directly, but then he thought that since it was already late and the area was surrounded by mountain roads, it might be hard to find. So, Feng Sun gave up that idea and turned to Ying Songshi, asking to borrow her tricycle, which she usually used for selling vegetables, to go back to the city. The cool evening breeze in the mountains felt very refreshing on his face. Soon, Feng Sun arrived at the residential area on his tricycle. When Assistant Lee, who had been waiting there, saw him, he was stunned and once again saw a different side of his boss. It had only been a few days since they last met, but now the boss was riding a tricycle, loaded with a full basket of things. He no longer looked as proud and aloof as usual, but instead seemed more like a local who belonged there. He had blended in so quickly. Feng Sun stopped the tricycle, took out his phone from his pocket, and sent the address and phone number of Ying Songshi's brother and sister to Assistant Lee. He reminded him, send this part by mail according to the address. It needs to arrive by tomorrow morning. Assistant Lee, who had been surprised, nodded respectfully and replied, don't worry, boss. I'll personally oversee it and make sure the task is completed without delay. Feng Sun nodded, watched as Assistant Lee arranged for someone to unload the things from the car, then turned and entered the building. He had been busy all day, sweating from the work. After changing into fresh clothes, he just wanted to take a hot shower. But when he turned on the water heater and waited for a while, only cold water came out of the tap. The water heater was broken. Feng Sun frowned and immediately took out his phone to contact Assistant Lee, check with the landlord and ask if there's a solution for the broken water heater. Please handle it as soon as possible. Assistant Lee didn't dare delay. About 10 minutes later, he replied, Boss, I haven't been able to reach the landlord yet. The phone is always unanswered. Feng Sun was silent for a moment. He remembered that Ying Songshi had mentioned before that Auntie He, the landlord, was busy taking care of her newly born daughter-in-law. She probably hadn't seen the call. He then said into the phone, it's okay. Wait a little longer before calling again. No need to rush. Assistant Lee quickly responded, understood, boss. After a pause, he asked, boss, if we can't reach the landlord and you don't want to stay in a hotel in the city, should I arrange a mobile home for you? There are hot water and resting areas available, so it won't delay your plans for tomorrow. Feng Sun heard this and said firmly, no need to change the caravan. Once it gets dark, don't let anyone come to the county town again. He looked at his watch. It was just before 8 p.m. Many shops along the street still had their lights on. He thought he could find a repairman willing to come and fix the water heater at this time. After hanging up, Feng Sun went downstairs and slowly looked along the street. Most of the shops were small eateries and convenience stores, and he couldn't find a repair shop anywhere. He stood under a street lamp and thought for a moment, then tried calling Ying Songshi. The phone rang twice before she answered. Her voice came through the receiver, soft and gentle. After hearing Feng Sun's explanation about the water heater, she responded with a soft, oh, and said, Aunt He's water heater broke a few times before. I guess she didn't have time to get a new one. Most repair shops in the county only work during the day, so they're probably closed now. Why don't you come stay at my guest room? Feng Sun was about to politely decline, but before he could speak, Ying Songshi interrupted. She seemed to guess his concern and added with a smile. Actually, I keep the guest room clean and dust-free, so it's not as much trouble as you think. Plus, you're coming to help me fix the flower bed on the mountain tomorrow. Staying here means you can sleep in a bit and won't have to rush early in the morning. This reason made Feng Sun feel a little tempted. He remembered the young man outside the door earlier that day, who didn't let him in. His desire to agree grew stronger, and he decided not to refuse anymore. Songshi, then I'll trouble you again. You don't need to do anything with the guest room. I'll handle it myself when I get there. Ying Songshi chuckled softly on the phone, as if she were teasing a police chief. There was a soft meow from a kitten in the receiver. It's no trouble at all. The guest room is on both sides of the courtyard, each with its own bathroom. I have new toiletries here, so just bring your clothes and toiletries. After hanging up, Ying Songshi placed the police chief back into a bamboo basket and covered it with a blanket. She went back to the front yard and turned on the lights. Several small dogs followed her, wagging their tails. Later, someone will stay in the guest room. He doesn't sleep well, so be good and try not to make noise tonight, okay? Ying Songshi opened a few cans of food for them as a treat. The dogs and cats didn't understand human words. They just kept eating quietly in their bowls. When Feng Sun returned to the mountain, it was already past 9 in the evening. From afar, he saw a warm light shining at the gate behind the bamboo forest. It was a very comforting sight. Seeing this light, he knew someone was waiting for him. He pressed the doorbell, and soon Ying Songshi came to open the door. Passing by the kitchen, Ying Songshi handed him a cup of warm honey water. Drink some warm water. I'll take you to see the guest room. I've already tidied it up. Ying Songshi led him through the door on one side of the courtyard. Inside, the air conditioning was already on, and the temperature was just right for comfort. The mountain has big temperature changes between day and night. I wonder if you'll get used to it quickly. I will. I've often dealt with forests and mountains before, Feng Sun replied, carrying his bag as he followed inside. He found the guest room neater than he expected. The entrance led to the living room, where large glass windows offered a view of the rolling green mountains. The vine-covered wall was decorated with purple wisteria flowers, hanging in bunches and swaying gently in the breeze. There was a coffee table by the window, with a warm-colored sofa and a rug. Next to it was a wooden plant stand filled with succulent pots. Against the wall stood a light wooden cabinet, topped with a simple tea set, and a few books were placed inside the open shelves. Ying Songshi first opened the door on the left and smiled as he explained, "This room gets good sunlight in the morning, so you can enjoy the mountain view. I've changed the bedding to clean 4-piece sheets, and the pillows are filled with buckwheat husks, which help with sleep. If you find it uncomfortable, there are also new latex pillows in the cabinet." The bedroom had a solid wood bed, already made with gray, simple striped bedding. A small wall lamp was mounted above the headboard. Next to the bed was a vintage-style floor lamp, with a small wooden table and an avocado green lounge chair underneath. It was clear that the guest room was also carefully decorated by Ying Songshi. Feng Sun nodded seriously. "Thank you, Songshi." Ying Songshi pointed to the door on the other side of the small living room. "That's the bathroom. The hot water is always available. You said you hadn't taken a shower earlier, so now's a good time. I've prepared all the toiletries." Feng Sun opened the door and saw on the wall-mounted shelf that toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels were all new and unopened. The most eye-catching item was a transparent rose-shaped soap on the sink, embedded with red rose petals and emitting a faint floral scent. Ying Songshi saw his curiosity and explained, "I made this myself. If you're interested, in a few days I can take you to pick fresh flowers and make handmade soap." She finished speaking and walked to the window, pulling back the curtain. The guest room also has an intelligent assistant. Just turn on the lights, open the curtains, play music, and call it. I usually go to bed early, so I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, good night, Feng Sun said softly as he saw her to the door. Ying Songshi hugged her flower roll and waved her little paw at him. "Hope you sleep well." Feng Sun watched Ying Songshi walk toward the living room with the flower roll. The warm yellow light cast a soft glow on her figure. Only after she disappeared behind the door did he gently close the guest room door. He changed into clean clothes, went into the bathroom, and took a hot shower. The warm water washed away the fatigue of the day. When he came out, he smelled a faint citrus scent on himself. He had often noticed this fresh, clean scent on Ying Songshi before. It made him feel very comfortable. Fong Sun carefully looked at the brand of the body wash, silently remembering it. Then he took the hairdryer and dried his hair, walking slowly into the bedroom. Only when he lay on the bed did he truly feel the quiet of the mountains. There were no city noises, only the occasional sound of the wind outside the window. With his eyes closed, it felt as if opening the window would reveal a mountain full of fresh breeze and night sky. He reached for his phone on the bedside table, tapped the screen, and sent a message to Assistant Lee with a string of license plate numbers. The message was simple and direct. "Help me find out whose car this belongs to." Ying Songshi was dreaming. She usually went to bed at 10, read for a while, then closed her eyes around 10:30 to fall asleep. Today, she fell asleep very quickly, almost immediately entering a dream. In her dream, she was back at the Zhou family when she was young. For her, the Zhou family was always a place filled with restraint, rarely comfortable. At that time, she was studying at a university in a neighboring province. Every Saturday and Sunday, the Zhou family would gather for dinner. She always found excuses to stay at school. Grandma Zhou didn't want to see her, and even if she did, she would say Ying Songshi was bad luck, insisting Zhou she spend more days with her to restore her luck. Ying Songshi was happy to have an excuse not to join these gatherings. On weekends when she didn't go home, she often went on budget trips with Fong Zhe and a few good friends to nearby cities. They stayed in youth hostels, ate bread and hiked, camped out, and worked part-time at milk tea shops to save for train tickets. The most unforgettable trip was when they squeezed into a green train to climb a famous mountain outside the province. At sunrise, the sea of clouds roiled, and the golden-red glow broke through the clouds, coloring the sky with brilliance. The mountains and trees were bathed in warm light. They sat on a blue stone at the top of the mountain, taking turns making wishes into the wind. When it was Fong's turn, he shouted loudly toward the morning light across the mountains, "I hope Songshi gets the top grades and wins the scholarship." After he finished, everyone laughed and said they would buy her a cake to celebrate if she won the scholarship. Suddenly, the dream scene shifted. The vividness of youth faded, replaced by the scene outside the daytime hospital entrance. A black Bentley door was respectfully opened by the driver. Fong Zhe, dressed in a light-colored suit, stepped out from the back seat. His features still carried traces of his younger self, but he looked less youthful and more distant. He walked a few steps to stand in front of Ying Songshi and spoke softly. "Songshi, long time no see." Seeing her cold expression, he took the initiative to speak first, trying to break the awkward silence with a slightly urgent tone. It wasn't intentional back then. "My feelings for you were genuine. Every move from me came from the heart, never fake." He looked at Ying Songshi, trying to evoke old memories, with a subtle plea in his voice. "Don't you remember? We took a night train together to see the sunrise from the mountaintop. When you stayed up late working on your paper, I brought you hot milk tea downstairs. When you were sick with a fever, I carried you to the campus clinic. You saw all my efforts for you, right?" Fong Zhe was lost in his memories, hoping to rekindle their warmth. But Ying Songshi listened quietly, her expression unchanged. Only after he finished did she speak slowly, clearly, without hesitation. "So, the past and present are balanced. Neither owes the other anything." She looked at him calmly, like a quiet mountain scene. "People are always changing. The person today, yesterday, and tomorrow are never the same. You always try to force the past harmony into the present, but those are just old stories. They're outdated and no longer suitable." The words from her dreams still echoed in her mind, but Ying Songshi suddenly opened her eyes. Outside the window, dawn was just breaking, and a faint morning mist drifted through the mountains. She always woke early, her biological clock set for 6 o'clock without fail. She put on a light jacket and got up, following her years of habit to exercise in the morning. Thinking of Fong Sun, who lives under the eaves nearby, she changed her morning exercise spot to the bamboo grove in front of the door. Facing the cool mountain breeze, she practiced a set of Bajuanjin, then did some Tai Chi sword practice. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo, casting small patches of light on her. The puppies sat quietly beside her, watching peacefully, occasionally wagging their tails. After completing a series of smooth movements, she felt warm all over. She changed her clothes and went to take care of the chickens on the mountain, feeding them and collecting the freshly laid eggs. The bamboo basket quickly filled with warm, fresh eggs. Meanwhile, Fong Sun in the guest room was awakened by the cheerful chirping of birds outside the window. He opened his eyes and felt a bit dazed. He had slept very deeply and peacefully last night, sleeping until 7 o'clock, which was much later than his usual wake-up time. He paused for a moment, then quickly got out of bed. He tidied up methodically and made the bed neatly, with not a single wrinkle. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked out at the courtyard through the glass. Several banana trees grew lush and full, their large leaves covered with morning dew. He pushed open the back window and saw the mountains bathed in warm morning sunlight, with purple wisteria climbing freely on the wall, hanging down like a waterfall of purple flowers. Anyone seeing this scene in the morning would feel no negative emotions, only a sense of relaxation and happiness. Fong Sun changed into his clothes and went out. On the small walnut-colored cabinet by the door, there was a delicate blue and white porcelain bottle with a few fresh roses inserted at an angle, giving off a faint floral scent. He reached out and gently touched the petals, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Following the sound, he turned to the front yard and saw Ying Songshi kneeling in the vegetable garden, tending to the vegetables and fruits. She rolled up her sleeves, casually rolled her pant legs to her ankles, and beside her, a bamboo basket held freshly picked greens and ripe tomatoes. "Good morning. How did you sleep yesterday? Are you used to it here?" "Honestly, I haven't slept this well in a long time," Fong Sun said, gently patting her head. "Are we going to build the flower garden today?" "Yes, but let's eat breakfast first," Ying Songshi said, carrying the bamboo basket out of the garden. Fong Sun skillfully took over and helped wash the vegetables. Today's breakfast included scallion oil buns, corn and seaweed rice balls with shredded meat, fried eggs, boiled broccoli, and warm soy milk. There's some leftover shredded meat from making green rice balls yesterday. It's just right for making rice balls today. If you don't like it, I also steamed some scallion oil buns. I am not picky about eating. I am actually easy to take care of. The rice ball with corn, seaweed, and shredded meat is round and firm. The sticky rice is mixed with sweet corn kernels and salty, fragrant shredded meat and wrapped in a crispy seaweed layer. He took the plate from her and passed by the bar, where he noticed a peachwood sword on it. "Songshi, are you good at this too?" Ying Songshi divided the fried eggs and broccoli onto 2 plates. When he looked back, he saw Fong Sun examining the peachwood sword. "It's just a health and exercise tool. By the way, if you have a morning exercise habit, you can tell me and I can push back breakfast." Fong Sun poured soy milk into 2 cups. "Now is a good time. If I want to exercise, I would set an alarm to wake up early myself." After a few meals together, they developed some small understanding. After breakfast, Fong Sun cleared the dishes and put them in the dishwasher. Ying Songshi prepared food for the cats and dogs. The once spacious kitchen now felt a little crowded with 2 people, 4 dogs, and 1 cat. "Aunt," he called at this moment. She immediately apologized to Fong Sun. "I'm really sorry, Boss Fong. I will remember to have someone fix the water heater. Last night, when your assistant contacted me, my phone was on silent. Are you at home now?" Fong Sun was standing very close to Ying Songshi, and he could hear Aunt He's voice. "I am now living at Songshi's house." And he paused, clearly surprised by this answer. She quickly smiled and said, "That's good. Don't worry, I will find someone to fix the water heater. I'll let you know when it's done." Fong Sun hung up and looked at Ying Songshi. Ying Songshi smiled and tilted his head. "Boss Fong, it's just a title. Basically, I am still an unemployed person." The chicken breast was cooked. Ying Songshi lifted the lid of the pot, and the aroma of meat and steam wafted up. He said softly, "I don't have a formal stable job, so I guess I am also unemployed. I wonder if Aunt He is quick to find someone to fix it. Anyway, you can stay here peacefully these days. I really welcome it." When Ying Songshi stood up, He brushed off the dirt from his hands and shook his head. I haven't thought it through yet. I want to plant some flowers and plants that aren't in the yard, to add a different look. Feng-sun looked at the lively small yard behind him. After a moment of thought, he suggested, how about I take care of it? I know a garden designer who can combine the mountain scenery with your ideas and come up with a plan to turn this into a 4-season flower garden. Huh? Would that be too much trouble for you? Ying Songshi asked, turning to look at him. Would it be too much trouble for me to live here? Feng-sun replied with a question. Ying Songshi shook his head. Of course not. Feng-sun said slowly. That's my answer too. Leave the planting to me. Before Ying Songshi could respond, Feng-sun had already put on his gloves, grabbed a tape measure, and started measuring the length of the wooden planks. He squatted down, carefully aligned the planks with the edge of the prepared land, holding one side steady while picking up nails with the other hand. His movements were quick and steady. In no time, he fixed the first plank securely. Seeing this, Ying Songshi stepped forward to help steady the plank and occasionally handed him a hammer or nails. Without needing many words, one handed over tools, the other held the plank, and they worked together smoothly and efficiently. By noon, the sun was climbing higher, almost time for lunch. Ying Songshi handed him a thermos.
Take a break.
There's no rush. We can finish this in a day or two. Feng-sun immediately stopped working, took off his gloves, and accepted the cup. Ying Songshi glanced at the dirt on Feng-sun's clothes and the fine sweat on his forehead. He couldn't help but squint slightly. Thanks to your help, I did a whole day's work this morning. Let's rest this afternoon and take a break. It's good to work and rest in balance. Feng-sun looked at the neat flower bed and then at the person beside him. He smiled faintly. I'm glad I could help. Once the flower bed is done, and you plant your favorite flowers, it should look very nice. They took their tools back to the yard. Ying Songshi looked at the vegetable garden in the front yard and asked Feng-sun, do you want to eat any particular vegetables for lunch? She stood among the lush green vegetables, thinking carefully. Feng-sun thought she looked like a little king inspecting his land. He smiled and said, just keep it simple. You go take a shower and change your clothes. I'll help you cook later. During the meeting, she nodded in response. She reached out and picked a small tomato, washed it at the water basin, and smiled at its sweet and sour taste. How about we have rice noodles for lunch today? Spicy sour soup rice noodles? Add some beef strips too. Feng-sun thought for a moment and said, I tried it once when I traveled in the southern province. It was really good. Looks like lunch will be another tasty meal. After deciding what to eat, both went back to their rooms to take a shower. While Oh Songshi was drying her hair with a towel, she received a call from her second brother, Oh Shubai. Songshi, Sister Suha, and I received the green dumplings you sent. We heated a few in the microwave at the office, and they were very tasty. Oh Shubai leaned on the sofa in the lounge. He loosened his tie and rubbed his forehead as he called Oh Songshi. What courier did you use this time? It arrived more than half a day earlier than before. His secretary, after hearing from the front desk, went to pick up the package sent by his sister, as usual. The front desk casually mentioned that this time, it wasn't delivered by a courier, but by a man in a suit. The secretary immediately reported this to Oh Shubai. The package was a plain cardboard box, without any courier tracking number. The day before, Oh Shubai received a message from his sister. With a worried look, he opened the box and confirmed it was from Oh Songshi. Has it arrived? It's faster than I expected, Oh Songshi said, leaning back into a lazy chair while drying her hair. A friend sent it for me this time. He said it could be delivered faster. Second brother, remember to put the stuff in the fridge and ask the cook to prepare it for you and Sister Suha. Oh Shubai didn't know when she had made her new friend. On the phone, Oh Songshi continued, there's also wild honey in the package. If you go out drinking with Sister Suha, have some honey water when you get home. Oh Shubai relaxed and listened carefully to her concern. If you have time, come stay in City B for a few days. We're usually busy with work, so you can visit us more often. The travel expenses will be reimbursed. Oh Songshi smiled and said, next month, I'll find time to come. Just as Oh Shubai was about to reply, he saw Suhi push open the lounge door. He raised his hand and took her by the arm, pulling her to sit beside him. It's a call from Songshi. When Suhi entered the room, She guessed his mood. Ying Songshi immediately answered his phone hands-free, holding it beside both of them. Soohee smiled and said, Songshi, I just ate 2 green rice balls in one go. Every time I get your package, you and your brother make us happy. But this time, it was delivered by someone who looks like a secretary, and it even startled your brother. Ying Songshi quickly whispered to Soohee, I already asked. He's a friend. Soohee rolled her eyes at him. When did Songshi start making new friends? As older siblings, they should keep a close watch. Huh? Isn't it just a delivery? Ying Songshi paused. I gave him the address, and he said he would arrange someone to deliver it. Soohee pinched Ying Song's waist. He immediately grimaced, and Soohee gently asked, Is he a new friend of Songshi's? Yes, his name is Fong Sun. He's staying in the county for a while. He rented Aunt He's house, and that's how we met. Ying Songshi saw that his hair was almost dry, sat cross-legged on the bed, and put his phone aside. Ying Songshi frowned and leaned closer to the phone. Is he a boy? Ying Songshi heard the concern in his brother's voice and explained, Yes, he's about the same age as you. He's a soldier who just finished his service. The green rice balls are something I made with him. He was going to send some to his family in City A, so I asked him to help. Hearing this, Soohee and Ying Songshi exchanged a glance and felt a bit reassured. Soohee smiled and added, Songshi, your brother and sister are just asking a few more questions because we care about you. Ying Songshi nodded while holding his phone. He went out to look at the kitchen. Fong Sun was sitting at the kitchen bar, playing catch with an orange. She was moved and softly said, Brother, sister Soohee, Fong Sun is someone who helped me when I was little. I trust his character. Ying Songshi was silent for a few seconds. Brother trusts your judgment. I'll have someone send you some seafood in the next few days. You should pick up the package on time. Thanks, brother. After drying his hair, Ying Songshi pushed open the bedroom door and went to the kitchen. Orange returned the ball to Fong Sun, who smiled and patted its head. He looked up at Ying Songshi and asked, If I make red sour soup rice noodles, how can I help? Ying Songshi took off her floral apron and thought for a moment. Maybe you can pick some lettuce? I'll need it later. During the celebration, she took out fresh dried fish from the county town, sliced it into thin pieces, and set it aside for now. She boiled water on the stove, added 2 scoops of the homemade sour soup, along with ginger slices, white pepper, and sesame oil, then added a few drops of ginger oil for extra flavor. Once the water boiled, the sour aroma mixed with the fresh scent of ginger filled the kitchen instantly. At the same time, she started another pot to cook rice noodles. After they were slightly soft, she rinsed them with warm water and soaked them in the sour soup base. Then she took the cooked dried fish and laid it on top of the rice noodles. She glanced at Fong Sun, who was sitting at the bar, and moved most of the fish into his bowl. Finally, she sprinkled chopped green onions and small chili peppers for decoration. Fong Sun caught the increasingly strong sour smell from the kitchen, picked up his bowl, and saw the bright red sour soup coating the noodles and fish, making his mouth water. You made it taste very authentic, just like the local food I had before, Fong Sun said, taking a few bites and unable to help but praise. I stayed in that province for a few months. I learned this from a local girl, she said, setting down her chopsticks and taking a sip of tea. Fong Sun, I've noticed you seem to like sour and spicy foods. Really? I haven't paid much attention. I've always thought I'm not picky about food, he replied. She set down her cup, smiling slightly. Everyone has their preferences. I'll make more of these sour and spicy dishes in the future, and you'll notice. Fong Sun nodded with a smile. She lowered her head to continue eating her rice noodles, and he looked at her hair, his gaze softening unconsciously. Now he was sure that she liked him. He also liked her, and he never denied it. But what would happen next, he couldn't guess, and he wasn't thinking about it for now. He just felt that taking things slowly, like this, was good. After lunch, she watched a movie in the living room using a projector. Fong Sun, having slept well last night, didn't feel sleepy and sat on the other side of the sofa to watch with her. The familiar scenes flickered on the screen. Fong Sun looked over and exclaimed, X-Men? Yes. When I couldn't find anything good to watch, I just picked some old movies with high ratings and kept watching, she said, holding a flour roll and watching intently. She also got up and pulled over a snack cart, gesturing to Feng Sun. Come, let's eat together. Feng Sun opened a bag of chips and watched with her for a while. His phone in his pocket vibrated softly a few times. He took out his phone and saw a message in the family group chat. His mother had posted pictures of green rice cakes on the dining table and some homemade pork ribs, praising how delicious Ying Songshi's cooking was. His older sister-in-law, Shu Man, responded with a comment, and even Grandma, who usually speaks little, sent a voice message. Feng Sun glanced at Ying Songshi, who was focused on her phone, and pressed and held to convert the voice message into text. Grandma said that Ying Songshi's green rice cakes reminded her of the flavors from her childhood hometown, and she specifically asked Feng Sun to make sure Ying Songshi heard it. Feng Sun's lips curled up. The green rice cakes were made together with Ying Songshi, while Lanhua sent a close-up photo of a green rice cake. Did you make this? I was just guessing with your grandma. Feng Sun asked, is it that obvious? While Lanhua replied, actually no. Ying Songshi's skills are just too perfect. You know, people are most sensitive to comparisons. While Lanhua added, I want to surprise your dad. This year, our family will also enjoy the green rice cakes made by our son. Feng Sun continued chatting privately with his mother. His mother usually enjoyed tending to flowers and plants. Their family garden had a designer they had worked with for many years. Feng Sun asked for the designer's contact information. While Lanhua asked, did you ask about it for Ying Songshi? Feng Sun replied, yes. She plans to build a small garden near her house, and I want to help her with that. While Lanhua found someone with similar interests. So Ying Songshi likes planting flowers. Now your mom knows how to choose her gift next time. Are you starting to build a garden today? Feng Sun said, we were busy this morning, but she said there's no rush. So now we're watching a movie in the living room. While Lanhua lightly tapped her head, still unsure about the relationship between Feng Sun and Ying Songshi. She paused for a moment and asked, are you still at Ying Songshi's house? Feng Sun replied, I'm currently staying in her guest room. The water heater in the apartment I rented yesterday broke, so luckily Ying Songshi took me in. While Lanhua sighed softly. Her son must have his own ideas. While Lanhua said, since you're staying at her place, you should be more helpful. I'll also talk to the designer. You contact assistantly to speed up the process. After Feng Sun confirmed, he added the landscape designer's contact information. The designer responded quickly, asking about the requirements and basic details, and agreed to visit and prepare several design options after assessment. Feng Sun put away his phone and started watching the movie with Ying Songshi. As the movie was about to end, Ying Songshi pressed her small communicator and asked Feng Sun, do you want to go pick fresh flowers with me tomorrow? We can make flower pastries with them. Sure. What kind of flowers should we use? Feng Sun turned his head to look at her, curiosity in his eyes. Ying Songshi pressed a button on her communicator. Best to use double-petaled red roses. Their petals are thick and fragrant, which makes the pastries taste better. Although it's not peak season for these roses now, choosing early bloom petals is still fresh enough for baking. Feng Sun raised an eyebrow. Where should we go to pick them? I know an Annie who manages a rose field at the foot of the nearby mountain. She grows double-petaled roses, Ying Songshi said, gently rubbing the bun resting on her lap. I went to pick flowers there a few times last year. She's very kind. When the flowers start blooming again, she sends me messages asking if I want to come pick flowers for baking. So, are we going tomorrow? Yes. Picking flowers isn't the goal, enjoying the process is. The flower field has beautiful scenery around it. We can bring a tent and go camping and have a barbecue. Ying Songshi smiled warmly, scratching the chin of her bun, which made the little cat comfortably close its eyes, its tail gently sweeping her arm. I'll pack the camping gear this afternoon, prepare the barbecue ingredients and seasonings in advance. If there's anything you want to eat, I can buy it in town. We can set up the grill by the river in the shade, enjoy the breeze, eat barbecue, and look up to see green mountains and the rose field. It sounds so relaxing. Feng Sun looked at the bright light in her eyes, a faint smile appearing in his eyes, with a subtle hint of anticipation in his tone. That sounds wonderful. Later, I'll make a list of ingredients and seasonings. If anything's missing or you want to eat something special, I'll go buy it. As for the tent and grill tomorrow, I'll set them up. You just need to give directions. The soft music from the ending credits played as Ying Songshi turned off the projector. She tidied up the snack cart and then turned to walk into the kitchen. She took out a sticky note from the drawer and picked up a black pen, carefully listing everything. Outside, in the front yard, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the Bodhi tree leaves, casting dappled shadows. Fong Sun sat on a swing chair under the tree, with the obedient orange cat lying quietly beside his legs, its tail wrapped around its paws, sleeping peacefully. He closed his eyes slightly, his brows relaxed, shedding his usual calm and distant demeanor, looking more relaxed and lazy. Ying Songshi finished her list and stepped out of the kitchen, noticing the scene, and her steps unconsciously softened. She saw that Fong Sun was only wearing a thin jacket. Worried he might catch a cold, she turned around and went back inside to find a light gray knitted blanket, then gently walked over. Just as she draped the blanket over his shoulders and hadn't yet pulled her hand back, Fong Sun slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, and his voice was soft and calm. "I'm not asleep. Have you finished making the list?" Ying Song was momentarily stunned, then smiled and nodded. He handed her a small note. "It's ready. Take a look. You can buy the missing ingredients later."
No rules.
The supermarket in town is open in the evening. Fong Sun glanced at the note, folded it, and put it in his pocket. He smiled and agreed. "Okay, I'll go later. I'll make sure to buy everything." Seeing Ying Song turn back toward the kitchen, he placed the blanket on his lap. Just as he was tidying up, Huawan, the fluffy cat, jumped onto his lap, rubbing its furry body against his hand and purring softly. Fong Sun gently stroked Huajuan's head with a mix of helplessness and affection, then closed his eyes again to rest. The fresh scent of the garden roses wafted to his nose, blending with the warm smell of the soil. He could hear the rustling of the Bodhi tree leaves in the wind, the faint sounds of Ying Song tidying up in the kitchen nearby, and occasional soft murmurs of sesame and rice balls. Sunlight warmed his skin, and the swing gently swayed. In this moment, there was no noise, no chaos, only peaceful quiet filling the yard. A gentle smile played on Fong Sun's lips, and his heart was calm and tender. The next day, just as dawn broke, the mountain mist had not yet fully lifted, and everything was still hazy. The camping spot was not far from the yard. Fong Sun rode a tricycle with a tent, grill, ingredients, and camping mats loaded in the basket. Ying Song sat beside him, holding Huan in his arms. It was only a 10-minute ride to the nearby site. Turning a corner over a hill, the view suddenly opened up, distant green mountains layered with lush foliage, a thin veil of clouds draped over the mid-mountain. Closer by was a rose field, with deep red roses covering the branches. When the breeze blew, a sweet fragrance filled the air. The willow trees by the river bend hang down to touch the water. Their fresh green branches sway gently in the wind. A flower roll suddenly jumps down from the car, bouncing happily to catch the willow branches along the bank. It gently paws at the branches, using them like a natural cat toy, and plays with great joy. The puppies also run around happily, playing on the riverbank. They stop now and then to sniff the wild grass by the road, then quickly run back to the two people, rubbing against their legs. "This place is really nice," Fong Sun said with admiration. He has traveled through many mountains and rivers. The mountains outside the county are truly natural and untouched. He works quickly and doesn't need much help from Ying Songshi. Soon he sets up the tent. Turning to Ying Songshi, he smiles and waves. "The tent is ready. We can go pick roses now." Ying Songshi takes out 2 small scissors and thin gloves from her backpack and hands one set to Fong Sun. "Be careful of the thorns on the flowers. After we finish, we can have a barbecue." She picks up a small bamboo basket and walks with Fong Sun toward the little stone bridge. Seeing this, the puppies and kittens follow happily, quietly walking behind the two without making trouble. After crossing the stone bridge, the sweet smell of roses becomes even stronger. Ying Songshi puts on her gloves, takes the scissors carefully, and gently cuts the first opened rosebuds with unopened petals, placing them into the bamboo basket. It's best to cut these semi-open flowers. Very young ones are easy to crush, and fully open flowers lose their fragrance. Feng Sun mimics her, holding the thorny branches carefully and slowly cutting the petals. Soon, the bamboo basket is filled with fresh rose petals. Ying Songshi weighs the basket and smiles. That's enough. We have plenty for making flower cakes. Feng Sun nods and naturally takes the basket from her. The two walk side by side back to the camping site. I heard there are dark river fish in the nearby mountains. Do you have tools for fishing at home? You probably heard that from the uncles and aunts in the nearby village. There are dark rivers further south in the mountains, and people often go fishing there. I haven't been myself, so I haven't prepared any tools. Feng Sun heard this when he went to buy tofu in a nearby village that day. He didn't think much of it at the time, but now, for some reason, it suddenly comes to mind. In the past few days, he's been picking mugwort to make green rice cakes, lifting wooden planks to repair the flower beds, and today, he's been gathering roses for a barbecue and camping. He's never felt life could be so rich and flavorful. He says, in a couple of days, I'll go to the county to buy some tools. When I do, I'll take you fishing. When Ying Song heard this, her eyes lit up. Yes, when we catch more fish, we can sell them at the market. I haven't sold vegetables for several days. Feng Sun quietly added fishing and selling vegetables to his plans. Back at the camping site, Ying Song first placed a bamboo basket filled with rose petals beside the tent, then arranged the ingredients on a small table. Various fresh meats had already been marinated and skewered, along with eggplants, potatoes, green peppers, and different mushrooms and vegetables. There were also small buns as the main food. In a small box nearby, there were barbecue powder, cumin powder, chili powder, and cooking oil, everything ready. The charcoal is almost ready. I'll start grilling, Feng Sun said, wiping the dust off his hands. After washing his hands at the river, he sat by the grill and began cooking meat. Ying Song took out a few bottles of soda and beer, placing them in the shallow water by the river. The spring river was cool, helping to chill the drinks. She also brought out a prepared vegetable salad and placed it on a small table covered with a floral cloth. Your movements look very skilled, Ying Song said, sitting nearby and watching Feng Sun grill. I used to have a group like this with friends. I didn't dare to eat what they made, so I had to do it myself, Feng Sun replied, picking up a brush and applying a thin layer of cooking oil on the grill. When the oil started to smoke slightly, he laid the marinated pork slices on the grill. As soon as the meat touched the grill, it sizzled, releasing oil. The bright red slices gradually turned golden brown, with edges curling slightly, giving off an inviting roasted aroma. Feng Sun occasionally used tongs to turn the meat slices, brushing them with barbecue powder and cumin. He also placed other skewers on the grill. Ying Song sat nearby, holding a chicken wing. When the pork slices were almost cooked, she added the chicken wings and some corn on the grill. Be careful, don't burn your hand, Feng Sun said, noticing her leaning too close. He reached out and gently pulled her arm, then handed her the first skewer of pork. Try it and see if it's cooked. Ying Song took the skewer, blew on it gently, and took a small bite. The pork was crispy outside and tender inside, with a rich aroma of oil and cumin. It wasn't greasy or dry, and her dimples appeared as she exclaimed, "It smells so good." Even better than the barbecue stalls in town. She got up, reached into the river to grab a beer, and handed it to Feng Sun. They each took a bottle, eating and chatting as they enjoyed the barbecue. The food on the grill becomes more delicious as it cooks. The eggplant turns soft and sticky, drizzled with garlic and chili powder, full of fresh and spicy flavor. Ying Songshi also remembers to leave some unseasoned grilled meat for the cats and dogs. Sesame and Tangyuan sit quietly by the two people's legs, wagging their tails now and then, looking gentle. After playing tired, Huan lies on the camping mat, close to Lauda and Qingzi. It licks its paws, closes its eyes, and naps. Sunlight filters through the leaves, warming its fluffy fur. By the time the two people finish cleaning up and go home, it is already 3 p.m. Ying Songshi fills a basin with warm water and places it under the Bodhi tree. She also finds a soft towel, sits on a small stool, and gently washes the cat's and dog's paws one by one. When it is Sesame's turn, the chubby black dog immediately starts struggling as soon as she is picked up. Its short legs kick, and its damp nose touches Ying Songshi's wrist, making soft, whining sounds. Be good, don't move. You can only go into the living room after your paws are clean. Ying Songshi holds it still, pressing down on its squirming body. With her other hand dipped in warm water, she gently rubs its little paw pads. Feng Sun finishes packing up and comes out. He sees the scene. Ying Songshi is bowing her head, gently washing Sesame's paws. The sunlight hits her hair, giving it a soft glow. Huan sits obediently nearby, tilting its head and watching, occasionally pawing at the water droplets on the edge of the basin. He can't help but slow his steps, leaning against the doorframe, quietly watching for a while. Chungzi sees the basin and quickly hides away. It knows that being wet feels uncomfortable, but Ying Songshi precisely locates its hiding spot. Feng Sun, can you help me bring Chungzi over? Feng Sun turns his head and sees the border collie hiding behind the bougainvillea. Under Chungzi's sad gaze, he picks it up. Does Chungzi not like baths? A little. It used to hide in several basins to avoid bathing. I think it doesn't like the feeling of being wet, so every time I wipe its paws, I have to blow dry it immediately. Ying Songshi dries Sesame's paws, and Sesame immediately runs back to the living room freely. Feng Sun gently rubs Chungzi's head and walks aside to answer a phone call. The call was from Assistant Lee. The other person straightforwardly reported, "Boss, I found the license plate number you sent me last time. It belongs to the young master of a well-known local company, Fong. I also discovered that in half a month, Fong's eldest son, Fong Che, will be engaged to Zhou's second daughter, Zhou Shi." Feng Sun frowned when he heard Assistant Lee's words. That day when he went to see Song, it was actually someone from Fong's family. As for the engagement banquet half a month later, it was probably the one that childhood friend Su Yan was attending. He still remembered the day they had wild vegetable hot pot, and Ying Song was on the phone, told to go to the engagement party. Does Ying Song have connections with the Zhou or Fong families? Feng Sun looked up at Ying Song, who was holding a blow dryer, drying Orange's fur. Her expression was calm and gentle. Assistant Lee waited a long time but received no instructions from Feng Sun. "Boss, has someone from Fong caused you trouble? Do you want me to contact Mr. Fong? Troubles are not mine," Feng Sun replied quietly. "What?" Assistant Lee didn't quite understand. Feng Sun hesitated for a moment, but decided not to have Assistant Lee investigate the Fong and Zhou families anymore. "I plan to build a flower garden in the county town. You keep in touch with the designer. Once I finalize the plan, arrange for the flowers and seedlings needed, and have everything delivered." Assistant Lee had already adapted to his role as a courier. "Understood, boss. Also, bring me some fishing gear. Just deliver it to my rented community." "Got it, boss." Feng Sun gave a few more instructions before hanging up. He saw Ying Song had already gone to the kitchen to prepare fresh flour cakes, so he followed to help. Later, the oven beeped softly, indicating the first batch of flour cakes was ready. Ying Song, wearing gloves, opened the oven door. A rich, sweet aroma immediately filled the air, mixed with the toasted scent of the pastry, spreading throughout the kitchen. The freshly baked flour cakes had flaky, layered crusts. Gently touching them, the crispy outer layer crumbled easily. Feng Sun sat at the bar, flipping through a book. Ying Song placed a few pieces on a small plate and gently set it in front of him. "Try it." Feng Sun picked up a piece and took a bite. The crust crumbled onto his hand. He quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his fingers. "Tastes good. I used to think it would be very sweet, but it's not." There was no heavy sweetness, only a mouthful of refreshing floral aroma. The rose petals in the filling are finely chopped, so you can feel their soft texture when chewing. The floral scent blends with the wheat aroma of the pastry, balanced and pleasant. "It won't be too sweet. I can't eat overly sweet foods myself." Ying Songshi also took a bite and, upon tasting the delicious food, her eyes narrowed with satisfaction. After the pastries cooled, Ying Songshi packed some into a bag. "I'll give these to the aunt who grows roses tomorrow." She didn't check the weather forecast, so she didn't expect it to rain again the next day. Raindrops tapped on the banana leaves in the yard, making a gentle rustling sound. The cool rain washed the Bodhi tree in the courtyard, making its green leaves shine brightly. Ying Songshi wore a raincoat to check the chicken coop and picked some wild vegetables and fruits. Just then, Feng Sun had just gotten up and pushed open the guest room door. Seeing Ying Songshi, he crossed the corridor and went to the kitchen to take the bamboo basket from her. Good morning, good morning. It rained all night. How did you sleep? Ying Songshi greeted him while taking off her raincoat and shaking off the water droplets at the door. There are many banana trees in the courtyard. Did the sound of rain bother you? Feng Sun poured hot water into her cup, shook his head gently, and said, Actually, not at all. Since I started staying at your place, I've been sleeping especially well these days. He leaned against the counter, casually crossing his long legs, holding a cup of water, and looked at Ying Songshi. He wore a beige high-neck thin knit sweater that outlined his neat shoulders and back, paired with gray casual pants, making him look tall and well-proportioned. His sharp black hair contrasted with gentle eyes, giving him a clear yet warm appearance. My sleep problems mostly come from my mind. The psychologist said my nerves are hard to fully relax. When there's a slight noise during sleep, especially sounds made by people, I become very sensitive. Feng Sun gently rubbed the warm cup with his fingertips, a faint look of helplessness in his eyes. But here in this small courtyard, natural sounds like rain and wind actually make me feel safe. Ying Songshi took a sip from her hot water cup, her lips forming a gentle smile. I see. That's good. I was worried the rain in the yard would disturb your sleep. She looked out the window. The rain was still falling softly, and the bodhi leaves were covered with water droplets, shining with a bright green. The sounds of the mountains are like this, chaotic but not noisy. Listening to them for a long time makes the mind feel calm. Yes, Feng Sun nodded, his gaze resting on her slightly damp hair, his tone gentle. I used to think silence was best, but now I realize that this natural quiet with a touch of life is the most relaxing. He paused, glancing at the bamboo basket beside her, filled with fresh wild vegetables carrying the scent of earth, and wild fruits glistening with water droplets. Did you just pick these vegetables? They look very fresh. Ying Songshi looked in the direction of his gaze and smiled. Vegetables after rain are the tenderest. I'll pick some to make a wild vegetable omelet in the morning. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and reached to tidy the food in the basket. I don't know when the rain will stop, so after breakfast, I need to go to the town. Feng Sun pulled over a chair and sat beside her, helping to pick vegetables with a handful of tender greens. Is it an important matter? If you like, I can handle it for you. I was planning to go to the town to pick up some things anyway. It's just a package I need to pick up. My brother and sister sent me some seafood, and we should eat it today. Also, I bought some kitten milk cakes for the police chief's kitten. It's about time for it to start eating them. The police chief's kitten was being raised by Ying Songshi in the sunroom. Every day, she filled its small milk bottle with goat milk. The kitten ate until its belly was round, then curled up on a blanket to sunbathe. Each day was different. Let me go get it. I just checked the weather forecast, and it says it will rain all day. The landscape designer I contacted the day before yesterday just sent me 3 plans. You can choose one while you're at home, and I'll handle the rest. All right, that's kind of you to make the trip. After Ying Songshi finished picking vegetables and went to prepare breakfast, Feng Sun, with her permission, sent the designer's plans to her tablet. After eating, Feng Sun rode his tricycle to the town and only returned near noon. Ying Songshi heard the noise and stepped out with an umbrella. Rain was lightly falling on the umbrella's edge, creating tiny water droplets. As she opened the door, she saw Feng Sun standing in the rain, dressed in a dark blue raincoat. His rainproof cover under the car's cargo bed was bulging with packages. He didn't rush to take off his raincoat, only looked up and smiled at her. Songshi, wait in the kitchen. He said this while holding up another umbrella, carefully covering the package. He carried it to the kitchen step by step. Raindrops dripped from his raincoat's hood onto the ground, leaving small wet marks on the blue brick floor. Only after all the items were inside did he turn around, close the door, and shake off the rain from his coat. Ying Song saw the fishing gear on the counter, fishing rods, baskets, and nets all in place. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You bought fishing gear? It's so complete. Feng Sun held a bouquet of fresh white peonies, with pink and white petals layered around tender yellow stamens. When he handed the flowers to Ying Song, water droplets still clung to his forehead. I had someone prepare these in advance. When the rain stops in a few days, I want to try catching fish in the dark river. You bought flowers too? Ying Song looked at the bouquet, holding it and admiring it with her head bowed. I saw the sunflowers in the vase looked a bit wilted, so I bought new ones to replace them. Ying Song nodded. She first placed the peonies into a vase on the dining table, then turned to open a nearby package marked with cold chain labels. As soon as she opened it, a cool mist escaped. Inside, seafood was packed tightly with foam boxes and ice packs. The seafood felt cold to the touch, but was still fresh. This shipment was larger than usual. It was obvious that Ying Swabai knew about Feng Sun's presence and had specially arranged for more. Spring was the best time to eat oysters. Just looking at them, Ying Song's mind automatically started listing dishes: steamed oysters, oyster omelets, oyster tofu soup, one after another. Besides oysters, the box also contained 2 king crabs, a bag of swimming crabs, a bag of scallops, and at the bottom, a full bag of lively mantis shrimp, all crowded together, with their antennae and legs stretched out, looking fresh and lively. Feng Sun, it looks like you'll be eating a lot at noon, Ying Song said with a smile, arranging the seafood on the kitchen counter. Her actions attracted Huawan, who ran over sniffing. The round-eyed cat looked at the seafood eagerly and was about to jump up, but Feng Sun quickly caught it in his arms. Holding the soft cat, he gently scratched its chin. He looked up at Ying Song with a smile. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll get up early to exercise too. The food you make is so delicious that I feel I've gained quite a bit these days. Huawan, held in his arms, couldn't move, but was still sniffing the fresh seafood. It twisted its body, rubbing against Feng Sun's chest, meowing softly and looking pitifully for food. Ying Song found it amusing and gently tapped its nose. Huawan really is a little glutton. She turned around and pulled out another package. Inside, there was kitten milk cake prepared for the police chief and many cans of food for other little animals. She crouched down and opened a can for each of the small dogs that gathered around her legs. She also chose a very fresh fish can and poured it into a small ceramic bowl reserved for Huawan. Huawan sniffed it, immediately pulled away from Feng Sun's arms, buried her head happily, and started eating. The ingredients for lunch were clear at a glance. Steamed king crab, salt and pepper shrimp, garlic steamed oysters, and a spicy swimming crab. Just a simple seafood feast. Feng Sun saw her neatly organizing the ingredients. He naturally moved to the sink to wash his hands and help, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his neat wrist muscles. I'll handle the king crab legs, he said, picking up scissors. He skillfully cut off the hard shells on both sides of the crab legs, gently slicing open the thin layer of shell from one end with precise movements. Be careful with your hand. Ying Songshi didn't compete with him for the task and was prying open oysters nearby. Feng Sun worked quickly on the crab legs, making neat cuts on each one. In just a few minutes, a plate of prepared crab legs was ready, the meat white and firm, with a hint of the seafood's natural flavor. Before Ying Songshi could speak, he naturally stepped beside her and took the remaining oysters from her hand. I'll handle the rest of the oysters, he said. Ying Songshi's task was taken away again. She watched Feng Sun for a moment, then decided to handle the shrimp. Just as she turned around, her phone rang in the kitchen. Songshi, my phone is in my coat pocket. Can you get it for me? He asked. Of course. Ying Songshi saw his coat hanging on the back of a chair, approached, and took out his phone. She didn't see the caller ID and returned to him, handing it over. Feng Sun tilted his head to look at it. It's landlord He. Songshi, can you answer it for me? Aunt, he was surprised to hearing Songshi's voice on the phone. It wasn't until Feng Sun spoke beside her that she realized the purpose of the call. Boss Feng, the water heater in the house is fixed now. I've already arranged for someone to replace it with a new one. After hanging up, neither of them spoke for a moment. Ying Songshi pursed her lips and said, Feng Sun, I heard Aunt He say that you only rented the house for a month? It has been a month. My grandmother is from the county town. She hasn't been able to visit for many years and needs to rest her health. So, I came here on her behalf. Fei Sun explained why he was here. After speaking, a faint, hard-to-explain feeling of frustration quietly spread in his heart. Meeting Ying Song in the county town was a chance encounter. Before coming, no one expected he would end up staying in this mountain cottage. Suddenly, he realized that even though they had only known each other for less than half a month, this person in front of him could easily stir his emotions. A simple question, a gentle look, each could make his heart quietly ripple. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Fei-sun tilted his head and looked deeply into Ying Song's eyes. He wanted to find a sign of emotion in her calm expression. He wanted to know if she felt even the slightest ripple in her heart after hearing his words. But when he looked into her clear eyes, he only saw gentle peace. She still appeared calm and composed, with no sign of change. Ying Song blinked softly and suggested, "There are about 10 days left. Do you want to stay here a bit longer? You said sleeping here is better than in the county town, right?" If not for his grandmother, he probably would never have set foot in this remote mountain town in his life. Seeing the innocence in her eyes, Fei-sun's hidden gloom suddenly lifted. He moved his throat slightly and replied softly, "All right, thank you, Songshi." At noon, they enjoyed a seafood feast that was especially delicious. Every bite was the best of springtime seafood. They ate until they were full, and there was still some king crab meat left. Ying Song carefully packed it into a container, thinking it would be useful the next day. The next morning, after his morning run, Fei-sun returned sweaty. As he entered the courtyard, he immediately smelled a rich aroma from the kitchen. When he looked inside, he saw a table full of instant noodles. He raised an eyebrow. The noodles soaked in flavorful broth, topped with torn king crab meat, slices of glossy braised beef, and a few tender green vegetables on the side. Just looking at it was very tempting. Next to it, on a white porcelain plate, was steamed oyster egg custard. The custard was smooth as fat, and bedded with plump oysters, sprinkled with finely chopped green onions, and the aroma wafted straight into his nose. "This bowl of noodles is way too luxurious." Fei-sun wiped his sweat and smiled. "I feel like after eating this, I'll need to run 2 more kilometers tomorrow morning to make up for it." When Songshi was eating, Ying carried over a small plate of pickled crispy radish and pickled green beans. She smiled softly and explained, "Today I suddenly felt like eating instant noodles, so I added some ingredients. It's not a waste." She then pushed over a pair of chopsticks. "Eat quickly, the noodles will get mushy if they sit too long. Later, I plan to go fishing for dark river fish. Do you want to come, Songshi?" Fei-sun picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of crab meat wrapped in noodles, and put it in his mouth. The delicious flavor spread on his tongue, and his face showed satisfaction. Ying shook her head and pointed to the vegetable garden in the front yard. "Today I plan to sell vegetables. There are so many in the garden I can't finish them all. The chicken coop also has a lot of mountain eggs. I might as well exchange some change at the market since there are many people there." Fei-sun was about to suggest that he help sell vegetables so they wouldn't need to rush to fish, but Ying spoke first. "Just do what you want. Don't feel like you have to adjust for me. Since you're going fishing, I'll sell the vegetables and buy some pickled vegetables on the way back. For lunch, I'll cook fish with your catch." Fei-sun thought for a moment and happily agreed. He put down his chopsticks and raised his eyebrows at her. "All right, I'll do my best not to come back empty-handed. I'll try to catch some fresh ones." Ying was amused by his words and smiled. "I'll wait for your fish. If you don't catch any, we'll have to eat plain pickled vegetables for lunch." After breakfast, the two went their separate ways. Ying carried a bamboo basket to the front yard vegetable garden, gathering leftover tender greens, oil lettuce, small spinach, plum tomatoes, and crispy cucumbers. She filled 2 large baskets. Fei-sun helped carry the vegetables onto the tricycle, carefully tied the box of mountain eggs, and then took his fishing gear and rode his motorcycle to nearby mountains and forests to fish. Ying rode her tricycle to the market. She was familiar with her usual stall. Next to her, Aunt Wu, who sold fruit, immediately recognized her. She hurried over with a basket of fresh pears and handed it to Ying. "Ying, I haven't seen you here these days. If you don't come, I feel bored just watching the stall." Ying smiled and took the pears. She reached into her bamboo basket, grabbed some freshly picked wild greens, and put them in a bag to give back. "Aunt Wu, these are freshly dug wild vegetables. You can blanch them and make a cold dish. They're very fresh. Aunt Wu took the greens, looked around at the quiet market, and then sat down on a small stool next to Ying, lowering her voice to gossip. Ying, you don't know, do you? Not long ago, a young man came looking for you. You weren't there. That neighbor, Niu Chunhua, said some nasty things about you, in a strange way. It wasn't nice to hear. When Ying Songshi looked up, she casually glanced at Niu Chunhua across the street. Niu Chunhua was pretending to organize her vegetable stall. When she saw Ying Songshi looking, she immediately snorted coldly and quickly looked away, avoiding her gaze. Aunt Wu continued, but don't take it to heart. Some people are just born unable to stand others doing better than them. As for that young man, he really knows how to handle things. When he saw Niu Chunhua causing trouble and noticed a few neighbors speaking up for you, he bought all the pears in my basket and gave them to the neighbors who helped speak for you. Niu Chunhua's face turned green with anger. Ying Songshi listened to the story without showing any emotion. Gossip only hurts those who take it to heart. She had understood this truth long ago from her past experiences. The day Feng Sun helped her speak was probably the same day she found the police chief in the mountains. She never expected that after so long, Aunt Wu still remembered these details. She lowered her head and counted several mountain eggs from a paper box, then handed a small bag to Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, here you go. Aunt Wu quickly waved her hand to refuse, pulling her hand back. Oh no. That's too much. How can I take so many good things from you? I'm just saying a few words about you. Please accept it. Ying Songshi pressed the bag into her hand gently and said softly, It's nothing valuable, just a small token of my appreciation. Thank you for always thinking of me. Seeing her insistence, Aunt Wu had no choice but to smile and accept it. She then put 2 large apples into her hand before reluctantly returning to her stall. Ying Songshi's vegetables were fresh and lively, all grown without pesticides in the mountains. The mountain eggs were round and full. Soon, neighbors and townspeople were eager to buy them all. She rode her tricycle to the grain and oil shop near the market, bought 2 packs of vacuum-packed pickled vegetables, then went to the meat shop to choose some fresh ribs, and weighed out a jean of beef ribs with a good mix of fat and lean. Thinking about her promise to Feng Sun to cook more spicy and sour dishes, she decided to make a few today. Ying Songshi was planning as she loaded her tricycle with a full load of ingredients and headed up the mountain. Just as she left the bamboo grove, she saw a motorcycle parked outside the courtyard wall, indicating Feng Sun had already returned. She parked her tricycle, carried the ingredients, and pushed open the courtyard gate. She saw Feng Sun standing under the Bodhi tree, talking on the phone. His back was to the gate, with his fingertips lightly touching his forehead. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he looked unusually serious, a rare sight for him. Ying Songshi paused slightly, not making a sound to disturb him. It wasn't until Feng Sun heard the sound of the door opening and turned around that he instinctively relaxed his imposing stance upon seeing her. During the toast, she didn't know what was happening on his side. She just glanced at him lightly, didn't ask much, and carried her things toward the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen, her eyes caught the water basin on the ground. Inside, a fish about 2 feet long was soaking, its scales shining brightly, looking very fresh. Huawan was crouched beside the basin, her big round eyes fixed on the fish. Her tail gently swept the floor, and her paws occasionally reached toward the water and then pulled back, looking very alert. Just as she was about to laugh, Feng Sun finished his call and followed her in. His voice was a bit hurried and apologetic. Songshi, I'm sorry, I need to return to City A today. I won't have time to eat the pickled fish. The person coming to pick me up will arrive in half an hour. The news was sudden. Songshi was stunned for a few seconds. She looked up at Feng Sun with concern and asked, Did something happen? Why are you in such a rush to go back? Feng Sun explained softly, It's my grandmother. She called earlier and said she suddenly felt a little unwell. It's not serious, but I have to go back. He paused, looking at the fish swimming in the basin. Sorry, I promised to catch some fish for you to make pickled fish, and I said I would stay a few more days. I didn't expect. He didn't finish his sentence, swallowing the words back. The helplessness in his tone was obvious. He came this time mainly to fulfill his grandmother's wish to return home. He never thought that a chance encounter would make him stay so long in this mountain cottage. And he never expected that when he had to leave suddenly, his heart would be tangled with feelings of reluctance, woven tightly. Hearing this, Songshi gently shook her head, her expression soft and understanding. It's okay. Your grandmother's health is the most important. Hurry up and pack your things so you won't delay. Hwan seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere. She no longer stared at the fish in the basin and rubbed against Songshi's feet, softly meowing. Feng Sun looked at Songshi's still calm face, and his guilt grew stronger. He wanted to say something. Wanted to say that he would come back once his grandmother's condition improved, wanted to thank her for her kindness and company these days. But when the words reached his mouth, they turned into a hoarse, "Thank you, Songshi." She looked up at him and gave a gentle smile. "It's no trouble. You should go pack quickly so you won't keep the person waiting. It's already noon. You might be busy traveling later and won't have time to eat. The pickled fish is out of the question, but I'll make a few quick dishes for you to take away." Feng Sun returned to his room to pack his luggage. Ying Songshi was thinking about what dishes to cook. There was still plenty of braised beef from the morning, so she simply stir-fried some vegetables from the garden. There was enough time. She moved quickly, washing vegetables, cutting meat, and stir-frying. The small kitchen soon filled with the smell of delicious food. In about 20 minutes, several dishes were ready. Just as she packed the last of the braised beef into a divided lunchbox, Feng Sun came into the kitchen carrying his simple black backpack, which didn't seem to hold much. He was about to speak when his phone in his pocket suddenly rang loudly. After a quick conversation, he looked at Ying Songshi with a hint of apology and said, "Songshi, the person coming to pick me up is at the foot of the mountain. Can I ask someone to bring the car up?" "Of course." The person coming to pick up Feng Sun arrived faster than expected. Ying Songshi kept busy, placing the 2 prepared lunchboxes into a thermal bag, adding 2 pairs of clean chopsticks, zipping it up, and handing it to him. "I made 2 servings of food, and the utensils are inside." Feng Sun took the bag, looked at her deeply, said nothing, but seemed to say a lot. Ying Songshi saw him off at the door. From afar, she saw a black, sturdy off-road vehicle parked on the open space outside the bamboo grove. Its sleek lines and muddy tires gave it a calm, steady presence. A few cats and dogs followed out. Feng Sun crouched down, petting each of their heads, then said to Ying Songshi, "I've sent the design plan you chose to the designer. In a few days, someone will deliver the flowers. I'll contact you in advance." Ying Songshi nodded with a smile, her eyes curling up as she reminded him, "No rush on the flower garden. Focus on your family first. Drive safely and take your time." Feng Sun responded with a nod, then took one last look at the small courtyard behind him before turning and walking toward the off-road vehicle. Ying Songshi stood at the door, watching him open the car door and get in. She kept watching until the vehicle started and gradually disappeared into the end of the bamboo grove, then she looked away. She led the cats and dogs back inside, closing the courtyard gate behind her. The large yard suddenly returned to its usual quiet. There was still some sauerkraut from the morning on the dining table. She sighed softly, not feeling like making fish with sauerkraut for now. The guest had suddenly left, leaving her feeling a little empty and unaccustomed. Emotions rose and fell subtly and briefly. Someone's time with companionship is always brief. In the longer days, she lives peacefully alone in the mountains. Feng Sun is like a bird passing through this mountain. He won't stay for long. Just like the long wind patrolling the mountain, their encounters are brief. Ying Songshi brought the dishes she just cooked to the table. As she glanced casually at the vase on the table, she saw the white peonies still blooming brightly, with pink and white petals layered softly, glowing gently in the afternoon sunlight. She pursed her lips, pulled out a chair, sat down slowly, and started eating, accompanied only by the soft sounds of the cats and dogs nearby. Meanwhile, inside the off-road vehicle, Assistant Lee sat in the front passenger seat, secretly glancing at Feng Sun in the back seat. The boss surprisingly didn't live in the small community in the county town but in a quiet, idyllic courtyard. His curiosity was strong, but he dared not ask much. As an assistant, curiosity was the least appropriate trait. The vehicle moved smoothly along the mountain road, leaving the layered green mountains behind. The car was quiet for a long time until Feng Sun suddenly spoke, assistantly, "Once the flower materials are all purchased, please deliver them personally to the small courtyard where I was picked up earlier. Be careful." Assistant Lee immediately snapped back to attention and respectfully replied, "Yes, boss. I will deliver them myself." Feng Sun nodded slightly. He reached for the insulated bag nearby, took out 2 lunch boxes, and handed one to Assistant Lee in the front seat. "Eat while it's hot." Assistant Lee was surprised and quickly accepted it. "Thank you, boss." He carefully opened the lunchbox and was instantly amazed by the food inside. The divided container was filled to the brim, thickly sliced braised beef, golden and tempting stuffed green peppers, fresh green vegetables blanched with garlic, and a steaming bowl of white rice. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. After a few bites, his face showed surprise and delight. He secretly thought, "No wonder the boss is willing to live in the mountains. If he could eat such delicious home-cooked food every day, he wouldn't mind living here even without a salary. He'd happily come here often." Feng Sun, sitting in the back, looked at his own lunchbox, and his expression softened unconsciously. His mind involuntarily drifted to the scene of the small courtyard. Not being able to taste the pickled fish was a bit disappointing. By evening, the luxury car Feng Sun was riding in entered the city of A. He didn't stop but headed straight to the sanatorium. The elderly lady had completed all her checkups, and all her health indicators were fine. It was just her age that caused occasional palpitations, but it was a false alarm. However, Feng Guangji still couldn't rest easy. That day, he contacted the best nursing home in the city. The family took turns persuading the elderly lady to stay there for a few days for careful care. The elderly lady kept saying she was in good health and didn't need such fuss, but she couldn't resist her grandchildren and children's sincere concern. She finally agreed to stay. After arranging everything at the nursing home, the elderly lady took Feng Sun's hand. She looked a bit disapproving but spoke gently. "Look, nothing's wrong with me. I didn't want to cause trouble and make you come all the way from the county, delaying your work." Feng Sun bent down and held his grandmother's hand warmly. He reassured her softly, "It's okay, Grandma. Seeing you makes me feel at ease." The family ate a nutritious meal at the nursing home. While eating the light, tasty food, Feng Sun unexpectedly remembered the luxurious instant noodles from this morning in the mountain courtyard. Even the crisp, pickled radish on the side seemed to linger on his tongue. Later, after the elderly lady took her medicine and went to sleep, everyone else went about their own business, leaving Feng Sun to stay and watch over her. The nursing home was located in a quiet area on the outskirts of City A, surrounded by mountains and water, with lush greenery and a peaceful environment. It mainly served distinguished guests who were either wealthy or influential. The staff were top professionals in the industry, and all facilities were complete. Feng Sun was temporarily not sleepy. He pushed open the balcony door of the nursing home and looked out at the distant, continuous buildings, feeling the evening breeze carrying a different scent from the mountain air. He checked his phone and saw the message he sent to Ying Songshi earlier after arriving by plane. He had not received any reply. Ying Songshi didn't expect Feng Sun to send her a message to check in. In the afternoon, she rested on a swing chair. When she woke up and saw the sunlight slanting into the yard from the corner of the garden, she remembered that the room Feng Sun had stayed in hadn't been tidied up. As she pushed the door open, she paused. Feng Sun had carefully cleaned the room before leaving. The floor was spotless, with no dust at all. The bathroom counter was clean and fresh, with no water stains. The shiny faucet reflected her image, and the toiletries were neatly arranged. There was no need for her to do much, just change the bedding. Ying Songshi chuckled softly, reached out to grab the bedding, and put it into the washing machine. She set the mode, changed into comfortable clothes, and carried a bamboo basket to the mountains. The loquats in the mountains are ripening again. The yellow-orange fruits hang on the branches, their sweet aroma filling the hillside. It is the perfect time to pick loquats. When she returned with a full basket, it was already getting dark. She remembered the fish that Feng Sun caught in the basin. It was still fresh and lively. Since she couldn't eat it all alone, she split it into two parts. One half was cleaned, steamed, and then deboned. She cut it into small pieces and mixed it with chicken breast to feed the pets. The other half was sliced thinly and cooked with pickled vegetables to make a hot pot. The fragrant, spicy broth boiled, with tender fish slices and a smooth texture. She sprinkled chopped green onions and dried chili peppers on top, then poured hot oil over it. The whole house was filled with a tempting aroma. She served herself a bowl of the pickled vegetable fish with white rice and sat quietly at the dining table to enjoy her meal. As the evening breeze blew in, the cats and dogs finished their fish and curled up at her feet to nap. Everything was peaceful, with only the occasional chirping of insects. The sour and fresh taste of the pickled fish mixed with the sweetness of the rice. After finishing the bowl, she felt warm all over. Ying Songshi tidied up the dishes, read a book in the living room for a while, then added some water to the pet bowls in the corner. She slowly finished her washing up, changed into loose cotton and linen pajamas, and got into bed. Just as she lay down against the headboard, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to ask Feng Sun if he had safely arrived. She rolled off the bed to find the small communicator in the living room. It wasn't on the sofa or the cabinet. Ying Songshi wondered if she had left it in the kitchen earlier. She put on a coat, turned on the light, and was about to go to the kitchen when a warm bundle brushed past her feet. It was orange, tugging at her pant leg and making soft, woo-woo sounds, then lifting its head to pull out the small communicator hidden under her coat. Ying Songshi chuckled, bending down to pet Orange's head. "Thank you, Orange." She picked up the small communicator, turned on the screen, and saw that Feng Sun had already sent her a message in the afternoon. The message was simple. "I've arrived in City A. Family is safe. No need to worry." A smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. She pressed a few buttons on the communicator and replied with a few words. "Good, take care." Just after she sent the message, the screen suddenly lit up. Feng Sun's call came through immediately. She was stunned for a moment. When she answered, a faint crackling sound came from the other end. Both sides fell silent for a few seconds. Even the insects outside the window could be heard clearly. Feng Sun was standing on the terrace of the rehabilitation center, facing the bustling night view of City A. Neon lights flickered and reflected in his eyes. He took a deep breath, then spoke gently. "Songshi, what were you busy with at home this afternoon?" "Today I went into the mountains to pick loquats. When I returned, I tidied up some things and didn't see your message in time." Ying Songshi leaned against the doorframe in the living room, gently touching the fuzzy head of an orange. Feng Sun chuckled softly, his voice coming through the phone. "It's okay." After those 3 simple words, there was no further reply from the other end. Ying Songshi held the phone, momentarily at a loss for words. She looked toward the kitchen and suddenly remembered the dark river fish she had cooked. She softly said, "Today I made pickled fish and it was really good. It's a pity you left so quickly and didn't get to try it." Feng Sun responded, his tone carrying a faint regret, but he quickly relaxed. "If you got to eat it, that's enough. As for me, I'll have another chance someday." His voice, through the microphone, had a slight distortion but remained clear and fresh, like a mountain spring flowing through the woods. Ying Songshi smiled as she leaned against the doorframe. They exchanged a few more simple words. Feng Sun finally reminded her, "It's getting late. Rest early, Songshi." Ying Songshi replied softly, "You too. Rest well and have sweet dreams." She hung up, and the orange came over, nudging her ankle with its head. She pulled back the living room curtain to look outside. The insects still chirped faintly outside. The empty guest room was dark, and moonlight spilled over the banana leaves in the courtyard, casting a gentle silver glow. The mountain night remained peaceful. Feng Sun's departure had little impact on Ying Songshi, like ripples settling quickly, soon forgotten. She continued to peacefully care for her small yard, between heaven and earth, guarding a piece of green mountain. When she was quiet, she felt her breathing in harmony with nature. A couple of days later, Zhou Yu, her eldest brother from the Zhou family, called Ying Songshi again. She silently replied, Big brother, if you haven't walked the same path as others, don't easily criticize. Zhou Yu was so angry, he hung up the phone. Ying Songshi shook her head helplessly. During the day, she was busy with farm work, bringing vegetables and mountain fruits to the market when they ripened. In her free time, she tended the flowers in her yard or sat on the swing chair, basking in the sun with a book. The most important thing was to carefully plan her meals, choosing the best combinations of dishes. In the past 2 days, Feng Sun had not been able to reach Ying Songshi by phone, nor did she reply to the many messages he sent. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, with not even a trace of response. He felt a faint sense of anxiety inside but was afraid to bother too much, so he held back from repeatedly checking his phone. He had been with the elderly lady at the nursing home for 2 days, bringing her tea and water, walking and talking with her, never leaving her side. But on the 3rd morning, the lady pushed his arm gently and smiled as she waved him away. "Young man, what's the point of always sticking around me? You should go do what you need to do. Don't keep hovering around this old lady. Grandma, I am currently unemployed, and nothing is more important than keeping you company." Feng Sun smiled and sat down on a nearby sofa, but his eyes unconsciously glanced at his phone in his pocket. The elderly lady was standing at her desk, carefully painting a picture of peonies with a brush. Hearing his words, she paused her hand, slowly lowered her reading glasses, and looked up from behind the lenses with a half-smile, saying, "Tell me, why are you often so restless? You've been looking at your phone many times this morning." Who is on the other end? Her eyes, seasoned by life's experiences, were clear and wise. As she spoke, she dabbed more ink onto her brush and continued to delicately paint the petals of the peony, appearing as a wise person who sees through everything but chooses not to say much. "Grandma," Feng Sun called out helplessly, and he could only pull over a chair to sit quietly opposite her. His gaze fell on the drawing on the desk, avoiding her eyes. Who hasn't been young? Grandma was young once too. There's nothing to be shy about, she teased with a smile, her brush still moving smoothly, the strokes gentle and graceful. By now, the painting was almost finished. The peonies were layered in bright red, full and soft, with dark green leaves stretching upright. A faint fragrance seemed to drift from the paper, elegant and lively. She switched to a finer brush and continued to add details to the petals. Suddenly, without raising her head, she asked, "Xiao Sun, help me take a look. Do you think Songshi will like this painting if I give it to her?" Hearing this, Feng Sun paused for a moment, then quickly got up, walked around the desk, and examined the painting carefully. The peonies on the paper looked gentle and grand. He softly replied, "She will like it. She loves all kinds of flowers, especially ones that are lively and elegant like this." The elderly lady looked up at him with a smile, her eyes shining even more brightly. "That's good to hear." Feng Sun looked at the elderly lady with a clear smile on her face and smiled helplessly. He sat back in his chair, silent for a moment, then finally spoke softly, "I haven't been able to contact her these past 2 days. The phone is unreachable, and I haven't received any messages. Oh, no wonder you've been so gloomy these days. I thought you were bored of staying with me." The elderly lady put down her brush, reached out, and rubbed her wrist. Feng Sun felt a bit embarrassed. "Grandma, do I do that?" The grandmother and grandson looked at each other for a moment. The elderly lady smiled and gave an example. "How could you not? Just now, when we took a walk, I asked you something, and you were distracted 3 times, always glancing at your phone." Feng Sun was speechless and could only accept it. Seeing this, the elderly lady spoke slowly and asked a key question. "Xiao Sun, Grandma wants to ask you, how do you feel about Songshi now? Be honest, don't hide it." Faced with this sudden question, Feng Sun didn't try to dodge. He lowered his eyes and thought carefully for a moment. When he looked up, his eyes were sincere. "It's hard to describe the feeling. I can't quite put it into words, but I can be sure that being with her makes me feel comfortable and safe every moment. Even just quietly staying in one place feels good. I've never had this kind of feeling before." The elderly lady nodded and asked again, "And does she feel the same about you?" This question immediately made Feng Sun hesitate. All the little moments they shared before made him confident that she liked him. But these past 2 days, no matter how he tried to contact her, he got no response. That confidence gradually turned into unease, and he started to feel uncertain. He was silent for a long time, then finally shook his head. "I don't know." The elderly lady saw through his inner confusion instantly. She gently put down her brush, walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and smiled softly. "Silly child, Grandma has lived a long life. I've seen all kinds of people. From what you told me, I already felt that Songshi is a quiet, reserved girl who enjoys her own company." She paused, looked out the window at the greenery outside, and her tone grew more serious, tinged with some emotion. "In fact, to find inner peace, you need to go through many things. Peace is nurtured from the past. She's used to living alone, used not to depend on others, and used not to show her emotions easily. She is more independent than you think." Xiao Xuan, think about it carefully yourself. Ying Songshi traveled back and forth to the county town for 2 days in a row. Besides selling vegetables, she bought some seeds and seedlings, and also contacted the owner of the flower and bird market in advance to reserve some marguerite flower seedlings. After tidying up the vegetable plot, she first scattered the seeds of crown daisy, water spinach, and spinach. Oranges carried a watering can and followed her closely. Sesame and Tangyuan played and chased each other in the vegetable garden. After planting the seeds, she also planted eggplant seedlings and green bean seedlings. During this period, the vegetables in the field grew quite a lot, and she needed to find ways to use them every day. Ying Songshi used the hose to water the remaining vegetable plots, then she walked out of the garden, washed her water shoes at the pond, and cleaned the mud off her arms. She peeked into the kitchen to check the clock on the wall. Last night before bed, she watched a food documentary for a while, especially craving Sichuan cuisine. In the morning, she went to the county town specifically to buy duck blood, fresh tripe, and fresh yellow throat. Passing by a nearby village, she also bought a piece of tender tofu. The grandfather who sold tofu set up a small stall at his doorstep. When Ying Songshi arrived riding her tricycle, he happily cut a piece of tofu for her without even needing a scale. "Songshi, it's been a long time since you last bought tofu." As soon as she stopped her tricycle, the tofu was ready. "Grandpa Zhang, I haven't eaten it for a while and was craving it. I came today because I had some free time." Grandpa Zhang's children work in big cities. His wife passed away early. He usually stays at home alone and has no one to talk to, so he relies on his tofu-making skills to run a stall outside his door. Customers come and go, and he has someone to talk to. Ying Songshi got off her tricycle, took a few bags of vegetables, a piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean, and a bucket of rapeseed oil from the cart. "Grandpa Zhang, next time the oil runs out, remember to tell me." She skillfully entered Grandpa Zhang's house, put the things in the kitchen, and Grandpa Zhang didn't even have time to refuse. "Is there enough firewood at home?" Grandpa Zhang went to the wall, lifted the rain cover, and pointed to the neatly stacked firewood. "Last time, a very handsome young man came to buy tofu. I was stacking firewood at the time. That young man didn't say a word, just picked up an axe and helped me chop firewood. After chopping, he even helped me arrange it. I asked him why he came to buy tofu here, and he said he was visiting friends nearby." Grandpa Zhang, hands behind his back and looking curious, said, "Songshi, I noticed that motorcycle he's riding looks familiar." Ying Songshi helplessly shrugged. "Please don't be so curious. He really is my friend." She walked around Grandpa Zhang's yard once, and seeing there was nothing else she could help with, she stopped. "I guessed right. When will he come back to buy tofu? He's from another province and only stays here for less than a month. Now he's already left, so I don't think he'll come back." "Ah, I see. I thought I might see him again later." Grandpa Zhang looked a bit sad. He didn't argue much and hung a bag of tofu on Ying Songshi's bike handle. "Grandpa Zhang, you don't need to give me so much tofu," Ying Songshi said, wanting to refuse. But Grandpa Zhang stopped her. "If you don't take my tofu, I won't take your things either. You have so many vegetables in your field. Take them home and make some green vegetable tofu." In the end, Ying Songshi accepted the tofu. But she planned to wait in line for the green vegetable tofu later. At noon, her favorite dish was mapo tofu. She also wanted to use the new ingredients to make spicy blood tofu and kung pao chicken to satisfy her craving for Sichuan cuisine. The tricycle stopped outside, and the family's little dogs rushed out to greet her. Today, the sun was especially bright. She first went to the backyard to check the dried bamboo shoots and vegetables. The roof of the backyard shed was flat, with a simple ladder built along the wall. The bamboo mats for drying were spread out completely. The thin slices of spring bamboo shoots were evenly laid, turning light yellow as they dried. The dried vegetables included shepherd's purse, bracken fern, mustard greens, and radish strips, all squeezed to remove water and twisted into small bunches, slightly curled under the sunlight. She simply turned the ingredients over once. Ying Songshi then went back to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The hungry little dogs knew she was heading to the kitchen and wagged their tails, sitting at her feet. Ying Songshi steamed chicken breast, broccoli, and pumpkin to give to the little dogs later. She turned around to prepare her Sichuan ingredients. She cut the soft tofu into small cubes and soaked them in water to remove the astringency. She seasoned ground beef with a little cooking wine. After preparing the ingredients for maid tofu, she sliced the duck blood thickly for spicy blood tofu, cut the beef tripe and yellow throat into strips, washed and drained the bean sprouts and enoki mushrooms, and separated the dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. She also broke off a small piece of hot pot base to set aside. First, prepare the spicy hot pot. Fry the base ingredients with bean paste to develop flavor, then add broth and bring to a boil. Blanch bean sprouts and enoki mushrooms, then place them at the bottom of the bowl. Next, cook the duck blood until done. Quickly blanch beef tripe and yellow throat and place them in the bowl. Sprinkle with dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Pour hot rapeseed oil over everything with a sizzle, filling the kitchen with a spicy, numbing aroma. The puppies are very sensitive to the smell and start sneezing as they run outside the kitchen. The white, round rice balls are too tempted to leave the kitchen, so they cling to the door, looking at Ying Songshi with longing. Ying Songshi smiles softly, turns off the stove under the pot of boiled chicken breast and pumpkin puree to let it cool, using heat-resistant gloves to handle it. Then she turns on the stove to cook maid tofu. Fry the bean paste until red oil appears, add ground beef and stir-fry until fragrant, then add water and boil to cook the tofu. Thicken the sauce with a little cornstarch, sprinkle with garlic sprouts, and serve on a plate. Meanwhile, the dogs' and cats' meals have cooled. Ying Songshi mixes their food simply, then scoops it into their bowls like a cafeteria worker. She replaces the water bowl on the wall with a clean one and, finally, makes herself kung pao chicken. 3 bright, oily Sichuan dishes are served one after another, their aroma filling the kitchen. Ying Songshi serves herself a bowl of rice, smiling contentedly at the dishes on the table. She hasn't enjoyed spicy food for a long time, and her cheeks flush slightly. She then returns to the fridge to get some soda. At this moment, only the word refreshing can describe her feeling. The afternoon passes pleasantly. She climbs the mountain to pick mulberries, planning to make jam. Back home, she gently rinses the mulberries twice with water, drains them, and puts them into a clay pot. Without adding sugar, she simmers them over low heat, letting the berries release their juice naturally. The bubbling and boiling fill the kitchen with a sweet, fruity aroma. When the fruit becomes soft, she adds a few spoons of rock sugar, stirring constantly to prevent sticking. She keeps cooking until the syrup thickens and the mulberry jam turns glossy and sticky. She turns off the heat, lets it cool, then seals it in a clean glass jar. Once cooled, it can be spread on bread. Thinking of bread, Ying Songshi naturally recalls baking it. She hasn't baked bread in a long time. While the jam cools, she takes out her unused stand mixer. She scoops some high-gluten flour into the mixing bowl, cracks in an egg, adds a bit of milk and yeast, then covers the mixer. She presses the start button, and the paddle begins to turn slowly. She was not idle. She leaned to the side, watching the dough as it changed from loose powder to a firm, smooth ball, then became soft and elastic. It didn't stick to the bowl or her hands, so she pressed the stop button. The kitchen was warm and cozy in spring. Sunlight streamed through the window, making people feel lazy and wanting to relax. After the dough had risen twice and become plump, Ying Songshi carefully placed it into the preheated oven. She made herself a cup of passion fruit lemon tea and went to the living room to find a popular romance novel. She sat at the bar, reading and waiting for the bread to bake. She didn't know how long it took, but soon the kitchen was filled with the smell of toasted wheat and butter, which was very tempting. Ying Songshi took the bread out of the oven. The small bread rolls had a slightly crispy crust and a soft, fluffy inside. They were hot when just out of the oven. She used both hands to tear one open, releasing the fragrant wheat and butter aroma. She decided to have a simple dinner tonight. She ate a freshly baked bread roll and then picked some lettuce, bitter greens, cucumber, and cherry tomatoes from the vegetable garden. She added a boiled egg to make a vegetable salad. At 5:30, the clock on the wall pointed to the time, and Ying Songshi started enjoying her dinner. She spread a spoonful of blackcurrant jam on the bread. The purple, glossy jam coated the soft bread, sweet but not greasy. She took a bite of the bread and looked at the bright eyes of the puppies. She chuckled and shook her head. She casually tore off some plain bread edges and shared them with the puppies. They gathered around her hand, nibbling small bites happily, wagging their tails non-stop. Huan didn't like bread. Ying Songshi took some dried fish from the sideboard and gave it to her as a treat. Since dinner was simple, Ying Songshi cleaned up the kitchen and then went back to the living room to curl up. She found her smartphone in a drawer, planning to buy some butter online and pick out pretty flower pots. When she turned on her phone, a flood of messages appeared. As the engagement banquet between the Zhou and Fong families approached, Zhou's side was urging more frequently. Ying Songshi didn't quite understand these people's thoughts. During the years she lived at Zhou's house, she never participated in the annual family reunion dinner. Why was her presence now required at the engagement banquet? Songshi, your grandmother still hasn't agreed. It's a big holiday and every matter counts. You should stay home tonight for the New Year's dinner. Songshi, today is your father's birthday. Your grandmother is coming from the old house. You should stay out of the way for now. Mom sent you some money. You should go shopping and meet up with friends to eat something. As for your dad, just give him a gift to show your kindness. I still remember some harsh words from the past. Ying Songshi patted her head, deleted her social media apps from her phone, and then opened a shopping app to browse. The yard was full of flowers, with little empty space. Yesterday, she wandered around the flower and bird market, feeling eager to add new flowers to her home. She decided to buy some pretty flower pots. Her fingers swiped across the screen, choosing from rough ceramic, hanging round pots, plain colored ones with hand-painted patterns. She compared sizes and colors, took over half an hour, and finally ordered more than 10 carefully selected flower pots. Only after paying did she realize her neck was sore. She looked up and saw it was already very dark outside. From the living room sofa, she could still see the night sky above the yard. The dark sky looked like it was sprinkled with silver dust, with stars densely shining, bright and clear. The mountain outlines were almost invisible in the night. Suddenly, the doorbell rang sharply. Ying Songshi instinctively sat up. The night in the mountains was surprisingly quiet. Who would come at this hour? She slipped on slippers, walked to the front door, and opened it. Her big dog immediately led the little ones to the front yard. The black shepherd and German shepherd stood tall, rushing forward like a black lightning bolt under the moonlight. Ying Songshi followed a few steps behind to the front gate. The big dog was sitting alertly by the door, tail lightly touching the ground, quiet and watchful outside. She looked up at the video doorbell. The figure on the screen made her pause briefly. She quickly reached out and opened the door. Feng Sun? Outside was Feng Sun, who had left a few days ago. His long dark gray coat made him look even taller. His pants tucked into combat boots, and he still carried a cool aura. Seeing Ying Songshi, his sharp, handsome features slightly relaxed, and the sharpness in his eyes disappeared. It's me. I came by suddenly tonight. I hope I didn't scare you. Ying Songshi shook her head. Her eyes swept past him to the road behind, where a string of car lights was slowly driving away. She reached out and opened the door wider. Come in. Feng Sun nodded and followed her into the yard. Ying Songshi locked the door behind her. Just as she turned around, she heard him lower his eyes and ask, I didn't check your phone the past few days? I called and texted you, but I couldn't reach you. In the warm yellow glow of the front yard, Ying Song stood wearing light apricot-colored cotton and linen loungewear that made her look softer. Her collar was embroidered with small flowers, and her loose black hair draped over her shoulders. When she slightly drooped her eyes, she looked relaxed and lazy at home, something Feng Sun had never seen before. She blinked in surprise when she heard his words, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Then she smiled gently. My phone is at the repair shop in the county town. I've taken out the SIM card and put it away. Sorry, I missed your message. Feng Sun leaned down and gently petted the old cat sitting at his feet. His fingers brushed its shiny black fur as he asked softly, It's okay. How did the phone break? That's all the police chief's fault. Ying Song stepped toward the kitchen, glancing back to explain. It's getting more active every day. A few days ago, I was giving it milk pudding and I didn't notice when it jumped onto the table and pushed my phone off. Feng Sun smiled faintly. It deserves a punishment. Make it eat one less can of food. They reached the kitchen door. Ying Song looked at the clock on the wall. The hour hand had already passed 8 o'clock. She casually asked, Have you eaten dinner? Feng Sun replied honestly, Not yet. I've been on the road all day and didn't have time. Can I make you a simple bowl of noodles? Ying Song opened the fridge and took out some ingredients. Thanks, Song, sure. Feng Sun said clearly, his voice pleasant and soothing to hear. Huan saw a familiar human and jumped lightly from the bar counter, landing steadily on Feng Sun's shoulder. Its tail wagged proudly. Ying Song smiled helplessly and continued leading Feng Sun toward the guest room. I've washed the 4-piece bedding set and stored it in the cabinet. The pillows and quilt are inside too. They've been sun-dried. Feng Sun pushed open the door to the guest room. The warm light spilled into the tidy, familiar space. He spoke softly, I'll make the bed myself later. Seeing the tired look on his brow, Ying Song guessed he had been busy all day without rest. She nodded. Okay, rest for a while first. I'll make you something to eat. By the way, Huan always likes to climb onto your shoulder. You shouldn't spoil it too much. Huan on his shoulder clearly had no idea how heavy it was. It tilted its round head and rubbed Feng Sun's cheek, its amber eyes blinking innocently. It wagged its fluffy tail, as if nothing was wrong. Song, sure. Feng Sun called out just as Ying Song was about to turn and head to the kitchen. She instinctively looked back and met his deep gaze. He softly reminded her, It gets cool in the mountains at night. Wear an extra jacket before going to the kitchen. Okay, I understand, she replied with a small smile. She turned and walked to the living room, casually putting on a light beige jacket. She carried a small bamboo basket and first picked some tender greens from the vegetable patch. The leaves were still damp with dew. After rinsing them with water, she placed a pot on the stove, added water, and brought it to a boil. Once the water boiled, she added a handful of fresh noodles, stirring with chopsticks to prevent sticking. When the noodles were halfway cooked, she cracked in 2 local chicken eggs. She watched the egg whites slowly cover the yolks, forming soft, fresh-looking poached eggs. Finally, she added the greens to blanch them, seasoned with a little salt and sesame oil. It was a simple, clear vegetable and egg noodle soup. Suddenly, she heard a faint movement behind her. Turning around, she saw Feng Sun walking slowly to the bar and sitting down quietly, watching her. Just a few more minutes, and it will be ready, she said, turning back to stir the noodles gently with a spoon. Okay, thank you for your hard work, he replied. She remembered there was a whole round ham in the cupboard. She took it out, sliced a few pieces, and slowly fried them in a small pan over low heat until the edges were slightly crispy and fragrant. She then placed the ham on top of the cooked noodles. As she was placing the fried ham into a large, rustic bowl, Feng Sun got up and came over to take the bowl. Be careful when you carry it. The soup is hot and might spill, he warned gently. She turned around and scooped some pickled bamboo shoots and radish from the jar, placing them in the center of the table. She also took a cup she had used before, filled it with warm water, and handed it to him. Eat quickly. It's almost bedtime, so just have something easy to digest now. I'll make you something else tomorrow, she said. Feng Sun took the bowl, which was steaming hot. He looked up at her and gently shook his head. This isn't just a quick meal. With noodles, eggs, and ham, it's quite a feast. She didn't ask why Feng Sun had suddenly come back, nor did he mention why he hurried home so quickly. After they finished eating, Feng Sun washed the dishes with dish soap and put them away. Then he softly advised her, "You should go rest now. You don't need to worry about me." "Okay, rest early," she replied, patting the bun sitting at the corner of the table. She then hugged her cat and headed to the living room. This small mountain courtyard once again became a place for two people. Ying Songshi felt that everything was still the same, but there were subtle differences. Feng Sun watched Ying Songshi enter the living room before turning off the kitchen light and returning to his room. His room was still the same as when he left. Feng Sun took out pillows and blankets from the closet to make the bed. He had only been gone a few days, yet Ying Songshi had already packed away all the bedding. Did she really not think he would come back? Feng Sun's lips pressed into a straight line. He admitted he had been a bit arrogant before, so he wondered if Ying Songshi really liked him. After a simple wash-up, he changed into pajamas and tossed and turned on the bed for a while. Soon, he fell asleep to the natural sounds of the mountain. The next day, Ying Songshi woke up very early again. She got out of bed just as dawn was breaking. She stretched briefly by the window, then picked up a peachwood sword and slowly walked to the bamboo grove outside the courtyard to practice Tai Chi sword. She moved gracefully, with steady speed and slow movements. When she lightly lifted the sword tip, a gentle breeze rose. Every move was calm and gentle. After about half an hour, she put away the wooden sword and slowly turned her head. Her eyes happened to meet Feng Sun, who was quietly standing outside the bamboo grove. She didn't know how long he had been watching. "Good morning, Songshi," he said naturally as he walked over when he saw her notice him. Feng Sun was dressed simply in a light gray sports outfit. A pair of earphones hung loosely around his neck. His hair was slightly tousled by the morning breeze, clearly just finished with his morning exercise. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Very well. I fell asleep as soon as I got back to my room." "Songshi, do you have any plans today?" Ying Songshi had finished her exercise and was walking side by side with Feng Sun toward the courtyard. "I plan to sell vegetables in the morning and pick up my repaired phone. What would you like for lunch?" "I'll bring back some ingredients. Can we have pickled fish?" "I want to go fishing in the dark river this morning and catch a fish," Feng Sun said softly, his eyes clear and gentle. Ying Songshi smiled softly. "Of course. We didn't get to eat it last time, so I'll make sure you have enough today." Feng Sun nodded. "By the way, Songshi, can I ask my assistant to bring some things up the mountain at noon?"
"Sure."
"If I can't come back in time, you should leave early." "I've already given you the password to the main door," Ying Songshi said as she reached the water basin and cheerfully washed her face. "Do you want him to stay for lunch? If so, I'll bring more ingredients." Feng Sun went to the kitchen to get a towel and handed it to her. He said thoughtfully, "Let him stay for lunch." "But Song, you don't need to buy ingredients today. The things he was going to bring already include many supplies. Also, your plan for the flower garden is ready. Tomorrow, my assistant will bring someone to deliver it. If you have any ideas or suggestions, just let me know." Already so soon, Ying Songshi wiped the water from her face and opened her eyes in surprise. The designer Feng Sun hired was indeed very talented. Later, Ying Songshi looked it up online and found out that the designer was a top expert in the field. After receiving the exact location, the designer even sent people to nearby towns to check the climate and humidity and took several soil samples. Based on this, they quickly provided several design options. All the plants in the garden are suitable for growing in the town. The flowering periods for each month and how long they last are clearly marked. The color combinations of the flowers and the layering of tall and short plants are carefully considered. "I remember many of the flower seedlings in the plan are not available in our province," Feng Sun said with a relaxed expression. "So I asked my assistants to help prepare them." The designer also recommended some regular flower and plant suppliers we work with. "I only gave some instructions. If you're curious about the details, when assistant Lee arrives, he can tell you." Okay. Ying Songshi nodded firmly. She was really happy about having a beautiful garden soon. I'll make more delicious food for lunch. You and assistant Lee have worked hard. A faint dimple appeared on her cheek, and Fong Sun smiled along with her. Yesterday, I baked some bread and made blackcurrant jam. How about we prepare a Western-style breakfast? Maybe add some grilled asparagus and mushrooms. We'll keep it simple. I have some steak and the ingredients assistant Lee brought, so we can fry that tonight. Ying Songshi naturally wouldn't just cook asparagus and mushrooms. She rummaged through the fridge and took out some luncheon meat and bacon, fried 2 golden eggs, and even went to the vegetable garden to pick 2 bunches of bright red cherry tomatoes, carefully placing them on the edge of the plate for decoration. Finally, she mixed oats with yogurt, making a refreshing and filling breakfast. Fong Sun sat quietly at the bar, with a small cat curled on his lap, holding the unfinished book from last time. He was peaceful and didn't disturb her busy preparations. When Ying Songshi started plating the food, he closed his book and got up to help. Today, I used the tableware you gave me last time. I plan to use it to entertain guests at noon. Fong Sun looked down at the porcelain plate in his hand. No wonder I haven't seen you use it before. Ying Song carried a yogurt and oatmeal bowl behind him, softly saying, "You're the first person after my brother and sister to give me beautiful tableware. This set is very special to me, so I usually don't like to use it." Fong Sun turned to look at her, a gentle smile in his eyes. He felt happy that she valued the gift so much, and his heart softened. "Just use it whenever you want. I bought a new set when I returned to City A. I just arrived last night and came straight here, so I didn't bring it with me. Assistant Lee will bring it over when he comes this noon. After you finish selling vegetables, you'll see it." Ying Song finished selling vegetables as usual, then rode her tricycle to buy pickled vegetables nearby. Passing by a seafood shop, the owner greeted her with a smile. "Songshi, the fresh clams just arrived this morning by truck." She immediately stopped her tricycle and bought 2 jean of clams to put in the cart. Thinking that her family would have more people for lunch and the meal should be hearty, she turned to a nearby shop and bought a live chicken. After the owner processed it, she rode her tricycle toward the small courtyard outside the county. Ying Song rode up the mountain on her tricycle. Just as she turned past the bamboo forest, she saw a familiar off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. At the small courtyard with white walls and gray tiles, Fong Sun was talking to a young man in casual Western-style clothes. The man had his hands clasped in front of him, listening carefully, with packages of various sizes piled at his feet. When Fong Sun saw Ying Song returning, he gestured with his palm for assistant Lee to wait before speaking. He then stepped forward. "Why aren't you going inside? Why are you just standing here talking?" Ying Song carefully parked her tricycle at the courtyard gate, took off her helmet, and casually tidied her slightly messy braid. "Just waiting for you to come home, so we can chat. This is assistant Lee, the one I mentioned before." Fong Sun naturally took her helmet and put it away, then turned to carry the ingredients from the cart. Ying Song's eyes curved into a smile as she nodded at assistant Lee. "Assistant Lee, thank you for helping with the garden. Missing, you're too polite. I just follow the boss's instructions." "It's my duty," assistant Lee said, watching Fong Sun handle everything smoothly and naturally, secretly impressed. When he saw Ying Song, he went around to open the door and hurriedly carried the package from his foot to follow her inside. Is assistant Lee afraid of dogs? The dogs inside the door wagged their tails, eager to rush out, but Ying Songshi quickly stopped them. "Miss Ying, I'm not afraid," assistant Lee said with a polite, standard smile. He had already seen a few fluffy dogs through the crack in the door and thought that the gentle person missing was the animals she raised should also be cute and clever. But unexpectedly, when Ying Songshi pushed the door open, the first to rush out was a large German shepherd. Assistant Lee immediately felt nervous, his hair standing on end. His smile almost froze on his face. The German shepherd looked at him carefully, then sniffed him closely, and after that, it sniffed the package in his hand. "Does this mean I am suspected?" Assistant Lee stood still, afraid to move. Luckily, his kind boss came to his rescue. Fong Sun squatted down and hugged the dog, saying, "It's okay. Let it get used to your scent slowly." Ying Songshi went to the kitchen and realized the others hadn't followed. She called out loudly, "Boss, that's a guest." Only then did the dog wag its tail and stop bothering assistant Lee, instead going to rub against Feng Sun's leg. Assistant Lee let out a big breath of relief. This dog is really fierce and impressive. Its name is also very commanding. As for the other 3 puppies, after placing the things in the kitchen, Assistant Lee was free to interact with them kindly. When Ying Songshi entered the kitchen, she noticed that the flowers in the vase on the dining table had been replaced with new ones, several pink tulips arranged at an angle, looking fresh and bright. Feng Sun placed the ingredients he bought on the kitchen counter. Seeing Ying Songshi examining the flowers with interest, he smiled and explained, "I asked Assistant Lee to buy these for me." Assistant Lee made 2 trips to bring the package from the door into the kitchen. During one of his trips, Orange wagged its tail and came over, grabbing a tote bag and rushing inside. Assistant Lee hurriedly called out, "Orange, slow down. Don't drop what's inside." Hearing this, Ying Songshi quickly squatted down to steady Orange. Assistant Lee, panting, followed in and saw that Ying Songshi had already caught the tote bag. He then smiled and explained, "Missing, this is my small gift for visiting your home for the first time. I heard from my boss that you keep cats and dogs. Inside the bag are some handmade pet treats, made strictly according to standards, so please rest assured." Ying Songshi smiled and thanked him. She looked down and saw the bag filled with various sealed pouches, with 2 glass jars at the bottom. Feng Sun said, "No wonder Orange grabbed it and ran. It must have smelled something delicious. Isn't it true? When it comes to eating, they are all so clever," Ying Songshi said. Sesame seeds and rice balls eagerly wagged their tails at her feet. Ying Songshi opened a bag and fed a piece of fragrant salmon tail to a flour bun, then gave each dog a chicken-flavored sweet ring made of cowhide fiber. The little furry kids were very well behaved, and Assistant Lee couldn't help but smile. Feng Sun started opening the packages sent by Assistant Lee.
Some were gift boxes.
He set the gift boxes aside separately. "Songshi, these are things besides what I brought you, and some were sent by my family. I'll carry them to the living room later. You can take your time opening them when you're free. Isn't this too much?" Ying Songshi said with a mix of laughter and helplessness. The pile of gift boxes was so tall it almost blocked her entire body. From the packaging, it looked like there was everything inside: necklaces, earrings, perfume, but she usually didn't use those. "These are prepared by my mom and my older sister-in-law. My mom said girls don't need to have everything, but they shouldn't be without." "I agree with that." Feng Sun looked through the packaging and handed her a set of carefully chosen tableware. "This set is for the kitchen. When you open it, you can use it directly." Feng Sun opened the insulation foam in the box. Inside was carefully vacuum-sealed Wagyu beef. Below that was a large piece of bluefin tuna belly, along with a few spotted groupers. Another box contained a fierce-looking Boston lobster. "Last time, your brother and sister sent you seafood. I saw you really liked it, so I brought some this time too." Ying Songshi leaned over to take a closer look at the contents inside the box. "There are 2 things I've never cooked before, so I might not make them taste good. After all, they're just ingredients. Feel free to experiment. Next time, Assistant Lee can send more." Suddenly, she remembered. "By the way, what about the fish you went fishing for this morning?" Feng Sun touched his nose awkwardly. "I didn't catch anything this morning. I was out of luck. If I have time tomorrow, I'll try again." Ying Songshi nodded with a smile. She might have thought too highly of Feng Sun, always believing he could succeed at whatever he set his mind to. But now, being honest about not catching fish this morning made Feng Sun seem more real and approachable. After packing up the packages, Ying Songshi put on an apron to start cooking. Feng Sun rolled up his sleeves and came over to help wash vegetables. Assistant Lee watched the 2 busy figures in the kitchen, feeling a little restless. "Missing, is there anything I can do to help?" While Songshi was placing the clams into clean water and adding a few drops of sesame oil to wash away the dirt, she turned and saw Assistant Lee sitting nervously at the dining table. "There's no need to let the guests do anything, especially since Assistant Feng is here to help," she said. Feng Sun, who was washing the melon leaves and pea tips, smiled slightly. "Does that mean she doesn't consider herself a guest when she's with Songshi?" Songshi suggested that Assistant Lee go to the living room to watch a movie. Lee hesitated politely, saying, "Miss Song, I'll just sit here and have some tea." Songshi looked at the table thoughtfully for a moment and then said to Feng Sun, who was washing vegetables, Feng Sun, there's a portable TV in the study on the right side of the living room. It has wheels. Could you push it over so assistantly can pass the time? Feng Sun dried his hands and replied, I'll go push it over. Boss, do you need my help? No, you just sit quietly and wait for dinner. Songshi doesn't want you to feel like you're at work, he said. Feng Sun stepped out of the kitchen and found the study on the right side of the living room. The decor was similar to the living room, with a large wall of bookshelves filled with a faint wooden scent. The corner desk was made of solid wood, spacious and tidy. In front of it was a window with a view of lush banana leaves outside. The window was half open, and a light blue curtain embroidered with swallows fluttered gently in the breeze. On the desk, there were unfinished puzzle pieces that Songshi hadn't completed. Next to the desk was the portable TV she mentioned, embedded in a sturdy walnut frame. The lower shelves were filled with various sodas and snacks, giving a relaxed and cozy vibe. Feng Sun's eyes unconsciously showed a faint smile. He could easily imagine the scene. Songshi curled up in an ergonomic chair, working on the puzzle, sipping soda through a straw, occasionally glancing at the TV, relaxed and lazy. He quietly pushed the portable TV toward the kitchen area, where there was enough space on the dining table to place it. He turned on the power, and the screen lit up. A classic palace drama's dialogue slowly played out. Just as Songshi finished chopping the chicken pieces and was about to handle the spring bamboo shoots, she heard the familiar lines. She turned around and smiled, saying to assistantly, I've subscribed to the TV service, so you can tune in to whatever you like. Assistantly held a warm teacup and smiled when she heard this. No trouble at all, missing. I also enjoy watching The Legend of Zhen Huan. This is quite good. Ying Songshi blanched the bamboo shoots and chicken pieces separately to remove bitterness and smell. When she saw assistantly watching with great interest, she relaxed completely. She poured enough warm water into a clay pot, added the chicken, bamboo shoots, and a few slices of ginger, brought it to a boil over high heat, then turned to low and simmered. Songshi, do you have any other dishes to prepare? I see you have a note about stir-fried asparagus with shrimp. Where is the asparagus? It's over there. Help me wash and cut it into sections. I want to start with a more time-consuming dish first. Are you making plum sauce braised pork? Feng Sun picked up some asparagus from the side, washed it in the sink with clean water, and asked with a smile, I've only had regular braised pork before. Is this the first time using green plum sauce? Ying Songshi looked up at her words but kept working. She cut the pork belly into evenly sized cubes, blanched it in cold water with ginger slices and cooking wine, and said while working, regular braised pork can be greasy. Adding green plum sauce makes it different, sweet and sour, which helps cut the greasiness and balances the richness of the meat. Feng Sun cut the asparagus into sections and asked along with her, Do you need me to get the green plum sauce? Yes, in the glass jar on the top shelf of the sideboard. The jar has a begonia flower pattern on it. Ying Songshi finished blanching the pork belly, then took a new pot to make caramel, added ginger, garlic, and star anise to cook out a rich, meaty aroma. She then poured in soy sauce and dark soy sauce, and finally added 2 spoons of her homemade plum sauce, all to be cooked under pressure. Feng Sun looked at the pressure cooker, and the kitchen still carried the sweet and sour aroma of the sauce. It sounds like we're in for a treat at lunch. Just the name makes it sound delicious. Ying Songshi smiled and took the prepared asparagus to stir-fry with shrimp. This method isn't hard, just a bit more careful. You'll see later, it's fresher than regular braised pork and pairs better with rice. Stir-fried asparagus with shrimp is a light, refreshing dish. Ying Songshi blanched the asparagus in boiling water for about 10 seconds, then drained and cooled it to keep it crisp and tender. Next to her, a bowl contained marinated shrimp. She heated some oil in a pan, added the shrimp and stir-fried until they changed color. Then she added the asparagus, quickly stir-fried a few times, drizzled a little soy sauce for flavor, and mixed well before serving. The bright green asparagus paired with the white shrimp looked very appetizing. After preparing a few dishes, the clams on the side had already cleaned out all the mud. Xie Sun handed her a clean pot. Ying Songshi poured in oil, added slices of ginger, garlic cloves, and dried chili peppers. After cooking until the garlic released a strong aroma, she poured all the clams into the pot and stir-fried quickly over high heat. The clams soon opened their shells, spilling out delicious juice. She seasoned them simply, sprinkled chopped green onions on top, mixed well, and took them off the heat. The spicy and fresh aroma quickly filled the entire kitchen. The remaining melon head greens and pea tips were easier to prepare. Ying Songshi cooled the melon head greens, blanched them briefly, then added various seasonings and a little chopped garlic. A simple seasoning helped keep the unique mountain and wild flavor of the greens. As she started stirring with chopsticks, Sun took over. Let me mix it evenly. You can stir-fry the pea tips. This will be the last dish, and then we're done. Only the tender stems and leaves of the pea tips were left. She stir-fried them quickly over high heat until they turned bright green and soft. After adding a pinch of salt, they were ready to serve. Sun began placing the dishes on the table. Assistant Lee saw this and came to help. Smelling the delicious aroma from the kitchen, he sincerely praised, "Missing, your cooking skills are really good. If I ate this every day, I'd definitely gain 10 pounds. You're already praising the food before you've even eaten." Ying Songshi was busy plating the braised pork. After reducing the sauce over high heat until it was thick and shiny, it clung tightly to each piece of pork belly. Sun was preparing rice in the rice cooker. "Before I ever tasted your cooking, just smelling the aroma made me feel the same as Assistant Lee. So delicious that I'd rather wake up early and run 5 kilometers every day than miss out on a piece of braised pork." Ying Songshi chuckled softly. "It's obvious you're most looking forward to the braised pork. You should eat a few more pieces later." Assistant Lee watched their interaction, unable to hide his smile. Having been close to the boss for so long, it was the first time he saw the boss being so gentle and caring to someone outside family and friends. He silently brought the braised pork with plum sauce to the table. Soon after, Ying Songshi brought over the chicken stewed with spring bamboo shoots, with Sun carrying the rice behind her. "Assistant Lee, what would you like to drink?" Ying Songshi took out a few bottles of beverages from the fridge and placed them on the table. "Missing, just some soda is fine," Lee replied, taking a lychee-flavored soda. "All right, Sun, you choose too. Everyone, let's eat together." Ying Songshi sat down at the table. 3 people prepared 6 dishes: spicy stir-fried clams, bamboo shoot chicken stew, asparagus with shrimp, red braised pork with plum sauce, cold marinated malantu greens, and stir-fried pea tips. Assistant Lee picked up his chopsticks, unsure of what to try first. Sun used shared chopsticks to pick a piece of red braised pork with plum sauce from the dish for Songshi, then serve himself a piece. He ate happily. The braised pork was sweet and sour but not greasy, soft and flavorful. It made him feel like he could eat a whole bowl of rice just with that dish. This was Assistant Lee's first visit to their home. Songshi helped him serve a bowl of bamboo shoot chicken stew. The chicken was tender and fragrant, the bamboo shoots sweet and crunchy. The aroma of both ingredients blended in the soup. "Thank you, Miss He," Lee said quickly after swallowing a shrimp. He took the bowl with both hands. He scooped a spoonful of chicken soup and took a sip. The fresh, rich broth slid down his throat, making his eyes and face relax with pleasure. He said happily, "It's so fresh. The chicken soup is really delicious." Sun looked up silently, his gaze meeting hers directly. There was a faint smile in his eyes. He didn't speak, just quietly looked at his empty soup bowl in front of him. Songshi blinked her almond-shaped eyes, suddenly understanding. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. She believed in fairness. She wouldn't favor one over the other. She picked up Sun's bowl and filled it with a generous serving of bamboo shoot chicken stew, then handed it to him. "Thank you, Shunsher," he said, not rushing to drink the soup. He first looked at the bowl filled with bamboo shoots, a deeper smile in his eyes. He scooped a spoonful of broth, blew on it to cool, then took a sip. The chicken soup was not greasy at all, only pure and fresh. It balanced perfectly with the sweet and sour red braised pork from earlier. Assistant Lee was already happily eating nearby. No wonder the boss left the sanatorium suddenly after noon yesterday, saying he needed to return to the county town that day. If he could live in such a beautiful house and enjoy all kinds of delicious food, He wouldn't want to leave either. Feng Sun said Li's assistant would bring people tomorrow to deliver flower materials. The workers were trained, so they wouldn't need Ying Songshi to do it herself. They would plant the seedlings and build the flower garden. Ying Songshi was happy to relax. Still, she planned not to go to the county town to sell vegetables tomorrow. She decided to stay home and watch over things. If the gardeners worked until noon, she could invite them to a meal. Just as she and Feng Sun finished watching a movie in the living room and prepared to go to bed, her small communicator suddenly rang. The cheerful and pleasant ringtone was especially noticeable on the quiet night. Ying Songshi started searching for her phone as the sound rang out, and Feng Sun found it on the side cabinet in the living room, handing it to her. Songshi, are you coming to sell vegetables tomorrow? My daughter has finally come back from working in the city to visit me. I want to buy more wild vegetables and mountain eggs from you for her to take home. The voice on the other end was loud, with a tone full of anticipation, and cheerful laughter could be heard in the background. I need to go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables fresh, so I probably can't bring many tomorrow. But I've saved up some eggs. Ying Songshi hesitated a little, then asked how many she needed. Wild vegetables don't last long, just let her taste a bit. Mainly, I want to buy more mountain eggs. Whatever you have, I'll buy it. In the end, Ying Songshi agreed to go to the county town tomorrow. Doing business that comes to your door is worth doing. It's a pity she had planned to observe her master planting seedlings tomorrow, maybe even learn some planting skills from him. Songshi, I won't go for morning exercise tomorrow. Let's go into the mountains together to pick wild vegetables. 2 people will definitely be easier than 1. Feng Sun leaned against the door of the living room, not in a hurry to leave. I'm not thinking about that. I originally planned not to sell vegetables tomorrow. Ying Songshi took a deep breath, then buried her face in her soft, warm bun, trying to soothe her irritation from the disrupted plan. How about I go to the county town instead? You can give me the contact info of this customer and the agreed time and place. I'll ride my tricycle to deliver. If there are more vegetables at home to sell, you can give them to me too. I know your stall well. Ying Songshi immediately sat up straight, seriously considering Feng Sun's suggestion. Feng Sun's gaze fell on a little tuft of hair sticking up on her head. He smiled silently. She was really adorable. You don't need to worry anymore. I can handle selling vegetables. Just tell me how much each type costs per gene, or we can weigh everything in advance and sell by bundles, Feng Sun said, crossing his arms and tilting his head slightly, looking at her worried eyes. What you should be concerned about is whether the customers at the market will buy from someone new like me. No, my vegetables are the cleanest and freshest in the market. Discerning customers won't ignore them. Ying Songshi instinctively lifted her chin confidently. Feng Sun asked, then what are you still worried about? Ying Song knocked his fist on his palm and said, all right, I'll leave the vegetable selling to you tomorrow. I'll wake up early to help you organize the vegetables in the cart. If you don't understand anything, just ask Aunt Wu next door. She sells fruit. The next morning, after breakfast, the clock on the wall pointed to 7 o'clock. Ying Song carried the bundled vegetables into the cart. Did you save the contact information of that customer on your phone? I called her earlier and told her, so she already knows you'll deliver the vegetables today. Yes, I saved it. Later, I'll go to the county town to deliver to her first, then head to the market to sell vegetables. Feng Sun put on his helmet. Today, he wore a light gray fitted sweater and a dark blue windbreaker that looked soft yet sturdy, making his shoulders look sharp and upright. He wore dark casual pants and simple sports shoes. His overall look was comfortable and low-key, not showing his usual noble appearance, but more like a fresh young man who often walks in the mountains. Okay, no problem. I hope you have a good experience selling vegetables today. Ying Song handed him a thermos filled with water, then held a flour roll and stepped back a little, waving goodbye to Feng Sun. I believe it will be fine. Soon, Assistant Li will come with someone. Since you already met him yesterday, just ask him for help if you need anything when I'm not around. Feng Sun finally reminded him, and after Ying Song nodded in agreement, he rode his tricycle toward the county town. The mountain road in the early morning was still cool. Dewdrops clung to the grass and trees by the roadside, gently falling with the breeze. Wildflowers along the field edges swayed softly in the morning sun. Feng Sun first successfully delivered vegetables and eggs to the regular customer. She was surprised to see such a handsome and impressive young man delivering her goods instead of Ying Song, and she was stunned for a while. Ying Song had already agreed on the price with her. She handed some money directly to Feng Sun, unable to hide her curiosity. "Young man, who are you?" to Song Shi. After confirming the money was correct, Feng Sun looked up and explained, "I'm her friend. You can walk slowly with your things. Is that your daughter by the stairs? She's come to see you." The old customer was distracted by the question and turned around. Sure enough, she saw her daughter, holding her little granddaughter, walking over. She immediately lost her curiosity. Feng Sun smiled slightly and rode straight to the market. Aunt Wu at the nearby stall was squatting and arranging loquats. Out of the corner of his eye, Yu Guang saw a familiar tricycle. Without looking up, he started sharing his daily observations. Today, Song Shi, the rice and oil shop, raised their rice prices by 5 cents. I saw a lot of fresh fish at the seafood shop. Yesterday, their clams were pretty good. Did you buy any yesterday? Hello, Aunt Wu. Today, I'm here to help Song Shi sell things, Feng Sun said as he parked his tricycle and greeted her with a rain cover in hand. Aunt Wu was startled. She instinctively turned her head and saw Feng Sun's face. The young man, tall with long legs, looked like a giant from her squatting position. Aunt Wu quickly stood up, her face turning red with excitement. "I remember you. At first, Song Shi gave you some wild vegetables. You came to see her a few times after that. Not long ago, you bought all my green pears. That's me. Aunt Wu, just call me Feng Sun," he said. Feng Sun spread out the rain cover and carefully arranged the vegetables in his cart. When he arrived, Song Shi had given him a cloth bag filled with coins of different denominations for collecting money and giving change. After arranging the vegetables, Feng Sun sat down on a small wooden stool, mimicking Song Shi's way. His stall wasn't very obvious, and since the market wasn't officially open yet, not many people were curious or looking at him. He ignored them all. Just as Feng Sun sent a photo of his vegetable stall to his grandma, Aunt Wu came over to gossip. She had a very good impression of Feng Sun. "Feng Sun, when did you get to know Song Shi? Last time I asked her, she didn't tell me much." Feng Sun knew Aunt Wu was very kind but liked chatting. When someone said something bad about Song Shi, she was always the first to defend her. "Not long ago, she wasn't very familiar with me when she gave me the wild vegetables. But after a few times talking, we got to know each other. Song Shi is a very good girl. Anyone who gets to know her will want to be her friend." Aunt Wu smiled and winked at him. "So, have you always wanted to be friends with her?" she asked straightforwardly and eagerly. Feng Sun hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Aunt Wu looked at him with a knowing gaze and patted his shoulder. "Young people, I understand. If you have other thoughts, you'd better act quickly. Song Shi is loved by many." Feng Sun's heart tightened slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Aunt Wu suddenly paused, as if recalling something. "However, last time I chatted casually with her, I specifically asked what she said back then." "What did she say?" This almost slipped out without him realizing. Aunt Wu patted her forehead. "I just remembered. She said she doesn't like anyone and doesn't plan to date. Living alone is quite comfortable for her." Her words drifted lightly, like an unnoticeable feather falling on Feng Sun's heart, but it felt heavy and a bit dull. When Aunt Wu turned around with a smile and went back to her stall, the noisy crowd around seemed to suddenly isolate him. Only the strange feelings inside him remained, swirling endlessly. He should have understood long ago that his faint hopes from before might have been wrong from the start. It was his own assumptions, his arrogance. Ying Songshi's gentle attitude was just because she was kind by nature. She was used to taking good care of those around her, with no relation to whether she liked them or not. He was too proud, misinterpreting her pure kindness as something else. What made him even more helpless was that he didn't know when, but this girl living quietly in a mountain cottage, growing vegetables and cooking, could easily disturb his long-held calm and restraint. He thought he was clear-headed and rational, but now he realized he didn't really understand Ying Songshi. Was she really determined to live quietly and freely alone? Would she ever change her mind about that in her life? His tangled thoughts formed a knot in his mind, with no way to untangle them. Just then, His phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly, buzzing repeatedly, as if trying to pull him out of his confusion and sour numbness. It was messages from Soo-yeon in a group chat, with Jing Songyeon occasionally replying. Soo-yeon, I can't work this shift anymore. I want to take a break and go out to sea with you guys. Jing Songyeon, when Ah-sun returns from Province, we'll plan a few days for a vacation and get together. Soo-yeon, at Fong-sun, did you go back to City a few days ago? I was out with my dad the day before yesterday and ran into your older brother. He said you came back for a few days and then left in a hurry. Fong-sun didn't reply for a moment and Soo-yeon kept talking nonstop. Soo-yeon, a while ago I was supposed to go to Province for a wedding engagement. I also heard some gossip these days. Jing Songyeon. What gossip, Soo-yeon? Our Soo family was invited by the groom's family. The groom's name is Fong Chae, the eldest son of the Fong family, who is highly regarded. His fiancée, Zhou Shi, has been childhood sweethearts with him since they were young. The Fong family has no scandals, but the Zhou family is different. I heard there was a rumor about an illegitimate daughter over 10 years ago. Jing Songyeon, there's nothing strange about an illegitimate daughter. Such things happen often in circles. Do you remember the Chow family? They are the same age as us, and their illegitimate son just celebrated his 3rd birthday. Soo-yeon, that's not the same. I heard that she was only brought into the family when she was in middle school. When she first arrived, she looked very plain, unlike the Zhou family. Usually, the Zhou lady would be against having an illegitimate daughter, but someone saw her shopping with Zhou's wife, buying clothes. It's as if she's a real family member, living under the same roof as Zhou Shi for several years. Jing Songyeon. Maybe the illegitimate daughter isn't Zhou's, but Zhou's wife's. There are many confusing things in wealthy families. Soo-yeon. That's possible. Soo-yeon. The Zhou family's grandmother really dislikes that illegitimate daughter. She even bans her from attending family events. If she were the granddaughter, she wouldn't be treated like that, right? Jing Songyeon. So, this illegitimate daughter might also attend the engagement party. Soo-yeon. Not necessarily. I heard she hasn't appeared in public for years. Some say she was sent abroad and isn't allowed to come back. Others say she was sent away long ago. There are all kinds of rumors. Fong-sun. What's this girl's name? Fong-sun looked through all the chat messages, frowned, and asked Soo-yeon alone. Soo-yeon. I don't know. She hasn't appeared in years. If you're curious, Fong-sun, I can ask my friends in City C to find out. Fong-sun. Okay. Fong-sun. I went back a few days ago, but now I'm back in City C. When I have time, we can meet up. Soo-yeon, as if discovering something new. Fong-sun, when did you start caring about these wealthy family gossip? Jing Songyeon. Everyone's curious, no matter how rich they are. No one can resist the fun of gossip. But, Ah-sun, is there something urgent that makes you rush back to City C? Fong-sun sent a photo of a vegetable stall, summarized in 2 words. Selling vegetables, Soo-yeon. Jing Songyeon. Soo-yeon. Oh no, it seems like my brother has been possessed. Fong-sun didn't reply again because after 8 o'clock, more people started shopping at the market. Today, he had an important task. Usually, Ying Song is known for many regular customers. This morning, when they saw the familiar tricycle, they found someone else selling vegetables, but the vegetables still looked fresh as always. Fong-sun knew that many people nearby were quietly watching him. Some were curious, and others genuinely wanted to buy vegetables. He stood up and asked a friendly-looking ant nearby, "Hello, would you like some wild vegetables?" These were freshly dug from the mountains this morning, less than 3 hours ago. Next to the fruit stall, Aunt Wu also smiled and said, "This is Song's friend. Song has other things today, so he's here to help sell vegetables. Sister Wang, don't worry. These vegetables are still top quality." The woman called Sister Wang immediately smiled and stepped forward. She patted her chest and said, "That's good. I was scared that Song's stall had been taken over by someone else. Without Song, where would we buy such fresh wild vegetables?" After speaking, she squatted down to pick out vegetables. She pointed at one, and Fong-sun used a clear plastic bag to pack it for her. When she finished choosing, she quickly told her the total price. Sister Wang paid happily and bought a bag of loquats from Aunt Wu's stall as well. This young man is as quick as Song. With the first person leading the way and the vegetables looking visibly fresh, Feng Sun's vegetables were soon sold out. Some customers who didn't get any felt disappointed and kept asking Feng Sun if there were still any left and whether he would come again tomorrow. Feng Sun shook his head, saying he wasn't sure if he would set up his stall again tomorrow. When most of the customers around the stall had left, Feng Sun gave the remaining wild chives to Aunt Wu, who was helping out. During the busiest time, he was a bit overwhelmed. Aunt Wu knew this was his first time selling vegetables, so she helped keep order on the side. Aunt Wu hesitated but finally smiled and accepted the chives. Feng Sun packed up the stall and specifically asked Aunt Wu about the locations of the meat and seafood shops. He remembered she had said those places sold fresh ingredients. He went around to both shops and bought a lot of food, including a lively, jumping grass carp. Yesterday, I wanted to catch a dark river fish, but I failed. Today, I didn't have time to go fishing, so I had to buy a fish for Songshi to make sour fish. On the way past the flower shop, I still stopped to pick a bouquet. I wonder what Songshi is busy with now. Feng Sun remembered how happy and excited Ying Songshi was when talking about the flower garden, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Ying Songshi felt like a small mouse falling into a rice jar. Assistant Li brought along skilled gardeners, all of whom are good at caring for flowers and seedlings. They work very carefully and don't need the host to supervise. Each brought their own water bottles, and once they saw the plan land, they started planting the seedlings right away. The most experienced gardener, Master Li, was in charge. He first praised the climbing roses Ying Songshi planted. Seeing that she truly loved flowers, he couldn't help but chat with her for a while. Ying Songshi usually learns how to care for flowers from gardening books and online posts. When she saw a professional with decades of experience, she hurried home to find paper and a pen, asking questions and taking notes at the same time. Master Li was happy to tell her more. He also checked the growth of the flower seedlings in Ying Songshi's previous yard. By the garden wall, camellias and begonias bloomed brightly, one white, one pink. Sunlight spilled over the branches, creating a play of light and shadow, and even the breeze carried a faint floral scent, slowing down the day. Begonias like sunlight but fear direct scorching sun. The soil should be loose and breathable, moist but not waterlogged. Too much watering can cause roots to rot, while too little makes the branches droop. They're most delicate when sprouting in spring. A light application of fertilizer will help them grow lush and full. Camellias prefer semi-shade and partial sunlight. They dislike direct sun but also don't do well in constant darkness. The soil should be slightly moist but not waterlogged. It's better to be slightly dry than overly wet. Master Li crouched down to check the soil under the flowers' roots. You're taking good care of these flowers. The ones that haven't bloomed yet are probably hydrangeas. Hydrangeas love semi-shade and diffused light. Planting them here is quite suitable. When Feng Sun rode back on his tricycle, he saw Ying Songshi listening intently to Master Li, her expression full of fascination. Until Feng Sun carried the flowers over to her, she let out a soft "ah" and instinctively turned to look at him. Ying Songshi held her notebook and pen, looking obedient and attentive, like a good student listening carefully. Feng Sun stood beside her, his gaze fixed on her focused face and eyes. He chuckled softly, but Ying Songshi blinked in confusion, not understanding what made him laugh suddenly. Here's a reward for a student who listens carefully. The bouquet is made of pink salmon small chrysanthemums with green bellflowers, full of the bright feeling of spring. Ying Songshi's eyes lit up immediately. She quickly took the bouquet with one hand and gently rubbed her nose against the petals, smiling softly. Thank you. You bought me tulips yesterday, and today you brought me new flowers. I remember there's a large ceramic vase in the living room. Later, I can arrange the flowers there. Ying Songshi nodded, then couldn't help but tug at Feng Sun's arm, pulling him toward the flower bed. Come look. The masters planted many seedlings, and they all look so beautiful. She walked cheerfully, like a child sharing a treasure, pointing at two small seedlings nearby with bright eyes. Master Li said there are 2 lemon trees in the garden. In spring, we can enjoy the flowers, and in summer and autumn, we can pick lemons. We can even make lemon tea. Feng Sun looked in the direction she pointed, a gentle smile never leaving his face. Ying Songshi then pointed at the nearby seedlings in the flower bed and introduced them one by one, full of wonder. Look, there are coneflowers, sweet willows, and irises. I heard irises bloom like little butterflies. Over there are tulips, foxgloves, mountain peach grass, white crystal chrysanthemums, and bougainvillea. When they all bloom, the whole garden will be very lively. Fine-leaved pampas grass, nandina, New Zealand flax, snake plants, and red maples don't flower, but their leaves are also very pretty, making the flowering plants stand out even more. Ying Songshi smiled with deep dimples, her eyes like a shallow spring stream. She shyly touched her nose. There are so many flowers, I don't know most of them. Masterly told me. Feng Sun listened to her excited tone and thought that choosing someone to design the garden was really the right decision. It was the first time he saw Ying Songshi so openly happy. Masterly handed over a thick book. Missing, this book has detailed descriptions of various seedlings, along with care methods. I'll send you an electronic version later, so you can check anytime. Also, the fertilizers are included. Later, find a place, and I'll have someone unload them from the car. Okay, thank you, Masterly. Ying Songshi carried the book as she walked home, planning to put the flowers Feng Sun gave her into a vase first. Feng Sun, I haven't asked you yet, how are your vegetables selling? Feng Sun walked back alongside her. He still needed to go inside to bring the ingredients from the tricycle. With your solid reputation here, everything will sell out quickly. I've already put the money in the small bag you gave me. Later, you can count it. When I was busy, Aunt Wu helped me out, so I decided to give her a bunch of melon leaves. Ying Songshi chuckled softly, her laughter unusually frequent today, her eyes shimmering with amusement. It was you and me digging on the mountain together. So how can you say you acted on your own? As they reached the tricycle, Ying Songshi exclaimed, why did you buy so much fresh beef and lamb? And a fish too. Feng Sun lifted a big bag of meat in one hand and a fish still wagging its tail in the other. I guessed you want to cook lunch for the workers, so I bought extra. As for this fish, we didn't get to eat the pickled fish yesterday, so I kept thinking about it. Your seafood from yesterday, sent by Assistant Lee, still hasn't been eaten, Ying Songshi said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She wished she could have 5 meals a day.
Seafood is for tonight.
This fish can be kept for later. Good idea, Ying Songshi said, carrying flowers into the kitchen. She found a basin filled with clean water, and Feng Sun placed the grass carp inside, immediately attracting the little cat, Huawan. It crouched by the basin, watching the fish swim back and forth, its round head turning with the movement. Assistant Lee was sitting at the dining table watching TV. He was also picking vegetables nearby. When he saw Feng Sun return, he stood up and called out, "Boss." Feng Sun patted his shoulder, telling him to sit down and continue working. He first went to the guest room to change into clean clothes, then went to the living room to find Ying Songshi. She had just come out of the study. Seeing Feng Sun enter the living room, she smiled and asked if he wanted to see the police chief. Now that the police chief was lively, curious, and exploring the world, Ying Songshi was worried it might bite the plants, so she moved its nest to the study. Fortunately, it couldn't jump onto the desk yet. Feng Sun naturally strode over, and the police chief curled up on a plush mat, looking like a black and white ball of fur. As soon as it heard the noise, it pricked up its tiny ears, its blue-gray eyes full of innocence and curiosity. Ying Songshi stood by the door softly saying, "It can't tell yet if it likes to chew on plants. I'll watch it for a while. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to find it a new home." Feng Sun squatted down and beckoned to the police chief. The clever little cat immediately ran over to his hand. At the same time, Feng Sun felt a weight on his shoulder, and he knew without thinking that Huawan had jumped up. "Songshi, if you want to adopt, do you have someone in mind?" Ying Songshi shook his head.
Not yet.
"I plan to ask around in the county town, or post on the internet. The adopter must be carefully checked. I can't just hand over the police chief without being sure." Feng Sun's mind moved. "Maybe I can help ask around first. My parents have experience with pets. My older brother and sister-in-law have a ginger cat. I should be able to find a reliable adopter. You can also keep track of the police chief's growth. That would be great. When I know the police chief needs a new home, I'll tell you first. The police chief gently rubbed against Feng Sun's palm, its soft little body leaning against his hand, making tiny, contented purring sounds. After seeing the police chief, Ying Songshi went to the front yard to organize the ingredients Feng Sun had bought. I was planning to invite Master Li and the others for a meal. They said they brought dry food and packed lunches, even filled their water bottles. What do you think now? Feng Sun, can you help me move the firewood stove from the storage room to the yard? I want to stew some chicken and ribs for them, and maybe add some pancakes. We can eat this for lunch too. Sure, I'll do as you say. Not long after using the firewood stove last time, Feng Sun knew where it was. He went to move it himself, without needing help from Assistant Li. Assistant Li stood by the door, watching Feng Sun skillfully pour water and scrub the pot. He had been following Feng Sun for a long time. He had seen the man carrying a backpack and a camera across the desert, and also dressed in a sharp suit, with a cold look, calmly holding a wine glass at a banquet. But now, the boss, with his sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, was carefully scrubbing the iron pot with a steel wire ball, moving with the skill of someone who had lived in the mountains for half their life. His family would probably be surprised to see him like this. Assistant Li, Songshi wants to add dishes for the masters at noon. Please tell Master Li, and then move the rattan table and chairs outside so they can eat comfortably. Yes, boss. Assistant Li quickly snapped out of his thoughts and went to do as told. Ying Song was in the kitchen chopping 2 local chickens into pieces. She blanched the chicken and ribs in boiling water, then took them out and placed them in a bowl. For stew, she could add vermicelli, dried beans, potatoes, or corn. She took out a wooden tray and neatly arranged the cleaned vegetables on it. Can I carry it out now? Feng Sun asked as he washed his hands and entered. Ying Song nodded, then picked up the bowl of meat and went outside. Feng Sun had already dried the pot. Ying Song poured some vegetable oil into it. When the oil was hot, she added some rock sugar. The sugar slowly melted in the hot oil, changing from clear to light yellow, then to amber. A sweet, fragrant smell mixed with the oil scent. She quickly added the drained chicken and ribs into the pot. With a soft sizzle, the oil sparkled as Ying Song used a spatula to stir-fry, making sure each piece of meat was evenly coated with the caramelized sugar. The fragrant aroma made the steamed buns climb onto Feng Sun's shoulder, meowing hungrily. A few puppies circled at their feet, occasionally nudging their legs and softly whimpering. When Feng Sun brought in the prepared vegetables, he was careful to watch his step, so as not to step on the hungry puppies. Ying Song was seasoning by the firewood stove. She felt the soft fur brushing against her ankles and laughed, saying, "Yesterday, Assistant Li sent some pet treats. I put them in the lower cabinet by the dining table. Please find some to feed them." Okay. Do you want to open a can of milk cake for the police chief? He still remembered there was a kitten in the study.
Sure.
Ying Song held up her spatula and called the puppies over. Come into the kitchen, there's something tasty. The puppies sniffed the aroma and rushed toward Feng Sun, surrounding him. He hurriedly opened the treat bag, handing out snacks and occasionally holding a small chicken breast patty up to the bun on his shoulder. Ying Song had almost finished stir-frying the meat. She added chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, and a handful of spices to the pot. She deliberately left out dried chili peppers, considering some might not be able to eat spicy food. In a moment, the rich aroma of the spices enveloped the meat, making noses itch from the strong scent, yet everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. After adding soybean paste, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and stirring well, each piece of meat was coated in thick, glossy sauce, making the color even more vibrant. Ying Song, do we need to add water now? Feng Sun, after feeding the police chief, came out of the living room and saw the boiling water in the kettle. Yes, we do. Ying Song took the hot water kettle, poured enough boiling water into the pot, making sure it covered the meat pieces. The water bubbled and boiled, releasing a fragrant aroma of sauce. She covered the iron pot with a lid and added a few sticks of firewood. During this break, she returned to the kitchen to make dough. She added some cornmeal to the wheat flour. When the dough was just right in softness, Ying Song washed her hands. She pinched off a small piece of dough, kneaded it into a ball in her palm, then gently flattened it. She pressed it along the edge of the hot pot, sticking it in a circle. The golden pancake stuck close to the pot wall, half touching the hot surface, half hanging over the soup. It slowly steamed with the hot air inside the pot. Ying Song then tightly covered the pot again, letting the meat and pancakes cook slowly together. Feng Sun went outside the courtyard wall to look at the flower garden he was planting. He also helped assistantly move the vine table over. When he returned, he saw Ying Song sitting on a small stool, carefully watching the fire in the stove. "Song, sure, you should go see the flower garden. I'll take care of this." Master Li and the others are almost done planting, and now they're fixing the small path with stones. Assistant Li was very perceptive. He quickly said to Feng Sun, "Boss, you should go with Missing to see. I'll stay here to watch the fire. Honestly, I grew up with my grandma in the countryside, so I know how to add wood and light the fire." In the end, Feng Sun and Ying Song went out together again. Ying Song carried a tray of freshly washed fruits. They strolled slowly along the gravel path beside the courtyard wall. The wind carried the scent of roses from the corner, gently brushing their hair. "I also arranged for outdoor lights and tables and chairs. Someone will deliver and set them up this afternoon." Ying Song looked up at him, her eyes showing hesitation. "Are you sure it's not too much trouble? You helped plan the flower garden yourself. Just tell me how much you spent and I'll pay for it." Feng Sun looked down and met her gaze. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, gentle and subtle. "I live in your house. How much is the rent for a month?" The small yard is full of beautiful views, mountains outside the window, flowers at your feet. The 3 meals a day are as good as top restaurants, and there are cats and dogs to keep us company. "The rent here isn't cheap." "Then it can't be the same," she said. "Then why not make it different?" he replied. He paused, then turned his head to look at the flower garden not far away. Master Li and the others were carefully laying stones, working skillfully. "Besides, you like flowers and plants, right? With tables, chairs, and lights, you can stay outside a little longer at night." Feng Sun was determined to pay for the expenses of the flower garden when Ying Songshi asked about it. He first paid the rent. Ying Songshi puffed out her cheeks and said, "Actually, my guest room is empty anyway." Feng Sun's fingers moved gently behind his back, feeling a slight itch on his fingertips. A soft thought arose in his mind. He wanted to poke her puffed cheeks to see if they were as soft as they looked. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he suppressed this impulse, speaking in a coaxing tone. "Since you let me stay here, my actions are also to help make the small yard look better. The flower garden makes you happy, and it also makes me feel relaxed and joyful. So, please don't argue with me about it." Ying Songshi was not very quick with words and truly couldn't compete with Feng Sun. He smiled naturally and changed the subject. "Now we can already see the shape of the flower garden. I think in a few more years it will become even more beautiful. People, like flowers, need time to grow." Ying Songshi placed the fruit tray on the bamboo table and called Master Li and others to come and eat fruit. They knew there would be extra dishes at lunch and smiled gratefully at Ying Songshi. When Ying Songshi returned to the courtyard and lifted the lid of the pot, hot steam and rich aromas of meat and sweet corn pancakes wafted out. The chicken and ribs inside had become tender and soft. The pancakes around the edge had changed shape, crispy and golden at the bottom, soaking up the soup at the edges, becoming soft, sticky, and shiny. She added rice noodles, dried beans, potatoes, corn, and hazelnut mushrooms one after another, covered the pot, and continued to simmer on low heat. Ying Songshi held a flour roll and curled up in the swing chair for a moment. When she opened her eyes, she saw Feng Sun standing by the firewood stove, quietly adding wood. He had broad, straight shoulders and a calm, reliable presence as he lowered his eyes to add wood. The aroma filled the yard. The little dog, Sesame, was so hungry that it stretched up to nuzzle Feng Sun's thigh, making soft whimpering sounds. Feng Sun gently covered its mouth with his hand. His grip was light enough to stop the dog from making noise. He didn't notice that Ying Songshi had already woken up. Still, he kept his head lowered, speaking softly. "Your owner is sleeping. Be quiet. I'll go to the kitchen and get you a treat." Sesame couldn't understand him, but it could sense Feng Sun's mood. When it saw Feng Sun go into the kitchen and pick up its favorite snack, its tail wagged happily. It didn't bark or make trouble, holding its front paws on the snack and eagerly biting into it. You shouldn't favor one dog over others. Fong Sun gave treats to the other 3 dogs, and for a while, only the crackling of firewood could be heard in the yard. Fong Sun looked again toward the swing chair, where Zhou Song was holding a flour roll and sleeping with her eyes closed. He quietly sat back in his original spot, continuing to watch the fire under the pot. From his hidden angle, Zhou Song's lips curved into a gentle smile. When the time was right, Zhou Song removed the firewood and carefully served the delicious food from the pot into large, rough ceramic bowls. The chicken and ribs were cooked until very tender, easily falling off the bone when poked with a spatula. After placing the dishes, she poured thick, flavorful gravy over them. Fong Sun brought over some fresh green onions he had just pulled from the ground. The green onions had been washed and chopped, ready to be sprinkled on the dishes as decoration. Finally, Zhou Song used a spatula to lift the crispy pancake from the edge of the pot, cut it into small pieces, and placed them on the side of the bowls. The bottom of the pancake was crispy, while the soft, sticky edges soaked up the gravy. "Here, try a piece first." Fong Sun watched as Zhou Song handed him a piece of pancake with chopsticks. He took it and bit into it. The outside is crispy and fragrant, with a hint of corn and meat flavors where it's dipped in the gravy. Waiting by the pot to be fed first felt quite special. Fong Sun had seen Zhou Song feed the little furry dogs that followed her around while she cooked. Now, the person being fed first was himself. This experience was quite fun. Master Li and a few other masters sat nearby, eating hungrily from the iron pot that Zhou Song brought over. They had all brought their own lunchboxes, but the rich aroma of the sauce made everyone forget about their own food. The noodles coated in sauce slid smoothly into their mouths, the potatoes were soft and not greasy, and the sweet, crispy corn added a fresh flavor. Every bite was a perfect blend of ingredients. Zhou Song brought over a big bowl of hot rice. Mixing the gravy with the rice, she could eat a whole bowl without any side dishes. This work made her feel very happy and satisfied. Master Li and the others, after receiving red envelopes from Assistant Li, rubbed their full stomachs and got into the car to go down the mountain. They were supposed to help maintain the garden regularly, but Zhou Song was very interested in taking care of her flower garden. With a detailed manual as a guide, she felt confident she could handle it. Moreover, the garden was equipped with surveillance cameras and an automatic watering system. The system was smart, so sometimes she could operate everything directly from a tablet without leaving the house. After seeing Assistant Li and the others off, I curled up on the living room sofa, studying my tablet for a long time. After a while, I let out a sigh. Technology really frees up your hands. The flower seedlings had only been planted for 2 days when a light rain began to fall in the mountains. The seedlings soaked up the fresh mountain mist, with tiny water droplets clinging to their delicate leaves. Looking around, everything was full of life. Fong Sun finally enjoyed the pickled fish he had been craving. Although he had recently eaten the exotic fish and tuna brought by Assistant Li, none of them compared to the pickled fish made by Ying Songshi. Because of the rain, Ying Songshi didn't go to the county to sell vegetables. Instead, she brought out a small table and a rocking chair under the corridor of the courtyard, curled up in the chair, and watched shows on her tablet. The sheriff tilted his head, eyes following the moving figures on the screen, looking very focused. Before finishing one episode of the show, his pager rang again. Ying Songshi helplessly paused the show, picked up the pager from the table. Fong Sun, sitting by the tea bar reading a book, looked over when he heard the sound, his expression turning a bit serious. In the past few days, Ying Songshi had received many calls. The pager, which usually rang only rarely, had already rung twice today. Ying Songshi frowned slightly, looking at the screen which displayed a string of phone numbers with no name attached. She could guess who was calling without thinking. She answered the call, said a few words, then hung up and added the number to her blacklist. Just 3 minutes into the show again, her pager rang once more. "Songshi, is someone bothering you?" Fong Sun suddenly closed his book, immediately thinking of the young man who had come uninvited outside the door that day. Could it be him? "No, don't worry. Ying Songshi shook her head gently and answered the phone again. This time, it was a delivery person. The flower pots she ordered a few days ago had arrived one after another, and the delivery person had taken them all to the station. It's the package I ordered a few days ago. I need to go to the county to pick it up, Ying Songshi said as she sat up from the rocking chair. She turned her head and saw Feng Sun had already stood beside her without her noticing. A gentle yet firm hand pressed on her shoulder, steadying her as she was about to stand up. Send me the delivery info. I'll go to the county and help you pick it up. Feng Sun lowered his gaze and exchanged a quick look with her. His voice was calm and gentle. The weather forecast says it will rain all day. You can keep watching your show. I'll run to the county town and be back. I bought quite a few things this time, more than 10 flower pots. Feng Sun picked up his coat, hanging on the back of the chair. All right, besides the flower pots and the delivery, is there anything else at home that needs to be bought? No, actually, the delivery can be picked up tomorrow. It's still raining and the mountain road is muddy. Even if you go to the county town for me, you'll get soaked, Ying Songshi quickly said, a bit anxious. It's okay. I'll just change my clothes when I get back, Feng Sun said, putting on his coat, grabbing his keys and raincoat, and heading into the spring rain. Ying Songshi sat sideways in the rocking chair, watching his tall, strong figure. She shook her head with a mix of amusement and helplessness. At least you should have gotten the pickup info before leaving. From the moment she received the delivery call to when Feng Sun took the things and left, it took less than a minute. The police chief shook his fluffy, soft fur, slowly poking his head out of Ying Songshi's arms. His big, round eyes blinked innocently, looking at the rain curtain outside, completely unaware of why humans stared at the rain so intently. Ying Songshi calmed her mind and continued to sit in the rocking chair, watching her tablet. The show was at a dramatic climax about a wife's revenge. The male lead, having learned the truth, knelt at the female lead's door and begged for forgiveness loudly. His frantic voice made Sesame stick his head over. His fluffy head blocked most of the screen. Ying Songshi pushed Sesame aside. Tangyuan thought there was something delicious and immediately ran over to join the fun. Ying Songshi. With two heads blocking her view, she couldn't see the screen at all. Seeing Orange stop playing with his toy, Ying Songshi quickly turned off the tablet before he ran over. She needed Feng Sun. Earlier, Feng Sun was with a flower roll on his shoulder. During his reading and flipping pages, he would toss Orange's small ball to play and sometimes share a bit of chicken breast jerky with the greedy little dog. Ying Songshi stood up, stretched lazily, and moved her muscles a bit. She played with the cats and dogs for a while. The little kitten police chief was the youngest and most mischievous. Even before fully weaned, Ying Songshi felt like it needed some kind of magic to calm it down. She released the cat to interact with the other kittens, either using the flower roll's tail as a toy for the cat or trying to climb onto the big one's head. Orange is very clever and playful, holding the toy so that the police chief can't get close. Only Sesame and Tangyuan still like to play with the police chief at home. Ying Songshi observed for a while and, after confirming that Sesame and Tangyuan wouldn't hurt the police chief, she let them interact slowly. Ying Songshi just placed the police chief on the kitchen floor. Tangyuan, fluffy like a snowball, immediately went to nudge the police chief. The police chief, not willing to lose, tried to wrestle her down, but because she was much smaller, she could only hold Tung Yuan's front paws while her back legs kicked wildly, like a little rabbit. Seeing this, she smiled softly, put on an apron to prepare food, but then her small walkie-talkie rang again. This was the fourth call. Did the Zhou family plan to call today as part of their team-building activity? With the Zhou family's methods, it's easy for them to find her current phone number. It seems the small walkie-talkie isn't private anymore. Before she could complain internally, Orange had already grabbed the strap of the walkie-talkie and came over to her. Your older brother and second sister said they couldn't reach you. What's going on? The voice on the phone was gentle and soft, but with a hint of blame and questioning at the end. I've been blocked on my blacklist. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'll hang up, she replied calmly, holding her phone. Wait, Ying Songshi, do you still see me as your real mom? Ying Songshi held her phone, her expression calm and steady, speaking clearly. Whether I do or not depends on what you do. The voice on the other end suddenly became sharper. What kind of attitude is that? Zhou Shi is about to get engaged, and you, as her sister, must come back for the engagement party. Ying Songshi chuckled softly, with a hint of coldness. Engagement party? I remember my birthday was around the same time as Zhou Shi's. On my coming-of-age birthday, you took Zhou Shi on a trip, and I didn't get a single call. I only found out from somewhere else that you and your husband took her to an island for her coming-of-age ceremony. Such an important day for her, and I wasn't allowed to appear. She paused, her tone turning colder. Now, for a small engagement party, I'm supposed to go? Is the main person exchanging rings actually me? If I don't attend, can't the event go on? Recently, the Zhou family has been acting strange, calling her nearly 20 times about this. When did she become so important to the Zhou family? Mrs. Zhou hesitated and spoke weakly. That was all in the past. Why do you remember it for so long? Besides, the old lady specifically asked someone to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Zhou Shi on the island. The old lady doesn't like you and won't let you see her. What can your father and I do? When I and your father found out that Zhou Shi wasn't our biological daughter, we went to great lengths to bring you back. We didn't want our own children to suffer outside. The old lady had some objections. Later, when you returned to the Zhou family, she didn't want you to change your surname to Zhou, worried it would harm the family's luck. It took me a long time to persuade her to agree, but in the end, you refused. The Zhou family has done nothing wrong to you. Your older sister Zhou Yang and second brother Zhou Yu are busy with work and don't spend much time with you, but every time they come home, they bring you gifts. Zhou Shi knows you feel uncomfortable seeing her. When she was busy with high school, she moved to live with the old lady and would spend half an hour each day on her way to and from school. The person on the phone kept talking at length, trying to give examples to prove that Ying Song was ungrateful. Ying Song cut her off quickly and decisively. Whatever you think is fine. Also, I live on campus during high school. As for day students who spend hours on the road, I really don't know. Ying Song, you must attend the engagement banquet. Does the old lady not attend the engagement banquet? Are you afraid I'll appear in the same place as her? Maybe I can not only ruin her luck but also curse her, Ying Song said lightly, but with sharp insight. Mrs. Zhou's face turned pale with anger. She looked up at the old lady sitting in the main seat in the living room. The old lady was turning her prayer beads, and her dull yet sharp eyes suddenly shot over, full of authority and scrutiny. Mrs. Zhou quickly looked away and hurried a few steps back, lowering her voice. The old lady is willing to give you a chance. When the time comes, you'll be at the engagement and no one will stop you. I just have one thing to say. Mrs. Zhou's eyes flashed with a barely noticeable hope. She hurriedly asked, "What is it? Did you agree? The Qing dynasty is long gone. You feudal leftovers are really hard to kill." Before the other could speak again, Ying Song directly hung up and blocked the number. A gentle mountain breeze blew, carrying the freshness of rain. She looked at the distant green mountains shrouded in rain and mist, took a deep breath, and the coldness in her eyes gradually faded, leaving only a feeling of relief. On the other end of the phone, Mrs. Zhou suddenly slammed down her phone, her chest tight with anger, almost unable to breathe. Her face alternated between pale and flushed, looking very upset. Old Mrs. Zhou slowly put her prayer beads back on her wrist, picked up a blue porcelain teacup from the table, took a gentle sip to soothe her throat, then looked up at Mrs. Zhou and calmly asked, "Will Ying Songshi come?" Mrs. Zhou stepped forward to take the teacup, her face showing embarrassment. She whispered, "She hasn't agreed yet. She's very stubborn. I'll find a time to talk to her again. Send someone to speak to her face-to-face with my words. I don't believe I can't bring her back, even if she's just a girl," old Mrs. Zhou said with a frown, her tone impatient. "She's the daughter you found, but she doesn't understand manners at all. She is my biological daughter. When you saw her back then, she was so thin she looked like a bean sprout, and she didn't even have decent clothes," Mrs. Zhou said, a hint of awkwardness on her face. She quickly stepped forward, gently placing her hands on old Mrs. Zhou's shoulders and rubbing them. "I thought she'd be content with a modest life, but she's ungrateful. Instead, she wants to cut ties with the Zhou family and go back to that poor, remote place to suffer. She's truly hopeless. Old Mrs. Zhou snorted coldly and didn't reply. Mrs. Zhou looked embarrassed again, her rubbing becoming softer and more gentle. When Feng Sun returned to the mountain, Ying Songshi was in the kitchen making dumplings. A thin layer of flour was spread on the cutting board, and plump, white dumplings were lined up neatly. Songshi, the rain outside hasn't stopped. Don't go out and step in the puddles, Feng Sun said as Ying Songshi wiped her hands dry. Just as she was about to take the umbrella leaning against the door, Feng Sun carried a box of packages into the house and called out to stop her. Can you carry these? Ying Songshi paused, knowing the flower pots inside the boxes were heavy. She was worried he might strain himself if he carried too many at once. Feng Sun carefully held 3 boxes, walking to the kitchen door and gently setting them down. His breathing was steady. I'll finish moving everything after a couple more trips. Some of the boxes got wet on the outside. Do you want me to open them? That's fine. The big boxes contain flower pots, and the small one should have the butter I bought, Ying Songshi said as she washed her hands again and returned to the dumpling making. Feng Sun made 3 or 4 trips back and forth to move all the packages. His pants and shoulders were damp, but he didn't look flustered. He found a small knife from the sideboard, carefully opened the delivery box and foam, and neatly stacked them aside. Ying Songshi's hands were dusted with flour as she skillfully pinched the dough into round, plump dumplings. Her movements were quick and graceful. The foam boxes can be stored in the small shed in the backyard. I've collected quite a few. When I have enough, I'll take them to the county to sell as scrap. I'll put them there now, Feng Sun said, taking the boxes to the backyard. After placing them down, he went back to the kitchen, carrying several items.
Oh?
You brought more things back. Ying Songshi turned around, looking at what he placed on the counter. Enoki mushrooms were sent by Aunt Wu. I ran into her when I picked up the delivery. She told me the seafood shop has the freshest kelp today, so I bought some on the way, he said, placing a bunch of fragrant snowdrops on the table. Ying Songshi had just finished wrapping the last dumpling. She quickly reached out, holding it close to her chest with a gentle smile. I can't count how many times you've brought me flowers. The last time, the tulips were blooming beautifully. I need to find the best place to put them, she said. The snowdrops in her arms were a mix of purple, yellow, white, and pink, with delicate, light petals and a soft, sweet fragrance, like capturing the gentle warmth of spring. I bought a few new vases. I just picked them up from assistantly in the county. You can choose one, and I'll fill it with water, Feng Sun said, moving aside. Ying Songshi saw 3 very different vases on the table, with various flower pots neatly arranged on the ground. Feng Sun asked seriously, and Ying Songshi chose carefully. The transparent one with the floral pattern, she said almost immediately. The middle vase was clear, with a hand-painted red bird perched on green branches, wings spread, as if ready to fly. The tips of its feathers shimmered with tiny gold accents, embodying a refined Eastern aesthetic. Okay, Feng Sun replied, turning to fetch water. Ying Songshi placed the snowdrops into the vase. She looked around the kitchen and finally set the vase in the most prominent spot on the tea bar. When she found something she truly liked, she couldn't help but play with it for a while. After looking at all 3 vases, she reluctantly picked up the newly unwrapped flower pot and examined each one with admiration. Feng Sun leaned against the kitchen door, smiling gently as he watched Ying Songshi happily touch and explore, like a kitten with a favorite toy. Finally, when she stood up, he spoke slowly, "Where should I move the flower pot?" When Ying Songshi smiled softly and sincerely, he said, "Thank you for the jasmine and the vase. Just help me move the flower pot to the storage room next door." Feng Sun nodded slightly without saying more. He rolled up his sleeves and started moving the flower pots. When he bent over, his clothes tightly hugged his back, revealing smooth, flowing muscles and a neat, sharp waistline that was barely visible. Ying Songshi was slightly stunned, his gaze falling on the damp clothes at Feng Sun's shoulder and arm. He suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, wondering if he had been too casual in asking Feng Sun to do things. "Go change into dry clothes later, so you won't catch a cold. Dinner will be ready soon." Fong Sun carried a stack of flower pots and looked back at her gently. What are we eating for lunch? I've made dumplings. Later, I'll toss them with chili oil and sesame paste, then cook pan-fried mushroom chicken wings and seaweed beef soup, Ying Songshi said, rummaging through the fridge and finding a box of beef rolls. His eyes lit up. And finally, let's add some enoki mushrooms with beef. I'll change my clothes and come help you. Fong Sun moved the flower pots to the next room. On his last trip, he noticed the police chief had slipped inside, lying on his back and playing with his tail. He couldn't help but laugh. He reached out to pick him up, but the police chief held on to him and didn't let go of his paw. Fong Sun had the strength to pull away, but he found the scene amusing. So, holding the remaining flower pot, he told Ying Songshi, the police chief is being stubborn. Ying Songshi tilted his head and looked over, smiling as well. He's just causing trouble for the little dogs, Jima and Tangyuan, making them so tired. Without anyone to play with, he's bored. Since he likes it, let him stay inside and play. Fong Sun agreed. He placed the flower pot in the corner by the door, lined it with a soft cloth, and threw a small ball inside. The round, cozy pot turned into a simple cat bed, and the police chief played happily inside. He gently patted the police chief's small head, then got up to go back inside to change clothes. Just as he finished changing, the phone rang again from the kitchen. Fong Sun's expression sharpened. How many times was this today? Could it be the second son of the Fong family, the same one who came looking for someone last time? Back then, he could sense Ying Songshi's subtle impatience, which made him feel irritated too. If Ying Songshi was willing to confide in him, he would immediately arrange for someone to handle it. Fong Sun's usual sharpness faded, and he pushed open the door to walk toward the kitchen. As I approached, I heard Ying Songshi's cheerful voice coming from inside. Okay, I'll come find you in a few days. He slowed his steps, walking around a healthy banana plant. The kitchen window was open, and he saw her standing by the stove, smiling with bright eyes like stars, full of happiness and life. Ying Songshi smiled warmly into the phone and continued talking. Yes, it settled. Just after she hung up, he caught a glimpse of Fong Sun entering, dressed differently. He immediately smiled softly, nodded gently to him, and still had a faint smile on his face. After that call, she seemed much brighter and happier. Fong Sun walked over to her naturally, picked up some enoki mushrooms from the cutting board, and started to prepare them slowly. His tone was calm and gentle. Songshi, are you going out in a few days? Sorry, I just happened to hear a few words when I walked by. Yes, I need to go out for some errands and will stay somewhere else for about a week, Ying Songshi replied. Suddenly, she realized Fong Sun was still at home. His presence was so strong that even standing quietly made it hard for her to ignore him. Fong Sun nodded and said, My friend is coming to Province C in a few days. He's been asking to meet up. Is that so coincidental? Ying Songshi tilted her head slightly, looked into his serious and kind eyes, and confirmed he had no other intentions before continuing. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. You probably won't leave on the same day, right? Feel free to stay comfortably at home. You're familiar with everything here, so do whatever's easiest for you. When Song was about to eat, she took a box of chicken wings nearby. She used a knife to make shallow cuts on both sides of each wing, then placed them in a bowl. She added soy sauce, cooking wine, and ginger slices, then gently mixed everything to marinate the wings. Fong Sun leaned against the side of the chopping board, watching her serious face. I will be gone for about 3 days. During this time, I want Assistant Lee to come by once to check on the eggs, add some feed, and help take care of things. He paused and added, As for the cats and dogs at home, if you plan to leave Orange and Big Boss at home, they can come with me. I see you cook for them every day, and I've watched for a while. I'm sure I can take good care of them. He looked sincere and earnest, worried she might not feel at ease. Song paused her actions, looked up at him with surprise in her eyes. But a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Really? That's so much trouble for you, and Assistant Lee, it's no trouble. I'm happy to do these things. They finished cooking and chatting casually. Soon, several dishes were served on the table. The pan-fried mushrooms and chicken wings were golden and tender, with a slightly crispy skin. The gnocchi mushroom and beef rolls in sauce smelled wonderful. The kelp and beef soup was clear and bright, with tender beef slices and fresh, crunchy kelp. Fong Sun loved making dumplings. The freshly made wrappers were thin, filled with rich meat, and coated with thick sesame paste and red oil. He ate one after another. Fong Sun, you're probably from the north, right? Song sipped her soup slowly, watching him enjoy his food. After he took a bite of a dumpling, she made sure to dip it again in the sesame paste on the plate. People in the north generally like sesame paste more than those in the south. Among her friends before, some didn't even touch sesame paste. Yes, I grew up in the north. Fong Sun swallowed a dumpling and replied, but after traveling a lot as an adult, I don't really distinguish between north and south anymore. I can adapt to any local food. The dishes on the table were quickly finished. Since Fong Sun was eating with her, she never worried about leftovers or waste. Fong Sun carefully put the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher, while Song stood nearby organizing the fridge. In the past, she always prepared ingredients in advance before going out. But this time, with Fong Sun here, she felt much more at ease. Fong Sun, when I leave for these few days, remember to finish eating these ingredients when you cook. Do you want me to prepare and freeze some in lunchboxes for you in advance? At that time, you can just microwave and eat. Fong Sun gently shook his head, looking at her with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. No need, I can handle simple things. My mom has always said boys should know how to cook. I learned a few dishes from the family chef, but they're far from your level. Ying Song's clear almond-shaped eyes blinked, and a smile appeared on her lips. When I come back, you can cook a few dishes for me to try? I'd be happy to. His eyes lit up with a smile. My best dish is sour and spicy shredded potatoes. I was impulsive as a kid, and when I made mistakes, my dad would make me go to the kitchen and cut potatoes by hand, making sure they were evenly sliced. The thinner, the better. Ying Song chuckled softly. That's the first time I've heard of such a way of teaching. Looks like when I return in a few days, I should set up a small vegetable patch to grow potatoes so I can dig them up in summer. Then I should practice in advance too. It's been a long time since I last cut potatoes. Fong Sun chuckled softly, then lowered his gaze and saw her carefully labeling the ingredients in the fridge with sticky notes. Ying Song specifically used colorful labels to separate the ingredients suitable for pets from those for her. She carefully reminded him, some of these should be given to the pet boarding owner, and some kept for you. The broccoli, spinach, and cabbage from the garden can be added to their food, maybe mixed with some grains. Orange doesn't like carrots much, but the eldest really does. Got it, I'll remember. As soon as she finished speaking, Orange heard her name and immediately ran happily to their feet. Fong Sun bent down and gently patted its head, his actions tender. Send me the contact info of the pet boarding owner. I'll be away for a few days, so I'll take them there before I leave. That's fine, but can you handle it yourself? Ying Song tilted her head slightly. I can manage. He straightened up, his gaze steady and gentle. Feeding, walking, changing water, cleaning the litter. I've seen you do these many times. How about I prepare the pets' meals this afternoon, and you supervise? Ying Song nodded with a soft smile. Good. Let them get to know you a bit more. After confirming the departure time, Ying Song started to look around the house, planning what needed to be done in advance. The vegetables in the garden needed harvesting. Fong Sun carried a basket and helped her gather the produce, walking around the garden inside and outside the house, up and down the mountain. Now, as April approached, the garden was bustling with activity. The lettuce stood tall with thick stems, while the tender yellow flowers bloomed delicately. The pea shoots were so fresh and green that they seemed to water when pinched. The spring breeze brushed over the vegetable leaves, carrying the scent of soil and grass, flowing across the field ridges and brushing past people's shoulders. Ying Songshi bent down to pick a handful of fresh vegetable shoots. Fong Sun instinctively reached out to hold the basket behind her. The two of them worked together silently, in perfect understanding. Tomorrow, I want to fill a whole truck to sell at the market, Ying Songshi said as she squatted in the vegetable patch at the foot of the mountain, pulling out some small bok choy. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she noticed a wide-brimmed straw hat appearing above her. Fong Sun squatted beside her and helped pull out some vegetables. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to sell the vegetables. With these, plus some mountain fruits and mountain eggs, you won't be able to handle everything alone. Yes, yes. Later, remind me to set aside some to give to Grandpa Zhang from the nearby village who sells tofu. Feng Sun looked at the bright sparkle in her eyes and softly replied, Okay, I'll remember. Ying Songshi bought a train ticket for the day after tomorrow morning. She needed to ride a tricycle to the county town first, then transfer to a bus to the high-speed rail station. Feng Sun insisted on seeing her off. Ying Songshi quickly waved her hand to refuse. I can ride the tricycle myself. There's a parking lot outside the station, very convenient. She didn't have much luggage, just a small suitcase and a backpack, simple and neat. Today, she wore a light blue sweatshirt outfit for easy travel, which made her skin look bright and her eyes clear. Her hair was loosely tied in a bun with a bright yellow hair tie, soft strands framing her face. Her eyebrows and eyes were gentle and pure, like the fresh breeze and flowing water of the mountains, shining with clarity. Assistant Lee is already on his way with the car. I'll take you to the high-speed rail station. What time is your ticket? Feng Sun said casually, gently grabbing her suitcase. 10 o'clock, Ying Songshi said as she packed her tissues and water bottle into her bag. She checked her ID carefully before smiling and saying, The high-speed station isn't far from the county. I can take a bus and get there in an hour. If you come with me, it'll take at least 3 hours round trip. It's too tiring. Songshi, let me handle small things like this, okay? Feng Sun insisted. She held onto the suitcase handle, unwilling to let go, with a look of mild helplessness mixed with a hint of slight grievance. He had taken the bus from the county before. The driver drove fast and slow, bouncing along the way. Just sitting was tiring, especially when passing through nearby villages, where they had to stop and wait for passengers to hop on. While packing her backpack, Ying Songshi turned around at his words and saw his slightly sad expression. For a moment, she almost thought she saw a big dog with drooping ears. I'll take you to the high-speed train station and come right back. I won't let the old dog and others go hungry, he softly added, looking very serious and confident. Ying Songshi couldn't help but laugh softly. Her fingertips itched, and she almost reached out to tousle his hair. I don't want you to make the trip back and forth. There's an automatic feeder at home, so they definitely won't go hungry. But since you want to see me off, go ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, several fluffy pets had already gathered around her. Even the usually quiet flower roll jumped onto her suitcase, curling into a small ball, looking reluctant to see her leave. Ying Songshi's heart softened completely. She took out a bag of snacks and squatted down to feed each of them one by one. Be good. Wait for me to come back, and I'll bring you some tasty treats. While she was comforting them, her phone softly vibrated. Songshi, Assistant Lee has arrived.
We can leave now, he said.
Then he picked up his backpack from the bar table and pulled the suitcase to go outside. Ying Songshi responded softly and followed behind him. The cats and dogs, even their favorite snacks, forgot to eat and followed her closely, their big, wet eyes staring at her without blinking. Seeing this, her reluctance grew stronger, almost overwhelming her desire to leave. For a moment, she even thought about not going at all. At the door, Feng Sun nodded slightly to Assistant Lee, who had already started the car. Feng Sun placed his luggage on the car and turned back, only to see Ying Songshi still standing inside. He re-entered the room and saw her squatting on the ground, gently comforting each cat and dog. Songshi, Feng Sun softly called. She looked up, confused, holding the neck of the oldest dog, with a faint red in her eyes. What's wrong? Feng Sun leaned against the doorframe, watching her and the fluffy group, then smiled and suggested, Do any of the cats or dogs get carsick or easily stressed? If not, do you want to take them with you to the train station? There's enough space in the car. Ying Songshi hesitated, standing up and just about to say she didn't want to trouble them. She knew she'd still be reluctant to see them off at the station, but she'd be back in a few days anyway. When she looked up, Feng Sun had already stepped into the house with big strides. When he came out again, he was holding a leash and a stack of disposable pee pads, moving quickly and efficiently, without any hesitation. It's only a 3-hour round trip. We'll be back soon. If anyone finds it hard to adapt, they can stay at home to play. Everything we've taken out before is already in the car. Ying Songshi looked at him carefully. Feng Sun is usually a person of action rather than words. Once he makes a decision, he acts quickly and decisively. Seeing that he had already taken out his things, she no longer hesitated. I've taken those dogs out before. They're not afraid of car rides or crowds. The police chief can stay in the study first. He's still too young, hasn't been vaccinated, and it's not convenient to take him out. Okay. Feng Sun carried his things to the door and casually pushed it open wider. Ying Songshi took the cats and dogs to the door and noticed that Assistant Lee was driving a new car. It was a silver Mercedes G-Class, with sharp, strong lines. The car was large and steady, shining with a low-key luxury in the morning light, creating a strange harmony with the mountain scenery. Assistant Lee stood by the car, politely nodded to Ying Songshi, then reached out and opened the back door. Ying Songshi saw the brand-new back seat already folded down, and she immediately felt overwhelmed, almost imagining the scene of paw prints from the dogs stepping inside. Just as she was thinking this, Feng Sun called out, "Boss." The black shepherd dog, sniffing the tires, immediately perked up its ears, wagged its tail, and leapt into the car with agility. Ying Songshi patted her forehead, thinking to herself, "Sure enough. Feng Sun, wait for me a moment. I'll find some wet wipes to clean their paws." Feng Sun was fixing the safety buckle on the boss dog's harness when he heard her and looked up. "Songshi, it's okay. The back seat is meant for them. Come help me put the leashes on Orange and the others." "All right," Ying Songshi agreed and looked around the car again. But where is Assistant Lee going to sit? Now only the driver and passenger seats are available. There's a car to pick him up outside the bamboo forest. "I plan to keep this one on the mountain," Feng Sun said casually, as if it was a trivial matter. Usually, riding a tricycle motorcycle is convenient, but during heavy rain like last time, especially when going to the county to pick up packages, driving is much safer. The car was delivered yesterday, and the license plates are already on. Later, I'll buy some pet supplies to put in the trunk. We can also set up a small hammock for Huawan. When Ying Songshi looked at the impressive and spacious vehicle in front of her, she paused in silence. The reason was simple. Feng Sun's tone and expression when speaking were so natural and calm, as if he considered this place his permanent home. She sighed softly in her heart and silently wondered, has he forgotten that I am only staying here for a month? Feng Sun took Ying Songshi to the high-speed rail station. She sat in the front passenger seat holding a flower roll, while a few puppies pressed their noses against a slightly open window. The wind made their ears tremble slightly, and their shiny black eyes darted around curiously, eager to see everything along the way. Watching the puppies' curious expressions, Ying Songshi's lips curved into a gentle smile. They are more adaptable than I expected. In the future, I can take them out for walks by car more often. Feng Sun noticed her good mood and suggested softly. With the older one around, Orange and the others don't dare to run wild. When the weather gets warmer, I'll try taking them to the beach. These puppies have never seen the sea before. Feng Sun smiled slightly, stepping on the accelerator and driving steadily toward the high-speed rail station. By the time they arrived, it was just past 9 o'clock. Ying Songshi opened the door, jumped out of the car, slung her backpack over her shoulders, and gently kissed each puppy on the forehead. She reluctantly entrusted them, saying, "Feng Sun, I'll leave the little yard in your care for now." Feng Sun took the suitcase from her hand and slowly walked her to the station entrance. His heart paused briefly as he softly asked, "You can rest assured about the yard. But if someone comes looking for you again, how should I handle it?" Ying Songshi quickly thought of a few people in her mind, knowing that the Zhou family might not give up easily. Her expression grew a little calmer as she softly replied, "No need to entertain them. Just ignore them. If they are turned away, they will naturally leave." "Understood. I'll keep that in mind," Feng Sun said gently, handing her the suitcase. His eyes were warm. "Safe travels." Ying Songshi waved goodbye to Feng Sun and turned to walk into the high-speed rail station. After passing through security without looking back, she suddenly realized Feng Sun was still standing there, not leaving. His height of nearly 1.90 meters made him very noticeable among the crowd seeing her off. He wore a long dark gray coat, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a pair of sunglasses hanging around his collar, truly a walking model. His features were deep and well-defined. When he saw Ying Songshi through the glass, he looked over with a flawless face that showed a gentle smile. Ying Song bit her lip and waved her hand firmly at him before turning to take the elevator into the waiting area. Feng Sun watched Ying Song disappear at the end of the elevator, then turned back and walked away. As he opened the car door, Orange saw only himself and barked a few times. The flower roll sat on the front passenger seat, tilting its head to look behind him. Song sure went out hunting for you guys. He'll be back soon. I'll take care of you these days. He took out a pet water bowl and gave the small animal some water, then shared some snacks. After fastening his seatbelt, he prepared to leave. While reversing, he glanced at the high-speed railway station through the rearview mirror. Actually, he knew where Ying Songshi was going.
So he didn't ask.
The night before yesterday, Ying Songshi had just said he was going out for some errands. That evening, before he went to sleep, he received a message from his childhood friend Su Yan. Last time, Su Yan had casually mentioned some gossip about the Fong and Zhou families in a group chat. He didn't know why, but he suddenly asked Su Yan to find out about the Zhou family. Su Yan. Feng Sun, I found out about what you were curious about last time. Su Yan. The child taken in by the Zhou family over 10 years ago, Ying Songshi, isn't actually a biological daughter, but the rumors about her being a love child aren't accurate. However, the Zhou family never officially acknowledged her identity. Su Yan. I also heard that the old lady Zhou never let her appear in public. When she left the Zhou family a few years ago, it was during the Zhou family's birthday banquet for the old lady. She went there and even gave her a gift in front of everyone. The old lady looked furious after seeing it. After entertaining the guests, she went straight to the hospital for treatment. Su Yan. Sounds pretty dramatic. I really want to know what she gave, but I heard only the Zhou family members saw when the gift was opened. Feng Sun held his phone tightly, his eyes deep. Was she unhappy while she was in the Zhou family? Su Yan. Su Yan. You didn't ask me to find out about this. Su Yan. But she probably wasn't doing well. In the wealthy circles, people look down on love children and illegitimate daughters. If she was doing well, who would leave? Feng Sun. At this engagement banquet, what did the Zhou family ask her to do? Su Yan. Su Yan. No, brother, I feel like you know more than I do. Feng Sun. Thanks, it's nothing. Feng Sun drove back to the small mountain house, parked the car, and let the cats and dogs out. The little ones immediately perked up as soon as they stepped onto the familiar ground. They happily ran into the yard, wagging their tails excitedly. The eldest occasionally looked back at Feng Sun, as if checking whether he was following. Feng Sun closed the door behind him and looked around. The front yard was still lively and full of life. The Bodhi tree stood tall like a canopy, its thick branches and leaves layered densely. After harvesting the vegetables from the garden, there were still new sprouts emerging, tender, green seedlings pressed close to the soil, growing vigorously. Everything looked the same as before. But Feng Sun felt a strange emptiness inside. He found something to do, poured a bowl of clean water, pretending to be like Ying Song, and cleaned the paws of the cats and dogs. Then he watered the vegetables in the front and backyards. Holding an unfinished book, he flipped through a few pages at the bar. Yet he felt like something was missing. Usually at this time, Ying Song would be curled up in the swing chair with a flower roll, watching a show and occasionally laughing. Or in the kitchen, listening to cheerful music while carefully preparing the next meal. The warm, gentle atmosphere was completely gone now. He couldn't settle down, so he took out his phone and messaged Su Yan. When is the engagement banquet you're going to? Su Yan was just relaxing at work. He covered his phone with a file and quietly slipped into the break room. Seeing the message, he immediately replied, It's on Saturday, 5 days from now. I have a flight to Province C on Thursday. Feng Sun, will you come to pick me up? I have a whole day on Friday to explore. I need to get back to work on Sunday afternoon. Even though he was taking a break, he didn't dare delay clocking in at work. Feng Sun tapped the table thoughtfully and replied, I'll come to pick you up. Can you bring someone to the engagement banquet? Su Yan looked at the screen for a couple of seconds, still confused, and asked, Bring who? Feng Sun sent a single word, Me. Then a voice call came through. Feng Sun answered, and immediately heard Su Yan's low, curious voice on the other end. Fong Sun, you seem a bit off. When did you start liking to join in on this kind of fun? Fong Sun calmly picked up his cup. He knew what Suyen was curious about, so he deliberately asked back, "What's wrong with me? As for you, what are you sneaking around doing over there? Hey, what else?" "Just taking a paid break." Fong Sun curled his lips and teased, "Oh, you get paid by the company, but your dad gives you pocket money. What's the difference?" Suyen immediately got angry. "Of course it's different. At least I work hard for it." "Fong Sun, I used to wonder if you were secretly dating Ying Songshi, but now I think with your rude mouth, you're probably the last one of us to find someone." Fong Sun smiled and urged him, "Stop talking nonsense. Can you take me to the Fong family's engagement party?" It's not hard for him to get an invitation to the Fong family's engagement banquet. Just ask Big Brother Fong Ting to speak for him, and everything will be arranged smoothly. But that would be too showy, and not what he wants. He just wants to go quietly, check that Ying Songshi is doing well there, and make sure no one makes things difficult for her. Then he will come back immediately. Yes, I will definitely take you." Suyen glanced at the door of the tea room. Seeing the department manager approaching his desk, he didn't dare to chat more and hurriedly said, "Prepare to pick her up Thursday afternoon. When we meet, I'll give you a proper interview." Without waiting for Fong Sun to reply, he quickly hung up. Fong Sun put down his phone. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt a warm touch on his leg. Looking down, he saw his boss quietly walking over while he was on the phone, gently resting his head on his leg, ears drooping, eyes dull. No longer the lively spirit he usually had. Ying Songshi was not at home, and he was feeling down too. Fong Sun gently stroked his boss's back, lowered his eyes, and softly said, "On Saturday, I'll take you to find the owner. When the time comes, don't make a sound. We'll just watch from afar to make sure she's okay, then come back, okay?" Ying Songshi's train ticket destination was a city in the southwest. The breeze at the station was warm and moist, easing her travel fatigue. She pulled her suitcase and stepped out of the high-speed rail station. Before she could see the scenery clearly, a figure suddenly shot toward her like a small cannonball and crashed into her arms. Songshi, I finally see you." The other person hugged her tightly first, then quickly took her suitcase and affectionately linked her arm. With a crescent smile, they said hurriedly but happily, hurry up. I booked a restaurant already. I want to give you a warm welcome. Moonlight, be careful with the suitcase. I brought you some food inside." The box was filled with many things, some of which were heavy. Watching her lively and carefree manner, I couldn't help but reach out to steady the handle of the suitcase. Don't worry. Bai Yueguang waved her hand confidently and said, "I will never let my supplies get damaged. Even if I fall, your special treats can't get broken." The girl coming to pick up Ying Song was named Bai Yueguang. Yes, that is the word often mentioned in many love stories. Ying Song and she met during a university club activity. I remember Bai Yueguang standing on stage introducing herself with bright eyes. "My dad chased my mom for 7 years before they got married. I was born 5 years after they started their life together. My dad's surname is Bai, so they named me Bai Yueguang, saying I am their little treasure." Bai Yueguang is small and cute with a doll-like face. Her round, shiny black eyes sparkle, and when she smiles, her eyes curve like crescent moons, making her look lively and adorable. She wears a light yellow dress that makes her look full of energy. Ying Song, the car is in the underground parking lot. Let's go straight to the studio hotel to drop off our luggage, Bai Yueguang said cheerfully, pulling her suitcase and leading Ying Song toward the elevator. Her tone was excited. "We're still the same as always. You sleep in the same room with me, and tonight we can chat properly." Ying Song smiled warmly. "Okay. The last time we stayed together was half a year ago. I also have a lot to tell you." Bai Yueguang pushed her suitcase and asked with a smile, "By the way, Ying Song, during these days you've been out, does Bao Bao still stay at the pet store? After this busy period, I definitely want to visit your mountain cottage and see Bao Bao. Cats are meant to be cuddled and loved. Just thinking about it makes me feel better." "No, I haven't sent them to the pet store. They're still at home, and someone is taking care of them for now." Ying Song replied softly, his mind unconsciously flashing with images of Fong Sun and the little furry ones. Oh, someone is taking care of them, Bai Yueguang guessed casually. Is it your older brother on vacation? Will calling you out this time disturb your family reunion? No, it's a friend staying at the small cottage temporarily. Ying Song shook his head gently. Bai Yueguang, who seemed to be carefully avoiding the passing cars in the parking lot, had actually already perked up her ears, her curious eyes flickering with interest. She raised her chin seriously and declared her claim. A new friend? Is it a guy or a girl? Just so you know, my position as the eldest daughter must be mine. No one can take it away. Her curiosity and gossip-loving heart hadn't yet been satisfied, but she was eager to protect her status. Ying Song was amused by her and laughed softly. He gently put his arm around her shoulder and explained, "It's a man. We met by chance, and he's staying in the small courtyard for now." "What? A man?" Bai Yueguang raised her voice instinctively, her eyes full of surprise. Her voice echoed loudly in the underground parking lot, even with a faint reverberation. She then leaned close to Ying Song's ear, speaking exaggeratedly and urgently. "Song, are you secretly hiding a sweetheart in a fancy house?" Ying Song, a long-lost feeling of embarrassment suddenly overwhelmed her. There were passers-by nearby, curious and looking over. Ying Song quickly covered Bai Yueguang's mouth, grabbed her arm, and hurried deeper into the parking lot, looking helpless yet amused. "Lower your voice. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go," Bai Yueguang, still muffled by his hand, mumbled. "When we get back to the hotel, you'll have to honestly explain everything to me." Bai Yueguang arrived in a business car to pick her up. She studied directing in college and now works as an assistant to a director in a film crew, traveling all over the country year-round. Song, the director of the crew, is a senior I've known for many years. He's very talented, but has high standards for acting. I sent him your previous fight scene in advance, and he approved it before I called you over. After filming today, I'll take you to meet him and finalize the contract. Bai Yueguang jumped into the driver's seat, skillfully started the car, and headed toward the filming location. The crew was shooting a mystery drama set in a remote mountain village deep in the forest. They rented out an entire hotel in the town. As the car drove further, there were fewer people, and the road was lined with vast, dark green forests. The conditions here are tough. We only get box meals from the town's restaurant 3 times a day. I'm almost tired of eating them, Bai Yueguang said, frowning and looking a bit miserable. Seeing her tired eyes, Ying Song reached out during a red light to gently pinch her soft, doll-like face and softly said, "It seems the food isn't very good. Your face isn't as round as last time. I'll buy some fresh vegetables later and cook a special meal for you." Bai Yueguang immediately pouted and muttered, "I don't want you to work so hard." The director decided to film all the fight scenes together. "You will be working non-stop these days, which is very exhausting, so there's no way you can cook. I brought a few bottles of ready-to-eat meals, so we can eat those with our box lunches during these days." The business car sped along smoothly and stopped steadily at the hotel entrance in town. By evening, after the filming was done, Ying Songshi finally met the senior director that Bai Yueguang had mentioned. He wore black-rimmed glasses, had messy hair, and dressed simply in a black t-shirt and work pants, looking quite casual. As soon as he saw Ying Songshi, his eyes lit up clearly, and he said straightforwardly, "You must be the friend Bai Yueguang recommended. I won't beat around the bush. Sit down." Bai Yueguang quickly pulled Ying Songshi to sit on a chair in the temporary meeting room. "This time, the lead actress needs a stunt double for fight scenes. I asked Yueguang to send you the character details later. We're filming in a village and nearby mountains. No wire work needed. It's close combat with bare hands. I wanted to feel real. Punch after punch." The director spoke quickly but clearly. "Tomorrow, Yueguang will take you to meet the fight choreographer to go over the details. Starting the day after tomorrow, we'll shoot fight scenes for 5 days straight. Our crew isn't big, but everything is organized. We sign contracts, buy insurance, and pay the wages on the same day the work is finished." He held up a hand to show a number, speaking confidently. 5 days, that's the plan. It's all written clearly in the contract. You can read it carefully. Ying Songshi had already heard from Bai Yueguang on the way here that the pay was very good, and Bai Yueguang had worked hard to get this for her. "Director, I have no problem. I'll take the contract back to my room to read it, then sign, and send it to you later. The director finally showed a relieved smile, casually draped his coat over his shoulders, and picked up the script on the table. He stood up. Great. I like working with straightforward people. If you have questions, ask Yueguang. If not, come find me directly. I need to go to a meeting with the crew, so I'll leave you too. Ying Songshi took the contract and went back to the hotel room with Bai Yueguang. They sat at the bedside, carefully checking each clause of the contract. After confirming that the pay, schedule, insurance, safety responsibilities, and other details were clearly written, Ying Songshi signed her name seriously. That's great, Songshi. You'll be sleeping with me for the next few days. Bai Yueguang hugged her and nuzzled her. Ying Songshi smiled and gently tousled her hair. After filming is done, I'll treat you to a nice meal. No way. Bai Yueguang immediately shook her head seriously. This is hard-earned money from your physical effort. I won't spend it recklessly. When you have free time, just cook me a simple home-cooked meal. Suddenly, she squinted her eyes and leaned in with a curious look. Now you can honestly tell me, who is the man living in your small courtyard? Good. Your actions look great. We'll aim for a clean pass. The director kept his eyes on the monitor without looking up, giving instructions. Songshi, when you roll down the stairs later, keep your body tense. Don't look up, and remember not to show your face at all times. I've padded the mats thickly, so don't worry about falling. Ying Songshi wore the same costume as the heroine, with realistic fake blood marks on her exposed skin. Her appearance was wild and a bit disheveled. She moved to the marked spot, gently flexing her wrists and ankles. Understood, director. This scene shows the heroine, a rookie cop, lagging behind and accidentally revealing her identity during a fierce fight with criminals at an ancestral hall. When he rushes over, you fall down naturally. Don't try to catch him. The movements should look real, but make sure to protect your head and waist. Safety first, the martial arts coach added nearby. Got it, I'll remember. The meeting point was at an old ancestral hall in the village. Rows of ancient tablets sat quietly on the altar, flickering with dim candlelight. The yellow flames cast flickering shadows on the weathered wooden pillars. The air was filled with the scent of incense, ash, and old wood, both solemn and a little eerie. At the hall's entrance, there were 5 moss-covered steps. Ying Songshi was supposed to fall from here, precisely landing at the designated spot, so the heroine could continue the confrontation. The male actor, kick a little higher, look more fierce. Control your strength and angle, don't hurt the stunt double, the director instructed. After confirming with both sides, he took a deep breath. All right, everyone ready? 3, 2, 1, action. Ying Songshi started fighting her opponent inside the hall. Both looked fierce, with the sound of fists and kicks hitting hard. In the chaos, she knocked over some candles, causing the flames to flicker and quickly go out on the ground. Just then, villagers outside shouted loudly, "Someone disrespects our ancestors." The heroine was distracted for a moment and was kicked firmly in the waist, causing her to stumble backward. The director's eyes stayed fixed on the monitor, watching the fight scene with excitement. He cheered when the action looked just right, and he nodded frequently. Every move, dodge, and flip was sharp and smooth, with perfect timing and strength. It was exactly the wild and realistic fighting style he wanted. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Bai Yueguang held the coat of Ying Songshi and crouched beside the monitor, her hands nervously clutching the fabric. She was more nervous than the actors on set, staring intently at the rolling figures on the screen. Her heart was in her throat, worried Ying Songshi might get hurt. She knew injuries were common for fight actors, but her concern was hard to control.
Cut.
That's it. One take, just like that, the director shouted loudly. Ying Songshi slowly got up from the ground, gently moving her numb arm. Bai Yueguang quickly ran over, holding her coat and speaking nervously. Are you okay? Did you bump into anything? I'm fine. The mat is thick and soft. Ying Songshi smiled lightly, sounding relaxed. The person I was fighting just now must be a martial arts champion. So strong. My arm went numb from the impact. She took the coat Bai Yueguang handed her, put it on, and sipped some hot water from a thermos. The warmth flowed down her throat, helping her relax. The filming continued in front of the camera. At the temple entrance, the heroine and her rookie apprentice were surrounded by villagers who had rushed over after hearing the noise. Ying Songshi gently nudged Bai Yueguang's back with a smile in her eyes. Go to your work. Keep following me around, and people might think I have a personal assistant just because I'm a fight actor. Bai Yueguang hesitated but started to walk back, glancing over her shoulder repeatedly. She kept reminding her, be careful yourself. Soon, the scene changed quickly on set. Ying Songshi had just sat on a small stool when the director's voice came from a monitor. Songshi, get ready for the next scene. Wide shot, action can be more energetic. Remember to face the side and keep your form. Got it, she responded clearly, draping her coat over the stool, then walked toward the camera position. No one noticed that the silent mobile phone in her coat pocket flickered on for a moment. Its low battery warning blinked twice before shutting down completely in darkness. On Thursday, Feng Sun drove to the airport to pick up Su Yan as planned. The night before, he sent a few small steamed buns to the pet boarding house, along with a big bag of fresh ingredients and freeze-dried dog food that Ying Songshi had prepared in advance. During the 3 days he was away, the boss would cook for the pets according to Ying Songshi's recipe. The eldest and Orange were with him, sitting in the back seat, enjoying the breeze. Their heads leaned out of the half-open window as the wind ruffled their fur. Their shiny black eyes flickered with curiosity as they watched the scenery rush past outside. Every time he drove a short distance, Feng Sun would stop the car and let the dogs play nearby on a leash. They played and traveled together, just in time to arrive at the airport. Su Yan got off the plane and looked around the busy crowd, but he didn't see Feng Sun's figure. He stubbornly took off his sunglasses and looked again, but still found nothing. Just as he was about to take out his phone to complain about Feng Sun's tardiness, he noticed that Feng Sun had sent him the parking lot location 10 minutes earlier.
Wow.
He actually expected him to find the parking lot himself. Su Yan rolled his eyes and immediately opened the group chat with the three of them, teasing, next time, just let me find the hotel myself. Feng Sun, this guy, can't even pick up someone properly. Behind him, several well-dressed secretaries followed, all sent by his father. Although this engagement banquet seemed private, it was actually an important business social event. The Feng family had long wanted to use this opportunity to discuss further cooperation with the Su family. Su Yan knew this well. Before coming, he had made it clear that his role was just to show up and make a brief appearance, no involvement in the business negotiations. He took his bag from the secretary, waved his hand, and said, you guys go head to the hotel in the car arranged earlier. I'll find Feng Sun. After saying that, he adjusted his sunglasses and swaggered into the parking lot. After circling around, Su Yan finally saw the man leaning against the door of a silver Mercedes from afar. Feng Sun was dressed casually in simple clothes, looking down at his phone. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the screen, his brows slightly furrowed, lost in thought. He radiated a sense of detachment. Good grief, Feng Sun. Su Yan hurried over and punched him hard on the shoulder, teasing in a playful tone, spending time daydreaming here instead of coming out to greet your brother? I was planning to see you first thing and comfort you, worried you'd be wasting away in that small town. Feng Sun remained completely still, not even frowning. Instead, Su Yan grimaced in pain, quickly waving his hand. Your training is too tough. Feng Sun looked up and calmly asked, are you trying to comfort me? Just saying that life in the county is tough, selling vegetables and eggs. It's really hard for you. The second young master of the Feng family, Su Yan said, waving his hand. Suddenly, his stomach made a loud growl. He changed his tone quickly, saying, we can talk about this later.
I'm starving.
I've asked my secretary to book a restaurant.
Drive me there now.
This meal is on me. He then hurried over to the front passenger seat and forcefully opened the door. Just about to bend down and sit in, his eyes suddenly froze when he saw the back seat. With a loud bang, he shut the door and took 2 steps back, trembling slightly. What's the car? Why are there 2 pairs of eyes staring at me? Feng Sun, when did you start keeping dogs? A faint smile crossed Feng Sun's face. He opened the back door, gently patted the backs of the big dog in orange, and said softly, a friend's dog. I'm taking care of them for a few days. Orange looked up with innocent big eyes and wagged its tail lightly, as if saying, "It's not my fault. I'm just a little scared." The big dog licked Feng Sun's palm with its wet tongue. Feng Sun looked at Su Yan, who was still nervous, and teased, "Su Yan, they're on leashes. They can't jump into the front seat. Besides, don't you have an Alaskan Malamute at home? Why are Border Collies and German Shepherds scaring you?" Su Yan took a deep breath, opened the back door again, and looked into the eyes of the two dogs for a few seconds. He slowly reached out his hand to let them get used to his scent. He still tried to sound confident, saying, "Don't mention our Alaskan pig. It's gained a few pounds and still loves sitting on people, making it hard for me to breathe." He gently touched Orange's head. "Hello, I'm your owner's friend." "No, I'm your owner's friend's friend. Please take care of us in the future." Feng Sun suddenly asked, "Is the restaurant you booked pet-friendly?" Su Yan, who was petting Orange, looked surprised. "Huh? I didn't notice. Wait a moment, I'll ask my secretary. We can rent out the whole place if needed." He took out his phone to contact his secretary. "There's no need to trouble too much. If it's not pet-friendly, we'll just go back to the hotel. It's almost time for them to have dinner. I need to go back and prepare their food." Su Yan stared in disbelief, confirming, "Feng Sun, they're dogs, and we are humans. You don't care about my stomach and are thinking about feeding them first? Why are you so dog-like?" Feng Sun raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled calmly. "Eating a little later can help you lose weight." "That's good. I've promised their owner that I will take good care of them these days, without making any mistakes." Seeing his serious expression and the two obedient dogs in the back seat, Su Yan finally gave up and rolled his eyes. All right, I'll listen to you. I'm really curious about who their owner is." A smile appeared at the corner of Feng Sun's lips. In his heart, Songshi still seemed like a peaceful fairy living hidden in the mountains. He didn't ask about worldly troubles, quietly guarding his small yard with his cats and dogs. Living among human life's hustle and bustle, yet creating his own peaceful world. But he didn't really like looking at his phone. The last time he replied to a message was the day before yesterday. They just exchanged a few words about the small yard and the cats and dogs, then stopped. He was fine with this slow pace. Songshi was probably in the same provincial city now. Even though they couldn't meet and their contact was sporadic, at least they were close enough that being under the same sky made him feel safe. The next day, Su Yan insisted on taking Feng Sun out for a walk. Yesterday, they stayed in a hotel suite. Su Yan saw clearly how Feng Sun cooked for the big dog and Orange, changed their water, and even at 10 at night, he was still walking the dogs outside. Before bed, he even cleaned their paws and brushed their fur. It was hard to believe he had the potential to be a caring father figure. Let's go. I heard there's a famous valley scenic area nearby. I'll walk Orange and you walk the big dog. If the weather isn't too cold and they're not afraid of water, they can splash around and play," Su Yan said, squatting down and casually ruffling Orange's head, smiling kindly. "Uncle bought you new toys. I'll give them to you later. I'll ask their owner first." Feng Sun replied calmly, then took out his phone to send a message. Su Yan's eyes lit up and leaned in, trying to peek, but Feng Sun was already prepared, walking a few steps away with his phone, not giving him a chance.
Su Yan. Why so secretive?
He didn't believe it. With his rebellious nature, he was sure he could find out Feng Sun's little secrets. "Today, I plan to take my older child and Orange to the Peach Blossom Valley scenic area. They are both adapting well outside and have good appetites. How are things on your side?" After sending the message, Feng Sun instinctively swiped up on his phone. He still hadn't received a reply to yesterday's message. Su Yan, with a look of frustration, was squatting nearby, staring at Orange with wide eyes. Just as Feng Sun was about to put away his phone, it suddenly vibrated softly. He subtly smiled and immediately picked up the phone. "Boss, I have something to report to you in advance." The voice on the other end was not the gentle tone he expected, but the steady voice of Assistant Lee. Feng Sun's slight smile disappeared instantly. His expression became serious, and he said simply, "Go on. This morning, as you instructed, I went to tend the vegetable field and chicken coop on Miss Ying's mountain. After leaving the county, I noticed a strange convoy following behind. They're probably not tracking me, but heading to the same destination. Feng Sun's tone immediately turned cold. His jaw tightened, and he asked sharply, "Where are you now? Are the license plates from our province?" Assistant Li gently turned the steering wheel, glancing at the rear-view mirror. The 3 cars behind were still following at a steady distance. "Boss, I'll be at Miss Ying's small courtyard at the foot of the mountain in about 5 or 6 minutes. There are 3 cars in total, all with license plates from the provincial capital. What should I do? Please advise." "Stop them directly. Don't let them get close to the courtyard," Feng Sun said with a furrowed brow, his tone cold. "Even if there's a misunderstanding, I will personally go and apologize later, but they cannot go up the mountain." Assistant Li responded softly, wearing his earpiece without hanging up. The mountain road was remote and empty. Besides their 4 vehicles, there were no pedestrians around. He pressed the accelerator slightly, and the SUV sped up before smoothly stopping in the middle of the road, blocking the entire way. The 3 cars behind braked one after another, tires squeaking lightly on the ground, coming to a stop. Inside the middle car, Zhou was looking down at her phone, casually chatting with Feng Che. Suddenly, the car jerked to a halt. She instinctively grabbed the seat to steady herself, and her phone slipped from her hand, falling onto the seat beside her. "Zhou Ming, what's going on?" she asked, frowning and impatient. The middle-aged butler sitting in the front passenger seat was also confused. He quickly tried to soothe her, saying, "Miss, please wait. There might be a sudden problem with the car ahead. I'll ask the driver to check the situation." A black SUV was stopped in the middle of the road. Inside, Assistant Li unbuckled his seatbelt, but didn't rush to get out. He pressed his earpiece and reported to the phone. "Boss, the car has stopped. The other driver has gotten out and is coming toward us." In the car, Feng Sun saw Su Yan looking at him with a confused expression. He simply threw the car keys to him. He bent down to help the boss and Orange into the back seat. After making sure the seatbelt was secure, he sat in the front passenger seat with his earpiece, giving a subtle signal for Su Yan to start driving. Assistantly, Feng Sun's voice was calm and clear, with a tone that left no room for argument. "Talk directly to the person with authority inside the car. Find out what they want. If they are here for Songshi, ask them to leave without further discussion." Assistant Li always followed Feng Sun's orders strictly. Seeing the figure in the rear-view mirror getting closer, he finally opened the car door and got out. "I want to talk to the person inside the car." The driver had been driving for the Zhou family for many years. Wherever they went, everything went smoothly. At first, they just thought the SUV ahead had broken down on the road and didn't consider anything else. When he heard the other person speak directly, his face changed slightly. "Just tell me what you want." Assistant Li crossed his arms, looking calm. No matter how the other person tried to persuade or threaten him, he remained unmoved. The driver cursed silently and had no choice but to go find Zhou Guan. "Zhou Ming, go see who they are." She was fixing her makeup with a small mirror. She looked surprised and a bit disdainful. Could they be some reckless kid from the county who doesn't know their place? When did our Zhou family's reputation become useless? This is really strange. I'll tell Grandma about it when I get back. Zhou Ming's face stiffened. If this got back to Grandma Zhou, she would definitely blame him for not doing his job well. But since she was the most favored grandchild of the Zhou family, he could only accept this unfair situation. After comforting Zhou a few words, Zhou Ming followed the driver and went to see the person blocking the road. When he saw it was just a Land Rover, he straightened his back and slightly lifted his chin, exuding a commanding presence. "Why did you suddenly stop the car? What do you want to say?" Zhou Ming examined assistantly from head to toe with a scrutinizing look before squinting and speaking. The other person's clothes were not flashy, but it was clear they were designer brands. At least, they weren't street thugs trying to extort money. Zhou Ming secretly relaxed, recalling that when he first heard about Ying Song's location, he immediately thought of the saying, "Poor mountains and evil waters produce wicked people." That's why he brought 2 extra cars to protect Zhou's safety. "I am Zhou Ming, the housekeeper of the Zhou family. Speak directly if you have something to say. Do you realize you might offend someone by blocking the car without reason?" Faced with the 3 cars' vigilant bodyguards, Assistant Lee showed no fear and simply said, "Let the person who gave you the order come here." Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. "Our young lady is not someone you can see whenever you want." On the phone, Feng Sun listened to the whole conversation and couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for the fact that this is modern times, just by hearing this tone, he'd think he was watching an ancient drama. Su Yan held the steering wheel and instinctively shrank his neck, silently wishing the person on the other end of the line would disappear. Feeling Feng Sun's overwhelming pressure, he immediately stopped smiling and acting casual. Damn it! Whoever is so reckless as to provoke his brother. Assistant Lee, just ask directly. Feng Sun tapped his fingers on the car window. Zhou Ming's domineering tone was enough to reveal the family style of the Zhou family. Assistant Lee quickly confirmed that the Zhou group was indeed here for Ying Song, and from what he said, Ying Song hadn't returned to the Zhou family at all. If she didn't go to the Zhou family, then where did she go? Thinking of the unanswered messages, Feng Sun pinched his brow, his voice colder and more firm. Assistant Lee, no need to ask further. Let them go. Receiving his boss's clear instructions, Assistant Lee made a polite gesture toward the Zhou family and said, "Since you're here for Miss Ying, please leave now." Zhou Ming immediately raised his voice and asked, "Who is missing to you?" It was surprising that the housekeeper working at the Zhou family could speak to Ying Song in such a tone. When Assistant Lee heard this on the phone, he didn't hesitate and stepped in front of the car, saying, "I have the right to refuse to answer. Also, I need to remind you that the mountain ahead belongs to Miss Ying. If you come uninvited and cause trouble, it's a different matter. If this gets out, it won't look good for the Zhou family's reputation. What are you? Just who do you think you are?" Before Zhou Ming could get angry, the car door in the middle was pushed open, and a girl in a light apricot-colored Chanel-style dress stepped out. She was wearing silver high heels that clicked on the pavement. Her hair was carefully styled, and her makeup was flawless, showing no flaws at all. She looked very refined and well-off. She walked up to Assistant Lee, first giving a polite and sweet smile, speaking softly. "Hello, you're a friend of Songshi, right? I heard your conversation with Manager Zhou just now. I am Zhou Shi, Songshi's sister. We mean no harm." She took out a gold-embossed invitation card from her bag and signaled for Zhou Ming to pass it over. "I came here specifically to deliver her wedding invitation. She hasn't been home in a long time, and her elders really miss her. We won't go upstairs with the car. Please help us pass this invitation." There was no further instruction from the earpiece. Assistant Lee took the invitation expressionlessly, watched the 3 cars turn around and drive away one after another. He reported into the earpiece. "Boss, they've left. Check the background of everyone in the Zhou family, what they're doing, their connections. I want to see the results today," Feng Sun said, staring at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, his eyes dark. In the past, Songshi would occasionally mention her older siblings and be interested in new treats. He subconsciously thought that there must be some genuine good people in the Zhou family. But only at this moment did he realize something was wrong. Province C was the foundation of the Zhou and Fong families. Both families were involved in traditional industries and had nothing to do with the tech scene in City B. "Understood, boss. And throw away the invitation. Don't bring it up the mountain," Feng Sun finally ordered before hanging up. Assistant Lee held the delicate invitation, didn't look at it much, and casually threw it into a trash can by the roadside. Then he turned and got into the car. "Songshi, Lao Bo, share a little more of the preserved radish with me. It's good with rice." On the set, the director carried a lunchbox and approached, waving his chopsticks at the preserved radish on the small table.
"Senior, you should take less."
"I still rely on these to get through this month's meals," Bai Yueguang said, placing her lunchbox aside and protecting her food like a little dog in her arms. During the celebration, Songshi didn't realize her small courtyard had just experienced a defensive battle. Now, she was sitting on a small stool, quietly eating from a disposable lunchbox. Moonlight looked so adorable that it reminded her of the 2 little sesame rice balls at home. She smiled and gently said, "Moonlight, let's be generous. I promise to send you some more once I get home. Songshi, also bring me some." the director said casually. I spent extra money to buy you some dried radish. And with this, my lunch feels even better. The director had no airs. At mealtime, he would just get his food with the crew and start eating. No need to pay. I grow my own radishes, and I have plenty at home. I'll send some over for everyone to share, she replied. With the generous pay from the crew, a few bags of dried radish were nothing. The prop master nearby chuckled happily and said, That's great. Thanks, Songshi. Everyone nearby joined in the cheerful mood, and Songshi smiled softly. Songshi, you look outstanding in both appearance and figure. Have you thought about not just being a stunt double, but officially joining the industry? I have a role that would suit you for your first appearance, the director said, increasingly impressed with her. She was truly a hidden gem. Songshi swallowed her food and shook her head politely. Thank you for your appreciation, but I have no such plans right now. I prefer my current job. When she first started working as a stunt performer, it was mainly because the job had short contracts and paid quickly. She couldn't leave her family for long. She had a cat, a dog, and a garden full of flowers and vegetables to take care of. The director asked curiously, What is your main job? Bai Yueguang looked at Songshi with a look that said, Are you a fool? And answered, Farming. Otherwise, where do you think the radish chips you like come from? The director paused and said, I see. That's truly admirable. She lowered her gaze and opened the chat file. The words revealed a glimpse of Ying Songshi's past. During the day, hearing the condescending tone of the Zhou family, Feng Sun felt both pity and sadness. Suddenly, he understood why Songshi rarely mentioned other family members and why she didn't often look at her phone. He didn't dare to think about how much hardship she might have suffered in the Zhou family. The file clearly stated that Zhou Jianye was the director of the Zhou company, married to Su Yunyu, with 3 children. The eldest son, Zhou Yu, had no interest in business and had chosen to pursue acting. He worked hard and won a Best Actor award 2 years ago, making him the most carefree member of the family. The second daughter, Zhou Yang, was smart and capable. She is now the general manager of the Zhou company and is widely seen as the heir. The youngest daughter, Zhou Shi, grew up with Grandma Zhou. Her parents and grandmother loved her dearly, and she lived a life full of attention and comfort, never experiencing any hardship. Assistant Li was very careful in his work. The entire document only described the Zhou family members objectively, without mentioning anything related to Ying Songshi. Feng Sun looked up at the window. Through the glass reflection, he clearly saw his furrowed brows and the suppressed anger in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yan sat at the dining table. In front of him was a delicate dinner sent from the hotel, along with 2 bowls of dog food Feng Sun prepared for the boss and Orange. The dog food had cooled to a suitable temperature, but the man standing by the window remained still. The gloomy atmosphere around him hadn't yet lifted. Su Yan sighed softly, put down his chopsticks, and placed the 2 bowls of dog food on the wall. Orange immediately ran over and started eating eagerly, head down. The boss just sniffed the food quietly and calmly sat down beside Feng Sun's leg. Su Yan stroked Orange's fur and muttered softly, Why do you think Feng Sun is unhappy? Jinged Songyun, and I rarely see him like this. Maybe it's because your owner ignored him. Orange didn't reply. By the way, who is your owner? I haven't heard Feng Sun has friends in Province C. Could it be a new friend? And he suddenly told me he's going to the engagement party tomorrow. Maybe your owner will go too? Can you point him out for me? Su Yan patted Orange's head, then suddenly realized and smiled with regret. Oh right, I almost forgot. You're just a little dog, so you can't point people out. How about this? We agree that tomorrow, whenever your owner appears, you just bark once to remind me. What do you think? Su Yanzu kept talking nonstop, and Orange's ears buzzed from the noise. The smell of the rice in the bowl wasn't as good anymore. It suddenly lifted its head, turned, and glared at Su Yan with big, round eyes full of dislike. It seemed to be saying, People, you're really noisy. You're worse than the mosquitoes that buzz around my ears when I nap in the yard in summer. Feng Sun felt his big dog come over to nuzzle him, and his expression softened. He had just called Songshi again, but the phone showed it was turned off. Assistant Li, please check where Songshi is. After thinking carefully, Feng Sun decided to send a message instead. Since the phone was off and no reply came, his worry grew. The engagement banquet was supposed to keep him calm, but today he found out Songshi hadn't shown up yet. He had no other way but to investigate. Tomorrow was the engagement banquet. Although he felt that Songshi probably wouldn't come, he still held on to a little hope. The engagement parties for the Zhou and Fong families were held at the hotel where he was staying. Since he was already here, he might as well go downstairs with Su Yan to see what was happening. Feng Sun put his thoughts aside, squatted down to comfort his big dog, then urged him to eat. Orange had finished all its food. It couldn't stand Su Yan's strict rules anymore and ran to hide behind Feng Sun. The two dogs took turns staying close to Feng Sun like shifts. Finally, a small smile appeared on Feng Sun's face. Su Yan, do you like the food? If not, I can have someone bring more. Su Yan crossed his arms and looked at him sideways. Finally remembering your brother? I tell you, a few meals won't fix my broken heart. At least tell me who upset you. The Zhou family. When he was working as Feng Sun's driver, he heard Feng Sun instruct someone to investigate the Zhou family. He hadn't found the right moment to ask about it. Not yet, but today I saw a show of someone pretending to be powerful just to scare others. Su Yan propped his chin and raised an eyebrow. This afternoon, my secretary said that the Zhou family wants to use their engagement with the Fong family to connect with our Su family. The Fong family is also willing to push this along. Tomorrow, I'll come to vent for you. Feng Sun didn't follow his words. He knew Su Yan was impulsive when working, otherwise his father wouldn't have assigned him to a basic position to temper him. There's no need for you to step in now. Your father already knows the situation. Sending you here shows they are interested in working with both families. Don't let your emotions cause your group to lose out. Su Yan wanted to argue, but Feng Sun turned around and held his shoulder to stop him. I already have a plan for this. When it's your turn to step in, I won't hold back. The engagement party was on a sunny, beautiful day. The Zhou and Fong families rented 3 indoor banquet halls at the top hotel in the city. The outdoor garden was decorated luxuriously, with champagne-colored roses lining the corridor, and a sweet scent filled the air. To look formal, Su Yan changed into a suit sent by his secretary, as he was representing their family's reputation today. He also asked his secretary to prepare a suit for Feng Sun, but since he woke up this morning, he hadn't seen Feng Sun. Until he sat down for breakfast, he saw Feng Sun walking in with the older dog and Orange. Feng Sun, did you not sleep well again last night? Su Yan asked casually, with a mouthful of food. Feng Sun untied the leash and didn't deny it. I slept okay. How did you find out? Su Yan put away his pretend serious look. Actually, I stayed up late playing games. After midnight, I went to the fridge for a drink and saw your room light was still on. Has the owner of the older dog and Orange not replied to your message? Feng Sun had just changed the water for the dogs. He came back from morning exercise, still a bit cool, and was about to take a shower. Hearing this, he paused, leaned against the doorframe, and raised an eyebrow. You found out again? Hey, you don't know how petty you looked when you sent that message yesterday. I couldn't even sneak a peek. Besides, you didn't deny it later. Why don't you just send me their contact info? I can help you find someone. Feng Sun glanced at him coldly, straightforward. You're almost bouncing your calculations in my face. I'll go change my clothes now, and we'll go downstairs to the banquet hall later. Su Yan muttered to himself. It's really hard to gossip about Feng Sun. But do I really think I'll see someone at the engagement party? I'm really looking forward to today's event. What? Fangja even went to see you recently. Today, during an outdoor shoot, Ying Songshi had just finished a scene involving a forest chase and fight. She was still slightly sweaty, with damp hair sticking to her smooth forehead. As she sat down on a small stool, Bai Yueguang approached casually, chatting cheerfully. When she heard the name Fangja, her fists unconsciously clenched. Yes, I was also surprised at the time, since we hadn't been in contact for 2 or 3 years. While speaking, Ying Songshi instinctively moved her lower leg, her brow slightly furrowing. During the shoot, a branch had brushed her leg, causing a slight pain. She bent down to roll up her pant leg, revealing a small red swelling, which wasn't serious. Bai Yueguang's eyes immediately focused on the swelling. Her curiosity about the gossip was forgotten, and she quickly took out Yunnan Baiao from her bag. Speaking urgently, spray some medicine quickly. Luckily, it didn't break the skin. Walking in the mountains, these things happen often. It's not really an injury. Ying Songshi waved her hand, about to put the medicine back. But seeing Bai Yueguang's accusing and dissatisfied look, she relented, took the bottle, and sprayed a few quick bursts on the swelling. She then hurriedly rolled down her pants and covered it tightly. Bai Yueguang was satisfied and smiled softly. She lowered her voice to continue gossiping. I remember your place is so far away. How did Fangzhe find out your address? Songshi, don't be fooled by his pitiful act. I told you, this guy is secretly mean. In college, Bai Yueguang and Ying Songshi had been best friends, often hanging out with a few classmates. But every time they gathered, Fangzhe would always sit very close to Ying Songshi, not leaving her side. His clingy attitude made Bai Yueguang quite annoyed. What she disliked even more was that Fangzhe often complained about his troubles, saying his parents favored his older brother, and he felt invisible at home. He also said he was a left-behind child, with no one truly caring for him except his grandfather. Bai Yueguang always looked down on this, thinking, he's unhappy in life, but what does that have to do with Songshi? Ying Songshi was very perceptive. Every time she found a suitable part-time job, she would ask Fangzhe if he wanted to go. But he always made excuses to refuse. It wasn't until near graduation that they accidentally learned Fangzhe's last name was the same as the family of the richest person in a neighboring province. Once the news spread, several friends who used to hang out with them immediately changed their attitude and hurried to get close again. Now only she and Songshi remained as close as ever. It was probably the Zhou family who told him. My place isn't far from Changxi village, so if they want to find someone to ask, it's quite easy. White Moonlight pouted irritably. The Zhou family isn't good either. Luckily, you're now on good terms with them, and you don't have to suffer from their attitude anymore. That would be great, Ying Songshi said, setting down his thermos. He looked helpless and shrugged. I used to send them money for tuition and living expenses, but they never responded. I was happy to be free. But about 3 months ago, they suddenly started to play emotional games, first urging me to return to the Zhou family. Then, when I didn't cooperate, they insisted I attend Zhoushi's engagement banquet. White Moonlight's eyes widened gradually, her mouth forming a small, "Oh, we're both single by nature, and yet people our age are getting engaged. Time is really scary." But that's not the main point. She suddenly raised her hand and tapped her head, pulling her wandering thoughts back. Her tone became urgent. Could there be some conspiracy waiting for you at the banquet? No, if you're really going, you must take me with you. I'll ask for leave from the crew in advance. By the way, when is the engagement banquet? Ying Songshi tilted his head slightly, tapping his chin with his fingertips, and recalled carefully. His tone was calm. I think it's today. Today, White Moonlight almost jumped up, raising her voice. If you don't go, won't the Zhou family explode? They'll definitely come looking for you everywhere. I never planned to go, Ying Songshi said, slowly standing up while holding his coat and brushing off the dirt on the hem. Around them stretched endless, lush, green primeval forest. A winding river flowed from deep within the woods, its current swift, carrying a wild, powerful energy that crashed against the blue stones on the shore. As the wind blew, the layered branches and leaves swayed and surged, creating rolling waves. The leaves intertwined, birds chirped crisply, and the fresh, moist scent of plants and water filled the air. They were wrapped in the most primitive and magnificent vitality of nature. In nature, people can feel both subtle and grand sensations. The intense emotions from past experiences, when placed on a tree, are just like the changing seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Life can be lived simply. There is no need to always consider the bigger picture, to constantly sacrifice oneself, or to fulfill others' expectations. Do what you want to do, and don't force yourself to do what you don't want. She reached out and touched the rough, mottled bark of the tree beside her, feeling steady and grounded. Just now, while walking through the woods, she saw many fresh wild vegetables. Several simple recipes flashed through her mind, but unfortunately, the filming schedule was tight, and the crew had no kitchen facilities. Right now, she was beginning to miss her small yard. She missed the vegetables with dew on them, the soft, lazy sofa in the living room, and the little pets that would rush to greet her at the door. Anyway, in 3 days, her role in the fight scene would be finished. After getting paid, she planned to spend a fun day with moonlight, and then she could go home. The two families' engagement banquet was held at noon. Fong Sun had no interest in the ceremony at all, not even bothering to change into a suit, and followed Su Yan into the banquet hall. They arrived late, just as the ceremony was about to start. Inside, guests were dressed elegantly, glasses clinking, chatting, and laughing. The crystal lights shimmered, and everywhere was carefully maintained to look lively and proper. Fong Sun wasn't there to attend the celebration. He was there to find someone. He glanced around the entrance briefly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Ying Songshi hadn't come. Since he wasn't looking for anyone specific, he had no interest in staying even a second longer. Su Yan, I might leave early later. Just letting you know. You're already finished looking around? Su Yan asked in surprise. He had been looking forward to the banquet, but Fong Sun was done in just 3 minutes? I'll check the other 2 halls once more. If I don't find her, I'll leave, Fong Sun said plainly, revealing his purpose clearly. While they talked, a few young men and women nearby kept glancing over, whispering and exchanging subtle looks. Fong Sun was always sharp to others' gazes. He slowly turned around, his expression calm as he looked over them without saying a word. His natural aura of authority and coldness silently spread. The young people, curious at first, suddenly felt nervous and quickly looked away, pretending to be casual. Su Yan listened for a moment and finally understood that they were gossiping about Fong Sun's plain clothes. The room was filled with elegant suits and formal dresses, except for him, who was dressed casually and looked out of place at the event. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and straightened his cuffs, about to go and confront someone, but Fong Sun raised his arm to stop him. At that moment, a warm and eager voice suddenly interrupted, breaking the tense atmosphere. Mr. Su, you're finally here. Your presence truly makes this place more lively. The secretary quickly leaned in and whispered to Su Yan. In front is Mr. Fong Xingwei, and behind him is his eldest son, Fong Che. Hello, Mr. Fong. You're the elder, so there's no need to be polite. I'm just here to enjoy the celebration. Su Yan adopted a friendly tone, with a polite smile, balancing confidence and humility perfectly.
Good.
We hope Mr. Su will visit Xi Province often, Fong Xingwei said warmly, lifting a glass of champagne from a tray held by a waiter. His gaze naturally fell on Fong Sun beside Su Yan, with a smile still on his face. And who is this? This is my childhood friend. He's just here to have fun with me, Su Yan said, clinking his glass with the others, without giving much detail about Fong Sun. Fong Sun also raised his glass to toast. Congratulations, Mr. Fong. Wishing you a happy celebration. You're very welcome. Since he's a friend of Mr. Su, please join us at the main table, Fong Xingwei said happily, pushing Fong Che forward. This is my son, Fong Che. He's about your age, so I think you'll have a lot to talk about. Tomorrow, Fong Che will take you around the city. You should stay a few more days. Fong Che, dressed in a neat white suit with a delicate boutonniere, bowed slightly, with a gentle demeanor. Thank you both for inviting me. Seeing Fong Che confidently show himself in front of the Su family, Fong Xingwei quickly decided to end the matter. He turned and gestured to the next room. The Zhou family is in the next room. They've heard Mr. Su is coming and asked me to introduce him. The main table is also there, so please follow me. Su Yan subtly glanced at Fong Sun to see what he thought. Fong Sun nodded slightly and led the way to the next room. As Su Yan turned to follow, his peripheral vision caught a glance at a few young men whispering earlier. Those young men immediately looked down and scattered when they saw his gaze, no longer daring to speak. The neighboring banquet hall has a grand Chinese style, with ink-wash landscape paintings on the walls, giving a subtle and refined atmosphere. Grandma Zhou is sitting on a side sofa, quietly talking with the lively elderly man at the main seat. They speak softly and naturally, occasionally offering just the right compliment, making the conversation very pleasant to listen to.
Yo Yang sits quietly nearby, listening carefully.
She is not wearing a fancy dress, but a simple, light-colored, gender-neutral suit. Her short, neat hair makes her look capable and decisive. Joshi stands behind the two elders, smiling and pouring tea or water from time to time, looking obedient and sweet. Yesterday, Feng Sun saw the information sent by assistantly. Without needing anyone to introduce, he immediately recognized the people. Grandma Zhou saw Feng Xingwei personally bring two young guests over. Her eyes immediately understood and she smiled, giving Zhou Yang a subtle look. These must be distinguished guests invited by the Feng family. This is my father, Feng Xingwei introduced with a smile, then turned to say, and this is Madame Zhou, mother of Zhou Jianya, President Zhou. He then added, this is General Manager Xiao Su and his close friend. It's their first time in Province C. Zhou Yang and Zhou Shi. You young people should spend more time with them later and show good hospitality. Grandma Zhou immediately stood up warmly and greeted them. Welcome, welcome.
Dear guests.
Zhou Shi, quickly pour some tea for the guests. No need trouble, Feng Sun said softly, slightly raising his arm to politely block Zhou Shi from handing over the teacup. He showed no intention of accepting. His sudden question made even Feng Xingwei pause instinctively and look over. Feng Sun's expression was calm, and his tone was neutral as he added, when I just came in, I saw a familiar face. It seems I've seen him on the screen before. There's still one missing. Grandma Zhou was first surprised, then suddenly realized and smiled kindly. You're talking about my grandson Zhou, right? He has acted in many movies over the past few years. He's over there relaxing now. I'll call him over to chat with you too. Just out of curiosity, no need to trouble him. Feng Sun politely declined again. He took a step back and no longer spoke, clearly showing he didn't want to socialize. Su Yan saw that he clearly wanted to leave, so he immediately smiled and continued, we're just here to share some good luck and send our blessings. The ceremony is about to start, so we won't bother the elders who are busy. We'll just sit at our table and wait for the event to begin. After some effort, Su Yan finally managed to pull Feng Sun out of the crowded social circle. Luckily, my dad assigned me a secretary, or I'd be exhausted just dealing with these people, he said, walking side by side with Feng Sun out of the banquet hall. Su Yan finally took a deep breath, feeling relieved for a moment of peace. The person I'm looking for isn't here, Feng Sun said quietly. He had already checked the rest of the banquet hall earlier and still didn't see any sign of Ying Song. I won't be going back to join the others later. Assistant Lee hadn't sent any new messages all morning. His growing worry and frustration were starting to build up. Don't worry too much yet, Su Yan said, patting his arm softly. The engagement ceremony will be held outside in the garden. All the guests will go out to watch. You can see everything clearly from the suite upstairs. The hotel's backyard garden was decorated beautifully, with colorful flowers blooming in layers of red, purple, and pink. The gardener had carefully shaped the green plants into neat, staggered walls, making the garden lively and vibrant while also blocking the view from outside, keeping the ceremony private among the flowers and greenery. Feng Sun nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed a movement nearby. He pulled Su Yan aside quietly, stepping into a corner where neither the surveillance nor the view could reach. Su Yan immediately kept quiet and listened carefully. On the other side of the green wall, he could hear someone talking on the phone, clearly upset. What do you mean you couldn't find her? You've all been to the mountain where she lives? Old Master Fong asked about Ying Song again just now. The old lady said she'd be here soon. Now you're telling me she's missing? Isn't she usually at the market selling vegetables? Have you checked there? Forget it. If you can't handle such a small task, you're wasting the Zhou family's money. A cold glint flashed in Feng Sun's eyes. If he heard correctly, the person on the other side of the wall was Zhou Ming, the housekeeper of the Zhou family. Why was old Master Fong asking about Ying Song? Recently, the Zhou family had been repeatedly pressuring her to attend the engagement banquet. So that was the reason? Su Yan secretly glanced at Feng Sun's expression and quickly understood everything. It seemed he had uncovered a small secret about Feng Sun. But right now, his brother's face looked too intimidating. Su Yan quickly calculated that this was not the right time for gossip or questions. Housekeeper Zhou, have you asked about the matter? Grandma has been waiting for you for a long time. Let me come out and ask. Zhou, she walked over in high heels, holding up her skirt. Miss, I'm sorry, but I couldn't find anyone, Zhou Ming said, feeling ashamed and lowering his head. He secretly regretted turning around yesterday, but when he thought about the person in front of him who personally handed over the invitation and made people go back the same way, he held back his words. It's okay, don't worry. I'll go talk to Grandma and Grandpa Fong. Sister Songshi probably has something to do. Otherwise, she wouldn't let the elders wait. Zhou, she sighed softly, her smile gentle and considerate. After the footsteps of the two outside faded away, Su Yan peeked out and lowered his voice, saying curiously, Wow, I didn't expect to hear gossip from the sidelines. I've seen this kind of scene in popular short dramas. The next scene should be the main character suddenly appearing and stunning everyone. Fong Sun's brow furrowed in cold frustration, then immediately turned into speechlessness. Stop imagining things. What's a short drama? Su Yan shot him a look that said, You're so old-fashioned, you don't understand fun, and waved his hand. A distraction tool. Never mind explaining. Anyway, I now know exactly who you're looking for. You should go and do your thing. Fong Sun left the banquet hall and went straight back to his room upstairs, bringing Little Boss and Orange out. Just now, through the bushes, he overheard Zhou Ming's phone call, and a feeling of offense and anger pressed on his chest. Every time Assistant Li went up the mountain to deliver things, he had to ask for Ying Songshi's opinion before letting Assistant Li drive up. But after the Zhou family was stopped by Assistant Li, they secretly went back up the mountain to find someone. His first thought was to drive back to the small courtyard immediately. Fong Sun helped Little Boss and Orange into the car, then fastened his seatbelt and calmed down. He remembered a phrase in the old house's study. Love brings worry, love brings fear. So, being truly moved is like that. No matter how calm and composed someone usually is, they will willingly fall into the whirlpool of emotions. Why did he think about taking things slowly? Why keep guessing Ying Songshi's opinion of him? He was the one deeply involved, and he was the one who needed to understand his feelings. If he liked her, he should go and fight for her openly. Sincerely approaching someone is always a mix of nervousness and happiness. He couldn't control Ying Songshi's thoughts, so he could only do his best with what he could do. Understanding this, Fong Sun's mind suddenly became clear. He needs to go back to his small mountain house first, take care of the vegetable garden and flower beds, and then wait for Ying Songshi to return. Just as Fong Sun started the car, the eldest in the back seat suddenly stood up sharply, ears perked up straight, and let out a deep, fierce bark. His sharp eyes fixed in one direction, ready to pounce at any moment. Not far away, Fong Zhe hurriedly got out of the car and rushed toward the banquet hall. Zhou Yong finished a work call at the garden entrance and casually reminded him, no need to rush. The ceremony starts in 20 minutes. Did you just come back from the county town? Yes, I rushed over last night but didn't see anyone, Fong Zhe replied. When he saw her, his tense expression eased a little, and his steps slowed down. He gave up the chance to stay with his father and expand his network for Ying Songshi, but he still came up empty. Zhou Yong looked calm and spoke without much emotion. You really don't mind bothering. If she doesn't come, she doesn't come. There are so many people at this banquet. One less doesn't matter. Fong Zhe hesitated for a moment and whispered, I think Songshi took the dog and went out to hide for now. Last time I looked for her, I clearly heard a dog barking in the yard, but this time, when I knocked on the door, there was no sound. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear, fierce dog bark suddenly sounded. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a car parked nearby. A tall, unfamiliar man was holding a black shepherd dog. The shepherd dog's fur was shiny and smooth, with a broad, sturdy frame, giving off an intimidating presence. It looked very much like the dog he saw in front of Ying Songshi's house last time. Fong Zhe raised his hand to call the driver forward and said in a deep voice, Go tell him to find a different place to walk the dog. Don't disturb the guests. Don't go. Zhou Yong quickly stopped him. In their peripheral vision, they saw the man kneel down, gently stroke the shepherd dog's back, and whisper something. The barking dog immediately quieted and sat obediently on the ground, but its eyes remained alert and fierce, staring at them without retreating. Zhou Yang explained, "That man came with the Su family today. He's a childhood friend of Mr. Su." "He's from the Su family?" Fang Zhou was surprised. He dismissed the driver and hurriedly asked, "Did he say what his last name is?" "I don't know. Mr. Su didn't introduce him much. Since we've met him, should we go say hello?" "Forget it." Zhou Yang slightly raised her chin. "The person has already gone far." Fang Zhe instinctively turned his head to look. The man had already left with the dog, leaving only a tall, distant figure. After Feng Sun got in the car, he took out a bag of dried meat from the storage compartment. He first handed a piece to the older dog, gently rubbing its tense back with his fingertips, and praised softly, "You did very well." He had noticed the man suddenly appearing just now. The older dog had only seen the other person once, but could immediately become alert and bark. It's a smart and lively dog. Orange, sitting nearby, tilted its head and watched the interaction eagerly, as if reviewing what it might have missed. Feng Sun was amused by its expression and fed it a piece of dried meat. "Orange, you get some too. Protect your owner well from now on. I'll make you better dog food when I go back." Just after feeding the dog, Assistant Li's call came through. "Boss, I was asked to find Miss Ying last night. There's no progress yet, but I saw a short video on the entertainment section. The person in the video looks very much like Miss Ying. I've sent it to your WeChat." Feng Sun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "What video?" "It's about a good deed. Someone was filming near director Jiang Cheng's crew and caught a martial arts actor rescuing a child who had fallen into the water. The video went viral in a small circle, and the crew used it to promote their new show." Feng Sun's hand holding the phone tightened slightly. Before he could hang up, he found the video sent by Assistant Li on social media and opened it. The footage wasn't very clear and the camera was a bit far away, but the figure and profile definitely looked like Ying Songshi, especially since she was wearing the same outfit as when she went to the station. Feng Sun's heart clenched sharply after just one glance. The video was edited simply but clearly told a story. The crew was filming in a forest outside the city. Staff and extras without scenes were resting on the shore. On the other side was a scenic area. A child was playing and accidentally fell into the water. The river was swift and muddy, and many people on the bank hesitated and didn't move. At this moment, a girl from the crew on the opposite side took off her coat without hesitation and jumped into the river. She was a strong swimmer, diving out several meters, and when she reappeared, she was near the child. As she kept swimming toward the child, cheers and encouragement from both sides blended together. In the end, she successfully returned the child safely to the parents' arms. The video ends here. Feng Sun took a long time to regain his senses. His heart was still uneasy, feeling tight and painful in his chest. His voice was hoarse and trembling without him noticing. "Sangshi, is she hurt? Why is there blood on her face?" "Boss, please look again carefully," Assistant Li hurriedly explained over the phone. Before Miss Ying jumped into the river to save someone, there was already blood on her face. Director Jiang Cheng is filming a suspenseful action movie, and the crew said the person who saved others is a stunt double. That bloodstain is probably just special effects makeup for the scene, not real injury. "I understand." Feng Sun closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression was calm and clear. He pressed his fingertips to his forehead. "Book me a plane ticket to the crew. I need to delay my return to the mountain. Please also take care of the chicken coop, vegetable field, and flower garden. And keep an eye on the Zhou and Fong families. Don't let anyone find the small courtyard again." "Understood, boss. I'll arrange it immediately." "Sangshi, come quickly and drink the ginger tea." Bai Yueguang hurried in, carrying a thermos and pouring the tea into a cup. "The restaurant nearby rushed to prepare it for you. Finish this cup first, and I'll put the rest in a thermos for you to take and sip slowly." She kept talking as she poured ginger tea into 2 thermos bottles. "Next time, don't scare me like that again. Even if you need to step in, give me a heads up first." "I was almost heartbroken at the river this morning." Ying Songshi had just finished a hot shower, with water still dripping from her hair. She sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully drying her hair with a dry towel. Her skin was rosy from the steam, looking healthy and energetic. She smiled and said, "I'm really fine. I didn't have full confidence, so I wouldn't act recklessly. Bai Yueguang still looked upset, with a small pout, as if she was angry, but didn't want to scold her. Ying Songshi blinked her almond-shaped eyes and deliberately changed the subject to distract her. Don't worry. When I was a kid, I often went fishing in the river with my older brothers. We just dive in and catch fish. No fishing gear needed, maybe a small bamboo basket. When you have free time, I'll take you to catch fish by the river and have a picnic. How about that? Okay, but you're not allowed to cheat then. White Moonlight took a hairdryer out of her suitcase, plugged it in, and handed it to Ying Song, then casually moved the blanket on the bed closer to her. Ying Song had just dried her hair and changed clothes, ready to leave when the door was knocked. Who could it be at this hour? White Moonlight went to open the door. Standing outside was Director Jiang Chung and the publicity team. She paused briefly, instinctively asking, "Senior? Aren't you supposed to be filming on set now?" Jiang Chung smiled cheerfully, glancing past her directly at Ying Song inside. "We came specifically to find Song. Her rescue video this morning went viral online and even topped entertainment news. Our entire crew is benefiting from it." Ying Song stepped out from behind White Moonlight, understanding their purpose. She felt both helpless and amused. "Director, I was just about to go to the set. Is there something urgent you need to tell me in person?" Jiang Chung immediately pulled out a thick red envelope from behind him and pressed it into her hand without explanation. "Officially, your trending topic has saved the crew a lot of money on publicity. This is a token of our appreciation. Privately, you're a good friend of Moonlight, and since she's my junior, I had to come see what good deed you did." White Moonlight smiled warmly and added, "Senior is being generous. Song, you should accept it quickly. If you wait too long, he might regret it later." The crew's publicity team also laughed and praised Ying Song for truly helping the crew this time. Unable to refuse, Ying Song thanked them and accepted the red envelope. "By the way, you don't need to go to tonight's night scene," Jiang Chung said seriously, glancing at the time. "The river water is cold in spring. You just rescued someone from the water, so get a good rest tonight. I'll give you a day off." He still had to rush back, and the assistant director was watching the set, so he couldn't fully relax. But after taking a few steps away, he looked back and saw Ying Song following behind. When asked, he learned she was determined to shoot the night scene. "Director, I really am fine physically," Ying Song said sincerely, carrying her packed bag, which still showed a handle of a thermos cup. "Just a quick swim in the river as exercise. Plus, I have a lot of teachers working overtime tonight, and I feel bad leaving them." Jiang Chung looked at her behind the White Moonlight. The White Moonlight had a cute, doll-like face and gently shook her head, silently mouthing, "I can't persuade him, really can't persuade him." Jiang Chung could only clear his throat and compromise, saying, "All right, I won't argue with you. Tonight, I'll contact the restaurant to send over some hot late-night snacks." The White Moonlight's eyes immediately lit up, like a diligent student raising her hand in class. She quickly raised her hand and asked, "Senior, can we order food?" "Of course." Jiang Chung waved his hand confidently. "Whatever you want to eat, just tell me. Today, I'll pay for everything and treat you all to a good meal." The White Moonlight secretly poked at Ying Songshi's side and quickly winked at her, giving a subtle hint. Ying Songshi remembered that she had mentioned this several times over the past few days and tentatively responded, "How about we have barbecue?" "Yes, yes, yes." The White Moonlight immediately nodded vigorously, her eyes forming a crescent smile. Jiang Chung laughed loudly, "No problem. We'll go to the filming set first, finish filming early tonight, and then everyone can enjoy some barbecue together." Tonight's outdoor night scene was still being filmed. The scene was a key moment where the heroine, after discovering the truth, was tracking down the culprit in the dense forest. Not far away, villagers were gathered around a bonfire, singing and dancing happily, but in the deep woods on the other side, a tense chase and confrontation was unfolding, life and death at stake. Filming in the dark forest after sunset was always difficult. Poor visibility, many trees blocking the view, and easy mistakes in positioning made action scenes risky. Any slip could cause a mistake or injury. But tonight, the crew was full of energy, all eager to finish quickly and go enjoy late-night snacks. Ying Songshi changed into her costume, stood at the heroine's position and continued filming the fight scene. In the dark, shadows flickered among the trees. She used the trees for cover, agilely dodging her opponent's attacks. Instead of fighting force with force, she used clever moves to entangle and distract. She spotted an opening, pressed her opponent against a tree trunk, and quickly drew handcuffs, snapping them shut with a click around his wrist. Just then, an accomplice of the criminal suddenly launched a surprise attack from the side and behind, with fists and kicks rushing toward her. Ying Songshi reacted swiftly. She sidestepped to avoid the attack, supported herself on a tree with one hand, flipped onto the ground, and darted between two large trees. She fought against two opponents at once without losing composure. After several quick and precise fights, she seized the moment when both enemies lunged at her. She spun her wrist and used the same pair of handcuffs to lock the two criminals together, one behind the other, completely subduing them. Jiang Chung and the assistant director watched the monitor and couldn't help but exclaim in praise. Smooth and clean moves, with such a tight rhythm. If it weren't for the stunt double, it could have been shot in one continuous take. When the director called cut, everyone nearby cheered loudly. Bai Yueguang immediately ran forward, draping a thick coat over Ying Songshi. Seeing her wrapped up, she eagerly looked at Jiang Chung and asked, "Director, can we have a late-night snack now?" The restaurant just sent over a hot box, and I could smell the delicious aroma from far away. "Eat, eat, eat. Everyone go get some," Jiang Chung said cheerfully, waving his hand to invite everyone. "Tonight, everyone can eat as much as they want. All you can eat." The bonfire by the river was still crackling, and a few people sat around it, each holding a skewer of grilled food. "This is such a wonderful day," Bai Yueguang said happily, taking a bite of pork belly and tofu, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. "I agree," Ying Songshi said, biting into a skewer of grilled meat. The aroma of cumin and chili spread on her tongue. "If only we could set up a grill here and cook right on the spot. That would be perfect." The skewers sent from the restaurant had been sitting for a while and, after a bumpy journey, had cooled slightly. Ying Songshi suddenly had an idea. She held her skewer over the fire and slowly roasted it again. Soon, it sizzled and oozed oil, releasing a fresh, tempting aroma. Seeing this, others nearby followed her example, holding their skewers over the fire to reheat. Jiang Chung carried 2 bottles of cola over, sat down beside them, and opened a can, gently clinking it with Ying Songshi's. "Songshi, what I told you before is always true. If one day you don't want to stay in the mountains and farm, just come find me. I'll make you the lead actress in my new movie." Ying Songshi smiled softly, raising her cola to clink with his. Her tone was sincere. "Thank you, director, for believing in me. I think I enjoy farming and gardening more than acting. But next time, if there's a suitable stunt scene, we can work together again." Laughter and chatter filled the riverside, while across the river, deep inside the scenic area, a black car was silently parked. The car was hidden in the darkness, with the rear window half lowered. Feng Sun didn't realize how long he had been watching from across the river until a slight ache in his forehead prompted him to rub it, easing the fatigue from the long journey. The water shimmered softly, blurring the sounds of laughter and firelight from the opposite bank. His low, hoarse voice carried a complex emotion. "She seems just as free and comfortable in the mountains as always." The driver in the front seat kept his eyes on the road, not daring to speak. The unfamiliar assistant sitting beside him quietly asked, "Boss, should we go over now?" Feng Sun turned his head to glance at the bright figure across the river, then gently shook his head. "No. Let's turn around and go back to the hotel." Back at the hotel, Feng Sun finally had time to answer Su Yan's video call. Su Yan had just finished walking his dog and was exhausted, gasping for breath. After drinking half a bottle of mineral water, he proudly complained, "Feng Sun, you finally answered. I just finished walking your 2 little ones, following your instructions, leash, water, half an hour of play, and I didn't slack off at all." Luckily, the 2 dogs were smart and well-behaved. They didn't rush out aggressively, bark randomly, or ignore commands. They responded immediately when called, making them very obedient and easy to care for, which made Su Yan feel a bit jealous. Thinking of his own Alaskan dog at home, Su Yan sighed, Why is it that other people's dogs seem like reincarnated spirits, smart and obedient, while my chubby one is just a real troublemaker? Walking him almost drains me completely, and he always loves to tear things apart. Feng Sun's gaze through the screen fell on the two peacefully resting dogs. He sincerely said, "Thanks for your hard work. Don't be so polite." Suyen waved his hand and leaned closer to the screen, studying Feng Sun carefully, trying to read something from his face. "By the way, have you found the person? If not, I can stay a few more days in C Province. You and Orange can rest assured I'll handle everything without any problem. I found him. Just stay one more day. I'll catch the early flight tomorrow morning." "All right, brother. 2 days and over 1,000 kilometers apart, and you're rushing over just for one night." "Yes." Feng Sun sat on the sofa, picked up his tablet, and started reviewing some documents. He looked up briefly and explained, "There are some farm chores in the mountains. Right now, Assistant Lee is managing things there. I plan to bring Orange and Big Brother back to the county tomorrow night." Su Yan sincerely gave a thumbs up to the screen. A man with a determined heart truly has terrifying perseverance. After a few more casual chats, the video call ended and night had fallen deeply. Not long after, the assistant came in quietly holding a stack of organized documents. They were related to the filming schedule and follow-up plans. Huang took the papers and quickly signed them with a pen. After signing the last document, he looked up at the assistant and asked calmly, "How many days are left to finish the fight scenes with the crew?" "Boss, according to the schedule, the fight scenes will be completed in 3 days. The rest mainly involve dialogue scenes and reshoots." "Good. For now, stay here and pay close attention to the fight scenes filming and safety. Contact me immediately if anything happens." "Understood, boss." The assistant nodded and carefully left the room with the documents. After the assistant left, Huang received a call from his grandmother. He answered and glanced at the clock on the wall. "Grandma, look at the time. It's almost 11 o'clock. Why aren't you asleep yet, now late at night?" The lights across the hotel had gradually gone out, leaving only a few street lamps casting faint light in the darkness. The street was almost empty, everything quiet and peaceful. On the other end of the line, his grandmother's voice still carried a hint of excitement. "I was about to sleep when your parents came to chat with me.
We talked about you.
I heard they said you suddenly asked a family entertainment company for help this afternoon." Huang leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and could almost imagine his mother, Huan Yu, animatedly talking to his grandmother. "Yes, it was a last-minute decision this afternoon. Many procedures haven't been officially completed yet. I was planning to call you and your parents tomorrow to explain everything. No rush. Family supports you no matter what you decide. We're all happy for you. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future?" "Grandma." Huang looked out at the night view outside the window, his gaze distant. From his angle, he could see the rolling mountains in the distance, covered with dense forests. In the dark night, the green outlines blurred softly. His voice was calm but firm. "Right now, my thoughts are clearer than ever. I think I've truly found what I want to do from the bottom of my heart. Having a clear goal is very inspiring. The effort to achieve it, even if the outcome is uncertain, makes the heart feel warm and fearless, with a trembling excitement that drives the spirit forward." "That's wonderful. Really wonderful." The elderly lady nodded happily twice, her tone full of satisfaction and pride. She didn't ask what he wanted to do specifically, but cheerfully encouraged him, saying, "As long as you want to do it, go ahead. If you need any help, just tell Grandma. Grandma, I really do have a request. Could you give me that venture capital company under your name?" Although the venture capital company owned by the elderly lady wasn't the biggest, it focused on emerging strategic industries. It had many good early-stage projects and a core team of experienced industry veterans. Without hesitation, the grandma said, "Of course, I'll give it to you. It was specially kept for you. Whenever you're ready, you can take over." Feng Sun replied softly, "Thank you, Grandma. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Song sure, I brought back the lunch boxes. Come quickly and eat." Bai Yueguang, holding 2 warm meal boxes, tiptoed and waved vigorously, adding Song Sure in the crowd. The martial arts director was explaining fight moves to some stunt actors, gesturing animatedly. When he heard Bai Yueguang calling, he looked at the time and laughed. Oh, I was so caught up in talking about the scene I forgot it was mealtime. I heard the lunch today is quite rich. I must go see. Ying Songshi greeted the martial arts director and quickly walked over to Bai Yueguang. They placed the meal boxes on a small folding table. Each sat on a little stool, eager to start eating. When they opened the boxes, Bai Yueguang exclaimed, "Wow," her eyes shining brightly with excitement. She said happily, "Braised beef, stuffed green peppers, blanched choy sum, and garlic lettuce. Our lunch has upgraded from 1 meat and 3 vegetables to 2 meats and 2 vegetables. This is so wonderful." Ying Songshi was also surprised, but her surprise was mixed with a hint of suspicion. These dishes looked too similar. It was exactly the same as the lunch she made for Feng Sun when she sent him away from the small courtyard. Thinking of this, Ying Songshi shyly touched her nose and suddenly remembered Feng Sun's figure. She realized she hadn't contacted him in several days. She wondered how he was living alone in the small courtyard, whether the vegetable garden was watered on time, and if Big Brother and Orange were obedient. On the first day of filming, she was very busy and overwhelmed. During the break, she realized her small walkie-talkie had run out of power and turned off automatically. She also forgot to bring its charger. She thought she could use her smartphone to get by these days on set, but calls from the Zhou family kept coming one after another, making her very annoyed. She decided to turn off her smartphone altogether to avoid the trouble and not see or hear about it. "It's okay," and Song silently comforted herself. Anyway, she had already bought a ticket to go back home in a few days. She looked forward to returning to her small courtyard and planned to apologize properly to Feng Sun when she saw him. "Song, hurry up and eat, or it will get cold," Bai Yueguang said, cheeks puffed out with food, reminding In Song with a tilt of her head. "Yueguang, eat slowly," and Song said, opening her thermos cup and pouring 2 cups of warm water before starting her lunch. Today, the restaurant chefs did an excellent job. Every dish was very tasty, and there was quite a bit of leftover radish on the small table. Bai Yueguang sipped half a glass of water and then leaned closer to In Song, lowering her voice. "I heard our crew has become richer. After the video went viral yesterday, a big sponsor contacted us last night to invest more. The money was transferred this morning, so the senior decided to spend money upgrading the crew's meal boxes. That's really great. I think with the quality of this show, it's only a matter of time before it reaches the public eye. Maybe after it airs, more sponsors will come to add advertisements and invest in future projects," and Song said, holding her lunchbox with a hopeful smile. Although she had only been there a few days, she could see the team's overall spirit. Everyone was working together with one goal, to create the best possible result. If the progress is fast enough, this show could be aired by autumn. "Remember to watch it then. I promise I'll watch it on time every day," and Song replied. The 2 friends chatted happily, joking and laughing together. "Song, if you stay with me for 3 more nights, I'll have to sleep alone again." Bai Yueguang suddenly took In Song's arm. And Song almost dropped her chopsticks in surprise. "You should be happy. We still have 3 nights to share secrets and talk quietly. Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. It's just hard to say goodbye." Bai Yueguang pouted, resting her head on In Song's shoulder, her voice soft and a little sad. "Be good. When your filming is finished and you have a break, come to the small mountain house to stay with me. I'll share my bed with you," Ying Songshi said softly with a gentle smile, patting her on the back. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Even though Bai Yueguang was reluctant, she still sent Ying Songshi to the station on time, her eyes red, holding a big bag of snacks in her hand. "Songshi, remember to send me a message when you get home. After you get off the high-speed train, do you still need to take a bus back to the county town?" "Yes, I know. Don't worry," Ying Songshi said, pinching her chubby face. Her eyes also showed reluctance. "The bus station is right next to the high-speed rail station. The buses run frequently, so I don't have to wait specially. As soon as I get home, I'll send you a message to let you know I'm safe." After saying goodbye to Bai Yueguang with some reluctance, Ying Songshi turned to go through the ticket check. This time, she earned more money than expected from filming, not only from her salary but also from a generous red envelope from the director. On the way back, she decisively ordered the coffee machine she had been eyeing for a long time in her shopping cart. She had long wanted to create a coffee corner beside the dining cabinet in the small house. Drinking coffee in the morning, enjoying the sun, and thinking about nothing felt so relaxing. After placing the order for her favorite coffee machine, she continued studying and bought other coffee accessories along the way. When she rubbed her sore shoulders and looked out the window, she saw that the high-speed train was about to arrive at the station. Her walkie-talkie had run out of power and shut down, so she couldn't contact Feng-sun for now. She decided to go back to the county town first and then take a car to the small mountain house. The high-speed train slowly stopped at the platform. Ying Songshi packed her luggage and followed the crowd out of the station in an orderly manner. As she stepped out of the exit, she only took a few steps toward the long-distance bus station when a deep, pleasant voice sounded behind her. Not too loud or too soft, but precise enough to stop her. Ying Songshi. Huh? Ying Songshi's steps suddenly halted, as if pulled by an invisible string. Her heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. She slowly turned around, her gaze passing through the bustling crowd, directly falling on the source of the voice. Not far away, a familiar silver SUV was parked by the roadside. A man stood beside the car, tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding a calm, distant aura. His sharp gaze was fixed on her without blinking or avoiding. In that moment, everything around her, the people and the car, faded into the background. Ying Songshi stood among the crowd and momentarily forgot to move, only feeling that his gaze was deep and hot, as if it could seep into her skin. It had only been a week since they last saw each other, but she sensed that Feng-sun had changed somehow. Feng-sun looked at her quietly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. That small smile hid in his deep, clear features, but it was more straightforward than the bright spring sunlight. He took steady, slow steps toward her and stopped right in front of her. Ying Songshi pursed her lips in confusion. Feng-sun, why are you here? The man looked down at her, his voice low enough that only they could hear. To take you home. Just as Ying Songshi was about to speak, from the back window of a silver SUV, several fluffy little heads suddenly popped out one after another. Their round, shiny eyes sparkled, making passers-by exclaim how adorable they looked. Huh? Are Sesame and Tangyuan here too? Ying Songshi's eyes lit up instantly, her tone cheerful with surprise. She hurriedly ran to the car, reaching out to affectionately pet the soft heads of the puppies. The little dogs hadn't seen their owner in a long time and made soft, whimpering sounds of affection, rubbing against her hand. If it weren't for the leash, they might have jumped out of the car window and happily pounced into her arms. Feng-sun looked down at the suitcase still on the ground, shook his head helplessly, and then picked it up to put in the trunk. Huawan is in the front passenger seat. You should hug her. Ying Songshi's view was initially blocked by the puppies, but Feng-sun reminded her, and she heard the faint meowing from the front seat. She quickly tucked the puppies' heads back into the car and comforted them softly. Don't worry, I'll be in the car soon. Once she sat in the front passenger seat, she immediately held Huan in her arms and gently rubbed her fluffy fur for a while. When the cat purred comfortably, she happily fastened her seatbelt. The car door beside her was gently closed, and Feng-sun also sat in the driver's seat. He kindly reminded her, there's warm milk and rice balls in the thermal bag, I brought them for you. There are also a few bags of pet treats brought by the animals. Feng-sun was very thoughtful. She first opened the pet treats to feed the puppies, who wagged their tails happily and played until they were tired. Then they obediently looked out the window at the scenery. Huan jumped back onto her little hammock, curled up, and took a nap. After feeding the little ones, she felt a bit hungry herself. The rice ball was tightly packed, filled with ingredients that almost burst out. The savory filling smelled so good that it seemed ready to spill over. She took small bites, the warm aroma spreading in her mouth. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't asked something earlier. She turned her head to look at him, her eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Feng-sun, how did you know I was coming back today? She had no way to contact him, yet he had waited for her exactly at the station exit. Feng-sun looked straight ahead, one hand on the steering wheel. During the red light, he turned to smile at her. A few days ago, I saw a video of you saving someone on the trending list. I asked the crew about the filming schedule after the martial arts scene was done. I checked and found that the only direct train back in the afternoon. So I brought the others here to wait for you. Ying Songshi's ears turned slightly red. She didn't expect Feng Sun to notice the entertainment hot search. She quickly picked up her milk, inserted the straw, and took a few big sips to ease her embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot to bring my small communication device's charger. My phone ran out of power and shut down. Next time, I'll save your number on my other phone. There's no need to wait until next time, Feng Sun suddenly said. Huh, Ying Songshi looked up at him. My number isn't hard to remember, Feng Sun said softly, his voice warm and magnetic. He slowly recited a string of numbers. Remember the last 8 digits as a phonetic phrase. 1 cat for dogs, 1 heart, 1 mind. He glanced at her with a gentle smile. Songshi, repeat it for me. Unconsciously, she was drawn into his words. She silently repeated the phrase in her mind, finding it surprisingly easy to remember. She tilted her head slightly, tentatively whispering, Is that right? I didn't get it wrong, did I? Not wrong. Now you remember it and you can find me anytime. He reached out and adjusted the air vent in front of her. Finish your milk and rest a little more. There will be a reward when we get home. Ying Songshi had been away for just over a week, but her heart had already counted her mountains 1,000 times. When she left, it was early spring, with new plants just awakening. By the time she returned, it was early April, and spring was in full bloom. The car sped along when the wind blew. They drifted down softly. The azaleas on the hillside bloomed brightly, turning the mountain hollows red with their vibrant color. In the distance, vast fields of rapeseed flowers spread out in bright yellow, waving like golden waves in the wind. The trees along the road have new green leaves that shine brightly. The breeze coming through the car window carries the fresh scent of grass, trees, and flowers. Throughout the seasons, the scenery changes, each season bringing its own beauty. Flowers, grass, fruits, and vegetables never fail to match the time of year. They sprout, bloom, bear fruit, and wither, each following its own rhythm. They take turns appearing lively and colorful, filling the mountain days with life. When the wind blows, it brings fragrance. After rain, everything turns green. Even just quietly watching, the endless vitality seeps into a person's bones. Ying Song rested her arm on the window frame, gazing outside. The tension from filming these past days slowly eased, and her body and mind relaxed completely. The cat, also no longer sleepy, jumped lightly onto her lap, sitting upright. Its amber eyes looked around carefully, and its small, clever ears twitched now and then, looking very focused. Both she and the cat turned their heads at the same time when watching the scenery. Sometimes they looked left at the terraced fields on the hillside, sometimes right at the branches and leaves of roadside trees. From the corner of her eye, Feng Sun saw her smile softly. Seeing the familiar village roof ahead, he spoke gently, That's Grandpa Zhang's village. Wait for me here for a moment. I want to buy some tofu. The vegetables in the field have just sprouted again, very tender. We can make vegetable and tofu soup tonight. Ying Song immediately turned to look at him, her eyes brightening. She asked cheerfully, I'll go with you. Did you bring some change? She then pulled her backpack, looked down carefully, and quickly found a 100 yuan bill, holding it and shaking it. Grandpa Zhang might not have change, Feng Sun said, opening a storage compartment and taking out a wallet. Inside, neatly arranged, were coins of various denominations. I prepared some change in advance. Use these. Since the last time they enjoyed wild vegetable hot pot, he had been keeping some small change with him every day. The off-road vehicle stopped steadily by the roadside. Ying Song thought she'd be quick and back, but the little dogs inside the car couldn't hold back. They all pressed against the door, wagging their tails eagerly, hoping to get out, breathe fresh air, and run around. Song, sure, you hold the change. I'll take them out for a run, Feng Sun said. Actually, they were very close to the small yard, and the little dogs could have endured a little longer. They could go home and play freely later. But no one wanted to make them feel upset. Feng Sun was very patient, carefully holding each dog with 2 leashes, one in each hand, as they were led down from the car. Ying Songshi reached out his hand and softly said, "I'll hold the flower roll." Before he finished speaking, Han made a quick leap of faith, skillfully climbing onto Feng Sun's favorite cat climbing frame. The proud little cat held its head high, standing steadily on Feng Sun's shoulder. With a gentle tail flick, it turned an ordinary tofu buying trip into a royal inspection, as if the Cat King was ruling the land, and his subjects should come quickly to greet him. "It's okay, let's just go like this." Feng Sun, carrying a cat and holding 4 dogs, walked calmly and leisurely toward the village. The eldest and Orange were quite steady, but Sesame and Tangyuan had only taken a few steps when their leashes tangled into a mess. One stepped on the other's foot, causing a stumble, and they jostled and wobbled. At this time, Grandpa Zhang was still at his tofu stall outside his house. He was lying in a rocking chair listening to a play. From afar, he saw a lively family approaching and immediately smiled and called out, "Oh, Songshi is back." And with such a handsome young man, Grandpa Zhang simply enjoyed teasing and joking. Last week, Ying Songshi had harvested vegetables from his field, and Feng Sun had also brought him a lot of greens from the village. "I just got back, haven't even entered the house, so I came here to buy some tofu." Ying Songshi was carrying a bag of specialty products from outside and directly took them into the house. "Grandpa Zhang, these are suitable for the elderly. I left them here for you. Don't just keep thinking about saving them. You should eat them soon." Grandpa Zhang stood up from his rocking chair, smiling as he followed into the main door. "That old man has some good things to eat now. Just this morning, I went nearby and dug up some pigweed. It's still crispy. You can have it cold or stir-fried with eggs." Feng Sun nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhang." Grandpa Zhang took some pigweed from beside the door, put on gloves, and cut 2 large pieces of tofu. Turning around, he saw Ying Songshi hadn't come out yet, so he called loudly, "Girl, stop looking. We have oil, rice, soy sauce, and vinegar at home." The other day, Feng Sun also brought me pork and beef. Ying Songshi heard this and came out of the kitchen, blinking at Feng Sun, looking genuinely surprised. As she carried the tofu and pigweed toward the village entrance, Feng Sun quietly explained, "Last time I brought vegetables, Grandpa Zhang praised you for a long time. He said you often think of him and come to deliver things. During the days you were away, I had nothing to do, so I came by for a visit." "Feng Sun, has anyone ever told you that you're a very kind person? You are so good. It's as if you were born without a bad temper." In the past month, I've never seen him lose his temper or get angry, not even a hint of impatience. He looks proud and serious on the outside, but inside he is gentle and caring, making people feel warm inside. Feng Sun smiled softly and said seriously, "Thank you, but that's not enough." Ying Song tilted her head with curiosity. "What's not enough?" Feng Sun walked slowly with the dogs. Sesame sniffed a small wildflower by the roadside, so he slowed down, letting it explore at its own pace. "It's because I haven't done enough. Ideally, I should have no standards, but I will keep trying to do better." For him, just being a good person isn't enough. Ying Song didn't notice the deeper meaning in his words. She was quickly distracted by the scenery nearby. At the village entrance, there is a stream. The water is clear and shallow, flowing over blue stones, shimmering with golden light. They happened to cross a stone bridge. Ying Song saw some wild vegetables growing on the damp mud by the water. The green stems and leaves swayed in the breeze. "In a little while, wild celery will be ready to harvest," she said. Ying Song leaned on the bridge and jumped down lightly. She squatted to examine the wild vegetables, plucking a few tender stems with her hands. She held them up to Feng Sun, her eyes shining brightly. "This is wild celery, and this is tangsong grass. Many people confuse them. Smell. This one has a strong celery scent." She paused and then carefully warned, "If the stem has purple spots and smells fishy, it's poisonous celery. You must never touch it. It's toxic." Feng Sun, with a cat on his shoulders and a dog in his hand, couldn't jump down himself, so he squatted by the bridge, looking closely.
"Got it."
"How do you cook wild celery to make it taste good? Stir-fried with dried pork or cold in salads?" Both are delicious. I'll pick some and cook it with smoked meat tonight, Ying Song replied. She bent down, quickly pinching the tender stems of the wild celery, breaking them easily. The fresh, green stems and leaves soon formed a small pile in her hands. Back in the mountains, time seemed to slow down. Everything was up to her to decide. She could pick wild vegetables on a whim, or make a quick soup whenever she wanted. There's nothing more free than living this way, doing what you like, not being pushed around by the world. Ying Song picked a big handful of wild greens but couldn't hold them all, so she took off her coat and boldly tucked the greens into her pocket, wrapping them securely. She was wearing a green checkered shirt, the hem casually tied at her waist, revealing a slim, smooth waistline. She looked lively and fresh, like the spirit of the mountains and fields. Fong Sun stood on the bridge, waiting for her and blowing gently in the wind. His kind eyes stayed on her, quietly watching without wanting to disturb her. After collecting the wild greens, they drove up the mountain together. Ying Song finally returned to her small yard. She first checked the flower garden, where the newly planted seedlings showed fresh leaves and vibrant energy. Then she looked at the vegetable garden in the front yard. Sure enough, new vegetables were sprouting. Bright green leaves, cucumbers with tiny thorns, and small greens packed closely together, all full of life and freshness. I've taken care of the chicken coop on the mountain. The eggs can't be stored for long. The day before yesterday, I sold some at the market and I used the price you suggested. The change is in your usual drawer, she said. Fong Sun untied the leashes from the little dogs one by the door. Tang Yuan relaxed completely and immediately ran around happily in the yard, with Ying Song as the center. Soon, the other dogs joined in. Good. I feel safest when you're with me. This is the best trip I've ever had, Ying Song said, feeling dizzy from all the turning. She stepped into the vegetable garden, picked a crisp cucumber, washed it at the sink, and took a bite. Long car rides make me crave a refreshing cucumber. She entered the kitchen, where fresh flowers decorated the table, with a few pink roses blooming beautifully. Ying Song put the wild greens she brought into the sink and took the tofu and purslane from Fong Sun's hand, placing them carefully. Where's the police chief? Is he still in the study? Yes, I let him out to play when I was here. I just drove to pick you up, but I was worried he might cause trouble, so I put him back in the study. Has he been naughty these days?
To be honest, yes.
Yesterday, I was busy by the bar and he grabbed my pant leg to climb up. First, he scratched my bun, then almost pushed my water cup off. Tang Yuan, still sitting on Fong Sun's shoulder, meowed a few times, wagging his tail as if to complain. Let's hug Tang Yuan. How about giving the police chief a can of milk cake today? Later, we'll open a can of food for Tang Yuan, Ying Song said, reaching to pick up Tang Yuan from Fong Sun's shoulder. Fong Sun naturally leaned down slightly to let her. In an instant, the two were very close, their breaths lightly mingling. He looked down and could count her curled eyelashes, almost touching her hair with his nose. Ying Songshi was not sensitive to flirtation. She picked up the flower roll and headed to the study. As she opened the door, a small black and white fluffy figure suddenly darted out from the side, launching a surprise attack, its 4 tiny paws spread out in the air, like a flying sugar glider. Ying Songshi was caught off guard and took a step back in surprise. Behind her, Fong Sun reached out and gently supported her waist and back. Once she steadied herself, he withdrew his hand. Is that the police chief? I was also startled when I let it out yesterday. The police chief hadn't been seen for a few days and had gained a little weight. Its black and white fur was neatly divided, its eyes big and bright. Its fluffy coat looked like a freshly kneaded little ball of wool. When it ran around her feet, it resembled a rolling Oreo snow cake. At this moment, the snow cake was tail up, panting as it climbed up her pant leg. Ying Songshi was silent for a moment and softly sighed. No wonder it's called a cow cat. A few books on the bottom shelf of the bookcase had been dragged out, and she wondered where this tiny creature got such strength. Fong Sun squatted down, gently grabbing the police chief by the back of its neck. The little fluffy calf immediately became obedient and meowed innocently. Meow. You know, I left my parents when I was young and followed you, Ying Songshi carried the police chief into the kitchen. She watched Feng Sun skillfully take ingredients out of the fridge and prepare food for the cats and dogs. In just a few days, he had become quite adept at it. He mashed together rabbit meat, chicken liver, chicken breast, and broccoli, then added a few fresh mountain eggs, mixed everything well, and steamed it in a pot. Then he took out 2 potatoes, rinsed them carefully under the tap. As soon as the police chief entered the kitchen, it immediately jumped into a corner flower pot, climbing inside and playing happily with a small bowl. Ying Songshi looked into the fridge. Her leftover ingredients from before she left had already been cleared out, now replaced with fresh vegetables and meat. Songshi, how about I cook today? You can rest in the living room for a while, Feng Sun said softly, turning to look at her. No need to rest. I just came back from a long drive, so I want to make a good meal to treat myself. Are we having potatoes tonight? The spicy and sour shredded potatoes we talked about last time. Leave that to me, Feng Sun said, peeling the potatoes and holding the knife steadily as he cut. During the quick slicing, the potatoes were cut evenly and neatly, with each strip clear and consistent. They were arranged neatly on the cutting board, looking very tidy. Wow, you're so skilled, Ying Songshi said happily as she picked up a flour roll. She gently patted the tiny, fluffy paws of the kitten and clapped for Feng Sun with a smile. Your knife skills are perfect. Feng Sun worked quickly, soaking the cut potatoes in water to remove the starch. Try it when it's cooked later. Meanwhile, Ying Songshi left the kitchen to pack her luggage in the bedroom. She also plugged in the small, quiet communication device that hadn't been used for days. As the screen lit up, a flood of missed calls and messages appeared. Many of these messages were from Feng Sun. She carefully read each message from Feng Sun, feeling a strange, uncomfortable tightness in her chest. When Feng Sun couldn't reach her by phone, his messages showed no impatience or anger. His usual gentle tone was there, but Ying Songshi could sense his worry in the small details. However, when they finally met, Feng Sun didn't mention anything. It was as if that page had been quietly turned. Ying Songshi sighed softly, feeling overwhelmed by her mixed emotions. From the kitchen, she heard the sounds of cooking. She hurried to finish packing and carried the local specialties she brought back to the kitchen. Songshi, come help me, called Feng Sun. In the kitchen, the spicy and sour potato strips were already served on a plate. Feng Sun was washing wild celery and purslane at the sink. When he heard footsteps, he turned slightly, showing a helpless, pleading look. The brave police chief climbed up his back to his neck, with tiny paws grabbing his collar and pulling down his shirt. He revealed a neat, white collarbone that looked especially striking in the warm kitchen light. Chief, you're so naughty, Ying Songshi said quickly as she stepped forward and gently took the restless kitten into her arms. The kitten's sharp little paws accidentally scratched Feng Sun's neck, leaving 2 faint red marks, like 2 light red strokes. Ying Songshi's heart tightened. She almost instinctively said, Feng Sun, lower your head. He obediently bent slightly and leaned toward her. Ying Songshi pulled his collar aside to check. Her gaze fell on a thin scar on his shoulder and neck. She frowned slightly. Luckily, it didn't break the skin. It's just a little red. It's okay. It doesn't hurt. Feng Sun lowered his gaze and looked at the somewhat guilty police chief in her arms. The little kitten's ears were pulled back into airplane ears, and its head was buried in Ying Song's neck. Perhaps because Ying Song had picked up the police chief on a rainy day, he was present. Or maybe because he had personally fed it goat milk and taken care of it many times. Or perhaps because of love for the whole family. He helped the police chief explain, I checked the information. Right now is the fastest growth period for it. Its hunting instincts and its genes are awakening, and it's curious about everything. The police chief is very energetic, and the little ones are so noisy that they hide. So it has to come find me to play. Ying Song reached out and scratched its little chin. No wonder it seemed so quiet as soon as she entered the kitchen. Several greedy little dogs had already run off, and the flour roll had gone to sleep on the Bodhi tree platform. Young cats at this age are like children. 5 minutes of charging, a whole day of standby. She pried open the police chief's small mouth to check its tiny teeth, then turned to the living room to find a cat toy stick. Fong Sun, you play with the police chief for a while. I'll handle the rest of the dishes. Fong Sun washed the wild celery and purslane, dried his hands, and came over to take over. The food I made for Huawan and the others is cooling nearby. I'll call them later. He sat by the bar, gently swinging the cat toy stick. The small bell on the stick jingled softly, slowly swinging through the kitchen. The police chief immediately perked up, arching its back and pouncing around, its tail standing straight like a tiny antenna. Ying Song took out a pot, first blanched the wild vegetables in boiling water. The green stems and leaves steamed in the boiling water, releasing a fresh aroma. Tonight, we'll have spicy and sour potato strips, stir-fried wild purslane with cured meat and cold marinated purslane, plus some vegetable and tofu soup. Mostly vegetables. Do you want to add a meat dish? No need. These are just right, Fong Sun said softly, his eyes following the bouncing little kitten. Are you eating well on set? Pretty good. The next few days will be 2 vegetarian and 2 meat box meals, with various meats. I haven't run out of meat yet. Ying Song scooped the blanched purslane into cold water to make it crisper. Eating too much meat makes me crave these fresh green leaves when I come back. She squeezed out the water from the purslane, chopped it finely, and drizzled soy sauce, vinegar, and a few drops of sesame oil over it. A simple stir, and it was tangy and appetizing. Turning to the wild celery, she pinched off the old roots, leaving only the tender stems, and cut them into small sections. Once the oil in the pot was hot, she added cured meat slices to fry out the fat and aroma. As soon as the smell was released, she quickly added the wild celery and stir-fried it on high heat. Bright green paired with rosy red, oily, salty, and fragrant, the pot is bubbling hot and ready to serve. Finally, there is the vegetable and tofu soup. Soft tofu is gently placed into clear water, cooked until it just starts to bubble, then a handful of freshly picked greens from the garden are added. The soup is clear and bright, flavorful enough without extra seasoning. Fong Sun calls the big dog, Orange, and the others, who are happily playing in the yard, to come over. Watching a few puppies eating from their bowls, he then turns to wash his hands in the kitchen. He picks up the dishes from the counter and places them at the center of the table. Ying Songshi takes 2 bowls of rice from the rice cooker and hands them to him, softly smiling. The spicy and sour potato strips look very tasty, golden and crisp. It seems the appearance is good. Now we just wait for Teacher Ying to give the taste a score. Ying Songshi sits at the table, picks up chopsticks, and first takes a bite of the potato strips, slowly chewing. Fong Sun hasn't started eating yet. He leans his elbow on the table, lightly touches his lips with his fingertips, and keeps his gaze fixed on her face, waiting for her latest review. Ying Songshi swallows the potato strips and looks up seriously, saying, "The taste is okay, crispy and flavorful, but next time, a little less vinegar would be better." "It's a bit sour." Fong Sun chuckles softly, his chest gently shaking, and a smile spreads across his eyes. He finds Ying Songshi's current look especially adorable, serious and sincere, with no hint of pretense. Her comments are straightforward and honest, without any falsehood. He picks up his chopsticks, tries a piece of his own potato strips, and tastes it. "All right, I'll follow Teacher Ying's advice. Next time, less vinegar, and I'll try to make it to your satisfaction. At that moment, may I formally ask for your opinion? I'm thinking of renting a guest room in the small courtyard, preferably for a long time. If you're worried about me, we can sign a rental agreement and you can set the rent freely any amount you like." Fong Sun's words carried a lot of meaning. Ying Songshi leaned back in her chair, tilting her head, and looked directly at him, her eyes shimmering like ripples. Her eyes were clear like mountain springs, and her gaze was steady. If the small courtyard had a long-term guest like her, it wouldn't seem bad at all, perhaps even quite nice. She could prepare more dishes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, so she wouldn't worry about leftovers. In the mornings, Fong Sun would take the dogs out for a run during his morning exercises, freeing up her time to tend the vegetable garden and flower beds on the mountain. Sometimes, Fong Sun would also help her sell vegetables at the market. When he returned, he would bring back delicious food and a bouquet of fresh flowers. Thinking this way, having Fong Sun live in the small courtyard seemed to bring her many benefits. She felt like she was the one gaining. Ying Songshi lowered her eyes and reached out to adjust the flowers in the vase on the table. This time, Feng Sun bought pink roses, which looked a bit different from the roses she had seen before. Monica Davis's pink roses had layered petals, with slightly curled edges and a faint milky white color. The center was a gentle pink, full and lazily blooming, effortlessly beautiful. Feng Sun felt a little nervous, waiting for her answer. He walked over to the tea bar, picked a beautiful cup from the rack, and brewed honey water for Ying Songshi. Actually, what he wanted to say most at this moment was, "After meeting you, a free and unrestrained soul has found a new purpose in life. I sincerely ask you to accept me, to allow me to enter your paradise." A calm way of saying this might be indifference. He had seen how Ying Songshi treated the Zhou family members and heard her stories about her past with the Zhou family. When she wanted to get close, she would do so with passionate sincerity. When disappointed, she would gracefully step back, no longer wasting emotions on unworthy people. Feng Sun thought Ying Songshi's heart was colder than her appearance, but this attitude was worth learning. Ignoring irrelevant people or things, enjoying life in one's own comfortable state, feeling at peace and self-satisfied. This attitude also made Feng Sun feel tense. He had to work hard to make Ying Songshi open her paradise and accept him. He needed to keep his original intention, otherwise, she might kick him out at any moment. This door was not only the door to the small courtyard, but also the door to his heart. There was a warm honey water on the table in front of me. Only when I saw it did I suddenly lift my head and realize I was lost in thought. "Songshi, have you thought about it?" She smiled gently and said, "Of course, you can stay as long as you want. You don't need to pay rent. We agreed that the garden can cover the rent. Plus, living here makes things more convenient for me. I sincerely welcome you to move into the small courtyard." Feng Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His tense shoulders slowly relaxed, and the nervousness in his eyes finally eased. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Ying Songshi. "Thank you, Songshi. But I still want to sign a formal rental agreement with you for a year first. You can include any requests you have. For example, if I need to go on a business trip, I will tell you in advance and specify the times I leave and return. Also, I won't bring unrelated people to stay in the courtyard. If assistant Lee needs to go up the mountain to deliver something, I will ask for your permission first." Feng Sun's eyes were intense and passionate, but his attitude was very sincere. He knew Ying Songshi trusted him enough, and he would not betray that trust. But he just wanted her to have the confidence to protect herself and keep this place safe, even if it meant he couldn't make exceptions for himself. "If you insist on a contract, I can agree. But do you really need to include all these requests?" Ying Songshi picked up her cup and slowly sipped the honey water. The sweet taste spread in her mouth. She instinctively licked her lips lightly. Feng Sun was disciplined, with a regular routine. He didn't smoke or drink, and he was diligent and quick in his work, almost perfect, an ideal tenant with no flaws. Feng Sun was very firm. "Yes, I must have these." Ying Songshi had no choice but to nod in agreement. "I don't need to explain the layout of the small courtyard again. Besides my bedroom, you can go anywhere else freely. If you need a quiet place to work, go to the study or the sunroom. I will move the guard dog out in advance so you won't be disturbed." Feng Sun nodded, a slight smile on his lips. "Can I also request to add a gate and fence at the roadside below the mountain?" "As long as you agree. Assistant Lee can have it installed tomorrow. The gate will have a camera, and I also want to install video screens in the living room and kitchen. That way, any visitors will need your approval before they can drive up." At first, Ying Song thought this idea was very good, and she immediately nodded in agreement. But then she hesitated and asked herself, "Has anyone come looking for me while I was out?" "Yes, a few times. I wasn't on the mountain during the first 2 visits, but I did meet someone the last time. Sorry. Did I disturb your peace, Song? Since we live under the same roof, there's no need to be formal." The tone in Feng Sun's voice softened as he leaned back in his chair and explained, "The last time I saw him was at the foot of the mountain. He said he was your older brother, Zhou Yu. When I told him you weren't here, he didn't wait long and left. He said he'd come back in a few days." "Zhou Yu? Did he come by himself?" "He brought his manager and assistant." They looked like they had just come from an event. After hearing you weren't home, his manager urged him to leave. Ying Song knew Zhou Yu's personality well. If he said he'd come back in a few days, he definitely would. It's fine if he comes again. It's getting late. I'll go back to my room now. After finishing her honey water, Ying Song stood up with the sleepy police chief in her arms. Or, tonight, let me take care of the police chief. If he wakes up in the middle of the night and no one's there to play with him, he'll keep meowing and disturb your sleep, Feng Sun said softly as he turned off the kitchen light and quietly followed Ying Song. Tonight, the moonlight was unbelievably beautiful. The night sky in the mountains was so clear there wasn't a single cloud. Stars like tiny diamonds shone brightly and transparently. The crescent moon hung in the dark blue sky, casting a gentle glow that spread across the entire courtyard. Standing there, Ying Song was bathed in a thin layer of silver. The two of them stood beside a banana tree, looking up at the sky together for a moment. All was silent except for the chirping of insects and the sound of the wind. Looking up at the sky, they felt as if they could sit among the stars. You're very sensitive to sounds when you sleep. Maybe it's better to let the police chief go back to the study to sleep. Tomorrow we'll find a way to slowly adjust its schedule. Okay, Feng Sun agreed. Then he asked, any plans for tomorrow? I plan to take a walk in the mountains, see if I can pick some things. Some I'll eat myself and some I'll sell at the market. In the morning I have a remote meeting, so I can't go up the mountain with you. But in the afternoon, do you want to come fishing in the dark river with me? Feng Sun's eyes showed anticipation. Clearly, he was still thinking about the last failed attempt and was eager to show off his skills in front of her. Ying Song smiled and said, sure, just fishing alone is too boring. Let's have a competition to see who catches the most fish. Deal. The two of them lightly high-fived to seal the agreement. Feng Sun then handed her another hand, holding a small paper bag made of cowhide paper. This is a little reward for remembering my phone number. Open it in the bedroom later. Really a reward. Ying Song took the bag, which contained a small, delicate box. It felt a bit heavy, but she couldn't guess what it was. You and your family have already given me many things. If it's too expensive, I won't accept it. I appreciate the kindness. It's not expensive. Feng Sun looked at her with hope in his eyes. If I see you using it tomorrow, I will be very happy for the next month. Ying Song hugged her cat and carried the paper bag toward the living room. A quiet excitement grew inside her about unwrapping the gift. What could it be? Why was it so secretive? The next morning, Feng Sun went out for a morning walk with a few puppies. The eldest and Orange adapted well, walking closely behind him. Sesame and Tangyuan, in the second half, ran out of energy and refused to move, so Feng Sun carried them back in his arms. As soon as they entered, the puppies headed straight for their water bowls. After drinking, they lay down under the Bodhi tree, looking like soft little rugs, panting happily with their tongues out. Adorable and funny. Feng Sun went into the kitchen but didn't see Ying Song. On the dining table, there was a colorful sticky note, vegetable and lean meat porridge in the clay pot, fresh meat buns in the steamer. I went up the mountain. He folded the note a few times and put it in his pocket. First, he grabbed a special towel for the puppies, wiped their paws, then washed his hands and sat down to eat breakfast. Besides the fresh meat buns, there was also an egg Ying Song had cooked earlier, still warm inside. The buns were made with yeast dough, soft enough to tear with a pinch. When the wrapper broke open, a rich aroma of meat spread out. The filling was tender and juicy, with a fresh onion scent and a hint of delicious broth. Feng Sun ate 3 buns in one go, then cleaned up the dishes. He took his laptop into the study, preparing for the morning remote meeting. The first meeting was scheduled for 8:30 a.m. Most of the time, team members reported project progress and industry analysis online. Feng Sun looked at the project files sent in advance on his tablet, occasionally marking important points quickly. He had just taken over 2 companies and needed to quickly understand their businesses and teams. He also had to recover his professional knowledge without any delay. Fortunately, both companies had trusted key staff members who could keep things stable even if management changed temporarily. This allowed him to focus on other tasks without worrying about daily operations. Feng Sun listened very carefully to the reports. After several presentations, He had marked many notes on his tablet. He pointed to an investment manager and said, "Your project mainly targets startup companies in the tech industry in City B, right? Later, send me the relevant company information." After 2 online meetings, it was already 10:30 p.m. Feng-sun took off his blue light glasses and massaged the points around his eyes. Huawan was sleeping peacefully on his thigh. Feeling his movements, she slowly turned over, stretched lazily, and playfully opened her claws. Feng-sun smiled as he gently pinched her little paw pads. He then picked up his phone and looked at it briefly. Before leaving in the morning, he posted a video in the family group of Tangyuan and Sesame Treats sticking out their tongues in the yard. His mother, Walanyu, immediately praised their cuteness several times. Soon after, she sent a beautiful photo of the family's golden retriever as a return gift. Now, the group was joking and celebrating that he had listened to the company reports from start to finish for the first time. It was lively and cheerful. Feng Tingyu. It looks like my vacation might be possible. If Feng-sun works a little more, I can work less. Work doesn't disappear, it just shifts from one person to another. Feng Guangji. This time, I just listened to the report. Next time, I can make decisions independently. Keep it up, Walanyu. My son is amazing. What reward do you want? Mom will fulfill it. Schumann. Brother is great. At Feng Tingyu. This year's anniversary must be spent traveling with me. No more excuses to work overtime. Suddenly, a soft meow came from the study. The police chief, who had just woken up, was crouching beside Feng-sun's feet, tilting his head and looking around with big, curious eyes, trying to figure out the easiest way to climb up. Feng-sun smiled and bent down to pick him up, holding him in his arms. Huan immediately jumped onto the desk, sat upright, and started washing her face slowly with her little paws. The police chief in his arms was still clawing and trying to break free. Feng-sun paused silently, then chuckled helplessly. It's really hard to treat everyone equally. Before he could reply in the group chat, Hualanua's video invitation popped up. Feng-sun immediately raised his phone and answered. On the other side, there was a surprised exclamation. What a beautiful tricolor. The fur color is even. No wonder she's a beauty among cats. Feng-sun moved his phone slightly so Hualanue could see more clearly, speaking softly. This is a kitten raised by Songshi. Her name is Huawan. Huawan heard Feng-sun call her name, immediately jumped onto his shoulder, rubbed her fluffy head against his cheek, and purred happily. She looked gentle and clingy. As expected from what Songshi raised, Huan is both pretty and cute, while Lanua said with admiration, calling Huan a few times on the screen, her voice soft and affectionate. Mom, do you want to see the little husky cat too? Feng-sun smiled and lifted the police chief from his lap. The police chief, with pointed ears and big round eyes, stared intently at the screen, sniffing occasionally with his little nose, looking curious and innocent. Oh, this little guy is so adorable. Looks like he's just over a month old, right? Seems so. In March, on a rainy day, Songshi found him by the roadside and took him home. His fur was soaked then. Feng-sun looked down at the mischievous little one in his arms, his eyes full of tenderness. Poor little guy. Luckily, he met such a kind girl like Songshi, while Lanua said with admiration, leaning closer to the screen. Suddenly, she noticed the background behind Feng-sun and asked curiously, Sun, where are you now? I haven't seen this bookshelf wall before. I'm in the study at Songshi's small courtyard. The books behind are all bought by her, while Lanua suddenly smiled. This kid talks about Songshi all the time. Even a fool could see his feelings. Sun, are you sure about what you're feeling now? Feng-sun looked at her and slowly said, Mom, I'm very sure. My feelings are as serious as when I make big life decisions. I really like her. The more I get to know her, the more I fall for her. Living with her in the small courtyard every day, watching the cats and dogs play, the flowers and vegetables grow, I naturally think about marriage, about spending the rest of my life with her, meals, seasons, everything together, while Lanua didn't expect Feng-sun to say such heartfelt words. She sat up straight, serious. Mom supports your decision. People will find the love they truly want. Congratulations, son, you've found her. Thank you, Mom, Feng Sun said with a gentle smile. He really felt lucky. When will you and Songshi go home to visit?
What dishes does she like?
What are her hobbies and interests? We should try hard to leave a good impression on her, while Lanyue suddenly became anxious. She picked up her phone and started searching through her jewelry collection. After a few moments, she frowned, worried that the styles might be too old-fashioned and that Songshi wouldn't like them. Did she like the gift I gave her last time? While Lanyue pondered in the room, but saw Feng Sun just smiling at her from the screen. She couldn't help but chide. You kid, just say something. Feng Sun stood up slowly and calmly. He pushed aside the gauze curtain and looked toward the kitchen. The courtyard was bright and clear, but he hadn't seen Songshi's figure. She probably went up the mountain and hadn't returned yet. She likes fresh, seasonal vegetables, and her favorite meat is beef. She loves almost all kinds of seafood. She prefers fruit drinks that aren't too sweet. Overall, she hardly ever refuses food. As for hobbies, she enjoys planting vegetables and flowers and cooking. She often likes to try new things and sometimes gets inspired suddenly. Last time, she watched a TV drama where the main character was making yam, radish, and lamb soup. She finished an episode and immediately put on her coat to go to the county to buy lamb, wanting to recreate it. She's really adorable. But Mom, I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry. While Lanyue paused as she flipped through the gifts. Why not be worried? How far have you and Songshi gotten now? Hearing Feng Sun's words, it seemed they had been together for a while. Feng Sun smiled helplessly. Maybe just friends I trust? She still doesn't know how I feel, but I'm trying to let her understand. While Lanyue was silent for a moment. She had been straightforward, saying she liked him enough to want to marry and spend her life with him, even thinking about where their wedding might be held. Now, suddenly, he told her they were just friends. Her silence was deafening. After leaving the study, Feng Sun planned to go up the mountain to finding Songshi. The mountain was large, but he could take his older brother with him. His older brother was very familiar with Ying Songshi's scent and was a clever search dog. Just as they stepped out of the bamboo grove, Feng Sun's phone rang. Feng Sun, I saw assistantly bringing people to install a fence at the foot of the mountain. I plan to invite them to lunch at noon, just letting you know in advance. Of course, that's fine. Just invite assistantly, and later I will ask my assistant to send red envelopes to the others. Adding one more pair of chopsticks is okay, but if there are more people, it becomes more troublesome.
That's also fine.
Have you finished your meeting? Over there. A gust of wind sounded, as if she was standing on a high place where the wind was strong. Yes, I just finished. I am on my way with the boss to find you on the mountain. Where are you? After leaving the bamboo grove, Feng Sun led the German shepherd into the lush forest. The boss occasionally stopped to sniff the grass and leaves along the way. If you want to come to the temple to find me. I plan to pick loquats there later. Okay, stay safe. Ying Songshi had gone up the mountain early that morning. After being away for a week, the mountain and fields were not quiet at all. Instead, they seemed more lively and full of energy. By the creek, there were lively water celery, densely packed mare's tail on the hillside, patches of purple-flowered violets stretching out, tender fiddlehead ferns curling out from fallen leaves, duckfoot plants and wild onions stretching their leaves under the moist shade of trees. The air was filled with fresh, clean herbal scents. She walked and picked along the way, carrying a jacket pocket filled with sweet and sour March berries and mulberries. In her mind, she was already planning a hot pot for lunch, using beef or bacon wrapped around wild vegetables, cooked quickly for a fresh and satisfying taste. Ying Songshi arrived at the mountain temple. The loquats near the temple had ripened quite a bit. Several round birds were pecking at the fallen ripe fruit on the ground, their little heads focused and satisfied. They weren't afraid of people and continued hopping and pecking happily. She set down her basket at the door, then went inside to clean the wooden altar in front of the stone Buddha statue. She carefully wiped away dust with a clean cloth, then cleared the weeds from the gaps around the door. The interior was simply decorated and rustic. A stone Buddha stood quietly in the center, flanked by old wooden cabinets. The bright spring sunlight shone diagonally through the wooden windows, creating a gentle, peaceful atmosphere. She turned to fetch some mountain spring water from a nearby spring, then returned to arrange the small wildflowers she had gathered, placing fresh fruits she had just picked nearby. The faint aroma of the fruit spread softly. This was something her master often did. After the old master passed away, these tasks naturally fell to her. Her master often said, "People may not believe in anything, but they must always maintain respect for nature and all living things. With respect and caution, only then will life be steady and peaceful." When Feng Sun arrived, he saw the basket in front of the temple from afar. He smiled and patted the eldest's head. The eldest immediately quickened his pace and happily ran ahead. As soon as they entered, they saw Ying Songshi dressed simply, standing in front of a stone Buddha statue. The Buddha statue looked down with kindness, while the person below looked up calmly. Spring sunlight shone on the spotless altar, creating a pure, sacred feeling unique to the mountains and countryside. "Songshi, what are you looking at?" Ying Songshi had already noticed Feng Sun's arrival when the eldest sat beside her. She pointed to the ceiling beam and said, "I'm watching the swallow's new nest. It wasn't here last time I came." The small nest, made of mud and grass, was round and sturdy, sitting under the beam. It looked solid and delicate, with fresh, moist edges. Feng Sun quietly looked at her for a moment. He was a bit taller than Ying Songshi and could see more clearly. "I didn't see any swallows inside. They probably went out to find food. Maybe in a month or two we'll see some baby birds." "I think so too. I look forward to new life coming." After checking the nest, Ying Songshi left the door slightly open so the returning birds could fly in and out freely. "Are there still people living in those two houses?" Feng Sun came out of the main room and looked through a half-open window. Inside, he saw a bed common in the north. "Yes, the east room used to be my master's. It's been empty for a long time. The west room with a bed, my older brother stayed there last year during his vacation, but he left the second night to stay in the small courtyard with me." Ying Songshi stepped out first and began picking loquats from the tree. Soon her basket was full. Feng Sun copied her, took off his coat, and spread it out to catch the loquats. After a short while, Ying Songshi looked down from the tree. It was almost enough. She wiped her hands and jumped down from the branch. "Let's go. We'll come back another time." Feng Sun naturally carried the heavy basket and walked beside her, a faint smile in his eyes. "It seems yesterday's reward was useful." Ying Songshi smiled and looked back at him. She rolled up her sleeve to show her wrist. Her simple smartwatch made her skin look even more delicate. The watch face was clean and bright, matching her fresh and clear appearance. "Exactly. I remembered your phone number yesterday, so today I used it to review." A deeper smile appeared at the corner of Feng Sun's mouth, clearly showing his happiness. He softly teased, "I was planning to buy a little genius phone watch, but I was worried you might really receive it and get annoyed with me." Ying Songshi chuckled softly at his teasing, her eyes curling with amusement. "If you really bought it, I would wear it for sure. Even when I go to the market to sell vegetables." The two of them returned to the small courtyard one after the other. Ying Songshi went ahead into the kitchen with the basket. "Feng Sun, you should call assistantly later and ask him to come for lunch in half an hour. After eating, we can rest a bit, then go catch the dark river fish." "Okay." Feng Sun nodded in agreement. Instead of using his phone, he used a smartwatch on his wrist, which was the same model as Ying Songshi's. Ying Songshi's watch had a new SIM card inserted, and it only stored Feng Sun's number for now. Feng Sun was very happy with this gift. It was carefully chosen after much thought. When people face problems, they should confront the root cause and solve it directly. Ying Songshi didn't like touching his phone because of two reasons: frequent contact from the Zhou family and sometimes forgetting where he left it. When he couldn't reach Ying Songshi, he felt anxious, but he didn't want to see him apologize for that. So he decided to find a solution. The smartwatch was specially customized by Feng Sun. Besides common features, the two watches were linked in their location tracking. In other words, Feng Sun could see Ying Songshi's location as a red dot on his watch, and vice versa. After finishing his call with assistantly, Feng Sun went into the kitchen to help pick vegetables. Ying Songshi, wearing a light knitted shirt rolled up to his elbows, was naturally drawn to the smartwatch on Feng Sun's wrist. He just looked at it curiously without saying much. Feng Sun held a handful of purple flower ground ivy. He asked, "Why did you pick so many vegetables this time?" "At this season, the wild vegetables on the mountain are so abundant we can't eat them all." Ying Songshi was washing goji berry sprouts. Later, he planned to make a goji berry sprout pork liver soup, which is perfect for nourishing the liver and blood in spring. After washing the goji berry sprouts, Ying Songshi sliced the pork liver and soaked it in water. Spring is for eating sprouts, summer for melons, autumn for fruits, and winter for roots. Spring is the time to eat more sprouts. Each bite is full of vitality and a gift from spring. I'll remember that. "How should I eat the purple flower ground ivy I have?" Feng Sun asked, referring to the same plant. Making soup, porridge, cold dishes, or steaming vegetables are all good options. Since we're going out this afternoon, let's just quickly fry some eggs for lunch. Tomorrow, I will go up the mountain again to gather more wild vegetables like purple flower ground ivy and dandelions to make into tea. When you have mouth ulcers, you can brew tea with honeysuckle and purple flower ground ivy. During dry and hot weather, drinking this tea can help clear heat and reduce fire. Thanks to teachering for the lesson. Tomorrow, I will go with you to gather them. The kitchen was peaceful. Under Ying Songshi's guidance, Feng Sun washed the wild vegetables carefully. After sorting them into categories, he rolled slices of fatty beef into small bundles and skewered them on bamboo sticks. The clock on the wall turned halfway. Ying Songshi added goji leaf to the pot and sprinkled in a handful of goji berries. She looked up at the time and asked, "Why hasn't assistant Lee arrived yet?" Feng Sun arranged the skewers on a plate. He took off his apron and said, "I'll make a quick call." Before he could dial, assistant Lee's call came through. "Boss, Mr. Zhou Yu has arrived. He's at the foot of the mountain now." Feng Sun put the call on speaker and turned to Ying Songshi. "Zhou Yu is here. Do you want him to come up?" Ying Songshi lowered her eyelashes, stirring the soup with a ladle. Steam blurred her features as she looked at him. "Let him come up." Yesterday, she thought Zhou Yu would come in a few days, but he arrived today. Truly, he is known for his straightforward personality in the entertainment industry. On the phone, Assistant Lee quickly responded. Feng Sun asked a few more questions about the installation progress of the fence and gate before hanging up. Ying Songshi put down the ladle and turned to Feng Sun softly. "It looks like we need to prepare more chopsticks for lunch." Hearing this, Feng Sun immediately understood her attitude toward Zhou Yu, not close, but not rejecting either. "Songshi, do we need to add more dishes?" "Just one more is enough." Ying Songshi turned around, took fresh shrimp from the fridge, and put on gloves to carefully remove the vein. Zhou Yu is an actor. He has to control his diet, so he can't eat greasy, salty, or high-calorie foods. "We'll just eat our usual." Feng Sun smiled slightly, agreeing with her. "Are we making a vegetable salad?" "I'll go pick some fresh vegetables from the garden." Ying Songshi nodded with a smile and watched him carry the bamboo basket out of the kitchen. The sheriff immediately perked up and, with short little legs, trotted out chasing his pant leg. Feng Sun wandered around the vegetable garden in the front and backyards. When he returned, the bamboo basket was already full of fresh, juicy vegetables, carrots, cucumbers, lettuce, endive, and green kale. Just from the variety, it was a very bountiful harvest. However, the sheriff looked a bit disheveled, being carried in by Feng Sun by the back of his neck. The little kitten's ears were pressed back into a line, its eyes darting around, and its tiny sharp teeth were biting onto Feng Sun's clothes, refusing to let go. "It seems the sheriff wants to find something to chew on," Feng Sun said, placing the bamboo basket by the sink. Once his hands were free, he started to gently free his clothes. As soon as the sheriff hit the ground, he immediately clung to Feng Sun again, biting his pant leg and wagging his head happily. Feng Sun stood still, looking down at him with a helpless yet indulgent expression, letting him play and make a mess. He's too young now. Freeze-dried treats and chewing sticks aren't suitable for him, Ying Songshi said as she finished preparing the shrimp, steaming the shrimp, eggs, and corn in a pot. She wiped her hands dry, squatted down, and watched the lively little kitten for a while. Today, Feng Sun was wearing a soft tracksuit. Suddenly, he remembered something, got up, and went to the living room to find a clean piece of cotton cloth, tying a sturdy knot at each end. Ying Songshi squatted down again, holding the cloth knot and waving it in front of the sheriff. The little kitten was immediately attracted by the new toy. It let go of Feng Sun's pant leg, kicked with its short legs, and pounced forward, biting the cloth knot. Then it happily ran back to its flowerpot nest, burying its head in and chewing playfully. It seems the sheriff likes biting this kind of cotton cloth. Yesterday, when you wore a shirt and casual pants, he wasn't this lively, Ying Songshi said softly, watching the kitten play so engrossly. Feng Sun also smiled slightly, reaching out to scratch the chin of Huan nearby, speaking gently. Then I should buy more cotton toys to bribe the sheriff, so he won't ruin our clothes again. He paused, his gaze falling on Huan, who looked very content. And buy some for Huan too. Just as the mischievous sheriff caused a distraction, there was the sound of a car door closing outside, the arrival of Zhou Yu. Ying Songshi stood up and went to open the door. Zhou Yu was standing in front of the climbing rose wall, admiring it. When he heard the door open and turned his head, a look of surprise still lingered in his eyes. This was Zhou Yu's first time visiting Ying Songshi's place. Before coming here, I only heard that she lived on a mountain outside the county town. I imagined simple, humble small houses with electricity and internet being considered good. But after driving through a quiet bamboo forest, I saw a small yard surrounded by many flowers, which exceeded my expectations. Songshi, are those people at the foot of the mountain the ones you asked to install the fence and gate? Why didn't you install it earlier? He drove himself to the foot of the mountain. When he reached the intersection, he was stopped. Fortunately, the young man in charge was polite and well-dressed. Otherwise, he might have had to take out his phone to call the police. The young man patiently asked about his purpose and made a phone call to verify before politely letting him pass and drive up the mountain. Ying Songshi helplessly spread her hands. The fence and gate at the foot of the mountain are just for decent people. Recently, someone suddenly came up the mountain and disturbed the peace, so I decided to install it. She had lived peacefully in the mountain for many years, enjoying a relaxed and carefree life. She never thought about installing fences or access controls. In the end, it was still people coming uninvited that disturbed her peace. Zhou Yu was taken aback by her words. He knew he was also one of those who disturbed her peace. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he touched his nose and cleared his throat, stubbornly saying, "Today, I just came to see you. I have no other intentions, and I'm not here to bother you." To prove his words, he took 5 or 6 gift boxes from the trunk, held them up with a raised eyebrow, and said, "A few days ago, I went home to attend Zhou's engagement banquet. I heard you've been having a tough time in the county town. Since you're my sister, I specifically took 2 days off from the crew to come here. The others in the Zhou family didn't get this treatment." Zhou Yu, who could hold a place in the entertainment industry, was not only talented in acting but also had a striking appearance. He had delicate features, with narrow, clear eyes, a high, sharp nose, and a flawless face. Even standing casually, he looked camera-ready. He was dressed in carefully coordinated high-end casual clothes. His natural, unrestrained aura carried a bit of the star's bold presence. Even standing in front of a flower wall, he didn't look dull. He looked slightly proud, leaning casually against the car door, with his chin slightly raised, as if saying, "I'm so good to you, shouldn't you be moved to tears?" Waiting for Ying Songshi's praise. Ying Songshi didn't tolerate his bad temper at all. She reached out and pushed open the door, then turned to walk into the yard. Her figure immediately disappeared behind the door, leaving only a sentence. "If you want to come in, do it quickly. I still have soup simmering on the stove, and I don't have time to wait at the door to invite you. Ying Songshi, at least help me carry some things inside." Zhou Yu, who was suddenly ignored, got a bit annoyed. Seeing her walk straight in, he quickly carried a bunch of gift boxes and supplements and hurried after her. He had to negotiate with the director of the crew for a day off, drove for 2 or 3 hours in a rush, and almost got turned away at the door. Ying Songshi heard the noise, but didn't even turn her head. She had been watching him hold the gift boxes and wave them back and forth with her fingertips. She didn't believe this person could suddenly become so helpless. "Wow, what a big dog," Zhou turned into the gate and immediately looked at the majestic, commanding German shepherd standing at the kitchen door. The dog was glaring at him with a cautious look. There was a stranger squatting beside the dog, calmly resting his hand on the dog's neck. The man had striking features, a high-nose bridge, a sharp jawline, and an aura that was gentle yet proud. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. Zhou paused, suspiciously examining Feng Sun. Who was this person? He instinctively looked past the bamboo curtain hanging in the kitchen to see Ying Songshi. She was standing in front of the stove, turning off the fire under the wolfberry and pig liver soup, then opening the steamer to check the shrimp and eggs inside, seemingly unaware of the commotion at the door. "Hello, are you afraid of dogs?" "If you are, I can take them back to the living room," Feng Sun asked calmly, breaking the silence. Zhou waved his hand, trying to stay calm. "Does the dog bite?" "If it doesn't, I'm not afraid." As a public figure, he couldn't show fear in front of strangers. Besides, the German shepherd looked strong, but didn't seem aggressive. Feng Sun smiled slightly, with a hint of meaning in his words. Dogs are very perceptive. They can tell people's emotions. When faced with friendly people, they won't bark or bite. Zhou hesitated a little, but then bravely stepped forward to let the dog get used to his scent. Fortunately, Feng Sun kept a steady hold on the dog all along. The dog sniffed Zhou and wagged its tail slowly twice, temporarily accepting this visitor. Zhou immediately relaxed and noticed there were 3 small dogs in the kitchen. They looked gentle and had no fierce expressions. Only when the unfamiliar man in front of him released the dogs and stood up did Zhou realize that the man was half a head taller than him. The man had a straight posture, a calm presence, and an impressive aura. Zhou felt as if his own presence was somewhat suppressed and silently regretted he should have worn height-increasing insoles before leaving the house. "Hello, my name is Feng Sun. I am a friend of Songshi and a guest at this mountain cottage." Feng Sun introduced himself politely and formally. Last time, he went with Su Yan to a wedding banquet, and Zhou avoided the event. They never met face to face. Now, seeing Zhou's unfamiliar gaze, Feng Sun knew that the other person didn't recognize him, which suited him perfectly. Zhou still held a bit of pride. After many years in the entertainment industry, his face was on posters everywhere. So, was this person truly unfamiliar with him? Or was he just pretending to be calm? Had all his efforts over the years been wasted? He was pondering silently when Songshi carried a bowl of soup through the crowd, placed it on the table, and then calmly introduced, "Feng Sun, this is my older brother, Zhou." Zhou immediately put on an elegant and charming smile, extending his hand to Feng Sun. "Hello, I am Zhou, currently working in the entertainment industry." Feng Sun nodded slightly. They shook hands gently, one with a restrained sharpness, the other shining brightly. Their temperaments were very different, but they were polite. "Big brother, stay for lunch." Songshi turned back to the stove. The beef oil soup was bubbling vigorously. She added skewers of vegetables wrapped with fatty beef and bacon into the pot. The fresh, tender greens wrapped around pinkish meat slices, and once cooked in the bright red broth, the aroma filled the air. Feng Sun silently moved to the sink and carefully washed the fresh vegetables he had just picked from the field. "Since you kindly invited me, I'll stay for the meal," Zhou said playfully, hands behind his back, looking around the kitchen. His gaze lingered on the vegetable skewers for a long time. The rich aroma of the beef oil hot pot was very tempting. He hadn't had hot pot for 2 months because his manager and assistant kept a close watch on him. His craving had been building up. He couldn't help but suggest, "All these vegetables in the hot pot are so green and fresh. You should add more beef and lamb. It would be even better if there were tripe and shrimp balls." During the toast, he raised a string of items to show him. Zhou nodded happily, politely asking if he needed help, then slowly wandered to the front yard. Before leaving the kitchen, he reached behind Tang Yuan and gently ruffled the dog's head, making Tang Yuan look up blankly, confused. "Songshi, are the shrimp and eggs steamed?" Feng Sun took a large bowl from the cupboard, placed the chopped vegetables inside, and then found some vinaigrette from the spice cabinet. "Yes, be careful of the heat." Ying Songshi wore heat-resistant gloves and carried the steaming tray to him. Making shrimp and vegetable salad is easy. Fong Sun can handle it himself. Just add sliced boiled eggs, corn kernels, and shrimp, then drizzle with vinaigrette. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, wandering near the vegetable garden in the front yard, didn't know his special low-fat meal was already prepared. He quietly surveyed the small yard from start to finish. The lush Bodhi tree, the lively vegetable patch, and a three-colored cat curled up on the swing. Before coming, he thought Ying Songshi was a stubborn, suffering little person trying to hold on. But after arriving, he realized that wasn't really the case. Refusing to believe it, Zhou Yu walked through the kitchen into the courtyard. Tall, green banana leaves swayed gently in the wind, purple wisteria draped like a waterfall along the wall, and in the round ecological fish pond, blueback gurnards swam lightly among the water plants, creating a splash of delicate colors. The yard wasn't big, but every step revealed a new scene, showing Ying Songshi's relaxed and carefree life. After walking around, Zhou Yu was completely silent, who spread the rumor that his sister was suffering in a remote small town. After the tour, he quietly downgraded his own status from a famous, influential actor in the entertainment industry to someone rushing to appointments and controlled in diet every day. "Big brother, dinner is ready," Ying Songshi called from the kitchen, placing fresh, fragrant dishes like fragrant cedar tofu and garlic chive greens on the table. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell at the entrance rang softly. Fong Sun, guarding the rice cooker, looked up and said gently, "It should be Assistant Lee." When he opened the door, it was just as expected. Assistant Lee carried 2 bags of fresh, lively fruit into the house, smiling as he greeted Ying Songshi. "Missing, I brought some fruit on my way. I heard the boss say you're treating me to a meal, so I knew today would be a good day. Next time, no need to bring fruit. It's a bit too formal." Just as the meal was ready in the afternoon, I was going fishing in the mountains with Fong Sun. For lunch, we kept it simple with homemade dishes. Ying Songshi smiled as he led him into the kitchen to sit down, then turned to serve Fong Sun a bowl of bamboo shoot, cured meat, and broad bean rice. When the porcelain bowl was placed on the table, the salty aroma of the cured meat mixed with the fresh scent of bamboo shoots immediately filled the air. Zhou Yu had already sat properly at the table, eagerly waiting to eat. When he saw Assistant Lee at the foot of the mountain blocking his way, he gave a friendly smile, showing a bit of pride, in response to the tempting dishes on the table. Ying Songshi placed a bubbling hot pot of wild vegetable skewers in the center of the table. The bright red beef tallow broth was still boiling, with various wild vegetables and fatty beef skewers floating inside, emitting a rich aroma. The table was full of dishes: refreshing and light cedar tofu salad, garlic chive greens, purple flower wildflower scrambled eggs, wolfberry leaf pig lung soup, and fragrant bamboo shoot, cured meat, and broad bean rice. Of course, there was also a large bowl of shrimp and vegetable salad specially prepared for Zhou Yu. Seeing the bright, fresh salad in front of him, Zhou Yu immediately waved his hand with a look of dislike. "I don't want to eat vegetable salad anymore. I've been eating this every day on the set. I had salad for breakfast today too. I'm really tired of it. Feel free. No one's forcing you to eat it. Just pick what you want," Ying Songshi said as he turned to the side cabinet. He took out a jar of Mingqian Longjing tea, then selected a set of elegant teaware from the bar. He boiled water, rinsed the cups, and prepared the tea with smooth, flowing movements. As the boiling water poured in, the fresh, mellow aroma of tea slowly spread. Fong Sun stood by the table, serving everyone a bowl of soup. After Ying Songshi finished brewing the tea, he sat down to eat. "Then I won't be polite," Zhou Yu said as everyone was seated. He reached past the salad bowl and headed straight for the steaming hot pot. At first, he acted like a star, carefully picking his food with restraint. But once he tasted the fatty beef and wild vegetables, the fragrant, spicy flavors exploded in his mouth. All his composure was gone. He just wanted to eat more skewers. "What kind of vegetable is this? Why is it so fresh?" he asked, pointing at the green vegetables in the pot, looking curious. The nutritious meals on the set never had this wild, mountain flavor. Ying Songshi, who was drinking soup, glanced at the skewers in his hand and replied calmly, "These are wild vegetables just picked from the mountain." The ones you're holding are shepherd's purse wrapped with fatty beef. Zhou Yu stopped asking, noticing that assistantly across from him was eating faster than himself. When feeling a bit spicy, I take a spoonful of wolfberry leaf pig lung soup. The broth is clear and fresh, the pig lung tender, and it has the refreshing taste of wolfberry leaves. After drinking, I feel completely relaxed. Usually, I avoid internal organ foods, but today I find it surprisingly tasty, like a heavenly day. There's also a bowl of bamboo shoot, cured meat, and broad bean rice, oily and fragrant. I haven't eaten refined carbs in a long time, but right now I feel I could easily eat 3 bowls. The table is full of delicious dishes. Who would bother looking at plain vegetable salad? Big brother, Ying Songshi suddenly calls him softly from across the table. She puts down her spoon and says gently, "I remember last year, you ate hot pot so aggressively that the next day you broke out in pimples, and it was on the trending list." She usually doesn't follow entertainment news, but that time was special. She was working as a stunt double at a nearby studio. She heard the director shouting from afar, and later, Bai Yueguang came over to gossip, laughing and telling her that Zhou Yu was on the hot search for a pimple. Zhou Yu's hand holding the skewer froze midair. His satisfied expression faded little by little, and his smile disappeared. After a 2-second silence, he silently picked up the neglected shrimp and vegetable salad and took a big bite. The vegetables are very fresh. Zhou Yu enjoyed the most satisfying and fragrant meal in these 2 months. After eating, he leaned back in his chair, casually grabbed the sheriff running around at his feet, and started to play with him. In the meantime, he also took a few sips of Mingqian Longjing tea to clear his mind, vividly showing the image of teasing cats and dogs. The sheriff finally met his match, no longer mischievous, no longer naughty, no longer grinding his teeth, and no longer needing exorcism. Being forced to be cuddled and held in Zhou Yu's arms, his small ears drooped, his round eyes half closed and half open, looking helpless and unwilling to resist. After resting for a while, he finally remembered the real reason for coming to the county town. "Songshi, come out with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Zhou, you kindly release the sheriff." The sheriff immediately jumped into his secret flowerpot vase, only showing his round eyes and pointed ears, peeking out secretly like a sneaky black and white fluff ball. Ying Songshi was kneeling with Feng Sun under the Bodhi tree in the front yard, organizing fishing gear for the afternoon. She heard this and stood up, following Zhou Yu out of the house and walking to the side of the flower bed. There is also a simple wooden table and chairs here, partly covered by flowers and grass. It is quiet and private, making it a good place for talking. "Take this." Zhou Yu was not interested in enjoying the scenery around him. He took something out of his pocket and, without explanation, handed it to Ying Songshi. Ying Songshi opened her palm and saw a bank card. "The money inside is my own earnings from acting, not my parents' money. You can keep it and buy something you like." The password is written on the back of the card. There was 50,000 yuan in the card. Before coming here, Zhou Yu had already thought about what to do. If Ying Songshi was living in a remote place, he would find a way to persuade her to come back. Even if she didn't return to the Zhou family, she should at least live somewhere decent. If she was stubborn and refused to go with him, he would leave her some money. I am straightforward and sometimes speak bluntly. I know this myself. Although you are my sister, we haven't spent much time together. You might see some news about me online, but I don't really know you. At most, I hear a few things from my family when I go home. Ying Songshi's eyes were clear and bright. When she looked at people quietly, she was like a mountain stream under moonlight, pure and calm. She didn't speak right away. She could roughly guess how the Zhou family would describe her. Zhou Yu felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. He looked away and continued in a dry voice. "Recently, I couldn't contact you, and my family was very upset. You didn't attend the engagement banquet of Zhou Shi. After the banquet, Grandma was so angry she lost her temper on the spot and insisted on coming to the county to find you. Zhou Yang and Zhou, she had to stop her. I had already gone back to the crew, but after thinking it over, I decided to come see you secretly. Why is it that when I was quietly living in the mountains a few years ago, no one came looking for me, but during the engagement period, everyone kept urging me to return? Ying Songshi placed the bank card on the table and gently tapped the surface with her finger. Zhou Yu frowned and thought for a moment. I heard that the old master of the Fong family mentioned wanting to see you a few times. Do you know him? Ying Songshi shook her head lightly. No, I've never met him. I don't know the reason either. I only heard that he had been abroad recovering from illness for the past few years. This time, he returned to Sea Province, mainly for his grandchildren's engagement and to see you. The Fong family is much more influential than ours. This marriage is somewhat of a high climb for the Zhou family. The old master of the Fong family specifically asked to see you, so my family naturally pushed you to appear. Ying Song nodded thoughtfully. Where is Mr. Fong now? He has already left Province C. I didn't ask where exactly he went. Zhou Yu secretly relaxed. Luckily, he's gone. Otherwise, the family might cause trouble in the town looking for him. Then there's no urgent matter. Her only connection to the Fong family was with Fong Zhe during university. After realizing that he was two-faced, she completely cut off contact. As for the Fong family old master, if there was really something important, he wouldn't be waiting for her to come to him alone. Ying Song pushed the bank card back to him. Big brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept this card. She looked up at him with honest and sincere eyes. My life now has mountains, a yard, vegetables, rice, and no worries about food or clothing. My expenses are small and I really don't need money. Just take it. Whatever I receive from Zhou Yu, I shouldn't take back. Zhou Yu frowned, showing a stubborn expression. Big brother, I think you're right. Our time together isn't much. Ying Song slowed her tone. She saw Huawan with her tail high, walking gracefully and lightly toward her. Her gaze softened, and she slightly opened her arms, waiting for the cat to jump onto her lap. Huawan leapt lightly and settled steadily in her arms, purring softly. Ying Song gently stroked the cat's fur, then calmly looked up. Gossip is not as good as seeing for yourself. Now that you see me with your own eyes, you should have a more real understanding of me. When I was unhappy in the Zhou family, I never felt the warmth of someone helping in times of need. Now that I live here peacefully and comfortably, I don't need any extra embellishments. She pushed the bank card back to Zhou Yu again. Zhou Yu instinctively tried to push it back, but he noticed her fingertips pressing quietly and firmly on one corner of the card. But Ying Song paused slightly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. If you really want to do something, why not check what benefits I might have that are worth the Fong family's concern? It's not that serious. Zhou Yu blurted out. Who knows, she replied. Old Master Fong just said he wanted to see me, and suddenly Fong Zhe, who is studying abroad, came back and appeared at the courtyard gate. He's been trying to get me to recall the past, but he hasn't mentioned his grandfather at all. The flower bun in her arms listened boredly, slowly sitting up and resting its paws on her shoulder. Its fluffy head nuzzled her cheek repeatedly, with amber eyes half closed, looking clingy and satisfied. Zhou Yu fell completely silent. Ying Songshi's few words carried a lot of information. His brain, which usually only memorized scripts, suddenly couldn't process it all. He usually doesn't like to overthink things. When he entered the entertainment industry, his family background was obvious. Everything went smoothly, and after winning the Best Actor award, he did whatever he wanted. He had a team to handle the scheming, resource calculations, and behind-the-scenes planning. He just focused on being himself. Seeing his confused and unresponsive expression, Ying Songshi sighed inwardly. No wonder everyone in the circle said, Zhou Yu is beautiful and also smart. Or rather, just beautiful. Some people's intelligence can really be shown through acting. She added another sentence. Also, my grandmother always thought I was cursed to bring bad luck to the Zhou family. She's obsessed with these mysterious things, almost to the point of madness. Have you ever thought that the switch in identities between me and Zhou Shi back then was just a coincidence? When Zhou Jianye and Suyun brought her back to the Zhou family, her grandmother's shocked and disgusted expression was too obvious. Even her biological parents were awkward and at a loss. If it was really just a coincidence, Ying Songshi suddenly spoke sincerely, then you should take her to a mental health hospital and see a specialist. Zhou Yu had heard of this before and instinctively defended himself. Back then, wasn't it because your foster parents went to the provincial capital to visit relatives, and I just happened to be giving birth? We ended up in the same maternity hospital. Big brother, Ying Songshi stood up holding the cat, patting his shoulder meaningfully. When you go back, remember to ask your agent to get you some scripts about real and fake heirs and young masters. Your confused expression finally made me understand why these themes are so popular and never go out of style. Zhou Yu watched Ying Songshi calmly turn and walk away, instinctively scratching his head. His carefully styled hair was quickly messed up into a bird's nest. He looked down at the bank card on the table, silent for a long time, then quietly put it away. Ying Songshi carried the flower bun inside, where Feng Sun under the Bodhi tree was brushing the orange's fur. Hearing the noise, he looked up and smiled. Finished talking? The fishing gear is packed. Later, we'll bring the big one, and the others too. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare some things. When the moment to praise arrived, she put down the flour roll and turned into the kitchen. Feng Sun brushed the fur of the 4 puppies until it was fluffy and smooth, then prepared their leashes and water bowls. He didn't wait for Zhou Yu to come in. Instead, he heard a soft sound of a car door closing outside the courtyard wall. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu sat in the driver's seat. He had only taken a day off from the director, as he still needed to drive 3 hours to the airport later to catch an evening flight back to the crew. But the car hadn't started yet. He leaned over the steering wheel, feeling torn inside. Should he go in and say hello to Ying Songshi before leaving? But after hearing her words just now, he felt a bit shy to see her. While he hesitated, the car window was gently knocked twice. Zhou Yu immediately sat upright, quickly regaining his star image, rolled down the window, and saw it was Feng Sun, a friend of Ying Songshi. Feng Sun looked calm as usual. He handed over a cloth bag. Inside are some wild vegetables that Songshi packed for you. She said you shouldn't eat too much beef oil hot pot, but these vegetables are low in calories and suitable for you. If you don't know how to cook, look up recipes online. He nodded slightly and found it interesting. Nothing too serious. Let's decide. Are we aiming to be the winners or the losers? Feng Sun chuckled softly, his voice deep and gentle, like a spring breeze brushing over a lake. There's no winning or losing, only willing hearts. Since it was a competition, Ying Songshi also took it seriously. She asked Feng Sun to help her pick some samples from the warehouse, then went back to her bedroom to change into loose, breathable long sleeves and pants. She neatly tied up her hair, quickly packed her backpack, and even stuffed her sandals inside. Before leaving, she carefully brought the police chief back to her study, placing his favorite cotton toy in there as well, then turned around with peace of mind. Back in the front yard, Feng Sun saw her come out and raised an old-fashioned fishing spear, a smile in his eyes. Will this be faster than fishing? Ying Songshi winked playfully, a hint of clever pride in her eyes, teasing. It's a secret for now. You'll find out soon. Feng Sun's gentle gaze moved over her dimples and nodded politely. You must be gentle with it. A silver off-road vehicle passed through a quiet bamboo grove, smoothly traveling down the mountain amidst lush greenery. Assistant Lee was still installing a fence gate at the foot of the mountain. The dark wooden fence was simple and sturdy, matching the same colored iron gate, blending naturally with the surrounding forest scenery while protecting the mountain path entrance. Seeing the two of them come down, he smiled and waved hello. Ying Songshi watched for a while before getting into the car with Feng Sun and heading toward the nearby mountains. Feng Sun had been to the fishing spot twice and knew the route very well. Feng Sun, I let Zhou Yu take all the wild vegetables I just picked home. If you're free tomorrow, would you like to come with me to pick some fresh ones from the mountain? Ying Songshi looked out at the passing green mountains and spoke softly. Tomorrow, I'm free. I was planning to go into the mountains with you in the morning. Feng Sun replied gently, looking ahead. The wild vegetables we pick won't be sold right away. I was thinking of sending some to my brother, sister, and your family too. Each season has its best time for these vegetables, and soon they'll be too old, she said. Okay, I'll ask Assistant Lee to arrange it. Hopefully, they'll receive it by tomorrow night. Feng Sun's lips curved into a smile, and his eyes showed happiness. He could feel that Songshi was becoming more familiar and close to him. Her words were less formal, and her tone more natural. The off-road vehicle slowly arrived at the foot of a green mountain. The mountain was lush and full of trees, with thin clouds drifting around its middle, creating a peaceful and quiet scene. Just as Feng Sun was about to step on the brake, Ying Songshi gently reminded him, "Drive a little further ahead. I know a better spot. When you last came here to fish, there must have been quite a few people, right? With outsiders around, the big dogs can't run freely with their leashes." Following her guidance, Feng Sun continued driving forward, jokingly saying, "Didn't you say you had never been here before?" He remembered Ying Songshi's words very clearly. "It doesn't matter if I've been here or not. I heard about this place from Grandpa Zhang, so I think we can find it." Ying Songshi smiled with a slight squint. They drove a few hundred meters further and finally reached their real destination. Across the river was a field where nearby villagers were tending to their crops. Ying Songshi went to the riverbank, cupped some water in her hands, and looked at it. Heavy rain and melting snow had flowed through mountain caves into the underground, gradually forming a hidden underground river over many years. The outlet of this underground river was in a low-lying area far away, where the water burst out and connected with the surface river that was here. Grandpa Zhang said this river is half hidden in the mountain and half exposed outside. The part we're standing on is the surface section, with clean water and no pollution. It's full of common freshwater fish like crucian carp, grass carp, yellow catfish, and perch. They're not big but have tender meat, perfect for steaming or making soup. The underground part of the river is very fragile ecologically, and there might even be rare fish there. Locals rarely go near it to avoid disturbing the environment. Ying Songshi led Feng Sun to a higher spot, where they could see the underground river's outlet from afar. The surrounding rocks were uneven and piled up in strange shapes. Near the riverbank, green moss covered the stones. The water flowing from the underground river shimmered under the sunlight, glowing with a clear, bright blue color, like a natural emerald embedded in the mountains and fields. This wasn't exactly a true underground river, but the nearby villagers were used to calling it that. "Grandpa Zhang knows a lot, and Ying Songshi has a good memory," Feng Sun said, taking out his phone to take a picture of the distant green mountains and blue water. He even walked over to Ying Songshi and showed her the photo he had taken. He chuckled softly and said, "I often see you praising the flower bun and the police chief this way. Now it's my turn to be praised, and no one is left out. But have I ever told you that Grandpa Zhang was a geography teacher at the county school before he retired? He knows this area's terrain and landforms better than anyone. Did he teach you when you were in school?" Feng Sun asked curiously. "He taught me for a while in middle school, but I transferred to the provincial capital to study later." Feng Sun understood and smiled even more deeply, thinking to himself that he should find a chance later to ask Grandpa Zhang what Songshi was like when he was a child. This part of the riverbank was very quiet, with no other people fishing around. Feng Sun decided to untie the dogs' leashes, letting the little dogs run and play on the shore. The river here was very calm, with shallow, clear water. The water level was just above their ankles, so transparent that it was hard to see the water's edge. Small fish swam back and forth on the riverbed, lively and vibrant. Feng Sun squatted by the shore, placing the fishing rod and bait down. When he turned to get camping chairs and a foldable table from the car, he suddenly paused and looked back. He saw Songshi already rolled up her pants, standing barefoot in the water. The big dog was stepping in the river, staying close to her legs. The cool river water gently touched her calves. She rolled up her pants to her knees, revealing a smooth, fair leg. Under the clear water, her skin looked even whiter and more delicate, and the curve of her ankle was especially attractive. Feng Sun glanced at her, feeling a slight blush on his ears. He quickly looked away, feeling a bit awkward. "Feng Sun, what are you looking at? If you don't come over, I'll start the competition," Songshi called out. She was standing in the water, looking for a bigger fish. Turning to grab her spear, she suddenly noticed Feng Sun standing still, holding the camping chair and staring across the mountain forest. She felt confused and tilted her head to look at the trees. Her eyes were full of questions. The trees on this mountain looked just like those near the small yard.
What's so interesting about them?
He bent down quickly to set up the camping table and chairs, then casually picked up the steamed bun that was approaching and placed it on the chair. Only then did he lower his head to handle the fishing rod and bait. Sure, I'll be ready soon. Don't rush, Ying Songshi said as she lifted her dress and walked toward the shore. Today, she had her hair tied in a high ponytail, and her thick, fluffy hair swayed gently with her movements, showing her lively spirit. The eldest, always close by her side, followed her closely. She smiled and lightly tapped his head with her finger. Don't worry, I can swim. You can go play by yourself. The riverbank was scattered with small stones. Feng Sun frowned slightly and looked up to remind her, Sure, be careful with your feet so you don't get hurt. It's okay. I brought water shoes. I'll put them on later. Feng Sun's gaze swept over the backpack nearby. He stood up, picked it up, and walked over with a firm step, asking politely, Can I open it? Of course, Ying Songshi replied instinctively. He gently unzipped the bag, took out the water shoes, and placed them beside her feet. His movements were natural and careful. After setting them down, he put the backpack back in place and turned to continue adjusting the fishing rod. Ying Songshi didn't even have time to feel embarrassed. She only caught a glimpse of his confidence. I heard you need to bait the fish first. Feng Sun kept working with his hands. I checked beforehand. Since we're fishing on the spot, we don't need to bait the hole. You have to wait for the fish to come, but if we wait too long, we might finish fishing before they arrive. His way of assembling the fishing rod was not very skilled, even a bit awkward. He openly admitted, Actually, I've only fished twice before. I don't know much about the rod's material or tuning, just going by feel. Ying Songshi blinked and couldn't help but laugh. So, the first time I made pickled fish, was it because of your beginner's protection period and you caught it? Feng Sun was amused, a faint smile forming on his lips.
Probably.
But I don't know how long this protection period will last. It all depends on today's catch. After the contest started, Ying Songshi held her fishing spear and stepped lightly back into the water. Orange, along with Tangyuan and Sesame, ran happily on the grass by the shore, tail held high, ears pressed back as they ran. The eldest couldn't hold back for long and let out a howl, joining in the fun chase. Feng Sun steadily cast his line, and the fishing line traced a gentle arc through the air before falling into the water. He wasn't in a rush to watch the float. Instead, he leaned back in the camping chair, smiling as he looked at the figure in the water. During the last fishing trip, he saw others use a spear, but he never thought that Ying Songshi would also use one. Using a spear requires quick eyes and fast hands. Ying Songshi stood in the clear stream, looking focused and calm. Her high ponytail hung behind her. The afternoon sunlight shone on her face, casting a faint shadow under her eyelashes. She moved her hands very gently and carefully, afraid of scaring away the fish underwater. She held the spear with her arms relaxed, her eyes fixed steadily on the water. She patiently followed the fish, moving slowly and steadily, waiting for the perfect moment. Feng Sun watched her silently. When Ying Songshi is calm and focused, her eyebrows and eyes seem distant, like mountain mist before dawn, cold and distant. But when she smiles sincerely, her expression softens, and her dimples look like a small honey spring, making others feel happy along with her. Ying Songshi didn't notice his gaze at all. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened, and she moved her wrist quickly. The spear pierced through the water. Fast, accurate, steady, without hesitation. When she raised her arm, the spear tip was firmly stuck in a shiny silver carp. The fish flapped its tail vigorously, splashing water droplets that sparkled in the sunlight like tiny stars. Feng Sun looked at the floating marker on the water, which was still and unmoving. He was silent for a moment. It seemed there was no point in continuing the competition. He smiled and clapped for Ying Songshi, then stepped forward to take the fish from her hand, praising, Songshi, your speed is incredible. The carp tofu soup is secured now. I've used a spear before, so I'm not a beginner. This fish doesn't count in the competition, right? Feng Sun shook his head gently, a warm smile in his eyes. Of course it counts. I can accept losing. Besides, we agreed that the loser can fulfill a wish. It's still early to say that. Ying Songshi looked down at her watch, then raised her hand in a cheer gesture. We agreed to a 1-hour limit, and only 10 minutes have passed. Fong Sun was encouraged by her words and immediately cheered up. All right, I'll keep fishing. The game isn't over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the float on the water suddenly moved. Fong Sun quickly reeled in his line. The hook was holding a lively, jumping fish. His eyes lit up. Even a small fish counts. Now we're tied. The originally dozing flower bun immediately perked up, leaping onto his lap. Its amber eyes fixed steadily on the small fish, tongue gently licking its lips, tail swaying lazily, looking eager and hungry, waiting to be fed. Fong Sun looked at Ying Song for permission. Ying Song smiled and nodded. The flower bun can eat. Give it to it. The flower bun grabbed the small fish and ran to enjoy its snack. After finishing, it gracefully trotted back, squatting directly beside Fong Sun's legs. It tilted its head, both of them staring intently at the float on the water, beginning to supervise seriously. When Ying Song caught the second Christian carp, only about 5 minutes had passed. She simply put away the fishing spear, stepped into the shallow water, and walked back to the shore. Sitting on the camping chair next to Fong Sun, she leisurely ate some fruit. She picked a plump, deep purple bayberry and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour juice burst on her tongue, just right to cool down the heat from the sun earlier. Can the fish you catch be sent by express? If you catch a big one, tomorrow you could ask assistantly to help pack it with wild vegetables and send it back to your home. It can be sent, but whether the fish bites the hook depends on luck. I can't control that, Fong Sun said, looking at the float on the water with a helpless expression. When he turned to look at her, his eyes showed self-doubt. Did I really rely on beginner's luck to catch that big fish the first time? Ying Song smiled silently, not saying anything. Fong Sun didn't dwell on it either, focusing on watching the fishing rod. During her rest, he caught 2 more small fish in succession. They were too small to send, so naturally, they went into the flower bun's belly. The little cat ate happily, purring softly, its contentment evident. 15 minutes left. Don't relax now. Ying Song pushed the fruit container toward him. She stood up and stepped lightly into the river again. This time, she didn't use the fishing spear. Instead, she rolled up her sleeves and fished with her hands. She had been doing this since she was young, waiting patiently, then striking quickly at the right moment. She caught 3 evenly sized fish in a row, all by hand. Fong Sun, watching her smooth, flowing movements from the shore, raised an eyebrow in amazement. 15 minutes passed quickly. Fong Sun gathered all his strength and, in the last minute, suddenly jerked the rod. The fishing line went taut, and a hefty grass carp was pulled out of the water, thrashing and splashing on the shore. He placed the grass carp into the fish box, then looked up at Ying Song standing in the water. He smiled proudly and gently, like a top student waiting for praise. Sure, it seems your beginner's protection period hasn't expired yet, Ying Songshi said with a smile, raising her voice. She bent down to put the fish she caught with her hands back into the water. Watching the fish swim away with its tail, she then stepped into the river and slowly headed ashore. I was thinking if you can't catch a big fish, I could send these few to your home. She squatted down to roll up her pants. When she stood up, her hair fell in front of her shoulders, but she casually brushed it back behind her ear. A cheerful smile appeared on her face. Tell me, what wish do you want to make come true? Fong Sun put away his fishing rod and thought for a moment. His gaze was serious as he looked at her face, and his voice was low and gentle. My wish is simple. In a few days, can we have another barbecue together in the small yard? Ying Songshi was slightly surprised. She didn't expect his wish to be so simple. She immediately agreed. Of course. Not just in a few days. Tomorrow works too. Fong Sun's smile grew wider. He shook his head.
No rules.
I'll tell you in advance when the time comes. After a fishing competition, they caught 3 fish in the box. Ying Songshi pointed to 2 fish caught with a spear. One is for tonight's Christian carp tofu soup, and the other will be given to Grandpa Zhang when we pass by the nearby village later. I'll also buy him some tofu. The remaining fish is your prize. Keep it in clean water tonight. Okay. Do you need to send some to your brother and sister? And what about your friend's crew from before? Fong Sun packed up his fishing gear and folded the camping chair. Huan was happily munching on her food today. Seeing Feng Sun tidying up, she jumped lightly onto his back. Her little tail was high, and she rubbed her head against his neck, as if praising him. Humans, Meow is very happy with your performance today. You are my second favorite in the cat's heart. B City is near the sea, so my brother and sister usually eat a lot of seafood. They don't need these river fish. As for my friend's crew, they don't have a kitchen to cook in the studio. The pickled vegetables I sent last time should last them a while, Ying Songshi said, reaching out to hold Huan close. She gently tapped her nose. Don't take advantage of Feng Sun's good temper to bully him. Meow. Huan tilted her head cutely, unaware of her heavy weight. She even curled up more in Ying Songshi's arms, looking innocent. They called the playful dogs back and drove home, stopping again near Grandpa Zhang's village. Wow, what a big fish! Grandpa Zhang saw Ying Song coming with a fish and immediately smiled happily. Let the old man guess. Tonight we're making carp tofu soup. The tofu is ready. You can take it directly. This one is especially for you. We just went to the river you mentioned last time to fish. It's very fresh, Ying Song said, waving the fish in her hand as she took it to the kitchen. Grandpa Zhang smiled warmly and continued chatting with Feng Sun. Feng Sun, how long will you stay in our town this time? It shouldn't be just a month, right? Of course, the longer the better. I really like the environment outside the town. Green mountains, clear water, peaceful and relaxed, full of life. That's right. Our town is beautiful, with clean mountains and water. It's just as good as any big city. Living here is very comfortable, Grandpa Zhang said proudly, patting his thigh. Just a couple of days ago, a big boss came here asking about land in the nearby mountains. Looks like a big deal. Feng Sun's expression suddenly became serious, and his gentle aura cooled a bit. Do you know where the contractor is from? Have you heard what project they want to do? Grandpa Zhang thought for a moment. I heard they came from the provincial capital. I'm most familiar with this area, and the middleman brought them here specifically to ask me about the land. Just as Feng Sun was about to ask more details, he saw Ying Song come out of the house from the corner of his eye. Ying Song called out loudly to Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang, we're leaving now. Come find us if you want tofu next time. Grandpa Zhang looked at the two of them with a happy smile, growing more pleased the longer he looked. He waved his hand. Go ahead. Come often. The most anticipated part of dinner was the carp tofu soup. Ying Song first poured a little oil into the pot, heated it, and fried 2 golden brown mountain eggs on both sides. She set them aside. So, making carp tofu soup also requires frying eggs first, Feng Sun said, carrying Ying Song's package and a bunch of fresh paper white flowers. That evening, Ying Song discovered her coffee machine had arrived. Feng Sun asked for the pickup code and drove to the town to get it. Frying the eggs helps the soup turn milky white faster, and the egg aroma can mask the fishy smell, Ying Song explained as she added the carp, cooking it on low heat until it set. She looked back at the package on the counter, a happy smile crossing her face. Feng Sun, can you help me move it to the table next to the sideboard? I want to open it myself later. Sure. Looks like I can make coffee myself from now on. Feng Sun helped move over, replaced the fresh flowers on the dining table, and then went to check if Ying Songshi needed any help. Ying Songshi gently persuaded him to leave, saying, I need to cook all the other dishes in one pot. You go rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. The Crucian carp was almost done frying. She picked up the kettle and poured boiling water along the edge of the pot. With a sharp hiss, steam instantly rose and filled the air. The hot water caused the fish soup to start boiling, and the clear broth gradually thickened into a creamy white color. She turned down the heat and let it simmer for a while. Using a fine strainer, she removed the fish bones and meat, leaving only the rich, clear, white broth. Next, she added sliced zucchini, scrambled eggs, and tofu cubes, simmering for a few more minutes on low heat. She seasoned it simply with salt and a little white pepper. Just before turning off the heat, she sprinkled a handful of red goji berries on top. The red, white, and green colors looked beautiful, and the fragrant soup immediately attracted the little dogs. Tonight, Ying Songshi decided to save time by steaming 3 dishes at once in a steamer. She arranged the steamer layers, The bottom layer held yam and meatballs, made by mixing yam mash into seasoned ground meat and forming them into balls, then placing them directly into steaming bowls. The middle layer was lined with sliced zucchini, left over from the soup, topped with marinated beef. The top layer had 3 types of steamed vegetables: noodles, shredded potatoes, and shredded carrots, all coated with a light batter, ready to be steamed. During this break, Ying Songshi prepared a dipping sauce and also took out scissors to open a delivery package. Fong Sun's favorite was the creamy Crucian carp and tofu soup, but after tasting the steamed beef with zucchini, its tender, juicy texture and fresh flavor, he felt a bit uncertain. The steamed beef was different from other methods. It was tender and moist, infused with the aroma of the zucchini. They finished the meal completely. The fish soup was almost gone, leaving only the bottom of the pot, and the steamed dishes were all finished. As the evening breeze swept through the small yard, carrying the lingering aroma of the food, Fong Sun suddenly thought of a saying: "Happiness favors those who are content." In the mountains, time seemed to pass unnoticed. Sometimes, several days would go by without him realizing it. But every tiny change in the small yard was especially clear to Fong Sun. This feeling was brought to him by Ying Songshi. Every spring, he used to think it was just the changing seasons. Now, following Ying Songshi's daily routines, he gradually began to notice the subtle changes that spring brings. On sunny days, she would take down the bedding, wash it, and then carry the quilt to the attic roof to sun-dry, filling the air with the scent of sunshine. On rainy days, she wears a raincoat and takes a slow walk in the mountains. She also moves the rocking chair to the courtyard and listens to the rain with her eyes closed. The sky is clear and blue in spring, and the gentle drizzle feels like silk, springtime. The sunlight is pure and bright in spring, and the soft breeze with the scent of flowers is also spring. Time seems to stand still in the small mountain courtyard. Doing nothing and wandering aimlessly are all allowed. One day, Fong Sun finished a long meeting in the study. As soon as he picked up his phone, he saw a message pop up in the family group chat. Hua Lanhua asked Ying Song whether she had received the things she sent. Fong Sun estimated that Assistant Li would probably deliver them in the afternoon. Hua Lanhua joked, "Ever since Xiao Sun moved into the small courtyard, he's become like a travel frog, occasionally sending back nice things from the mountains." Shuman quickly sent a message. "Mom, your description is so vivid. The wild vegetables we ate the day before yesterday just finished, and I didn't expect us to get fish caught by Xiao Sun himself," Shuman added. "The things I prepared for Songshi are with Mom. I bought them during my recent trip. I think she will like them." Fong Sun gently tapped the screen. "Thanks, Mom." "Thanks, sister-in-law," Fong Tingyu said, looking forward to adding another member to the group. Fong Sun put down his phone and walked out of the study. He instinctively looked for Ying Song's figure. After turning around halfway, he finally found her in the sunroom. He raised his hand to push the door open, but his fingers touched the doorknob and then withdrew. He didn't want to disturb her alone time suddenly. Fong Sun carried his laptop and moved to sit on the sofa in the living room. Just a slight turn of his head allowed him to see her inside, through the glass door. Ying Song sat cross-legged on a soft chair, a colorful blanket draped over her legs, focused on arranging a table full of succulent small potted plants. The TV was moved to the opposite side, playing a scenic documentary with gentle, soothing narration. She held a pair of tweezers carefully, placing the plump, thick leaves of the succulents onto well-draining soil, one by one. The old leaves she had separated earlier had sprouted fine white roots and tender red buds, curled at the bottom of the leaves. She gently moved the soil with tweezers to give the new buds space to grow, then lightly sprayed a circle of water mist with a small spray bottle. Succulents reproduce quickly, especially in spring and autumn, which are the best seasons for rooting. Whenever she had free time, she would squat here and tend to them. The sunroom is filled with several multi-layer solid wood plant stands, holding a variety of succulents from top to bottom. The bright orange dreamer with red tips, the pink-tinted ice jade, the layered mage, the chubby peach egg, and many hybrid seedlings she has pollinated herself. They are crowded together, looking fresh and lively. Even in the empty guest rooms of the small courtyard, The windowsills and plant stands are full of succulents. When you push the door open, it feels like a small, healing forest. She has grown so many succulents that sometimes she sells the best-looking small pots to the flower and bird market in the county town. This has become a small business she can do without leaving the mountains. Ying Song suddenly remembers she ordered some marguerite flower seedlings at the flower and bird market before going out. She takes out her phone and calls the seller, arranging to pick them up tomorrow. She also promises to choose some good-looking succulents to bring along. After hanging up, her eyes catch a glimpse of the living room sofa through the glass door. Fong Sun is sitting there working, wearing a pair of thin silver-rimmed glasses. His usually deep and sharp features look more gentle and calm today. He crosses his long legs, relaxed, leaning against the sofa, tapping on his laptop keyboard. The little cats, Baowan and the chief, are sitting quietly on the back of the sofa, one on each side. Their small heads lean forward, curiously staring at the bright screen, like two serious feline executives supervising the work. As if sensing her gaze, he suddenly turns his head, precisely catching her line of sight. The focused coldness in his expression fades, replaced by a gentle warmth in his eyes. Ying Song pauses slightly. She opens the door to the sunroom and asks, "Fong Sun, do you want to go to the flower and bird market with me tomorrow?" "Of course I want to go." Fong Sun sits on the sofa, smiling as he looks up at her. "Am I disturbing your work?" Since she started working, Fong Sun has become much busier than before. While she cooks in the kitchen, Fong Sun often sits at the bar with his tablet, looking at documents. Assistant Lee also frequently comes to deliver files. When she rests on the swing chair, she can see Fong Sun sitting under the Bodhi tree, quietly working at a woven table with his laptop. When Ying Song heard this, she softly said, "Oh," and turned to go back to the sunroom. But he gently called her to stop. "Song, sure, wait a moment. Come see a funny video." "What video?" she asked curiously, walking over and sitting beside him. Fong Sun opened the video that Su-Yen had just sent to the group. Immediately, the living room erupted with exaggerated complaints. "Fatty. Big troublemaker. Do you know what it just did? He crushed my laptop into a tablet. Crushed it into a tablet is one thing, but I wouldn't get mad at a dog over a device. But I had a project plan I worked on all night, and I hadn't saved it yet. I went to get a cup of coffee, and he just sat on it and broke it." The video was shaky, showing the person filming clearly overwhelmed. In the center of the screen was a laptop flipped open at 180 degrees. Next to it squatted a chubby Alaskan dog, fluffy and soft-haired, with a round head tilted in an innocent look, tongue half out, eyes confused and innocent, still acting cute without a hint of guilt for causing trouble. Ying Song chuckled softly. "So adorable. Forgive the puppy." "Puppies don't have bad intentions, after all." Fong Sun nodded with a smile. He typed a message in the chat box. "Don't blame Fatty. Fatty just cares about you. Try to find a backup or temporary file. You should be able to recover it." Su-Yan's message popped up. "Are you really my brother? When I'm so upset, shouldn't you be scolding this silly dog with me?" Jing Songyan mocked. "Serves you right. Why didn't you save your work?" Fong Sun pointed to two profile pictures in the chat and gently explained, "These two are my childhood friends. The one shouting just now is Su-Yan and the other is Jing Songyun. If there's a chance, I'll introduce you to them." Although Ying Song didn't understand why he suddenly introduced her to his friends, she kindly agreed. "Sure. If they're free, they can come visit the small yard anytime. I'll pass the message along," Fong Sun said softly as he placed his laptop gently on the table. The messages kept scrolling up. Ying Song was considerate and looked away, not wanting to invade his privacy. As she stood up, she hesitated and softly asked, "Have you been sleeping well these days? I come to the living room at night to get water, and I've seen your light on in your room several times." Fong Sun looked up at her and slowly said, "The night in the mountains is so quiet. I just lie down and sleep. The light is on, but I only want to look at some information before bed." "Do I look unhealthy now?" Ying Songshi's gaze returned to his face. She was standing, he was sitting. Fong Sun slightly tilted his head back, allowing her to observe him. His silver-rimmed glasses still rested on his high nose. Her eyes moved from his clear eyebrows and eyes to his gentle lips, and she accidentally caught a glimpse of a soft Adam's apple. She could feel that Feng Sun's gaze was always steady on her face, calm, focused, gentle. Ying Songshi realized only later that besides the peaceful scenery in the small courtyard, there was also a handsome man. She gathered her thoughts and pretended to be calm as she said, "You look healthy and full of energy. Now that you mention it, I haven't brewed health tea in a long time." After saying that, she opened a cabinet and found a health tea pot. She added some roses, lilies, liliduf, and goji berries, then pressed the switch. The water inside the transparent pot turned warm, and steam began to rise. Feng Sun saw her brief awkwardness and unnaturalness clearly. When she entered the sunroom, he quietly chuckled. Seeing that the glass door was still open, he got up slowly and followed inside. Ying Songshi was holding a small spray bottle, watering the succulents on the plant stand. "Are you choosing succulents to take to the flower and bird market tomorrow?" "Yes." Ying Songshi moved aside to make space for him. "I want to pick the best ones to give to the boss tomorrow." "Feng Sun, help me choose. I've looked at them so long I can't tell which ones are better." "Okay, I'll help you pick from a customer's point of view." Feng Sun carefully picked up several pots, comparing details. He quickly noticed the small differences. The style of each pot was unique. One pot was shaped like a vintage small TV, with a tiny gray cat lying on the brown casing. The succulent inside had leaves as red as agate, delicate and beautiful. "Did you pick these pots yourself? Are you taking the pots along too?" Ying Songshi smiled with narrowed eyes and explained seriously, "Of course. The one in your hand is a rainbow jade. People who love plants also like the pots. A carefully chosen small potted plant can pass on your good intentions. Plus, the boss charges more if you include the pot, so I make a profit without losing." Feng Sun became more serious. He couldn't tell the different types of plants, so he just chose based on their appearance. "Songshi, in the small living room of my house, there are also succulent plant stands. Do you want to pick some?" "No need. Those are just for you to see. Looking at plants every day will make you feel happy." The two of them discussed together and only selected about 30 pots. Ying Songshi placed the small seedlings he had just propagated into the plant stand to fill the gaps. They had run out of the flower pots they bought last time, so they would need to buy more online later. The flower and bird market is hidden in the far east of the county town. It's not very big, not lively, but has its own charm. There are only a few shops close together, mostly selling plants and flowers. Once inside, everything is full of life. Various green plants of different heights are arranged unevenly, and colorful flowers bloom vibrantly, creating a lively scene. The sound of clear bird calls fills the air. The small birds in cages have bright feathers, hopping up and down, chirping happily, full of energy. Ying Songshi led Feng Sun through the market confidently. "If you're interested, you can take your time to look around. If you find a pot you like, you can take it back to the small yard. Okay, let's first deliver the succulents, then we can browse together later." Ying Songshi nodded. "That sounds good." Qiusheng was busy arranging plants when he heard someone call him. He quickly turned around and saw Ying Songshi. He immediately put down his watering can and went over to greet him. "Songshi, you finally came. The small pots you gave me last time sold out quickly. Someone asked about them yesterday. If you hadn't called me yesterday, I would have called you. Uncle Chio, I wasn't home recently. Do you have any new plants?" Ying Songshi asked casually, but he was already browsing in his shop. "They're all here. Let me take a look at this batch of succulents." Qiusheng took the box from Feng Sun and realized that Ying Songshi had brought someone with him. "Is he your friend, Songshi?" Qiusheng happily patted Feng Sun's arm, then started opening the box to place the small potted plants on the shelf. Feng Sun stood nearby helping. "Feng Sun, don't think these look like many. Once I post on social media that the plants arrived, they'll probably be all booked in one night. Many young people now like to put these on their desks, calling them work buddies or study partners. Songshi has good taste and style, and I benefit from her, attracting many young customers." Feng Sun lowered his eyes and listened carefully. Uncle Chio is right. The flowers Songshi grows are really beautiful. Exactly. Whether the flowers look good or the plants grow strong, everyone can tell. You're Songshi's friend, so you should help remind her to send more plants to me. Don't forget old Uncle Chio. Songshur came over carrying 2 pots of beautiful blue snowflakes. She smiled. Uncle Chio, he's my friend, so of course he supports me. Fong Sun chuckled confidently. Uncle Chio, I listened to Songshur. All right, you guys are a team, Chio Sheng said with a smile, raising his hands in surrender. Are you interested in these 2 pots? I can give you 2 more pots of rosemary. You can put them on your kitchen windowsill. Not only do they repel insects, but they can also be used for cooking and seasoning. Songshur pointed to the area she just looked at. Thanks, Uncle Chio. What's that bulb over there? Lilies and dahlias. Do you want to take some? Now is a good time to plant them. Let's skip the lilies. I'll pick some dahlias, Songshur said, tilting her head to Fong Sun, who was organizing the marigold seedlings she had pre-ordered. Fong Sun, do you want to come see? There are many varieties. You might like some. Seeing the two discuss, Uncle Chio didn't want to disturb them much. He just offered a tip. By the way, there's a booklet you can look at. Cream peaches and kale Gaian are the best sellers. Songshur handed the booklet to Fong Sun and leaned in to discuss. I'll take both of these. What other pretty ones do you think? Strawberry ice. All these flowers look beautiful. I can't choose. Let's add strawberry ice. We can buy more to plant near your room's wall. After choosing the bulbs, Songshur asked for a bag to pack them herself. Chio Sheng came over and handed some money to Songshur. This is for the succulent pots. Fong Sun already paid for the blue snowflakes and the bulbs earlier. When Ying Song heard the sound, she instinctively looked at Fong Sun, who was standing by the door holding a bag of flower seedlings and smiling patiently, waiting for her. Songshur, I have something else to give you, Chio Sheng said mysteriously, handing her a paper bag. I heard you live outside the county town. When you go back, you can scatter these seeds near your home. What kind of seeds are they? Spring Dream Flower Garden Blind Box. Chio Sheng teased with a mysterious look. Do you remember I opened an online shop? These days, young people love buying toy blind boxes. I thought, why not mix many seeds together and sell them? The seeds are carefully matched, but the varieties and colors are random. This one sells the best. Try it when you get home. People who love flowers tend to understand each other. Ying Song's thoughtfulness in bringing the potted plants was obvious to him, and she always asked him to appraise the price without fuss. Because of that, he liked to give her nice things whenever he could. Ying Song was immediately interested when she heard this. She smiled as she took the paper bag. Uncle Chio, you really know how to name things. I'll try planting these when I get home. When they bloom, I'll tell you, all learned online. No matter what age you are, you should keep up with the times. Remember to come often and bring me some succulents. On the way back, Ying Song was driving. Her posture was calm and confident. When she needed to speed up, she did so smoothly. When the road slowed down, she remained unhurried. The drive was very smooth. Thinking that Assistant Lee would come to deliver something in the afternoon, she deliberately increased her speed a little so he wouldn't have to wait long. Fong Sun sat in the passenger seat, holding a newly bought blue snowflake plant. Its vines stretched freely, with clusters of small blue flowers on the branches. The petals were thin and tender, still moist from the fresh water from the flower shop. As they returned to the small yard, the electronic screen by the kitchen door rang out with a clear doorbell sound. Orange immediately wagged her tail and trotted over to Ying Song's feet, rubbing against her and barking softly to remind her someone was visiting. Ying Song placed the seed blind box given by Uncle Chio aside, entered the password on the screen to open the door, and called out toward the guest room, Fong Sun, Assistant Lee is here. Fong Sun heard her and walked slowly down the corridor, gentle in expression. He softly replied, Okay, I'll go get the things. Assistant Lee set down his bag and documents and hurriedly left. Fong Sun carried the items into the house and looked at Ying Song, who was squatting in the yard. Songshur, this is what my mother and sister-in-law brought for you. You really don't need to give me gifts anymore. The previous few times were already enough. Ying Songshur was squatting on the ground, changing the pot for blue snowflower. Hearing this, she quickly raised her hand to wave. Her eyes showed gratitude, but also a bit of helplessness. She had never met such warm and sincere elders or family members. Initially, she simply added some local mountain specialties for Fong Sun to send home. never expecting he would keep thinking about it. It's nothing valuable, just a small token of their kindness. Not accepting it might make them worry. Fong Sun gently placed the package and documents on the dining table. Seeing her hesitation, he walked over and took the gardening trowel from her hand. Let me do it. Right now. All it needs is some fresh soil, right? Ying Songshi helplessly reminded him. You said the same last time. I really felt your kindness deeply. There's no need to spend more. Fong Sun squatted down, carefully filling the flower pot with soil, earnestly explaining, I already conveyed your words exactly as you said. They said this time it's just a small thing, probably like the peony painting Grandma drew. Ying Songshi wanted to persuade him further, but Fong Sun quickly interrupted and encouraged her. Sister-in-law went on a trip recently and picked up some small items by the roadside. She thought they looked interesting, so she brought some for you. Songshi, go ahead and open it. I'm also curious about what it is. The package was already on the table. Seeing this, Ying Songshi no longer hesitated. She went to the kitchen, found scissors in a drawer, and carefully opened the outer wrapping. As soon as she saw the contents inside, her eyes lit up with surprise. Her cheeks' dimples deepened, her face bright with joy and happiness. This pure, open display of happiness made Fong Sun's heart tremble. He immediately put down the gardening trowel and strode over to her. What could it be? In the past, he had carefully chosen gifts, but he had never seen her react so straightforwardly and passionately. He was truly glad that the gift was from Mom and sister-in-law. If someone else had made her this happy, he might not have been able to hide his jealousy. She gently shook the wind chime, and it produced a clear, distant sound, like white mist rising in a quiet mountain valley or a stream flowing softly through a mountain gorge. The sound was pure and soothing, calming the mind and bringing peace to the heart. The wind chimes sent by Shu Man were not just one string. They were of different styles. The one she just shook was made from mixed shells. Ying Songshi tried each string one by one, and every sound made her eyes light up with joy. Fong Sun watched her happily, sighing softly in his heart. Why can't he find something that truly suits her? Later, he must ask his sister-in-law for advice. This string is long enough to hang on the Bodhi tree. On sunny days, hang it out. On rainy days, bring it inside. You can hang others in the kitchen, living room, study, or sunroom, Ying Songshi said excitedly, planning eagerly and ready to do it. I'll go get a ladder. Although the package on the table had only been half unwrapped, Fong Sun smiled and followed her, softly reminding, Songshi, no need for a ladder. I can hang it up. Ying Songshi paused, then happily returned and handed him the wind chime. Almost forgot, there's a tall helper right here. Fong Sun quietly pressed his lips together, feeling helpless. She loved this gift so much that she forgot he was standing right in front of her. Did his presence matter less than a string of shell wind chimes? Ying Songshi chose a spot under the Bodhi tree and looked up as Fong Sun raised his hand to tie the wind chime. Just then, a breeze swept through the courtyard. The shells lightly bumped against each other, producing a clear, tinkling sound, like a mountain stream falling into a deep pool, intertwined with the wind, creating a gentle, pure harmony. Ying Songshi instinctively closed her eyes, her face immersed in tranquility, simply listening to this natural, peaceful sound. Her calm and gentle appearance made Fong Sun's slightly bitter heart gradually settle. When she opened her eyes again, Fong Sun was already standing beside her. Songshi, where else should I hang the other wind chimes? I'll do it all. After hanging all the wind chimes around the courtyard, Ying Songshi realized there were 2 more small bells in the package, suitable for placing on a table. It seemed he had anticipated her liking and prepared everything carefully. As she continued unwrapping, she found a box prepared by Hualan Yu, containing 2 folded skirts. The fabrics were soft and skin-friendly. One was simple and elegant, with a smooth touch. The other was bright with small floral patterns, vibrant but not flashy. Inside the box was a note with gentle handwriting. Songshi, hello. I've remembered the things you've given me over the past few times. After thinking about it constantly, I've been imagining your face in my mind. You have many wonderful qualities that women share: independent, free, kind, and strong. A few days ago, I went to a fashion show and thought these two items would suit you very well. Although we haven't met in person yet, I already see you as a daughter in my heart. I believe you will feel close to me, as our feelings are connected. In the note, I didn't mention Feng Sun, but my words show admiration from a woman and affection from an elder. When Ying Songshi looked at the note for a long time, her heart felt warm and soft. Only after calming down did she look at Feng Sun. Actually, through Feng Sun, she imagined his family many times. They must be sincere and kind people. Seeing her eyes turn red, Feng Sun's brow suddenly twitched, and his handsome face showed panic and confusion. He didn't know that her mother had secretly left a handwritten note. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he spoke softly. "What's wrong? You can tell me anything." Ying Songshi gently shook her head, carefully holding two dresses in her arms, wanting to try them on in her room before hanging them up. She shyly bit her lip, her ears slightly hot, and whispered, "Feng Sun, could you give me your mom and sister-in-law's contact info? They are really kind, and I want to thank them myself. Just for this." Feng Sun immediately felt relieved. The tension in his eyes eased. He raised his hand and handed her his phone, naturally continuing, "The lock screen password is the last 6 digits of my phone number. You can take it." Ying Songshi was stunned. She looked up at him but met his honest, sincere eyes. She was momentarily overwhelmed. "You're just going to tell me your phone password like that?" she asked, eyes wide with disbelief. "What if I ask for your bank card password next?" Feng Sun looked at her surprised and serious face and felt his heart soften. At that moment, Ying Songshi's eyes were wide like a flower bun when she was coquettish. His throat tightened, and he spoke confidently and expectantly. "The bank card is in the bedside drawer of my bedroom. The password is 27. Ying Songshi quickly covered his mouth with her hand, startled. When she felt the dampness of his palm, she instinctively let go and glared at him. "Stop talking, I don't want to know." She recalled what he had said before, with a serious face. "You must be cautious with others in the future. What if I am a bad person?" Feng Sun lowered his head obediently to listen to the instructions, but a smile lingered in his eyes. It's truly a turn of fate. In the past, he was the one who gently gave, wondering why this girl trusted him so much. Now, he is the one who is trying his best to bring everything to her. Ying Songshi put on the fruit shell bell and turned to walk toward the bedroom. Feng Sun instinctively took a few steps forward, leaning slightly against the kitchen doorframe. His gentle gaze stayed on her back, reluctant to look away. "Feng Sun, does your mother, your older sister-in-law, and your grandmother like to grow flowers?" Ying Songshi suddenly turned around without warning. Feng Sun's expression flickered, and he coughed awkwardly. "Yes, they all like it very much. Then I want to give them some flowers I grew myself. Could you please ask assistantly to come over again in a few days?" "Of course, just tell me anytime." Ying Songshi crossed the courtyard quickly, and just as she was about to reach the living room, she suddenly stopped and looked back. She waved the note in her hand, her eyes shining like bright stars in the mountain night. She mischievously said, "Your mom said she's already seen me as a daughter, and she only gave the gift to me.
Do you
secretly feel a bit jealous?" Feng Sun's expression froze for a moment, and his heartbeat inexplicably skipped. Looking at her clear eyes and gentle smile, he slowly straightened up, his gaze serious and sincere, and his voice clear. "No. I just feel happy." After Ying Songshi entered the living room, Feng Sun picked up the phone she had politely declined and sat down on the front yard's wicker chair. Ji Ma Pai Pian Pian ran over and sat steadily on his foot. The black fur of the small dog was shiny, short, and dense. Its sturdy appearance made it look like a tiny black bear spirit from afar. Feng Sun first shared the story of Ying Songshi wanting to thank him personally in the family group chat. Hualanyu responded immediately. "Quick, give me Songshi's contact info. I'll create a small group for the 3 of us." Shuman followed closely. "Ha, now we have a place to whisper behind their backs. Did you choose the wind chime? Does Songshi like it?" Hualanyu wasn't willing to be outdone. "What about the dress I picked? Does she like it?" Feng Sun rubbed Jima's head and honestly replied, "She really likes it. The ones I gave her before didn't bring her such high emotional value." After a pause, he helplessly added, "Mom, next time you want to send something, can you tell me in advance what's inside? I don't want Songshi to think I'm her sister." The group chat instantly went quiet for 2 minutes. Then the messages exploded. Hua Lan Yue, ha 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 Shu Man, ha 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 Feng Ting Yu. You really are something. Feng Guangji slowly chimed in, "Your mom didn't do it on purpose. I was right there when she was writing the note. Not as a daughter, but as a daughter-in-law. Songshi might have kicked you out of the small yard right then and there. Just so you know, we won't send anyone to pick you up." Feng Sun looked at the screen, silent for a moment, then quietly sent a string of dots. Ying Songshi returned to her bedroom with the things, placed the bell on the bedside table, and then tried on 2 dresses one by one. Both dresses fit perfectly, as if made for her. She stood in front of the mirror, wearing a bright floral dress, gently spun around. The hem was cut just right, the waistline was slim, and the neckline made her neck look long and fair. Ying Songshi smiled slightly as she hung the dress in the wardrobe, planning to wear it when the weather got warmer. She actually had quite a few dresses in her wardrobe, but most of the time she wore comfortable long sleeves and pants for chores. Just as she finished tidying up, her watch vibrated. It was a call from her second brother, Ying Su Bai. "Songshi, your sister Su He and I are taking a vacation next month. We'll come back to visit you then." "Really? That's great." Ying Songshi's eyes lit up. "Of course. As soon as it's confirmed, I'll call you right away." Ying Su Bai stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out. The tall buildings looked like silent boxes, and the city was like a steel forest. Even with blue skies and white clouds above, he still thought of the days when everything was lush green, and the wind carried the scent of grass and trees. "Is Feng Sun still living in your small yard?" "Yes. We signed a rental agreement. The guest room is empty anyway. Don't worry, brother. We get along very well. Today, I even received gifts from his mother and sister-in-law. He and his family are very nice." Ying Su Bai frowned slightly, thinking he must have misheard. The landlord and tenant. How did they get involved with each other's families? Forget it. Anyway, next month he will return to the county town. I will see for myself then what really happened. Songshi, I asked someone to send you something. It's a new product our company developed. It hasn't been released yet. Remember to tell me how you feel after trying it." Ying Songshi looked confused. "Brother, what is it?" Ying Su Bai didn't say exactly what it was, only smiled and said, "The most genuine surprise is when you have no expectations. The product is on its way. The appearance was specially designed for you after your sister Su He discussed it with the design team." Ying Songshi hung up the phone, thought for a long time but couldn't guess what it was, so she decided not to think about it anymore. She pushed open the bedroom door and went to the kitchen. The flower seed blind box that Uncle Chio gave was still on the dining table. Taking advantage of this quiet moment, she planned to plant the seeds. Planting seeds is a gentle and happy thing. The most touching moment in life is often at the very beginning. A seed, full of hope, falls into the soil. With the nourishment of time, sunlight, and rain, it breaks through the ground, takes root, sprouts, and grows leaves. Uncle Chio gave her quite a few seeds. The craft paper bag felt heavy in her hand. Ying Songshi called a few puppies, slowly left the house, and walked along the mountain road, waving her hand to scatter the seeds into the dirt beside the road. Feng Sun followed a few steps behind her, walking at a steady pace. The puppies had already accepted him. Orange would run ahead for a while, then obediently squat and wait. When Ying Songshi approached with the seeds, and Feng Sun slowly caught up, they would wait until she was the last to run forward again. They ran back and forth happily. Feng Sun's shoulder was perched with a flower roll, and he was also carrying the police chief. This little kitten was making its first official outing outside the yard. It was not shy at all. Its tiny paws held onto his arm, and its curious eyes looked around. Even the tip of its tail was gently swaying. The police chief will be able to get its first vaccination in a few days. Feng Sun looked down at the kitten in his arm and suddenly asked, "Songshi, have you thought about finding someone to adopt it after its vaccinations are complete?" The The police chief seemed to understand its name and softly meowed. The blue membrane in its eyes had faded a bit. Its pupils were slightly different in color. Ying Songshi had already noticed this. Its eyesight was perfect, so it was likely a naturally heterochromatic long-haired cow cat. Ying instinctively looked back when she heard the call, just as she finished scattering a bag of seeds. She wiped her palms clean and reached out to gently hold the police chief in her arms. Feng Sun's question touched her deeply. Over the past days, she had become very attached to this playful little cat, treating it like family. The thought of giving it away made her heart feel tight and sad. She simply couldn't bear to part with it. Maybe she shouldn't look for someone to adopt the police chief? While she was softly petting the cat, Feng Sun's serious voice sounded in her ear. Songshi, may I ask to be the police chief's adopter? Ying Songshi suddenly looked up, surprised.
Huh?
Feng Sun looked at her with no hint of joking, his expression serious. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed on the small cat in her arms, then slowly turned to her face. Every word was sincere. I've observed it for a long time. The police chief doesn't disturb the plants and flowers, so it's suitable for mountain life. It's a bit mischievous, but very smart. It learns rules quickly and gets along well. As for me, my family is stable, I live disciplined, and I have no bad habits. I've received higher education and served in the military. I consider myself calm, loyal, and responsible. I understand that adopting a small life means promising to care for it for a lifetime. I have steady emotions, patience, and the ability to take care of it for the rest of its life. Feng Sun's eyes stayed deeply on Ying Songshi, his words meaningful and sincere. So, Songshi, please seriously consider me. Ying Songshi was stunned for a moment before she responded. If I agree immediately, it might be too hasty. I want to think about it a little longer for the police chief's sake. Is that okay? Actually, she had long been at ease about the relationship between the police chief and Feng Sun. Yesterday, when the little cat stepped on his documents, Feng Sun didn't get angry at all. Instead, he took a wet wipe and patiently cleaned the ink stains from its paw pads. But she couldn't help but worry. What if one day Feng Sun no longer rented the small courtyard and had to leave with the police chief? Would the cat be able to adapt to a new environment? Feng Sun smiled and said, of course. You can take this time to get to know me better. Ying Songshi held the police chief and suddenly moved closer to him. Their distance suddenly shortened. Feng Sun lowered his gaze and could smell the faint, clean scent of bergamot from her hair and clothes. He instinctively relaxed his breath. He was afraid she might hear his racing heartbeat, yet secretly hoped she could understand and listen to a little of it. His chest felt both itchy and tight. Full of restless excitement, he couldn't hold back. Songshi, you. Before he finished speaking, Ying Songshi gently raised her hand, supporting the small police chief, and let it slowly climb back onto his arm. I understand how you feel, but more importantly, the police chief's attitude toward you matters. She smiled slightly at the corner of her eye. From now on, try to spend more time with it. Feng Sun felt the weight on his arm increase and finally realized what was happening. He had thought. Ying Songshi reached out again, holding the flower roll close to her chest, took a step back and looked up at him. Her eyes were clear and pure, like moonlight reflected in mountain springs. What did you just want to say? Feng Sun suppressed his turbulent emotions, cleared his throat, and said, It's nothing. I just want us to go back and cook dinner. Oh, okay. Let's go back. Ying Songshi nodded, holding the cat and turning around to walk back. In the past few days, the kitchen had some new changes. Ying Songshi had hung a corkboard and a small blackboard on the wall near the door. The corkboard was pinned with many photos, adorable moments of the pets at home and scenic mountain views taken by Feng Sun. The small blackboard had a big title drawn with colorful chalk, Daily Menu in the Mountain Cottage. This idea came from when Feng Sun moved in. Like Ying Songshi, he liked to buy ingredients for cooking. Sometimes they bought the same ingredients again, or bought too much that they couldn't finish quickly. So, Ying Songshi bought a small blackboard and wrote out the next day's 3 meals every night before bed. It was a small thing that could be explained in a sentence, but both of them valued this ritual strangely. It felt like having a preview of the meals made the days more hopeful. Today's lunch menu was mountain-style crispy snacks, mint-fried pork ribs, boiled squid, and fresh pea shoots in broth. After Fong Sun returned from outside, he glanced at the blackboard and then picked up a bamboo basket to pick vegetables from the garden. When he washed and drained the vegetables, Ying Songshi smiled and urged him to get busy with his own work, so as not to delay. Fong Sun had no choice but to take some documents and sit by the bar, but his eyes kept drifting unconsciously toward the kitchen. Before long, his phone vibrated softly, an instant message from Su-Yen. My files have finally been recovered. From now on, working from home, I definitely won't let Fatty get near the computer. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, how is your pursuit of love going? Fong Sun helplessly looked up and saw Ying Song, who was listening to music with headphones while cooking at the stove. Her figure was quiet in the sunlight, but it made him restless. He straightforwardly admitted, I'm trying. He had almost run out of hints, but he still hadn't successfully sold himself. Su-Yen over there chuckled and replied, Bro, let me give you a tip. Since you're living under the same roof now, it's like you're already living as a married couple. Just hoping she likes you is not enough. You need to be a little flirtatious, passionate, and most importantly, what's that? Fong Sun asked curiously. Su-Yen, of course, it's a great physical attraction. Physical attraction? Fong Sun thought for a moment and asked, what exactly should I do? Su-Yen chuckled. You keep showing yourself in front of her, but she still doesn't seem interested. It's clear she's tired of your face. What about your body? Have you shown it off a little? Fong Sun frowned. No, that's not respectful. Su-Yen quickly defended. I'm not suggesting you stand in front of her shirtless all at once. I wouldn't dare suggest that. Maybe you should watch more short videos online. What's needed now is a casual, sexy vibe, an unintentional display of hormones. Fong Sun looked like he was facing a tough problem. He was starting to doubt how much he could trust Su-Yen's advice. What does it mean to show off intentionally or unintentionally? Should he do it on purpose or by accident? Su-Yen. Share videos times 10. Su-Yen. These are the most popular videos on short video platforms right now. Don't thank me too much, bro. It's what I should do, Su-Yen. And being too polite won't help you win a wife. Fong Sun frowned and opened one of the videos. In the video, a man in a black shirt, with muscles stretching the fabric tightly, was shown. Suddenly, he put on cat ears and started moving his body rhythmically to the music. Fong Sun, dinner will be ready soon. While serving the dishes, Ying Songshi turned around and saw Fong Sun carefully looking at his phone, as if watching a short video. Fong Sun was startled and quickly responded, Okay, I'll wash my hands and bring the dishes. He swiftly deleted the chat window with Su-Yen. What kind of things are these? He really shouldn't have asked Su-Yen for advice. Ying Songshi was finishing the last dish, Sanjia San Chui. She waited for the water to boil, then added a little salt and a few drops of oil to make the vegetables more colorful when blanched. She blanched the bamboo shoots, white jade mushrooms, and goji leaf separately. The bamboo shoots were white and crisp, the mushrooms tender and full, and the goji leaves bright green and shiny. After blanching, she quickly cooled the ingredients in cold water, drained them, and placed them in a plain bowl. She poured over a prepared sauce, mixed gently with chopsticks until the sauce evenly coated each vegetable. The three colors were distinct and fresh, looking very appetizing. Fong Sun brought the finished dishes to the table and also served 2 bowls of rice. He went to the tea bar and smiled, saying, Once the coffee accessories and beans arrive, we can start making coffee. Ying Songshi added a coffee corner next to the sideboard, bought a pegboard and shelves with hooks to hang the accessories. Don't worry, drinking spring tea in spring is best. The new buds after the tea tree's winter over are perfect for this fresh season. It's not too late to drink coffee later. Okay, I'll brew tea. Are we still drinking green tea today? Ying Songshi brought the Sanjia San Chui to the table and thought for a moment, then said, May snow buds. Assistantly sent some a while ago, but I haven't opened it yet. Fong Sun brewed the tea and sat back at the dining table, his eyes on the fresh, clear dish. So this is Sanjia San Chui? What an interesting name. Ying Songshi carried a plate of pickled sour fern to him and sat opposite, saying, "It's a seasonal dish eaten in spring by ancient people." Later, you can look in Lin Hong's Shanjia Qinggong on the bookshelf in the living room. This dish comes from there. There are also many modern variations online. Sounds interesting, Feng Sun said, picking up his chopsticks and tasting a few bites. The dish was crisp, fresh, and tender. He ate several bites before stopping. Ying Songshi slowly recalled what was written in the book. "If you like it, I can make spring root wontons tomorrow." The book says to use fragrant spring root for the wrapper before the beginning of autumn, but we can change it and use fresh spring chives for the filling. She paused, her interest growing. There are also bamboo shoot and fern dumplings, which are the most classic spring wild vegetable dumplings from the Song dynasty. Feng Sun, shall we have dumplings for lunch tomorrow? Of course, Feng Sun immediately agreed. I'll go into the mountains early tomorrow to pick wild chives and ferns. Then I'll harvest the vegetables in the garden and sell them at the market tomorrow. Otherwise, with dozens of different vegetables on the mountain and in the fields, we really can't finish them all. They quickly confirmed their plans for tomorrow and continued eating. Try the mint-fried ribs, Ying Songshi said, scooping a piece into her bowl. The crispy coating was infused with a light mint aroma, perfectly balancing the richness of the meat. The more she chewed, the fresher and more refreshing it became. Even the mint leaves used as garnish were fried until crispy. She took a bite, her eyes unconsciously narrowing with satisfaction. Feng Sun also looked surprised and said sincerely, "I think this is my favorite way of making ribs so far." Ying Songshi rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously. Her eyes sparkled with liveliness. "Next time, I'll make dried tangerine peel and plum-flavored ribs, steamed ribs, and spicy ribs for you to try. I can also add fruits, lychee ribs, orange-flavored ribs, pineapple ribs. Mixing many ingredients can bring new flavors. I'm really looking forward to it." The next morning, before dawn, a faint golden light appeared on the eastern horizon. Ying Songshi followed her usual routine, doing a few rounds of bajuanjin by the bamboo grove to stretch her muscles and bones. Then she carried her basket to tend the vegetable garden. Spring's garden was full of life. Rows of vegetables grew wildly, dew on their leaves, which were tender and bright green. They crowded together, covering the entire land, full of fresh spring vitality. Pea shoots, spinach, lettuce, romaine, chives, water spinach, bok choy. Spring was never short of lively green leaves. Ying Songshi picked a full basket of fresh vegetables and turned to head back. The guest room was quiet, and the storage room was missing a basket. A few furry children were nowhere to be seen. Feng Sun had gone up the mountain early and hadn't returned yet. On the small blackboard by the wall, breakfast was written: mushroom buns, chive tofu soup, tea eggs. Ying Songshi had started making dough early. Now the dough had risen soft and fluffy. She uncovered the damp cloth, and a sweet wheat aroma filled the air. She washed her hands and began to make the buns. The soaked shiitake mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and chanterelles were finely diced, the extra water squeezed out, then mixed with chopped green onions and a little vegetable oil. A rich, fresh aroma quickly filled the air. She held a thin, round piece of dough in one hand, scooped in the filling with the other, and skillfully folded and pinched it into neat, even pleats. In no time, a row of plump buns was neatly arranged on the steamer tray. The doorbell rang softly. Feng Sun came in with a few small dogs, carrying a basket full of wild vegetables on his back. He looked especially neat today. A black tank top outlined his strong shoulders and back, and his arms looked firm and powerful. His dark gray work pants made his legs look long and straight, the cuffs tucked into his boots, giving him a tall and energetic look. From the large side pocket of his pants, a little dog poked its head out, its fur standing up as it curiously looked around. Ying Songshi had just placed the buns in the steamer when she happened to glance out the kitchen window. Her gaze paused for a moment. The clean, lively energy he carried made her quietly think he was pleasant to look at. She reminded him, "Why aren't you wearing a jacket? It's better to wear one when carrying a basket. It protects your shoulders." Feng Sun set the little dog down and said in a calm, slightly hoarse voice, "I gave my jacket to Huan. I'm fine without it. At the bottom of the basket were the wild vegetables for the wontons they'd make at noon. On top lay his jacket, where Hwan was lazily stretching. Fong Sun, Ying Songshi said after wiping her hands, thinking for a moment before suggesting seriously, there's an empty room in the back storage area. If you like to work out, you could set it up with some exercise equipment. Fong Sun leaned against the bar counter, poured himself a glass of water, and drank slowly. The April morning was still cool. Ying Songshi wore a light jacket, while he had only his tank top on, yet he didn't seem cold at all. His neck and shoulders looked firm and relaxed. He looked up at her with a small smile. Why bring that up all of a sudden? I just think your muscles look nice, Ying Songshi said naturally, continuing to stir the pot of chrysanthemum greens and tofu soup. The tender green leaves floated in the creamy broth, and when she added a little sesame oil, the fragrance spread through the kitchen. Cough, cough. Fong Sun choked slightly on the water, his Adam's apple moving gently. He put down his glass and looked at her. In her eyes, he saw straightforward and sincere admiration. His ears suddenly felt warm. Then I will ask assistantly to arrange it. Okay, go change your clothes quickly. Breakfast will be ready soon. Fong Sun went back to his room for a shower, then returned to the kitchen, tying his apron. He walked to the counter and carefully washed the fruit. After draining the strawberries and blueberries, he placed them in a glass fruit bowl. The bright red and deep blue colors looked very tempting. Sure, I'll go to the market to buy vegetables later. I'll be back soon. Go if you want. Ying Songshi nodded with a smile. She lifted the lid of the clay pot, and a rich aroma wafted out. She gently scooped some tea eggs with a fine strainer, the shells still coated with marinade. Remember to leave some vegetables for Aunt Wu at the next stall, and also pick up the new delivery. After Fong Sun rode his tricycle to the county town, Ying Songshi chose some soft music and sat under the Bodhi tree, carefully tending her marguerite flower seedlings. A gentle spring breeze brushed past, softly knocking against the wind chimes made from fruit shells hanging on the tree, producing clear and gentle tinkling sounds. After working for a while, she stood up, stretched her slightly sore back, then carried her tablet to the flower bed outside the wall. She tapped on the screen to activate the automatic watering system. Fine mist of water sprayed out gently, falling on the newly sprouted irises and budding tulips. The leaves were lush and green, and the flower buds stood tall and elegant. The mist reflected a faint rainbow in the sunlight, looking stunning. Next to the flower bed, she built a wooden platform with soft solar-powered lights around the edge. Ying Songshi had already planned in her mind. She could set up a tent here, which would protect from rain and sun. Inside, she would place cushions and small tables and chairs, so she could relax here, enjoying the flowers and breeze. The small open space in front of the platform could be used for barbecues and tea. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Just imagining the garden full of blooming flowers made her feel very happy. She called her cats and dogs to walk back slowly. As soon as she entered the living room, she took out her phone and started shopping online. She needed more flower pots, of various sizes. She also needed to restock food and supplies for her pets. She could pick some simple, natural decorations to make the flower garden more charming. At that moment, Zhou Yang's call came in. After thinking about it, Zhou Yu, who hasn't made any moves since the last time he left, still answered the call from Ying Shi. Ying Shi, did Zhou Yu come to see you recently? What's wrong with him? Zhou Yang's tone was a bit strange. Yesterday, after finishing a show, he actually went home. Grandma mentioned you at the dinner table, and he immediately snapped back, making Grandma so angry she wanted to take her blood pressure medicine. He just patted his butt and left. Second sister, is that why you're calling me today? There was a soft sound of a door opening on the other end of the phone. Zhou Yang seemed to have moved to a quieter place, and her voice sounded a little unnatural. No, I'm here to apologize. I've talked to Zhou Yu, and I realize I wasn't nice to you about the engagement banquet before. The Fong family and the Zhou family are now deeply connected in business. When old Master Fong wanted to meet you, I was worried it might affect the cooperation between the two families, so I got anxious. Ying Shi, I sincerely apologize to you. Ying Shi was quite surprised. She wondered what Zhou Yu and Zhou Yang had discussed. She had never thought Zhou Yang would be the type to bow to others. Second sister, next time you face this kind of situation, I suggest you put the apology first. Otherwise, if people only hear the first few words, they might think you're here to accuse them. Sometimes, words can be sharp as a knife, but if you don't take it to heart, they are as light as dust under your feet, leaving no trace. Ying Songshi actually couldn't remember what Zhou Yang said last time. Zhou Yang was silent for a moment, then spoke again. I don't know why Zhou Yu suddenly started to support you. But she's right about one thing. We, as older siblings, are not very good at our roles. But Ying Songshi, I still want to ask you. You're just staying in that small county town. How do you plan to fight for yourself? I won't talk about big principles. I'll tell you about myself. Grandma is strong-willed and stubborn. Dad and Mom are weak and helpless. And no one can support the company Grandpa left behind. At first, they valued Zhou Yu the most, thinking he was born to inherit the family business. But he insisted on becoming an actor and caused a big fuss at home. I was working hard behind the scenes. I could understand the reports Zhou Yu couldn't, and I could handle the board of directors that Zhou Yu couldn't manage. The position of company manager is something I fought for myself, bit by bit. Ying Songshi, as a person, you need to be ambitious and know how to fight for yourself. Look at me now. If I say I don't want to get involved anymore, everyone will come to beg me quietly. Zhou Yang's tone carried a hint of frustration and disappointment. You went back to the county town, and I've been angry all along. You finally returned to your biological parents' home, surrounded by resources, but you don't know how to use them? If you're willing, I can send you abroad to study at a famous school so you can have a place in the company. Who cares if others like you or not? As long as you stand tall, everyone will look up to you. Ying Songshi sat up straight unconsciously, listening quietly without interrupting. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, she sighed softly and said, Second sister, I think both of us are just pursuing the life we want, with no right or wrong. You excel at the company, but that doesn't mean I am just an idle person in the county town. If you think the county town is not good, you can come and see it sometime. I usually don't even get annual leave from work. Let's talk about this another time. Zhou Yang paused, quickly giving some instructions to her secretary, then turned back to Ying Songshi and said, I will control the Zhou family side and won't let anyone bother you again. As for Fangzhe, I heard from Fang Che that he went to the county town for an inspection and asked the family for funds to start a business. I didn't know you disliked him before, so I just wanted to tell you in advance. I understand. Thank you, second sister. Ying Songshi hung up the phone and continued shopping. Not long after, the electronic screen by the living room door rang with a clear notification sound. She turned from the sofa and looked over. When she saw the figure at the gate below the mountain, her eyes suddenly brightened. She stepped onto the soft carpet and quickly opened the door. They say that the more you meet someone, the easier it gets to get used to them. Feng Sun had come to sell vegetables alone 5 or 6 times. He was skilled at riding his bike through the side gate of the vegetable market, stopping at Aunt Wu's stall next door. First, he handed the vegetables prepared in advance by Ying Songshi to Aunt Wu, then spread out a rain cover and carefully arranged the electronic scale and baskets of fresh vegetables. When customers approached, he could naturally and politely greet and introduce himself, without any awkwardness. Today, Aunt Wu was selling cherries and guavas, both freshly picked in April. She smiled as she packed full bags and hung them on the handle of his tricycle. Feng Sun, take these back to eat with Songshi. I haven't seen her in days and miss her. Feng Sun's eyes and expression were gentle as he smiled and thanked her. I'll tell her to come and sell vegetables next time and chat with you more. That would be great. Uncle Wu, which nearby market has the freshest ingredients today? Maybe we should go to that seafood shop to check out the fresh squid they just received. Okay, thank you. After selling the vegetables, Feng Sun rode his tricycle to the seafood shop, the courier station, and then around to the flower shop. He noticed that the snack cart for Ying Song was emptier than before, so he deliberately turned into a supermarket and bought a big bag of snacks and drinks. As noon approached, the sunlight was so bright it was a bit blinding. Feng Sun carefully placed the bouquet he bought, put on his sunglasses, and inserted the key. He then rode his tricycle toward the mountain cottage. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Feng Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. His sunglasses hid the coldness in his eyes, and he lightly touched his cheek with his tongue, making his whole presence seem more serious. In the distance, in front of the iron gate with smart technology, there was a familiar Bentley. Fangzhe was frowning, repeatedly tapping his phone with a displeased look, clearly frustrated. When he heard the sound of the tricycle approaching, Fangzhe immediately looked up, thinking Ying Song had returned. But when he turned his head, he saw a man riding the tricycle. His hope faded into disappointment, and he impatiently looked away. He had just arrived and noticed that the mountain entrance now had a new smart gate and fence. He pressed the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered. When he called Ying Song, the phone indicated he had been blocked. Feeling stuck, he hesitated in place. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the man on the tricycle not only didn't leave, but leaned against the seat with his arms crossed, staring steadily in this direction. Fangzhe's brow furrowed tighter, his face cold. He was about to turn and tell the driver to come over and chase the person away, so he wouldn't cause trouble here. In the next second, Feng Sun lowered his arm, turned the handlebar, and the tricycle headed straight toward him. The speed wasn't fast, but carried an unavoidable force. Fangzhe was startled and hurriedly sidestepped to dodge, stumbling around to the other side of the Bentley. His tone was full of irritation. "Can you ride a bike or not?" With a squeak, the tricycle stopped steadily about a meter away from the Bentley. Feng Sun smiled gently and harmlessly, speaking politely. "Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? This mountain is now privately owned, and outsiders are not allowed in without permission." He leaned against the back of the tricycle, showing no intention of getting off. His relaxed and casual attitude contrasted sharply with his polite words. Fangzhe tidied his clothes, looked him up and down, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Feng Sun tilted his chin slightly upward toward the mountain with a gentle smile and said confidently, "Of course, I live on the mountain." "Nonsense," Fangzhe immediately retorted, looking more annoyed. "When I came to find Song last time, I never saw you." "Stop lying here." Feng Sun fiddled with the electronic door key in his pocket and pretended to be surprised. "Oh, you came to find Song? Sorry for the misunderstanding. Why didn't you call her to open the door? Instead, you're just standing here." Fangzhe's face stiffened, clearly upset. "Mind your own business." "I think you're a scheming liar trying to cause trouble here." Feng Sun shrugged innocently and spoke sincerely. "Why would I lie? The smart door has a high-definition camera and an alarm system. If an outsider tried to cause trouble, the alarm would have gone off already." "Didn't you call Song earlier?" Fangzhe forced himself to stay calm, stubbornly saying, "She's probably busy and didn't check her phone." Feng Sun nodded kindly, smiling gently. "I see. Wait a moment. I'll call Song and let her know." Fangzhe leaned against the car door, suspiciously watching Feng Sun's phone. He wanted to see what tricks he might play and whether he could really contact Ying Song. When the call connected, Feng Sun's expression softened instantly, and he spoke gently. "Song, I'm almost home. I stopped by the roadside to make this call, so it's safe, don't worry. Today, Aunt Wu said the new squid at the seafood shop is especially fresh. I bought some to bring home. I also passed by the flower shop and wanted to find you to see the rose you praised last time, but the owner didn't have it in stock. I picked some other roses instead. You can see if you like them later. By the way, can we add a spicy squid dish to the lunch menu? I suddenly really want to eat it." "Okay, I'll come up the mountain now. See you at home." Fangzhe waited for a long time, unable to confirm who he was talking to. He immediately became furious and asked sharply, "Are you doing this on purpose? You didn't put it on speaker and you didn't mention I was here at all." "Sorry, I just forgot." Feng Sun apologized with a nod. "I listened to everything at home, through Song. It's almost noon, so I need to go up the mountain quickly to help cook. Could you please step aside? I'll go up first and tell Song you're waiting here." Fangzhe's face turned pale, but he had no choice but to stay silent. Anyway, the smart gate is locked tightly. Even if this person has bad intentions, he can't get in. He can only move aside reluctantly and glare at him coldly. Feng Sun pressed the electronic key in his pocket. With a soft beep, the heavy iron gate slowly opened to both sides. He looked up at Fangzhe and smiled politely. "Sorry for the poor hospitality. I'm going up the mountain now." Fangzhe opened his mouth to ask something, just as the gate suddenly closed with a loud bang, cutting him off completely, showing no courtesy at all. After the gate closed, Feng Sun's gentle smile disappeared immediately, replaced by a cold and indifferent expression. He took out his phone and sent a few messages to Assistant Lee. After giving instructions for the next steps, he started his car again. Jealous? Not at all. He didn't care about Feng at all. Feng Sun rode his tricycle to the small courtyard gate, carrying a bag of squid and fruit in one hand and holding a bouquet in the other, walking slowly into the yard. Today, the yard was unusually quiet, which felt a bit strange. Usually, when he arrived at the door, a few playful kids would rush over to greet him. But now, the front yard was empty, no cats or dogs in sight. He first placed the ingredients and flowers on the kitchen table. Just as he turned around, he heard Ying Songshi's voice coming from the living room. Ying Songshi's tone was soft, and she was smiling as she opened her arms to the person opposite her, coaxing gently, "Don't be sad. I love you too, okay?" The figure opposite her was completely blocked by the wall, so he couldn't see any details. But one sentence floated clearly into Feng Sun's ears. The man who had been calm just moments ago suddenly furrowed his brows sharply and strode straight toward the living room. Jealous? Not at all. Feng Sun, come see our new friend in the small yard. Ying Songshi saw Feng Sun return, her eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled and waved at him from the door, inviting him to come inside. Feng Sun suppressed the rising jealousy in his heart and put on a gentle, proper smile. His tone was just right, curious. Who is the guest? What kind of new friend was this in the small yard? He switched his social attitude as he stepped into the living room. When his gaze swept over the figure opposite Ying Songshi, he suddenly stopped. His expression went blank for half a second before he regained his voice and asked in surprise, "Songshi, is this our new friend?" "It is truly a person, made of metal." When Ying Song saw it, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she happily introduced, "Its name is Tata. My second brother just sent it over. It arrived just as you were going to sell vegetables. What do you think?" Feng Sun let out a long breath and secretly chuckled. His resolve was really weak when it came to Ying Song. "It's interesting, but I didn't expect it to be a robot." He bent down to carefully examine the small robot's appearance. It had a half-human height, with a matte blue-gold metal body. On its round head, 2 red antennae stood upright. Its front had a soft electronic screen, which at this moment displayed 2 crooked question marks. Below was a cylindrical body with wheels, and on its chest there were a few colorful buttons. Its orange-yellow mechanical arms, upon seeing strangers, clumsily rubbed the back of its head like a human. The person who sent it must have put a lot of thought into it. Just from its appearance, Tata looked like a character straight out of an animated cartoon, full of innocence and fun. Suddenly, a clear electronic child's voice sounded. Beep. Face recognition successful. Tata opened its mechanical hand, tilted its blue head, and spoke softly. "Hello, I am Tata." "Who are you?" Ying Song was curled up on the sofa, flipping through the manual, and smiled as she looked up. "Tata is a companion robot made by my second brother's company. It can chat and help with chores. You can talk to it for a while." Feng Sun sat down beside her, completely forgetting his earlier jealousy. He gently pressed a button on Tata, speaking kindly. "Hello, Tata. My name is Feng Sun." "Why is your name Tata?" "My name is Tata, of course." "Well, actually, the engineer was eating beef Tata, a type of dish, when they had a burst of inspiration, so they named me Tata." The electronic screen displayed a shy emoticon, and Tata used its 2 mechanical arms to cover its face. "Hello, Feng Sun. Are you Ying Song's friend?" Feng Sun glanced at Ying Song and smiled gently. "Of course I am. Welcome to the small courtyard." "Great. If you need me, just call Tata's name anytime. Today is a sunny day, such good weather. Would you like Tata to play a song for you?" The emoticon on Tata's screen turned into starry eyes. "Then let's play a song." "Okay, now playing the song, loving you. Am I the only one in your heart? This song's intro makes me want to fall in love." Feng Sun almost immediately raised his hand and pressed the end call button. "Okay, if you want to listen to music again, just call Tata." "Why aren't you playing music anymore?" Ying Songshi casually flipped a page of the manual and softly asked. Feng Sun rubbed his nose and lowered his voice. "I saw you reading the manual. I didn't want to disturb you." Ying Songshi didn't notice his awkwardness. She moved closer and spread the manual on her lap for him to see. My second brother said Tata can connect to the whole house's smart system and can move around the yard on its own. As long as you set the area first. Look here, if we connect the automatic watering system for the flower beds to Tata, it can decide whether to water based on the weather and even adjust the amount. Feng Sun listened carefully at first, but as he heard more, his heartbeat grew faster. He pretended to casually distance himself slightly, but his tone remained serious. Tata can be used in many places. If facial recognition is accurate enough, we can even give it access to the gate at the bottom of the hill. Even if you forget your electronic key, it can help open the door. When he mentioned the gate at the bottom of the hill, Feng Sun suddenly remembered someone waiting outside the door. But that thought only flashed through his mind, and he paid it no further attention. He leaned in again with Ying Songshi, and they both looked at the manual. Beep, detected heart rate above normal. Feng Sun, are you feeling unwell? Tata is worried about you. Suddenly, Tata's childlike voice sounded. Ying Songshi immediately looked at him with concern, and even the little pet lying at his feet all lifted their heads. For the first time, Feng Sun felt what it was like to be socially dead. Sure enough, AI couldn't replace humans. He cleared his throat and steadied his tone.
I'm fine.
I just came back from outside. My heart rate hasn't stabilized yet. Seeing that he looked normal, Ying Songshi smiled. Later, let Tata check again. The manual is too thick. I'll read it after lunch. I'm going to the kitchen to make some small wontons. She placed the manual on the small table and headed toward the kitchen, with the pets following behind. Suddenly, only Feng Sun and Tata remained in the living room, staring at each other. Tata's screen lit up with a glowing light bulb, as if inspired, and immediately started playing music. It's love at first sight. Oh no. I can't hide my eyes. My heart beats for you. Feng Sun couldn't take it anymore and pressed the end button harshly again. Forget it, just destroy it. He remembered that the delivery outside the door hadn't been moved yet. He got up and went to the front yard. Tata immediately activated its small wheels and followed behind with a clatter. In the kitchen, Ying Songshi was changing the flowers in the vase on the dining table. She was holding a rose, gently smelling its sweet fragrance. Feng Sun paused, looking at her surrounded softly by sunlight and playful pets. She was bright and pure, gentle like spring itself. He instinctively softened his breath, afraid to disturb her beauty. But Tata behind him didn't understand the mood at all. Its electronic screen lit up with 2 bright red hearts, and a cheerful electronic voice loudly praised, Sister Songshi looks even prettier than the roses. Tata likes you the most. Feng Sun's hand by his side tightened slightly. He really wanted to take this little gadget outside the wall. Ying Songshi couldn't help but smile and looked over at him. Tata was still sending tiny hearts from the screen. Feng Sun felt a bit embarrassed and also expressed his feelings. Tata's right, Songshi. You are really very beautiful. Ying Songshi's eyes fell on his reddening ears. She blinked and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Feng Sun happily turned around to carry the delivery outside the door. Inside, there were also new toys he bought for the cats and dogs at home. He opened a small bird-shaped toy for cats. Huan was sitting on his shoulder, curious and staring at it. Feng Sun handed the bird to Huan. The cat pawed at it, and the toy immediately made a crisp, cheerful sound. Ying Songshi was also unpacking a delivery with a small knife. She bought a few sesame-glazed rice bowls, meant for serving rice. The pale yellow porcelain base was hand-painted with orchids, peonies, and clematis. The brushstrokes were delicate and the colors soft. Together, they looked like a tiny spring garden. I bought the whole set. In a little while, my second brother and sister Sua will come to stay for a few days. I'll use this set then. So, your brother and sister in B City, right? The family you often send packages to, Feng Sun said, taking the empty box from her and neatly unfolding and stacking it. Yes, Ying Subai is my second brother, and sister Suha is his fiancée. They both studied computer science in college. After graduation, they went to B City with some friends to start a business. They co-founded a tech company and are usually very busy. Last time they came back to the small yard, they hurried back to celebrate the New Year with me. Feng Sun had already looked up information about Yinshu technology. This company has grown very quickly and has established itself firmly in the field of human-computer interaction within just a few years. When it first gained attention in the industry, many investors rushed to get involved. The venture capital firm managed by Feng Sun was among them. Yinshu's research team is very sharp and forward-looking. Just by looking at the design and features of the tower, you can see their talent. Songshi stacked the bowls aside and continued unpacking a delivery. She also took out a new set of blue checkered cotton bedding. She wasn't sure if her second brother and others could stay for many days, so she prepared an extra set of bedding just in case. Songshi, what about Fengzhe? How is your relationship with him? Feng Sun sat in a chair, looking at her with intense eyes. Songshi responded calmly, still unpacking, not surprised by his sudden question. You probably met him at the foot of the mountain, right? He's just an unrelated outsider. She had already set the electronic doorbell to do not disturb mode. When Feng Sun reminded her, she went to turn it off. The screen showed that the front gate below was empty. Songshi, can you tell me more about him? Just this once, I promise. Feng Sun pushed the new delivery toward her, sounding a bit stubborn and serious. Songshi looked down at him. Feng Sun's eyes were full of hope, his jawline sharp, giving off a strong presence, but he pretended to be gentle, like a big dog waiting for its owner's nod, full of tension. Feng Sun looked at her and saw that her calm face suddenly broke into a smile. Songshi, what's wrong? I don't have to ask if you don't want to. Songshi shook her head and smiled. It's nothing I can't talk about. I just think your expression just now looked a bit like the boss's. The boss, who was sitting nearby, tilted his head when he heard his name. Feng Sun sighed and reached out to rub his head. When we were in college, we had a few good friends. Fengzhe was one of them. He dressed modestly back then, and we all thought he was just an ordinary student like us. We invited him to weekend trips and dinners, and he always came. But when we went to do part-time jobs, he wouldn't join us no matter how much we called. We thought he was proud, but later we found out he was the second young master of the Fong family, raised by his grandfather since he was a child. So, when I was the Zhou family, I only saw Fengche but never Fengzhe. Later, after graduating from university, he went abroad. Feng Sun listened carefully, leaning slightly forward, supporting his chin with his hand, and asked, Do you know if he likes you? Sorry, last time he came to the small courtyard gate, I was picking vegetables under the tree and overheard some of your conversation. Of course I know. Sometimes I am slow to understand and think directly, but that doesn't mean I am not clever. Feng Sun almost blurted out, Do you know I like you? But he held back. This wasn't the right moment. Didn't he leave before? Why did he suddenly come back to see you? The world is full of people seeking benefits. Maybe I still have some use for him, Songshi said. Last time, Grandpa Zhang mentioned a contractor asking about the nearby mountains. I asked assistantly to check. The other party is from the Fong family, planning to take over for ecotourism development. At this, Feng Sun's eyes flashed with a barely noticeable anger. If the Fong family really took over the nearby mountains and their project surrounded the small courtyard, it would be uncomfortable to think about. Ying Songshi didn't react much. She just continued with her work, unpacking packages and tidying up. Zhou Yang reminded her that Fengzhe's business project was related to this. After unpacking, she went to wash her hands at the sink, tied her apron, prepared to make small wontons, picked up a basin, and looked back at Feng Sun. So, what should she do? The more she looked, the more Feng Sun seemed like the boss, sharp eyebrows, a fierce spirit hidden beneath a gentle appearance, as if he could jump up and solve all the problems at any moment just with her words. Feng Sun, have you asked assistantly to check how many mountains near the small courtyard are under contract? Are they my name? These mountains outside the county town were originally wild land. Buying the longest-term lease rights was not cheap. But before her master died, he left her some money. Her older brother always brought her money when he returned from leave, and her second brother, Yubai, and sister Sue, he often transferred money to her. Plus, she had been doing part-time jobs since university, and after graduating, she took every chance to work as a stunt double in film crews. Living in the mountains kept her expenses low, so she used her extra money to buy land. In other words, anyone who wanted to buy the rights to these mountains later would have to buy them from her. Otherwise, they couldn't get the land. Fong Sun's face showed clear surprise. Before entering the house, he was still messaging assistantly, telling him to do everything possible to stop the Fong family. I just realized I was overthinking everything. Songshi usually doesn't show much emotion, but at a critical moment, he gave her such a big surprise. Beep. Detected that Fong Sun's heart rate is too fast. Please breathe deeply along with Tata. Fong Sun helplessly looked at the small robot. The police chief had somehow climbed onto Tata's head, playing with the two red antennas like cat toys. Songshi chuckled and said, Tata, not all fast heart rates mean health problems. Fong Sun suddenly turned to look at her, his eyes burning with excitement and hidden anticipation, fixed on her face without blinking. Songshi smiled and raised her chin, pointing to the small blackboard on the wall. Maybe if you go outside and move around, your heart rate will return to normal. We still need 2 more servings of vegetables at lunch. Why don't you go to the vegetable garden and pick some oil lettuce and cabbage? Fong Sun caught her teasing tone and felt nervous. Had she noticed something? What was her attitude? His mind was torn, but he still smiled and agreed, then picked up a bamboo basket and went to the vegetable garden. As soon as he left the kitchen, he heard Tata start praising himself. Sister Songshi's handmade dumplings are so beautiful, just like copies. Tata can't tell the difference at all. Oh no, this little thing was still a flatterer. Fong Sun immediately felt a sense of crisis. He quickly picked the vegetables and returned to the kitchen, seriously telling Tata, Tata, since you just arrived in the small yard, you need to get familiar with the layout first. The flowers and plants in the yard are all Sister Songshi's favorites. Go test the obstacle avoidance system first. Tata's screen spun a few times like a mosquito coil, then turned into starry eyes. Tata will go now. Tata's knowledge base has a complete list of flowers and plants, so Sister Songshi can ask me anytime. When Tata reached the front yard, Fong Sun finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Things were finally quiet. He put on his special apron, washed his hands, and helped make dumplings. Soon, next to the neatly made dumplings, there was a row of dumplings with a rougher style, clearly Fong Sun's signature. Songshi, can I ask to have barbecue on Saturday night? Finally making a wish, Songshi smiled and tilted her head to look at him. It's only Wednesday today, just 3 days away. Fong Sun cleaned up the unused storage in the backyard and asked assistantly to bring a full set of professional fitness equipment. He turned the space into a fresh and practical home gym. Ying Songshi looked around the gym, smiling as he directed Fong Sun to bring in a small wooden table and place a mini fridge nearby to create a simple water station. When tired from exercise, they could easily get water and rest. Once the equipment was set up, Fong Sun's morning workouts became more regular. Every day at 6, he took a few dogs for a morning run in the mountains. After returning, he did an hour of strength training. He secretly aimed to make his muscles more defined and attractive. Inspired by him, Ying Songshi also added a moment of meditation to his daily morning routine. So, in the early mornings, they shared the same activity. Fong Sun exercised in the gym, while Ying Songshi meditated peacefully on the platform above. Their quiet and active routines complemented each other perfectly. The mountain forest was still shrouded in light fog. The white mist curled around the green peaks, and the birds' clear, bright songs echoed through the trees, blending into the fog. In the east, a red sun slowly rose, casting golden light that dyed the nearby clouds with a brilliant red glow. Ying Songshi's platform was on the roof of the storage building, covered with smooth wooden planks and surrounded by a natural wood railing. The inside and outside of the railing were wrapped in lush, green ivy, hanging like curtains. Looking down, she saw a few pale blue, delicate, flowering jacaranda trees standing quietly by the wall. When the wind blew, petals fell like rain. A row of dried vegetables hung on the railing. Clothes that weren't dried with a machine could be brought here to dry slowly in the mountain breeze and sunlight. Ying Songshi laid her yoga mat in the middle of the platform and sat quietly in meditation, facing the morning light. She was bathed in warm, golden rays, her face peaceful and calm. The wind rustled through the forest, and birdsong was gentle and melodious. A warm, fluffy bun curled up beside her, resting against her leg and softly snoring. Outside the small courtyard wall, the flower garden also had new changes. Next to the garden, a simple, clean beige canvas outdoor tent was set up on a wooden platform. It blended perfectly with the lush mountain greenery. Inside the tent, there was plenty of space, with a wide wooden table and 2 high-backed benches. Ying Songshi also placed many ethnic-style fabric cushions and soft mats, enough for an adult to lie down and rest comfortably. On the table, there was a vintage camping lantern, and in the corner, a small pot of succulents added a cute touch. Everywhere there was a relaxed, cozy atmosphere. They planned to have a barbecue in the evening. In the early afternoon, Ying Songshi started preparing ingredients for the meal. Tata stayed close in the kitchen like a little shadow. When someone talked to it, it responded eagerly. When no one paid attention, it entertained itself and even interacted with the family's small cats and dogs. Older sister Songshi, do you want Tata to recommend some barbecue pairings? Ying Songshi was carefully threading colorful pepper and beef skewers. Hearing this, she looked up and smiled. Sure, tell me. Okra beef skewers, green pepper shrimp balls, pork and enoki mushroom skewers, scallion chicken skewers, and tofu skin with cilantro are all delicious. Tata most wants to try the cilantro beef skewer. Tata's electronic screen showed 2 pink hearts, and its tone was sweet. Ying Songshi couldn't help but laugh and say, even if I grill them for you, you still can't eat. Do you robots have electronic barbecues? Older sister Songshi, you can help Tata eat them. It would be great if this could be sent to the engineers. We robots also want to enjoy skewers. Then we'll eat some for you. Ying Songshi agreed with a smile. Since only 2 people would be eating tonight, she didn't need to prepare a lot. Just enough variety. The beef was specially bought fresh this morning from the county's meat shop by Feng Sun, who also brought back some seafood and fruits. She made skewers of abalone beef, pineapple beef, and jackfruit beef. The dishes Tata recommended, like green pepper shrimp balls, pork and enoki mushroom, tofu skin with cilantro, were also arranged on a tray. Just as she finished arranging the skewers, her phone rang. It was someone asking about the forest management rights. She answered firmly, sorry, I have no plans to sell it for now. The caller had to hang up disappointed. Older sister Songshi, Feng Sun is back. Should I open the door for him? Tata's wheels moved closer, and the monitor showed the view of the main gate at the bottom of the mountain. Open it. Next time, if you see his face, just open the door. In the morning, Chiosheng called to say that many customers were asking about the small potted plants. One customer had come 3 times, and she couldn't refuse anymore, so she asked Ying Songshi if she still had some left at home. She picked 20 good-looking pots and asked Feng Sun to drive them to the shop. Feng Sun not only delivered flowers, but also brought back her newly bought flower pots, including a large stone basin. The stone basin is about 1 meter in diameter, with a simple, heavy appearance that looks very solid. Despite its weight, Feng Sun holds it easily and steadily, without any effort. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Feng Sun, what are you going to do with this stone basin? During the festival, I want to make a small bamboo water feature in the yard. What do you think? Feng Sun noticed that Everlasting had been spending more time under the Bodhi tree since she received the fruit shell wind chime. She really liked the natural, peaceful sound. Stone basin, startled deer, bamboo water feature. Everlasting became interested. The small tomatoes in the bamboo basket had just been picked. She walked out of the vegetable garden, looking at the stone basin with anticipation. Yes, I want to place it next to the storage shed and set up a small corner for it. We can also surround it with pebbles, plant ferns, and moss around, fill the basin with water plants and mud, and create a little mountain water scene. Feng Sun only suggested the idea, and Everlasting immediately started thinking of many clever ideas. The stone basin on the ground quickly caught the attention of the little animals. Flower Roll and Chief jumped lightly and sat directly inside, curiously peering over the edge. Feng Sun smiled and added, I checked, kittens love flowing fresh water the most. Once it's done, they will definitely come here to play with water every day. Why didn't I think of that before? Everlasting took the small tomatoes back to the kitchen, watching Feng Sun place the stone basin in the corner of the backyard. When she returned to the kitchen, she saw the prepared barbecue ingredients and smiled. I'll go outside to start the fire. Once the grill heats up, I can start cooking. Okay, I'll make a sweet and sour plum cherry tomato dish to refresh the palate. I'll be over after that. Everlasting washed the freshly picked colorful cherry tomatoes, gently scored across on the top, and blanched them in boiling water. The thin skins easily peeled off. After removing them, she rinsed them in cold water to make the flesh crisper. She boiled some plum preserves with rock sugar until the sugar dissolved completely, then turned off the heat and let it cool. She filtered the bright plum syrup. The peeled and drained small tomatoes were placed in a large glass bowl, then added lemon slices and plum meat. Finally, she slowly poured in a few cans of Sprite from the fridge. The red, yellow, and orange cherry tomatoes soaked in the clear soda, with light yellow lemon slices floating on top, looked very refreshing and appetizing. A few puppies had long been drooling and following Feng Sun. Everlasting's little dog, Flower Roll, was still guarding her at her feet. She called out softly, picked up the transparent glass bowl, and headed toward the flower garden. Flower Roll obediently took a few steps back and tiptoed to follow her slowly. On the open space in front of the tent, a grill has been set up. Feng Sun is patiently turning pineapple beef skewers. The golden pineapple is slightly charred, with a sweet aroma filling the air. The tender red beef holds in its juicy flavor, and the oil sizzles gently on the fire, sending a tempting smell straight to the nose. Songshi, the drinks are on the table inside the tent. You go in and sit first. These skewers will be ready soon. The sheriff reaches under the table, trying to grab the tassels hanging from the tablecloth. Ying Songshi worries she might damage the new tablecloth, so she takes a cat toy stick and gently waves it to distract the cat. I'll sit outside for a while and enjoy the sunset. She pulls over a camping chair and sits at the edge of the wooden platform, slowly swinging the cat toy stick. The cat also comes over to play, jumping occasionally to catch it. Orange sits quietly beside her, watching the sunset together. The sky gradually darkens. First, the birds in the woods return to their nests, and the surroundings become quiet. Only the rustling whine through the trees and the occasional crackle of the charcoal in the grill can be heard. In the west, the sunset paints the sky with shades of orange and light purple. The clouds are dyed with soft gold and red, spreading out in layers, wrapping the distant mountains and the small yard in a gentle dusk. Feng Sun silently takes a blanket from the tent when he notices the cool breeze, draping it softly over her shoulders. Ying Songshi looks up and smiles at him. Thank you. Feng Sun gently shakes his head, his eyes warm with a smile. He turns back to the grill and continues turning the remaining skewers. Ying Songshi's gaze, which had been fixed on the horizon, quietly shifts to Feng Sun. The mountain night comes quickly. She is wrapped in a dark blue bohemian tassel blanket, soft and plush, making her features look even gentler. Feng Sun is only wearing a thin white short-sleeved shirt. His shoulders are sharp, and his arms are strong and smooth. Even the simple act of grilling shows his strength. He methodically turns the skewers, clearly aware of her quiet gaze resting on him, steady, soft, and focused. Several times, she almost wanted to look up and see the sparkle in his eyes. Or maybe ask playfully, "How are you secretly watching me?" But all those thoughts are suppressed by him. She just keeps her actions natural, her heart beating faster without trying to hide it. Songshi, come and eat. He brought the grilled skewers into the tent and placed 2 bowls of dried plum cherry tomatoes on opposite sides of the table. Here you go, Ying Songshi said as she wrapped herself in a blanket and walked in, smiling at him. Thanks for your hard work. As the sky darkened completely, small solar-powered lights along the garden path cast a warm glow, and the charcoal fire outside the tent still glowed with red embers. Inside the tent, a warm yellow hanging lamp hung softly, its light gentle like a thin veil. Ying Songshi took a bite of the pineapple beef skewer. The fruit was sweet and soft, the beef tender and flavorful, with a mix of sweet and salty tastes. One bite made her smile happily. Feng Sun saw she enjoyed the food and picked up a similar skewer. After taking a bite, his eyes brightened slightly. I didn't expect fruit and beef grilled together to taste so good. Green grapes, starfruit, and kiwi all go well with it. If you like, next time we can try more kinds. That suits my taste very well, he said softly, looking at Ying Songshi. Next time when I come back, I'll help you prepare. They finished the skewers cleanly, neither mentioning going back inside. The evening breeze was gentle, the lighting just right, and even the wind seemed to slow down. Songshi, do you want to play truth or dare? Fong Sun leaned against a cushion, with the cat curled up peacefully on his lap. He gently stroked the soft fur of the kitten, speaking casually, but his eyes held seriousness. Sure, how do we play? Ying Songshi held her drink and looked at him with a smile, already guessing that this barbecue night wouldn't just be about eating. Fong Sun reached for his tablet from beside the cushion, opened an app, and placed it on the table. The system will pick questions randomly, truth or dare. But let's agree. He looked up at her, his gaze sincere and gentle. If you get a question or dare you don't want to answer or do, you can refuse at any time. Okay. Shall we play rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first? Whatever you want. They looked at each other and counted down together. 3, 2, 1. One slender, fair hand showed a rock and the other, with visible joints and veins, showed scissors. Fong Sun chuckled softly. I lost. I choose truth. Ying Songshi tapped on the truth option on the screen. Suddenly, the orange cat leaned over, resting its head on the table, curious about what she might get. A few seconds later, a question popped up. Tell me about your past. Ying Songshi blinked and held up the tablet for him to see. That's the question. If you don't want to answer, you can refuse too. Fong Sun glanced over the question, leaned back lazily, and looked directly at her face with complete honesty. Actually, I want to tell you the opposite. My name is Fong Sun. I grew up in City A. I studied at a top local university. My intelligence is normal. After graduation, I joined the army. I am also physically fit. The past is too broad, so I'll just say what comes to mind. He looked at Ying Song, who was listening carefully, and his voice slowed down, each word clear and confident. In terms of emotions, I haven't had any secret crushes or love interests. I haven't been in a relationship or had any contact beyond social etiquette with the opposite sex. In the past, I enjoyed trying different things and challenging myself in sports. I didn't think much about feelings, mainly because I haven't met someone who makes my heart race. In family matters, my parents are loving and the family is harmonious. I am the second son. I have an older brother who is married. You've met them recently, so we can skip this part. In friendships, I have many friends, but only 2 close childhood friends are really important, Su Yan and Jing Songyan, as I mentioned before. Usually, I hang out and relax with them. In health, I have no hereditary diseases or bad habits. I am 1.9 meters tall. I don't remember my exact measurements, but I get a full health checkup every year. All these data are recorded and saved in my medical files. If you want to see, they are on my tablet and can be checked anytime. He paused, speaking naturally and openly. That's all I can think of. Ying Song, do you have any other questions? Ying Song felt her cheeks warm up more and blushed slightly. She could only take a sip of her drink to hide her embarrassment. Right now, it didn't feel like playing a game, but more like sitting in the interviewer's seat, being handed a personal resume seriously. She gently shook her head and awkwardly said, Not for now. Maybe we can continue with a new round. Fong Sun saw she was feeling shy and chuckled softly. Okay, let's continue. The second round of the game began. 3, 2, 1 countdown. Again, Fong Sun lost. He pushed the tablet toward her and smiled with a raised eyebrow. Ying Song, I want to choose truth this time. Can you pick a question for me? Ying Song hesitated for a moment, but then gently tapped the screen. The next second, a truth question appeared clearly. Talk about what it's like when someone makes your heart race. Ying Songshi said, Is this little game serious? Or perhaps the topic is serious, but the other person always takes the conversation in unexpected directions. Fong Sun slowly sat upright, his gaze fixed on her face, not shifting away for a moment. He didn't rush to speak. Instead, he thought carefully for a moment before answering. When I meet someone I like, I don't say many sweet words. I just show her everything I can give openly. I naturally remember her preferences. If she casually mentions something, I keep it in my mind. I can't help but want to get close, want to protect her, and want to keep all troubles away, leaving only peace for her. When she looks at me, I pretend to stay calm, but inside, my heart is already out of rhythm. I wish time could slow down, even a little more, so I could spend more time with her. Feng Sun spoke for a while before stopping. This time, he didn't wait for Ying Songshi to speak. He took the initiative and asked, "Songshi, shall we continue to the next round?" Ying Songshi forced herself to stay calm and nodded. She was actually hoping for this. The third round of the game began. She held her breath and quietly prayed in her heart, "Let me lose the next round. Please don't let Feng Sun lose again."